Chapter 1. Let's Travel. Korean Comics. Disclaimer. The school in this book is a university, and all female characters related to the male protagonist are over 18 years old. To enhance immersion, the titles for teachers and course arrangements are based on the high schools commonly seen in Korean comics and dramas. Character reference images are in the author's notes at the end of each chapter. Okay, the introduction is complete. Let's dive straight into the main text. Congratulations, host. You've been given the opportunity to travel to other worlds. Do you accept? Accept decline. Lin Xiangyu stared intently at the sudden options popping up on the Douyin interface. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly tapped. Except if it were someone else, they might ponder and wait. After all, such a variety of options is not uncommon on Douyin. Lin Xiangyu clicked accept just to see the distribution of the two options, and he didn't take it seriously at all. But who would have thought? As soon as he made his choice, a system interface instantly popped up before him. At the same time, a clear ding echoed in his mind. Most people would be filled with confusion and perhaps a chill down their spine in the face of such a bizarre situation. But Lin Xiangyu was not scared at all. Instead, he felt an unusual excitement. As a seasoned web fiction fan, he had long awaited such a development. First, summarize this life for the host in the form of entries. As soon as Lin Xiangyu saw the content in the chat box, he immediately shouted, "No need for that." However, the inexplicably appearing interface and voice in his mind seemed to ignore him and began summarizing on its own. The birth of a waste. The arrival of a waste. Terrible baby. Don't look down on the poor young. Crazy from poverty. The dead are supreme. Tears of a tomb raider. Ashes scattered. Empty coffin. After all these entries popped up, Lin Xiangyu sighed helplessly, complaining, "You really have sharp tone. Although I know you're not talking about me. Your behavior is quite unkind. Because I have a friend who would be triggered by this. You don't need to hide it. There's no one else." Lin Xiangyu thought the system couldn't hear his mumbling, but he suddenly realized that it not only could hear, but also could respond immediately. It seems that the system was just messing with him on purpose. Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but retort, "Is your system too unprofessional? I have been trained." "What did you take as an elective in your system training? Courses on insults?" The system didn't respond to Lin Xiangyu anymore and continued with its duties. 1. Parallel worlds. These are marvelous realms that resemble reality yet are entirely different. Here, the trajectory of history may deviate slightly, and the direction of technological development may be vastly different. You'll have a chance to witness the rise and fall of different civilizations, experience completely different life scenarios, and uncover hidden treasures in countless parallel timelines. Point 2. Film world. Those classic scenes that once stirred your blood and brought you to tears on screen are about to become within reach. You can fight alongside superheroes from Hollywood blockbusters or collaborate with famous actresses from the islands. 3. Comic world. A vibrant stage where passion and dreams intertwine. Beneath the exaggerated art style lies an indomitable spirit of adventure. Whether it's battling powerful opponents in a ninja village or searching for treasure with a pirate crew, every frame is filled with endless possibilities, and you will become the most dazzling protagonist in the comic, writing your own passionate saga. Point 4. Game world. An immersive, real experience. Each challenge is a breakthrough of self-limits. Here, strategy and courage coexist, treasures and crises coexist. You can freely explore in an open world or compete with experts in arenas, gradually growing from a novice to a king who dominates the gaming world, unlocking mysterious rewards hidden deep within the code. Film world. Lin Xiangyu almost blurted it out that he felt this system was unreliable, and thinking of the exaggerated settings and unknown risks in the comic and game worlds made his heart race, fearing he might not be able to come back once he entered. Compared to comics and games, the film world at least has some resemblance to reality. It is a three-dimensional world, and perhaps he could thrive due to his understanding of film. Works to AS for the parallel world. Forget it, Lin Xiangyu didn't want to repeat the same mistake and become the tears of a tomb raider. He didn't want to experience such a tragic fate again. The host has chosen the comic world. Next, please select the type of comic. Lin Xiangyu was dumbfounded upon hearing the system's announcement, confusedly asking, "Wait, buddy, did you make a mistake?" The host has chosen the comic world. Next, please select the type of comic. After hearing the system select the comic world, Lin Xiangyu asked, "Wait, buddy? Sorry, I just lagged." After a nonchalant remark from the system, The options for the comic world appeared on the panel. Lin Xiangyu felt as if he could hear the system laughing, and an uneasy feeling rose in his heart as he immediately said, "I'm not going. Please send me back to reality. Thank you. Sorry, that option does not exist. Please choose from the following options. 1. National comic world, rich in national style, with unique cultural connotations, taking you to experience a different Eastern fantasy. 2. Japanese comic world, passion, adventure, friendship, classic elements of Japanese comics, fulfilling all your fantasies of youthful vigor. 3. American comic world, the cradle of superheroes, possessing powerful superpowers, showcasing heroism in the confrontation between justice and evil. 4. Korean comic world, delicate emotional portrayal, high-value character design, a marvelous world where romance and excitement coexist. Lin Xiangyu had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue selecting. Japanese comic world, a real man must fight. I'm going to become the man who is the Hokage. Selection complete. Teleportation will begin immediately. Ding! Teleportation complete. The host has been transported to the Korean comic world. Korean comic world? I wanted to go to the Japanese comic world. Why did you send me to the Korean comic world? Sorry, I lagged again. You lag, you. Teleportation complete. Please note, you must not let others discover your identity as a traveler. Otherwise, you will be rejected by the world, leading to unpredictable situations. So good luck. Hearing the system's smug announcement, Lin Xiangyu's lips curled up slightly, secretly pleased. I predicted your prediction. Of course, a real man must fight in the world of Korean comics. Why would I choose a world to fight monsters instead of fighting alongside beautiful women? Do you think I'm an idiot? In this life, I will not be bound by morals. I will have no integrity and live freely in the Korean comic world. Break through morality and be myself. The next moment, the world around Lin Xiangyu began to slowly clarify. At this moment, he was lying on a bed with the lights off in the room. Once he could move, Lin Xiangyu immediately got up from the bed to confirm his appearance. After fumbling for a while, Lin Xiangyu picked up the phone on the bed, used it as a flashlight, and turned on the room lights. There were no mirrors in the room, so Lin Xiangyu had to switch to the front camera on his phone. What came into view was a young and handsome face, looking like a university student, full of youth and a bit handsome. Lin Xiangyu nodded in satisfaction, but then he realized that he had not gained the original owner's memories, and a wave of unease surged in his heart. He immediately decided to ask his troublesome system. System. Pokey. System, brother. System. System. No matter how Lin Xiangyu shouted, his system showed no response. Lin Xiangyu felt a bit irritated. His system was clearly different from those in typical novels and was rather disappointing at this moment. He had lost all hope for this unreliable system. From now on, he planned to rely on himself to navigate this manhwa world. The first step to survive in this world was to find a bathroom, as he was in urgent need. After leaving his room, Lin Xiangyu hadn't taken a few steps before he spotted the stairs leading downstairs. Is this the second floor? This reminded Lin Xiangyu of the layout of the affectionate aunt's house in the private tutoring sessions. However, the strong urge to urinate left him no time to think. He hurried down the stairs. The living room on the first floor was lit, and as soon as Lin Xiangyu arrived on the first floor, he quickly located the bathroom. The bathroom light was on, and someone was twisting the doorknob from the inside, seemingly about to come out. Having rushed to the bathroom, Lin Xiangyu had only worn his underwear when he came downstairs. Seeing this situation, he immediately decided to hide in the nearby kitchen. Lin Xiangyu crouched and ran toward the kitchen like a thief. This moment, his heart raced like a rapid drumbeat, with only one thought in his mind. Hurry, faster, he had to hide before the person in the bathroom came out. But fate seemed to enjoy playing tricks on him as soon as his toes touched the edge of the kitchen, and he hadn't even had time to slip inside. The bathroom door behind him clicked. Opened decisively. Chapter 2. Night investigation in the bedroom. Immediately, a crisp voice tinged with a hint of anger from a young woman pierced his ears, echoing in the empty living room. Ah, Lin Xiangyu, are you a pervert? It's the middle of the night, and you're wandering around in your underwear. That voice shattered the tranquility, causing Lin Xiangyu to freeze, his heart racing as if gripped by an invisible hand, and his breathing quickened. He braced himself and slowly turned around the moment his gaze met that figure. Memories related to her surged into his mind like a flood. The cute girl in front of him, with two ponytails, was named Han Yuzhong, the second daughter of this family. Lin Xiangyu usually called her second sister, and he learned that he had been orphaned since childhood and had been living in this family ever since. However, at this moment, the memories in his mind seemed specifically filtered, with only fragments related to Han Yuzheng while everything else remained blank. Han Yuzheng was wearing a fitted sports tank top. The tight fabric hugged her curves perfectly, accentuating every rise and fall as if tailor-made for her. Her ultra-short sports shorts seemed to intentionally stop at her thighs, revealing her long, straight legs. As she walked, there was an indescribable, unique rhythm about her. Her legs were not the lifeless kind, but full and elastic, brimming with youthful vitality and life force. With each step closer, she radiated an inexplicable youthful energy. It felt as if the air was filled with a captivating aura emanating from Han Yuzheng. Lin Xiangyu's gaze was irresistibly drawn. Unable to look away, his throat involuntarily swallowed hard. Form is emptiness. Lin Xiangyu instantly felt a chill. Han Yuzheng keenly noticed the change in Lin Xiangyu's gaze. Her face flushed, and she quickly crossed her arms over her chest to cover her sensitive areas, playfully scolding. Lin Xiangyu, where are your eyes looking? Second sister, don't misunderstand. I just really need to use the bathroom. Lin Xiangyu's voice trembled slightly, and then he dashed toward the bathroom like a frightened rabbit. He knew that the original Lin Xiangyu had a deep aversion to men, and since he moved in, she had been deliberately distancing herself from him. Now, with his fragmented memories and unclear understanding of the family situation, he truly did not want a conflict with her, especially since he was living under someone else's roof. Lin Xiangyu entered the bathroom, slammed the door shut, and leaned against it, his heart still racing. Meanwhile, Han Yuzheng stood still, biting her lip, her face flushed, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes, as if lost in thought. When Lin Xiangyu came out of the bathroom, Han Yuzheng had already vanished from the living room. He turned off the lights and, using the faint glow from his phone, returned to his room. Perhaps due to the fatigue from his transmigration, he fell into a deep sleep as soon as he hit the bed. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the light blue curtains that couldn't fully block out the light, illuminating Lin Xiangyu's room. Lin Xiangyu, get up for breakfast. What time is it? Why are you still sleeping? Why did you wake up so late today? Hurry up. In his daze, Lin Xiangyu felt something soft gently rubbing against his face, moving slightly from time to time. He slowly opened his eyes and was greeted by a young girl with an astonishingly hot figure, front and back curvaceous, her skin tight, and a pair of denim shorts showcasing her body perfectly. At that moment, the girl stood on one foot beside his bed. As soon as Lin Xiangyu's gaze met her face, memories related to her flooded into his mind. The young beauty before him was named Pei Yilin, the third daughter of this family, the same age as him but with a slightly later birthday. However, she had never regarded Lin Xiangyu as an older brother and often bullied him. After merging memories, Lin Xiangyu's gaze uncontrollably traveled up Pei Yilin's long legs, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Just then, a sultry woman's voice came from the doorway. Yilin, what are you doing? How can you treat Xiangyu like that? Upon hearing the scolding, Pei Yilin, like a child caught doing something wrong, quickly put her foot down, and her previously proud expression vanished without a trace. This made Lin Xiangyu feel a hint of disappointment. If only Pei Yilin had moved a bit more, he could have enjoyed a more thrilling view. Pei Yilin lowered her head, pouted, and reluctantly walked out of the room. Lin Xiangyu raised his head to look at the doorway and saw a woman in a silk nightgown standing there. The nightgown was thin and soft, clinging to her body and outlining a figure even more alluring than Pei Yilin's. In contrast to Pei Yilin's youthful beauty, the woman exuded a mature and intellectual charm, each gesture radiating a unique elegance. As soon as Lin Xiangyu's gaze landed on the woman's face, memories instantly surfaced. The woman's name was Minanjing, the mistress of this house, his aunt, and the adoptive mother of Han Yuzheng and Pei Yilin. Minanjing noticed Lin Xiangyu looking over, and a gentle smile appeared on her face as she softly said, Xiangyu, it's time to get up for breakfast. Don't be late for school. Okay, Minanjing, I'll get up right away. Lin Xiangyu hurriedly sat up and replied. Minanjing smiled gently again and said, and we'll go down, first you hurry up and come down for breakfast. After saying that, she turned and walked down the stairs with graceful steps. Lin Xiangyu sat on the bed, stretched lazily, and then got off the bed. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he was shocked to find that he was completely naked. He froze for a moment, and quickly pulled back the covers to see if he had taken them off while sleeping. But the bed was empty, there was nothing at all. Lin Xiangyu furrowed his brows, filled with confusion. What exactly happened last night? Who explored my bedroom after I fell asleep? Chapter 3 Little Devil. Pei Yilin in the restaurant downstairs. Minjing had already finished her busy work at the dining table, and the steaming dishes were neatly arranged on the table. Noticing that Lin Xiangyu had not come down yet, Minjing turned her gaze towards her eldest daughter, Jean Mimi. Her eyes filled with warmth and trust, and gently said, "Mimi, go and call Xiangyu again. This child, I don't know if he was too tired last night, but he still hasn't come down." Beside her, Han Yojin flushed slightly upon hearing Minjing's words. "Okay, I got it, Mom," Jean Mimi replied with a sweet smile, her lips curving up. Unlike the cold personality of Han Yojin and the willful behavior of Pei Yilin, Jean Mimi's character was like the warm sun in spring, gentle and soft, which was why Minjing felt at ease letting her call Lin Xiangyu. Lin Xiangyu could not remember what exactly happened last night. His mind was blank, and he just felt dizzy. In any case, the immediate priority was to find a pair of underwear to put on. Lin Xiangyu rubbed his sleepy eyes and groggily walked towards the wardrobe. Just as he took a few steps, a slender figure appeared at the door without warning. "Ah!" Jean Mimi let out a short, surprised exclamation, her voice carrying a hint of shyness and astonishment. She instinctively raised her hands to cover her eyes, her fingers trembling slightly, and softly muttered, "Xiangyu, why are you wandering around the house naked in broad daylight?" Lin Xiangyu suddenly looked up, and the moment his gaze met Jean Mimi's, memories related to her surged into his mind like a tide. His face instantly flushed bright red, like a ripe tomato, feeling awkward and at a loss. "Mimi, I was just about to change into a clean one," Lin Xiangyu stammered, while hurriedly rummaging through the wardrobe to pull out a pair of underwear and quickly put it on. Jean Mimi's heart raced, her cheeks as red as a ripe apple. Looking delicate and radiant, she asked shyly with a slightly trembling voice, "Why didn't you close the door when you were changing? I thought no one would come upstairs." Lin Xiangyu scratched his head, his face full of embarrassment. After explaining, he quickly added, "Mimi, please don't tell anyone about this. I'm begging you." In his memory, Jean Mimi had always treated him like a younger brother, and whatever he asked for, she would usually agree. Therefore, he was confident this time would be no exception. After hearing Lin Xiangyu's request, Jean Mimi's fingers moved slightly, and she secretly opened a crack. Seeing that Lin Xiangyu had already put on his underwear, she let out a sigh of relief and slowly lowered her hands from her face. "Don't worry, Xiangyu, I won't tell anyone about this," she said, her face still flushed. Then, like a startled little deer, she quickly turned and hurried downstairs. When she reached the stairway, Jean Mimi suddenly stopped, turned her head back, her eyes filled with concern, and said, "Xiangyu, hurry down for dinner. The food is going to get cold." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu quickly pulled up his pants, took a few steps to the door, leaned his hands against the door frame, stuck his head out, and loudly replied, "Okay, I'm coming down now, Mimi." Jean Mimi did not turn back, just softly responded, then quickly walked downstairs. At this point, Lin Xiangyu had already seen all four women in the house, and all the memories related to them were vividly clear in his mind. Jean Mimi, the first daughter adopted by Minjing, had a gentle nature, the one most like Minjing. Han Yojin, the second daughter adopted, had an extremely cold personality, especially towards boys, always appearing as if to keep people at arm's length. Pei Yilin, the third daughter adopted, was lively like a little monkey, the mischievous one in the house, often surprising Lin Xiangyu with unexpected actions. Being the youngest, both sisters doted on her, and only Minjing could manage her. As for Minjing, she was Lin Xiangyu's mother's best friend. After Lin Xiangyu's parents passed away, she took him into her home to care for him. Unlike the three daughters, Minjing did not adopt Lin Xiangyu. She was just his aunt. When Minjing saw Lin Xiangyu coming down the stairs, her face immediately broke into a warm smile like a spring breeze. "Xiangyu, hurry up and wash up, then come eat." "Okay, Auntie," Lin Xiangyu responded and headed toward the bathroom. There were two bathrooms in the house, one upstairs and one downstairs. However, the upstairs bathroom was exclusively for Minjing, and no one else could use it, no matter how urgent the situation. Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but feel a strong curiosity about the upstairs bathroom, planning to find an opportunity to sneak in and take a look. After washing up, Lin Xiangyu sat down at the dining table next to Jin Mimi. This was his fixed seat. Across from him sat Pei Yilin, while Han Yozhen sat opposite Jin Mimi. And Min Enjing sat alone at the head of the table. At the table, Min Enjing and Jin Mimi wore gentle smiles, like flowers blooming in spring. Han Yozhen still had her indifferent expression, her eyes revealing a trace of coldness. Pei Yilin was grinning wickedly at Lin Xiangyu, as if hiding some secret. In this household, the usual rule was that breakfast would not wait for everyone to gather before starting. It was first come, first served. Today was Monday, and after finishing breakfast, Jin Mimi and Han Yozhen each tidied up their things and went to school. However, Pei Yilin intentionally slowed down her eating pace, occasionally glancing at Lin Xiangyu. As soon as Lin Xiangyu finished eating, she immediately stood up and left with him. After everyone had left, Min Enjing began to clear the dining table. Every Monday, she would do a thorough cleaning, tidying up the entire house, including the rooms of the four people, as she liked to keep the house neat and orderly. Pei Yilin and Lin Xiangyu did not attend the same school, and Lin Xiangyu was puzzled about why she was waiting for him today. As soon as they stepped outside, Pei Yilin suddenly took a step forward, performing a one-handed wall slam to block Lin Xiangyu's path. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, her lips curling into a sly smile as she said, "Lin Xiangyu, when I called you to get up this morning, were you thinking about something naughty about me?" Chapter for the class flower alone in the classroom. How is that possible? Lin Xiangyu explained, "Yilin, you're overthinking it." Lin Xiangyu feared that Pei Yilin would discover his identity as a time traveler, so he tried to act like the original owner of this body. Is that so? Pei Yilin tilted her head, getting closer to Lin Xiangyu, her nose almost touching his chin. Pei Yilin's provocative demeanor made Lin Xiangyu a bit uncomfortable, and he immediately replied, "Of course, with your terrible personality, how could I possibly be interested in you?" After hearing Lin Xiangyu's words, Pei Yilin said with a playful expression, "Not interested in me? If you had said that before, I would have believed you. But this morning, I saw it all. You still want to deny it? Tell me the truth. Have you been coveting my beauty for a long time?" Upon hearing Pei Yilin's words, Lin Xiangyu smiled mischievously. "Not long, just since this morning. Besides, it was clearly you who was trying to tempt me this morning, right?" Pei Yilin's face showed an incredulous expression as she widened her eyes and looked at Lin Xiangyu in surprise. "Did that just come out of your mouth? Are you really Lin Xiangyu? Why do you feel a bit different today?" What is different?" Lin Xiangyu didn't expect Pei Yilin's sixth sense to be so strong, and he immediately became nervous. Pei Yilin moved closer to Lin Xiangyu and whispered in his ear, "That was really you just now, and this side of you has piqued my interest." After saying that, Pei Yilin gently licked Lin Xiangyu's earlobe, which was the first time she had acted so boldly towards him. Lin Xiangyu felt the softness in front of him and instantly shivered. "How big?" Lin Xiangyu made a circular gesture and asked, "Is it this big?" Pei Yilin saw Lin Xiangyu's gesture and looked surprised. "You're really different today." At that moment, the sound of the front door opening suddenly came. Pei Yilin saw Min Enjing coming out with a bag of trash and whispered to Lin Xiangyu, "I'll find you again tonight when we get home." After saying that, Pei Yilin released Lin Xiangyu and ran to the roadside to hail a taxi. Watching Pei Yilin's back, Lin Xiangyu silently wondered, could she have been the one who took off my pants last night? Min Enjing came out of the house, and Pei Yilin had already gotten into the taxi and left. Min Enjing saw Lin Xiangyu still standing outside the courtyard and asked in surprise, "Xiangyu, why haven't you gone to school yet?" Lin Xiangyu thought for a moment and said, "I was waiting for a taxi. There are so few cars today. There was one just now, but I let Yilin take it." After Min Enjing threw the trash into the bin, she said, "Then don't be late. And he's going home now." "Okay, Enjing auntie," Lin Xiangyu replied. Min Enjing inherited a huge fortune from her late parents, so the living expenses for Lin Xiangyu and the others were quite generous. The three girls never took public transport when they went out. However, in Lin Xiangyu's memory, he usually took public transport to school, which he found puzzling. But since he had money on him, Lin Xiangyu didn't take the bus and directly took a taxi to school. In the taxi, Lin Xiangyu summarized his current situation. Firstly, He was different from other time travelers he had read about in novels. He did not have a headache and gain all memories at once, but instead remembered things as he saw them. Secondly, his system was still unresponsive until now, with no indication of what was happening. Lastly, he must not let others discover his identity as a time traveler. Lin Xiangyu kept recalling who had sneaked into his room last night, but he couldn't remember anything at all. Before long, the taxi stopped at the school gate. At this time, there weren't many people in the school because Minijing had to do a big cleanup every Monday, so the four of them would leave early. Lin Xiangyu walked through the campus without encountering any other students and made his way to the classroom. He gently pushed open the classroom door, expecting a quiet scene, but the sight before him instantly froze him in place, his mind going blank. He saw a beautiful girl sitting alone in the back row of the classroom, her face flushed, looking flustered, and her movements hurried as if she was trying to conceal something. Clearly, she was engaged in some indescribable activity. This scene unexpectedly fell into Lin Xiangyu's line of sight. Instinctively, he took out his phone to record the moment. As the saying goes, in any situation, don't panic. First take out your phone and capture it. Douyin, recording beautiful moments in life. The girl noticed someone had entered and abruptly looked up, locking eyes with Lin Xiangyu. Memories related to the girl surged into Lin Xiangyu's mind. Zhang Xiaoying, the class flower and also the class bully. Relying on her cousin, who was the class leader in the second year, she looked down on everyone in the class. Zhang Xiaoying's face first flashed a look of terror and embarrassment, which was quickly replaced by anger. As the big sister of the class, she usually commanded respect and could not tolerate being seen in such a disgraceful state. She abruptly stood up from her seat, walked a few steps to Lin Xiangyu, grabbed his collar, and said arrogantly, "Lin Xiangyu, take out your phone." Zhang Xiaoying's eyes were fierce, and her black leather shoes stomped down hard on Lin Xiangyu's foot, her tone full of threats. Lin Xiangyu's heart raced, and his face felt hot. Zhang Xiaoying's actions were not a punishment for him, but rather quite enjoyable. Ding! Shock value system has been successfully loaded. When the host does something shocking to others, they will gain shock value. Every 100 shock value can be used for a lottery draw. The lottery will accumulate lucky points. The more times you draw, the greater the chance of winning the grand prize. A smile appeared on Lin Xiangyu's face, and he was overjoyed in his heart. The system he had been longing for had finally arrived. "What are you smiling at so lewdly? I told you to take out your phone. Didn't you hear me? Don't make me repeat myself." Zhang Xiaoying, seeing Lin Xiangyu smile, became even angrier and questioned him furiously. Hearing Zhang Xiaoying's words, Lin Xiangyu collected his thoughts and came up with a plan. Why not test the waters with Zhang Xiaoying first? After making up his mind, Lin Xiangyu smiled wickedly and said, "Who are you talking to? Do you think I'm afraid of you? If you keep yelling at me, I guarantee that what just happened will be known by the entire school today. At that time, let's see whether your status as the big sister is more important or my status as a nobody." After saying this, Lin Xiangyu forcefully removed Zhang Xiaoying's hand from his collar. Feeling Lin Xiangyu's assertive attitude, Zhang Xiaoying's face turned pale, clearly not expecting the usually low-key Lin Xiangyu to counter-threaten her. Zhang Xiaoying contributed 25 shock value. Upon seeing the system's prompt, Lin Xiangyu smiled. The two were thus locked in a standoff, the classroom quiet enough to hear each other's breathing, the air thick with tension. Chapter 5 shock value exceeds 100. Zhang Xiaoying bit her lower lip, staring at Lin Xiangyu with a complex expression. After an intense internal struggle, she slowly said, "All right, I won't make things difficult for you. You can keep the photo for yourself, but you must not share it. Then I'll pretend that what just happened never occurred." Although Zhang Xiaoying's voice tried to maintain calmness, the slight tremor at the end betrayed her inner unease. "What are you thinking?" Lin Xiangyu smirked maliciously, a hint of mockery in his smile. "Zhang, the campus beauty, have you lost your mind?" As he spoke, Lin Xiangyu slowly walked closer to Zhang Xiaoying, each step seeming provocative. "I see you're not only beautiful, but also think quite highly of yourself. What makes you think I would be that easy to deal with?" Zhang Xiaoying contributes 30 shock points. Zhang Xiaoying's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. She never expected that Lin Xiangyu, who usually seemed invisible and was often bullied, not only resisted her threat, but turned the tables, threatening her instead. In her perception, Lin Xiangyu was merely a soft target. Yet at this moment, the man before her felt utterly unfamiliar. What do you want then? Zhang Xiaoying's tone unconsciously softened. Accustomed to being in a position of power, she found it hard to lower herself to Lin Xiangyu. She bit her light pink lips, her eyes showing both unwillingness and a hint of fear. I don't even know what I want right now, Lin Xiangyu said, his eyes glinting mischievously. How about this? You promise me one thing, and when I think of it, I'll let you know what to do. He emphasized the word do, his voice filled with insinuation. Zhang Xiaoying instinctively pointed a finger at Lin Xiangyu, her face alternating between red and pale. You. She barely uttered a word before catching the threatening look in Lin Xiangyu's eyes, and her words were stifled by an invisible force, swallowed back down. What about me? Lin Xiangyu asked harshly. Nothing, I agree, but you can't ask for anything too excessive. Zhang Xiaoying reluctantly compromised, knowing she was now in a passive position and could only hope Lin Xiangyu wouldn't go overboard. Seeing Zhang Xiaoying agree, Lin Xiangyu's face lit up with pride, his smile growing brighter, eyes full of mockery as he provocatively asked, like what? Lin Xiangyu, don't go too far. Zhang Xiaoying scolded, her chest heaving with anger, clearly infuriated by Lin Xiangyu's attitude. You should know very well that if you really spill this, your life at school won't be easy either. Zhang Xiaoying tried to threaten Lin Xiangyu again, attempting to regain some respect as the big sister. Ha ha! Lin Xiangyu burst into laughter, the sound echoing harshly in the empty classroom. Zhang, you're really funny. I could just transfer schools. What about you? He suddenly leaned closer to Zhang Xiaoying, his smile taking on a more ambiguous tone. I bet it would go viral on the internet. After all, you have quite a nice figure. Zhang Xiaoying's mouth fell open in shock, speechless. Her body trembled slightly, her eyes filled with fear and anger. She could never have imagined being cornered by Lin Xiangyu to such an extent. Zhang Xiaoying contributes 40 shock points. Seeing Zhang Xiaoying's defeated expression, Lin Xiangyu smugly raised the corner of his mouth, reaching out to playfully press down on her head from above. Say from now on, when you see me, Lin Xiangyu, keep your head down. Zhang Xiaoying had never faced such humiliation before. Growing up with her older cousin backing her up, all her classmates had always treated her with respect, and no one dared to use such a tone with her. Now, being treated this way by Lin Xiangyu made her feel both ashamed and angry. Her face flushed red, and her body began to heat up with rage and embarrassment. Fearing that Lin Xiangyu would notice her abnormal reaction, she hurriedly squeezed past him. Her footsteps hurried as she exited the classroom. As expected from the world of Korean comics, this is exhilarating. Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but think, still wearing a smug smile as he satisfiedly returned to his seat. Soon, classmates began to enter the classroom one after another, and with each new face, corresponding memories flooded into Lin Xiangyu's mind. Before long, the classroom was nearly full. At that moment, a rebellious-looking male classmate entered, sporting an exaggerated hairstyle and wearing flashy clothing, exuding an aura of a troublemaker. Upon seeing Lin Xiangyu, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes as he walked straight toward him. Lin Xiangyu looked up and met his gaze, and in an instant, related memories surged into his mind. This classmate was Zhu Ginxiak, who had mercilessly bullied the original owner in his memories. Most of the original owner's living expenses had been extorted by him. Lin Xiangyu also recalled that the original owner, unable to bear the bullying any longer, had left a despairing suicide note and taken pills the night before. Zhu Ginxiak, seeing Lin Xiangyu, who usually cowered in fear, now showed no signs of fear, which surprised him slightly. Zhu Ginxiak contributes 5 shock points. Zhu Ginxiak approached Lin Xiangyu's desk and plopped down on it casually, causing the desk to protest with a creak. He then reached out, a smug expression on his face, and demanded, "Xiangyu, hurry up and give me my allowance for this week." Although Zhu Ginxiak's shock value contribution was small, combined with Zhang Xiaoying's earlier contribution, it precisely reached 100, and a lottery wheel suddenly appeared before Lin Xiangyu. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Xiangyu's eyes as he immediately checked the system's lottery wheel. The wheel had 5 different sections, ranging from bronze, silver, and gold to platinum, master, and king, with a small section for diamond. The bronze and silver cards occupied more than half of the wheel, while the king card was barely a line, and the master card looked as thin as a toothpick. Lin Xiangyu's silence made Zhu Jinxiak feel that his authority was being challenged, and his pride was slightly bruised. Immediately, his face twisted with anger, and he shouted, "Lin Xiangyu, are you deaf? Can't you hear me talking to you?" Zhu Jinxiak's shout instantly drew all the students' attention in the classroom. Everyone knew he was about to bully Lin Xiangyu again, but they had long grown accustomed to it and did nothing to intervene, each waiting to see the spectacle with indifferent, entertained expressions. Zhang Xiaoying also turned to look at Lin Xiangyu, hoping he would get beaten by Zhu Jinxiak today, so no one would know what she had done in the classroom. At that moment, Lin Xiangyu, interrupted by Zhu Jinxiak, felt extremely displeased. Coupled with the memories of the original owner's bullying, the pain and humiliation burned like fire in his heart. Lin Xiangyu was furious and stood up directly from his seat, his eyes blazing with rage, resembling an enraged lion. Zhu Jinxiak, seeing Lin Xiangyu stand up, felt his anger diminish. He completely ignored Lin Xiangyu's furious gaze, thinking that Lin Xiangyu was merely standing up to give him the money. Years of bullying had led him to believe that Lin Xiangyu would never dare to resist him. He specifically asked Lin Xiangyu to change cash for him every week just to show off in front of the classmates. The admiration in their eyes would give him a thrill. However, he never expected that what awaited him was not money, but a hard slap from Lin Xiangyu. Slap! The crisp sound echoed in the classroom. Lin Xiangyu slapped Zhu Jinshua hard across the face and shouted, "Are you asking me for living expenses? Am I your dad?" He pointed at the bewildered Zhu Jinshaw, his eyes filled with disdain. "From now on, speak to me in a lower voice. I'm not deaf." After saying that, he deliberately patted Zhu Jinshua's face, the gesture full of mockery. The classmates in the classroom were all stunned, their mouths slightly open, eyes wide, their faces filled with shock. They never expected that Lin Xiangyu, who had been bullied by Zhu Jinshua, would suddenly explode today. The entire classroom seemed to have been paused, everyone immersed in this sudden turn of events. Li Yingjie contributed 5 shock points. Du Minjun contributed 7 shock points. Zhang Xiaoying contributed 50 shock points. Triple X contributed XX shock points. Shock points have exceeded 100. Would you like to start a lottery? Chapter 6, Rewards Obtained, Striking Back. Draw Lin Xiangyu's eyes were filled with excitement as he issued the command deep within his consciousness. In an instant, the huge lottery wheel seemed to be infused with frenzied energy, and the pointer began to spin wildly at an almost imperceptible speed, eventually coming to a steady stop in the area of the golden card. As soon as the pointer settled, countless golden cards at the center of the wheel began to flicker and switch like activated spirits. After 3 flashes of light, 3 golden cards stood out, neatly arranged in Lin Xiangyu's line of sight. Please choose one from the 3 cards. Golden Attribute Card, Idol. Card Effect, enhances host's appearance. Golden Attribute Card, Model. Card Effect, enhances host's body proportions. Golden Attribute Card, Muscle Dominator. Card Effect, enhances host's muscle strength. Lin Xiangyu quickly scanned the 3 cards, inwardly amazed. Each card's reward was incredibly attractive, whether it was the Idol card that could boost his appearance, the Model card that could optimize his body proportions, or the Muscle Dominator card that could enhance muscle strength. All of them appealed to Lin Xiangyu. However, the rules were clear. He could only choose one. In the current tense situation, having powerful strength was the most critical. Just as Lin Xiangyu was fully focused on studying the card contents, Zhu Jinshaw, who had just been slapped by him, was seething with rage, baring his teeth like an enraged dog. Meanwhile, Lin Xiangyu had finished reading the rewards of the 3 golden cards. With this in mind, he made his choice without hesitation. Choose 3. As soon as he spoke, the other 2 golden cards instantly transformed into specks of starlight and vanished, while the Muscle Dominator card seemed to find its destination, flying straight towards his body and merging with him in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Lin Xiangyu felt a surge of heat flowing through his muscles. They began to swell and tighten, as if each muscle was infused with endless power. "You useless piece of trash! How dare you hit me?" Zhu Jinshua's face turned beet red as he shouted in a frenzy. The classmates witnessed this scene and began to whisper among themselves. It's over. Lin Xiangyu is acting strangely today. Daring to fight back, he's done for. Lin Xiangyu, who was bullied by thousands, actually dared to hit Zhu Jinshua today. This is going to be a good show. I wonder if there will be blood. After Zhu Jinshua finished cursing, as if blinded by rage, he raised his other hand, slicing through the air with a whoosh, ready to slap Lin Xiangyu's face. However, halfway through his swing, Lin Xiangyu accurately caught his hand. Immediately, a fierce glint flashed in Lin Xiangyu's eyes, and he exerted force, pressing Zhu Jinshua's fingers painfully against the back of his hand. Then, with a twist of his arm, Zhu Jinshua's arm was forced outward by Lin Xiangyu. Thanks to the enhancement of the Muscle Dominator card, Lin Xiangyu's strength was now vastly superior. Zhu Jinshua felt like a powerless chick in his grasp. With just a slight exertion, Lin Xiangyu nearly twisted Zhu Jinshua's arm around completely. Zhu Jinshua howled in pain, letting go of Lin Xiangyu's hair with one hand and desperately trying to pry off Lin Xiangyu's grip on his wrist with both hands. But Lin Xiangyu's hand was like a perfectly fitted vice. Even with all his might, Zhu Jinshua couldn't budge it. Lin Xiangyu snorted coldly, raised his right hand, and delivered another loud slap to Zhu Jinshua's face. Slap! The force of this slap was tremendous, directly drawing blood from the corner of Zhu Jinshua's mouth. A trickle of blood slowly flowing down. But Lin Xiangyu had no intention of stopping there. He knew very well that people like Zhu Jinshua, who bully the weak and fear the strong, would only escalate their troubles if he didn't thoroughly intimidate them. With this thought, Lin Xiangyu's gaze grew colder, and he continued to slap Zhu Jinshua's face repeatedly. The classroom was filled with the sound of slaps, each one declaring Lin Xiangyu's resistance. With every slap, a system prompt echoed in his mind, as classmates continuously contributed shock points to him. This power seemed to fuel him, making it impossible for his hand to stop. Originally, he hadn't planned to hit Zhu Jinshua this hard, but seeing the shock points pouring in, he slapped even harder, almost jumping to do it. After a series of slaps, Zhu Jinshua's body began to sway. The once arrogant figure sitting on Lin Xiangyu's desk was now tilting his head, his body going limp, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. Seeing this, the classroom erupted into chaos, with a few timid girls screaming in fright. Zhu Jinshua's three lackeys showed expressions of anger and fear, exchanging glances before charging at Lin Xiangyu with malicious intent. Hey, you little brat Lin Xiangyu. Are you feeling bold today? How dare you hit brother Jinshua? Shouted a chubby boy at the front of the pack. Lin Xiangyu's gaze sharpened as he recognized this chubby boy. According to the original owner's memories, this boy was named Jin Zhongshi, one of the earliest victims of bullying by Zhu Jinshua's gang. The original owner had unfortunately become a target of bullying after standing up for him once. Zhu Jinshua had coerced Jin Zhongshi into joining them in bullying the original owner, promising not to bully him if he complied. And this Jin Zhongshi, in order to escape his own fate of being bullied, had chosen to betray the original owner, subsequently joining Zhu Jinshua's gang to bully him. He even became the most ruthless among them, mercilessly kicking the original owner in the head every time. Lin Xiangyu looked at Jin Zhongshi charging toward him, his anger burning fiercely. He despised such people, who were nothing but traitors. With the strength granted by the Muscle Dominator card, he certainly wouldn't refuse this opportunity to gain shock points. Moreover, after seeing the original owner's tragic memories, even without the system's incentive, he would want nothing more than to beat this dog traitor to a pulp. Watching Jin Zhongshi's fierce expression, Lin Xiangyu clenched his fists in anger, his muscles tense with fury, striding past Zhu Jinshua. Jin Zhongshi reached Lin Xiangyu, his expression twisted with malice, raising his foot to kick Lin Xiangyu with all his might. Seemingly having completely forgotten his own past as a victim of bullying, Lin Xiangyu towered over Jin Zhongshi, and, as the saying goes, the taller the person, the stronger they are. Before Jin Zhongshi's short legs could reach him, Lin Xiangyu kicked him squarely in the groin. With the physical enhancement from a Muscle Dominator, Lin Xiangyu's kick was incredibly powerful. Jin Zhongshi immediately doubled over, clutching his groin, his face contorted in pain, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Just as Lin Xiangyu kicked Jin Zhongshi, the familiar system prompt sounded in his mind once again. Shot points reached 100. Would you like to draw immediately? Draw. Lin Xiangyu roared in his heart. Give me a powerful draw. This time, the pointer spun rapidly before coming to a steady stop in the silver card area. But there was only one card, not the previous situation with 3 options. Silver skill card, Kafa Kick. Skill effect. Kafa Kick is a type of leg technique in mixed martial arts, targeting the opponent's calves with significant force, capable of causing intense pain and restricting the opponent's movement. Note, the higher the quality of the skill, the stronger the skill effect. After obtaining the skill card, Lin Xiangyu didn't hesitate for a moment and instantly reacted. His eyes sharpened, and he suddenly turned around, delivering a beautiful roundhouse kick to Jin Zhongshi, who was still crouching on the ground, groaning in pain. The kick was precise and powerful, hitting Jin Zhongshi's calf without any deviation. The intense pain in his calf caused Jin Zhongshi to lose his balance immediately, and with a thud, he knelt in front of Lin Xiangyu. Following that, Lin Xiangyu didn't give Jin Zhongshi any chance to catch his breath. He raised his leg and kicked heavily at Jin Zhongshi's head. This kick was delivered with no reservations, sending Jin Zhongshi falling backward, lying on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. At this moment, the other 2 lackeys of Zhu Jinshaw charged over aggressively. However, Lin Xiangyu seemed to be blinded by rage, striding forward and directly mounting Jin Zhongshi's plump body, completely ignoring the 2 rushing from behind. In the next second, Lin Xiangyu, with his fist tightly clenched and overflowing with anger, smashed it down onto Jin Zhongshi's face. Just one punch made Jin Zhongshi's nose bleed, letting out a miserable wail. But Lin Xiangyu didn't stop there. His fists rained down like a storm onto Jin Zhongshi's chubby head. Even when Zhu Jinshaw's other 2 lackeys swung at him, he continued to crazily attack Jin Zhongshi, as if he felt no pain at all. Jin Zhongshi was terrified by Lin Xiangyu's frenzied appearance, his face filled with fear and despair, and he cried out, "Xiangyu, please stop. Didn't you once stand up for me? Have you forgotten? You bastard, if you remember I stood up for you. How did you repay me? Are you an animal?" Lin Xiangyu furiously questioned him, channeling all his strength into a punch that struck Jin Zhongshi's mouth. The force was so great that it flipped the flesh of Jin Zhongshi's thick lips, causing blood to splatter. With Lin Xiangyu's heavy punches, the classmates in the classroom seemed to have activated some switch, contributing their shock points. Soon, the system prompted that there were enough points for a lottery draw. Lottery completed. Golden skill card, stabbing punch. Skill effect, relies on the strength of the arms and fists, has a fast punching speed, light movements, does not strain the shoulders, and has a shorter punching distance. At the same time, one of Zhu Jinshua's lackeys raised the chair in his hand and swung it heavily toward Lin Xiangyu's head with a whooshing sound. Chapter 7, the immobilization card. Lin Xiangyu felt the whistling wind above his head and instinctively dodged to the side, causing the chair to crash heavily onto Jin Zhongshi. With a loud thud, the chair struck Jin Zhongshi. In the next moment, Lin Xiangyu quickly stood up and without hesitation used the newly acquired stabbing punch, launching a swift strike towards the face of the little brother. The golden level stabbing punch was as fast as lightning. The little brother's pupils instantly dilated, and before he could react, Lin Xiangyu's fist, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, slammed into his face. With a muffled bang, the little brother's head snapped back, and a large bump instantly formed on his face. Following that, Lin Xiangyu's figure moved like a ghost, delivering 2 more punches that landed solidly on his face. Lin Xiangyu's fists fell like raindrops, continuously hitting the little brother's face, making him see stars and feel dizzy, his consciousness beginning to blur. Yet, relying on instinct, he struggled to raise his arm to defend his face. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu stopped using the stabbing punch and instead slightly lowered his body, delivering a solid kick to the little brother's calf. Caught off guard, the little brother felt a sharp pain in his calf, losing his balance and collapsing to his knees in front of Lin Xiangyu. Just as Lin Xiangyu was about to take action against the last little brother, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open, and their beautiful homeroom teacher, Shun Ying-ai, walked in. At the same time, the previously dazed Zhu Jinshue also stood up unsteadily. with dried blood still at the corner of his mouth. Lin Xiangyu, what are you doing? Shun Yingai's voice was sharp and urgent. Hearing the unfriendly tone, Lin Xiangyu looked up, and related memories flooded into his mind. Shun Yingai, 23 years old, the homeroom teacher of this class, in the original owner's memories. She was cold and irresponsible. The original owner had informed her about being bullied by Zhu Genxue and his gang, but she coldly responded that one hand alone cannot make a sound, telling the original owner to take care of himself and turning a blind eye to the bullying by Zhu Genxue and others. It can be said that her indulgence was one of the key reasons that drove the original owner to suicide. As Zhu Genxue just stood up, Lin Xiangyu caught sight of him out of the corner of his eye. At this moment, Lin Xiangyu turned around, his eyes burning with anger. And in front of Shuning AI, he delivered a powerful slap to Zhu Genxue's face. Slap! The crisp sound echoed in the classroom. Zhu Genxue, who had just stood up, was sent staggering again by Lin Xiangyu's slap, nearly falling to the ground once more. Shen Yingyi contributes 62 shock points. Zhang Xiaoying contributes 100 shock points. Jin Zhongshi contributes 55 shock points. Zhu Genxue contributes 37 shock points. Kim Liuxiu contributes 37 shock points. Lin Xiangyu's bold actions caused the shock points to soar. Lin Xiangyu, Shun Yingai questioned furiously, what are you doing? Her voice trembled with anger. Lin Xiangyu turned to look at Shun Yingai, a mocking smile on his face, and said, Teacher Shun, I was just testing whether your theory about one hand can make a sound is true. You know, not only can it make a sound, but it's quite loud. The students in the classroom looked at Lin Xiangyu in disbelief, unable to believe that the once cowardly Lin Xiangyu had seemingly transformed overnight. Shun Yingai contributes 30 shock points. Park Xiaoxia contributes 25 shock points. Zhang Xiaoying contributes 33 shock points. Lin Xiangyu, do you dare to hit other students in front of me now? Do you not see me as your teacher? Shun Yingai questioned sharply, her chest heaving, her face filled with anger and shock. Lin Xiangyu noticed that his previous words had earned him a lot of shock points, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted as he continued. Of course I do. I'm just proving your theory, Teacher Shun. In my view, your theory is no less significant than the Goldbach conjecture. As soon as Lin Xiangyu finished speaking, it triggered a burst of laughter among the classmates, and the shock points continued to increase wildly. You. Shuning AI's face turned pale with anger, pointing at Lin Xiangyu, momentarily at a loss for words. She was a newly appointed teacher with little teaching and management experience, and she didn't dare to offend even the bad students from average backgrounds. When incidents occurred in the class, she had to consult more experienced teachers. Ultimately, those teachers taught her only ways to smooth things over. This way, she wouldn't offend anyone, as students with strong family backgrounds could resolve such matters themselves, while those without such backgrounds posed no real threat to her. Students contribute shock points omitted. To gain more shock points, Lin Xiangyu continued to provoke, saying, Is it because I just slapped Zhu Genxue that you couldn't feel it directly? I could slap you directly instead. It's just a casual thing. Upon hearing this, Shun Yingai's eyes turned red instantly, and tears streamed down her face. She wiped her tears, feeling wronged, and turned to leave the classroom, her high heels clicking rapidly on the floor. Seeing this scene, the classmates, who had merely been spectators, looked at Lin Xiangyu as if he were an idol. Even the class flower, Zhang Xiaoying, widened her eyes in surprise, staring at Lin Xiangyu with disbelief. All the classmates contributed shock points wildly, and Lin Xiangyu began to draw again. Golden item card, one-time use immobilization card. Item effect, immobilizes a person. Duration determined by the opponent's physical condition, up to a maximum of 5 seconds. After drawing the card, Lin Xiangyu's gaze slowly turned to the class flower, Zhang Xiaoying. At the same time, Zhang Xiaoying was also looking at Lin Xiangyu. Their eyes met, and Zhang Xiaoying's heart skipped a beat, feeling flustered, quickly averting her gaze. Soon, her face began to flush, the redness spreading rapidly to her ears. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu thought of another way to earn points, and an impish smile involuntarily crept onto his face. He then stood up, striding deliberately toward Zhang Xiaoying, who was sitting in the front row. Zhang Xiaoying, catching sight of Lin Xiangyu approaching, felt a wave of panic. After all, Lin Xiangyu had just dared to confront the homeroom teacher. What was she compared to that? Zhang Xiaoying clenched her fists tightly, her palms sweating, unable to control her chaotic thoughts. At this moment, she constantly checked the distance between her and Lin Xiangyu with her peripheral vision, her heart racing uncontrollably. Lin Xiangyu was walking towards me. He would want me to do something in front of the whole class, would he? Chapter 8. The passionate kiss with the class beauty when Lin Xiangyu walked beside Zhang Xiaoying's seat. Zhang Xiaoying felt her heart race to the extreme due to nervousness. The frequency as fast as a massage gun. Her pretty face flushed red, and the temperature on her face increased along with the deepening color. Lin Xiangyu seemed to casually walk past Zhang Xiaoying's seat, and she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, her tense nerves slightly relaxing. However, just when she thought everything was fine, Lin Xiangyu suddenly turned around, slammed both hands heavily on her desk, leaned forward, and quickly approached her cherry lips. The students in the classroom were all dumbfounded. Today, Lin Xiangyu seemed completely transformed, no longer the soft and bullied person they knew. Everyone's gaze in the class followed Lin Xiangyu's every move, filled with confusion and curiosity, completely unable to guess what he was about to do. Lin Xiangyu's aggressive action made Zhang Xiaoying's heartbeat go out of control, the rapid pounding so loud that she could hear it herself. She was afraid that Lin Xiangyu could hear her heartbeat, which made her even more anxious. Zhang Xiaoying slightly leaned towards Lin Xiangyu, her voice trembling. With a hint of pleading, whispering in his ear, "Lin Xiangyu, can we talk after class?" Lin Xiangyu ignored her request, slowly raised his hand, and reached towards Zhang Xiaoying's face. His fingers gently touched her cheek, softly brushing away the hair that had stuck to her face due to sweat from nervousness, and slowly tucked it behind her ear. Zhang Xiaoying instinctively wanted to avoid him, but, as if possessed, merely pushed his hand away gently, then sat there dazed. Her mind blank, as if frozen in place. Lin Xiangyu's fingertips glided over Zhang Xiaoying's hot skin, making her feel a wave of tingling. Zhang Xiaoying was completely confused at this moment. She had no idea why she didn't resist and allowed Lin Xiangyu to do something so intimate in front of the entire class. Just as Zhang Xiaoying was still immersed in this sudden panic, Lin Xiangyu suddenly leaned forward and unhesitatingly kissed her soft, pink lips. The entire classroom immediately fell into a dead silence, everyone holding their breath in shock at this astonishing scene. Zhang Xiaoying's mind was a mess. What was happening? Was it because I was secretly expecting him to do something to me? This thought flashed through her mind like lightning, making her heart race even more. The reason she felt this way was that Lin Xiangyu had used a immobilization card on her. Just this explosive act of forcibly kissing Zhang Xiaoying brought Lin Xiangyu over 500 shock points, raising his total shock value to over 800 points. And it was still climbing. After all, how could it not be shocking that the class beauty, who was also the bossy one, was kissed by the class's former lowest bullied student? Once the immobilization effect wore off, Zhang Xiaoying seemed to wake from a dream, immediately covering her flushed face with her hands and hurriedly standing up, rushing towards the exit of the classroom in a panic. At this moment, the classmates, whether boys or girls, all widened their eyes, mouths agape, as if they could fit a fist inside, completely unable to believe what had just happened. The person who had always been seen as a soft persimmon, Lin Xiangyu, had boldly kissed the class beauty, and she hadn't resisted. The plot was even more exaggerated than the most absurd scenes in Korean comics. Lin Xiangyu watched Zhang Xiaoying's hurried figure leave, his eyes sparkling with a different kind of light, and he mused with interest. Her legs are long and white, TSK. The curvature is a bit lacking, but it's enough. Her back view is absolutely top-notch, if developed properly. TSK, TSK, TSK. She looks like a hunter eyeing its prey. Just as Zhang Xiaoying randomly ran to the classroom door, she bumped into Shun Ing Ai, whose face was streaked with tears, along with the director Zhao Konghao, who had come with her. The moment Lin Xiangyu's gaze met Zhao Konghao's, memories related to him surged into his mind like a tide. Zhao Konghao, in his 40s, usually presented himself as imposing in front of students, but when faced with powerful parents, he immediately turned into a sycophant, his fawning expression making one feel nauseous. Lin Xiangyu, you dare to bully a teacher? Zhao Konghao said with a stern face, his expression very serious. Come to my office. Okay, Lin Xiangyu replied nonchalantly. He then slowly removed his hand from Zheng Xiuying's desk, straightened his back, and walked towards the classroom door with steady steps. Each of his steps was filled with confidence, as if he didn't take Zhao Konghao seriously at all. As Lin Xiangyu walked, he conducted a lottery in his mind. 3 consecutive draws. Golden ability card. My eyes are a ruler. Card effect. Can see any visible object within 50 meters, along with various data about the object. Golden skill card. Passive vest tiger. Skill effect. When wearing any color of vest, combat power increases by 50. Golden technique card. One-time use master of Jeet Kune Do. Card effect. Can use some fighting techniques of Jeet Kune Do for 10 minutes. The effects of these 3 cards were more powerful than the last. After using My Eyes Are Ruler, the previously somewhat blurry time before him became incredibly clear. It was as if he had switched from a world scene through a layer of frosted glass to high-definition, uncompressed original quality. Zhao Konghao saw the slight smile at the corner of Lin Xiangyu's mouth, a half-smile that made him feel inexplicably annoyed. And he asked with an even more serious expression, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm not laughing at anything. I was born to love to laugh. Is there a problem?" Lin Xiangyu finished speaking, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth, intentionally smiling at Zhao Konghao again. The smile so mischievous that it made Zhao Konghao feel somewhat nauseated. Zhao Konghao contributed shock value, 23. Looking at Lin Xiangyu's nonchalant demeanor, Zhao Konghao couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt. Could he be the son of some powerful figure? After this thought crossed his mind, the serious expression on Zhao Konghao's face softened slightly. After all, in H country, even if he were a school director, offending a student with a background could result in dire consequences. Once they arrive at the office, Zhao Konghao pointed to the sofa. Try and make his tone sound as calm as possible. You can sit down. Lin Xiangyu did not hold back, striding over to the sofa, sitting down with a plop, crossing his legs, looking relaxed and carefree. Zhao Konghao closed the office door, sat down opposite Lin Xiangyu, cleared his throat, and said, "Tell me, why did you confront Teacher Shen?" "I didn't confront Teacher Shen. You need to have evidence when you speak, Director Zhao." Lin Xiangyu leaned forward slightly, elbows resting on the coffee table, staring directly into Zhao Konghao's eyes, and said, "Director Zhao, you can't wrongfully accuse a good person." Lin Xiangyu's gaze was firm and sharp, making Zhao Konghao feel uneasy. Looking at Lin Xiangyu's calm demeanor, Zhao Konghao became even more puzzled, secretly wondering, what background does this kid have? Because Lin Xiangyu had always been an honest student, Zhao Konghao had never seen him before. Even Lin Xiangyu's name was something he had just learned from studying AI. Without a clear understanding of Lin Xiangyu's family background, Zhao Konghao didn't dare to easily confront him. "Lin, let's do this. You first describe what happened. And I assure you, I will not favor either side," Zhao Konghai said as he got up from his sofa and sat down at his workstation, then began searching for Lin Xiangyu's file on the computer. After Lin Xiangyu briefly recounted the events, Zhao Konghai finished checking Lin Xiangyu's file. When he saw the information that Lin Xiangyu's parents were deceased, his expression instantly changed. His previously somewhat stiff posture relaxed immediately, and his walking style became more casual, revealing an air of arrogance. Zhao Konghai sat back down on the sofa, unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, loosened the collar across his legs, and his tone became more assertive. "Did you just confront Teacher Shen? Why won't you admit it? Don't you want to study anymore?" Zhao Konghai's demeanor at this moment was a stark contrast to his earlier caution. "Director Zhao, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you like," Lin Xiangyu replied leisurely, leaning back against the sofa and also crossing his legs, appearing nonchalant as he said, "Whether I confronted Teacher Shen or not is one thing, but I saw you confront Teacher Li with my own eyes." "What nonsense are you talking? When did I ever confront Teacher Li?" After hearing Lin Xiangyu's words, a hint of panic flashed across Zhao Konghai's face, but he still feigned calmness and retorted, "Director Zhao, you really have a poor memory for someone of your status. Let me help you remember." As Lin Xiangyu spoke, he stood up from the sofa, deliberately walked slowly behind it and slapped the back of the sofa hard, making a loud bang-bang sound. Then, with a slight smirk, he looked down at Zhao Konghai and said, "Just like this, do you remember anything now, Director Zhao?" Chapter 9 Good Women Shouldn't Miss Out, Bad Women Shouldn't Waste. Zhao Konghao contributes a shock value of 80. When Lin Xiangyu's words landed, Zhao Konghao felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, and beads of sweat instantly broke out on his forehead, each one seemingly a manifestation of his inner fear. He subconsciously swallowed, trembling as he stood up from the sofa, his legs heavy as if filled with lead, taking one step at a time toward the office door. His hand trembled slightly, and after a struggle, he finally reached the door lock, locking the office door from the inside. After locking the door, Zhao Konghao turned around, his face filled with a flattering smile, and quickly walked in front of Lin Xiangyu. He slightly hunched his back, resembling a begging puppy, and spoke in a tone that was almost fawning. "Classmate Lin, I sincerely apologize for wronging you just now, and I hope to earn your forgiveness." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu's mouth curled up slightly as he mockingly asked, "I'm feeling a bit like laughing now. Can I laugh?" Director Zhao? After saying this, he stared at Zhao Konghao, as if waiting for his performance. Of course, Zhao Konghao hurriedly nodded, his smile becoming even more radiant, looking worse than crying. "Laughing doesn't violate any school rules. I actually love to laugh." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately forced a laugh, which came out dry and awkward. "Ha ha ha." Lin Xiangyu looked at Zhao Konghao's ridiculous appearance and could no longer hold back, bursting into laughter. "He he he." Zhao Konghao, feeling embarrassed, forced a smile, his expression frozen on his face like a mask that he couldn't take off. As the laughter continued, Lin Xiangyu's smile suddenly vanished, replaced by a serious expression, reminiscent of Zhao Konghao's earlier sternness at the classroom door, and he said, "Director Zhao, I actually prefer your previous rebellious demeanor. If there's nothing else, I'll return to class. After all, I'm a good student who loves learning." "All right, classmate Lin, I'm truly sorry for taking up your class time," Zhao Konghao said with a face full of humility, as if he were the one who made the mistake. If other students saw Zhao Konghao like this, they would surely be shocked. Lin Xiangyu realized he couldn't gain much shock value from Zhao Konghao and lost interest in continuing the interaction. In Lin Xiangyu's view, it would be better to return to the classroom and think of ways to increase Zhang Xiuying's favor towards him. Zhao Konghao slightly hunched over, like a humble servant, walking ahead of Lin Xiangyu. Just as he was about to unlock the office door, Zhao Konghao suddenly paused. Then he turned his head, a flattering smile plastered on his face, looking at Lin Xiangyu beside him. Lin Xiangyu frowned at his expression, impatiently asking, "What? Do you have something else to say?" No. Zhao Konghao quickly waved his hand, his smile becoming even brighter, saying, "Classmate Lin, I just wanted to ask if you recorded any videos or took any pictures at that time." His voice was lowered, as if afraid others might hear him through the wall. Upon hearing Zhao Konghao's words, Lin Xiangyu's expression turned cold, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. And he replied harshly, "Director Zhao, this is the last time I'll say this. I don't want to hear you bring this up again in the future." That incident was something Lin Xiangyu had seen in the original owner's memory. The original owner had just taken a glance through the door crack and ran away, so there were no videos or pictures. However, Zhao Konghao clearly didn't know this. He was intimidated by Lin Xiangyu's aura and quickly unlocked the door. He didn't bring up the earlier matter again and merely watched Lin Xiangyu leave his office. His eyes were filled with reluctance and resentment, but he dared not show it, only silently grinding his teeth in frustration. As Lin Xiangyu walked into the corridor, recalling Zhao Konghao's appearance just now, he couldn't help but smile. Meanwhile, Zhao Konghao was sitting on the sofa, furiously typing a message to someone on his phone. His fingers danced quickly across the screen, each word seeming to vent his anger. After sending the message, a fierce glint flashed in Zhao Konghao's eyes, and then he grinned. Yes, that's right. He had called Teacher Li over via text. He wanted to vent the grievances he suffered from Lin Xiangyu onto Teacher Li. When Lin Xiangyu returned to the classroom, the door was closed, and the sound of Shun Ing AI teaching was coming from inside, indicating that class had already begun. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Xiangyu raised his hand and knocked on the classroom door. Shun Ing AI, who was teaching the students, furrowed her brows slightly upon hearing the knock, and paused her lecture temporarily. Then, she walked in high heels to the classroom door to open it. When she opened the door and saw Lin Xiangyu standing there with a smile, her expression immediately turned sour, her brows knitting tightly, filled with surprise and doubt. When Lin Xiangyu's gaze fell on Shun Ing Ai, her data instantly appeared before his eyes. Shun Ing Ai, 23 years old, height 172 centimeters, B 80 cm, W 58 cm, H 86 cm. It's up. Shun Ing Ai stepped out of the classroom, closed the door behind her, and asked incredulously, "How come you're back?" Her voice carried a hint of surprise and anger, seemingly questioning how Lin Xiangyu could return so easily. Just a moment ago, Director Zhao clearly told her that he would call Lin Xiangyu's parents and indicated that he would seriously deal with Lin Xiangyu, even possibly expelling him. But now, Lin Xiangyu had returned so quickly, and he even wore a smile, which left Shun Ing Ai feeling extremely shocked and puzzled. "It's class time. If I don't return to the classroom, where else would I go?" Lin Xiangyu said, looking into Shun Ing Ai's eyes, smiling mischievously and asking, "Teacher Shun?" His gaze was full of provocation, as if he were showing off to Shun Ing Ai. Shun Ing Ai didn't dare to meet Lin Xiangyu's gaze, her eyes darting away. And she said with a trembling voice, "Does Director Zhao know you're back to class?" "Of course. It was Director Zhao who asked me to come back to class," Lin Xiangyu replied. "If you don't believe me, I can go get Director Zhao." After saying this, Lin Xiangyu immediately pretended to head to Zhao Konghao's office. Seeing this, Shun Ing Ai hurriedly quickened her pace to catch up with Lin Xiangyu, grabbing his hand and saying, "There's no need to trouble Director Zhao. I believe you. Lin Xiangyu, just go back to class." Her voice carried a hint of pleading, clearly afraid that Lin Xiangyu seeking out Zhao Konghao would bring her trouble. Shun Ing Ai was afraid that Zhao Konghao would be displeased. She valued this job greatly and usually didn't dare offend students. So how could she dare to offend the dean? Lin Xiangyu turned around to face the panicked Shun Ing Ai, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up into a mischievous smile. He then gently squeezed Shun Ing Ai's delicate hand, his actions ambiguous and bold. Shun Ing Ai was also a beauty. Aside from Zheng Xiuying, no one in the class could compare to her looks. Her figure was more mature than Zheng Xiuying's, and she sometimes wore glasses, making her look simply exquisite. With Lin Xiangyu's actions, Shun Ing Ai's face instantly flushed, the redness quickly spreading to her ears. But now they were too close to the classroom, and she worried that talking to Lin Xiangyu here would be overheard by the students. If those people gossiped randomly about it at school, it would have a negative impact on her. Thus, she decided to silently swallow this humiliation, pretending nothing had happened, and returned to the classroom to teach. Subsequently, she walked towards the classroom in her high heels. The beautiful legs and black sheer stockings rubbed against each other as they walked, the high heels making a clicking sound on the ground that was filled with temptation. Lin Xiangyu watched this incredibly alluring scene from behind and couldn't help but swallow. Lin Xiangyu's current moral code is, don't miss out on good women, don't waste bad women. Just go for it. As long as the looks and figure meet the standards, they are all within his hunting range. Even if the range expands to the entire school, or even all of H country, Lin Xiangyu wouldn't mind. For Lin Xiangyu, the allure of Shun Ing Ai is even higher than that of Zheng Xiuying. Just thinking about what was about to happen between him and Shun Ing Ai made him feel incredibly excited. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiangyu quickly pursued her. Hearing the hurried footsteps behind her, Shun Ing Ai instinctively turned to look back, her eyes filled with fear and unease. Chapter 10. What are you doing? I am your teacher. Just as Shun Ing Ai's body turned around, Lin Xiangyu's eyes flashed with a fiery light. He suddenly reached out, accurately grabbing her arm, and with an irresistible force, pressed her against the wall of the corridor. This sudden move made Shun Ing Ai's face instantly flush red, the blush spreading like a burning flame across her entire face. A mix of worry, shyness, and shame surged in her heart, creating a strange feeling that made her heart race. The sound of her rapid heartbeat particularly clear in the quiet corridor. After being pinned against the wall, Shun Ing Ai instinctively struggled, trying to free her arm from Lin Xiangyu's grip. Her slender, delicate arm seemed pale and powerless in Lin Xiangyu's strong hands. Her struggles were like a trapped beast fighting in vain. Each act of resistance was easily suppressed by Lin Xiangyu. Realizing she couldn't break free, Shan Ying'ai lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Xiangyu. Her face flushed as she spoke in a voice as tiny as a mosquito's, trembling slightly. Lin Xiangyu, what are you doing? I'm your teacher. Her voice was filled with helplessness and pleading, as if she were begging Lin Xiangyu for mercy. Upon hearing Shan Ying'ai's faint voice, Lin Xiangyu felt a sense of secret satisfaction. He keenly sensed that the real reason Shan Ying'ai had stopped resisting was her fear of being heard by their classmates in the classroom. He then leaned in closer, his warm breath brushing against her neck as he whispered, "Teacher Shun, I advise you to keep your voice down, or the classmates will hear us. Don't you think so?" His voice was deep and magnetic, yet carried a hint of threat, like a whisper from a demon, causing Shan Ying'ai to shiver involuntarily. At this moment, Lin Xiangyu used his points to draw a prize again, and the pointer on the prize will spun rapidly. As the pointer stopped, a golden card appeared in his mind. Golden item card, one-time use kiss card. Card effect. After using on any opposite sex, when kissing the other party, they will not resist. Duration, 10 seconds. Upon seeing the card's effect, Lin Xiangyu's eyes lit up with excitement and greed. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately used the kiss card on Shan Ying'ai. Card use successful. Countdown initiated. Please pay attention to the time. After seeing the countdown of the card, Lin Xiangyu could no longer suppress his desires. His gaze became fiery and wild as he directly kissed Shan Ying'ai's soft lips. The moment Shan Ying'ai's lips were touched by Lin Xiangyu's, her body was completely unable to resist, and she even involuntarily cooperated, leaving her stunned. Shan Ying'ai didn't understand what was happening. Clearly, she wanted to push Lin Xiangyu away with all her strength, yet her body was actively cooperating with his actions. Her eyes widened in shock and disbelief. In that instant, her mind went blank, all rationality and thought vanished, leaving only endless shame and panic. During the 10 seconds of kissing Lin Xiangyu, Shan Ying'ai's mind ran wild with conflicting emotions. She felt anger at Lin Xiangyu's boldness and rudeness. She also felt shame for not resisting in such a situation and even cooperating with Lin Xiangyu. More than that, she felt confused about why her body would respond to Lin Xiangyu's kiss with such inexplicable feelings. Lin Xiangyu was surprised to find that after the card's countdown ended, Shan Ying'ai still did not push him away, allowing him to kiss her freely, which filled him with joy. However, just as Lin Xiangyu was thinking this, Shan Ying'ai pushed him away. Although her strength was not great, it was enough to separate them. "Lin Xiangyu, you've gone too far. How dare you do this to your teacher? I will call your guardian right now," Shan Ying'ai said firmly, her voice filled with anger and authority, trying to regain her dignity and authority. Upon hearing Shan Ying'ai's words, Lin Xiangyu's heart tightened slightly. He immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. He didn't want Min Aijing to know what he had just done to Shan Ying'ai, as it was indeed a bit excessive. Various coping methods flashed through his mind, and he ultimately decided to stabilize Shan Ying'ai first. While talking to Shan Ying'ai, Lin Xiangyu continued using points to draw prizes, hoping to see if he could draw a card that could resolve the current issue. This time, his luck was off the charts. He didn't know what kind of good fortune he had, but he drew 2 platinum cards out of 4. Platinum item card, one-time use eraser in the mind. Card effect, can specify to delete any target's memory about certain matters in their mind. Limited to 1 matter. Platinum skill card, charged punch. Card effect, after charging, can deliver an attack exceeding one's own strength. The longer the charge time, the greater the power. Maximum duration, 5 seconds. Maximum power, 1. 5 times one's limit. Golden skill card, passive athletic boy. Card effect, when wearing sports shoes, movement speed increases by 50. Golden item card, one-time use muscle relaxation. Card effect, after using on any opposite sex to help them relax their muscles, they will not resist. Duration, 5 seconds. The eraser in the mind card could perfectly resolve the current situation. However, this card was too powerful. In a one-on-one situation, no matter what happened, it could be used to erase the consequences. It was simply a divine card. Lin Xiangyu didn't intend to waste this card on such a trivial matter, as he guessed that Shan Ying'ai would not dare to escalate things. Lin Xiangyu, come with me to the teacher, shunning I said, turning to walk toward the stairs. Her steps were hurried and flustered, as if she wanted to escape this shameful place as quickly as possible. All right, teacher Shun. Lin Xiangyu followed behind Shining Ai, a barely noticeable smile on his face. His eyes sparkled with confidence and anticipation, as if he was looking forward to an even more exciting performance. The two walked together towards the stairwell. When they had distanced themselves from the classroom and reached the stairs, Shining Ai stopped and turned around. At this moment, she had regained her calm expression, but her eyes still revealed a hint of panic and unease. In a softened tone, she asked Xiangyu, "Why did you do that to your teacher just now?" Upon hearing Shining Ai's tone, Lin Xiangyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Shining Ai wouldn't call Min Aijing over, and now he just needed to adopt a certain attitude. However, Lin Xiangyu didn't want to let this opportunity slip away so easily. Relying on the item card he had that could resolve the matter, he decided to take it a step further. "Teacher, are you talking about what happened when we kissed just now?" Lin Xiangyu feigned confusion, wearing an innocent expression as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him. Hearing Lin Xiangyu's words, Shining Ai's face instantly turned red to her neck, the blush resembling a ripe tomato, as if tomato juice were about to spill out. She had never expected a student like Lin Xiangyu would dare to speak to her, a teacher, in such a way. Shining Ai contributes 31 shock points. Just when Shining Ai didn't know how to respond, Lin Xiangyu suddenly became sincere, his eyes revealing a hint of deep affection and guilt. He said, "Teacher Shun, I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't have kissed you, but you were just too charming. That stunning face and alluring body made me lose my rationality." Lin Xiangyu's voice was deep and heartfelt, and combined with a sincere expression, it seemed almost genuine. Shining Ai looked at the earnest expression on Lin Xiangyu's face, and coupled with her impression of a shy demeanor when talking to her in the past, she surprisingly believed his words. A complex emotion surged in her heart, filled with both anger and dissatisfaction towards Lin Xiangyu, as well as a hint of inexplicable touch and shyness. She tucked a loose strand of hair that had fallen on her face behind her ear, an unintentional gesture that was full of feminine grace and bashfulness. After doing this, she blushed and said, "Xiangyu, although you are already an adult and I cannot interfere with who you like, I am your teacher, and you cannot have such thoughts about me. You should direct those feelings towards girls your own age." Her voice was gentle and tactful, as if persuading a child who didn't understand. "Teacher Shun, in my eyes, those young girls can't compare to you at all. You exude a unique charm in everything you do," Lin Xiangyu said, then cupped Shining Ai's face with both hands. His hands trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with burning desire, as if he wanted to completely devour Shining Ai. With the eraser in my mind as a safety net, Lin Xiangyu felt free to do anything bold with Shining Ai in a one-on-one situation. His actions made Shining Ai's face feel unbearably hot, as if she had a fever. Shining Ai's eyes were filled with panic and shyness, wanting to break free from Lin Xiangyu's hands, yet feeling an inexplicable sense of powerlessness. Chapter 11. Xin Young-Ai. Xin Young-Ai has been trapped in the quagmire of life since childhood, from the time she can remember. She has lived with her parents in a dark, damp semi-basement. The cramped space, dim lighting, and the persistent smell of mold formed the entirety of her childhood and adolescent environment. The occasional noise from the residents above served as a constant reminder of her constrained and oppressive life. This harsh environment was like a heavy mountain pressing down on Xin Young-Ai's heart, but it also planted a seed of desire for escape deep within her. From that moment on, she vowed to break free from this life and pursue a completely different future. Upon entering school, Xin Young-Ai became like a lonely warrior, studying relentlessly. In H country, where the college entrance examination is seen as a turning point in destiny, it is widely recognized as the most terrifying and brutal exam in the world. Students seem to be in a war without gunpowder, with only 3 or 4 hours of sleep a night being the norm. From elementary school onwards, they have to rely on copious amounts of coffee to stay alert, just to avoid being eliminated in this fierce competition. In H country, the saying 4 hours of sleep, 5 hours of downfall hangs over the students like the sword of Damocles, constantly warning them Sleeping less than 4 hours a day is their only chance of entering university. If they sleep for 5 hours, they're very likely to be rejected by colleges. In order to keep up with others, Lin Xiangyu challenged her physical and mental limits every day. Countless days and nights, she buried herself in mountains of books, her eyes bloodshot, her body exhausted. But the desire for a better future never allowed her to waver. Fortunately, fate ultimately rewarded her efforts, and she successfully entered a decent normal university. In college, she maintained her determination, and through relentless hard work, she smoothly became a teacher at that very school after graduation, thus beginning a new chapter in her life. For many years, Lin Xiangyu harbored a strong resistance against her past life and a longing for the future. This obsession meant she had never had any deep contact with the opposite sex during her school years. Whenever a boy tried to approach her, she would shy away like a startled deer. Over time, her understanding of romantic relationships between men and women became almost blank, leaving her with no experience at all. Because of this, Lin Xiangyu's seemingly affectionate words struck her like pebbles thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples in her heart and causing her to feel flustered and at a loss. At the moment Lin Xiangyu leaned in to kiss Lin Xiangyu, she suddenly came to her senses and pushed him away forcefully. Her chest heaved with sharp breaths, her face serious, and she urgently said, "What just happened can be forgotten, but you must never do that to me again. If anyone sees this, how are we supposed to continue at school?" Her voice trembled slightly, reflecting both the fear of their recent intimacy and the worry of potential exposure in the future. "Teacher, I don't care. Nothing is more important to me than you," Lin Xiangyu said earnestly, though a hint of slyness flashed in his eyes as he spoke the lie. He knew he couldn't reveal that he only wanted to play around at a moment like this. After all, sometimes lies are like a gentle veil that can cover up harsh truths, and the truth is often the sharpest blade that hurts the most. "But I care. You don't know how important this job is to me," Lin Xiangyu replied, her emotions rising, her voice unconsciously getting louder. Her eyes revealed deep anxiety. This job was the culmination of her years of effort, her support for escaping her past life, and she could never afford to lose it because of such an incident. "Teacher, as long as you let me comfort you just this once, I promise I won't do anything that makes you feel uncomfortable at school again," Lin Xiangyu said, his eyes sparkling with expectation, boldly pressing on. Lin Xiangyu contributed a shock value of 68. Lin Xiangyu was taken aback. She never expected Lin Xiangyu would make such an outrageous request. Holding the eraser in my mind card tightly in his hand, he felt emboldened and fearless. After hearing Lin Xiangyu's words, Lin Xiangyu bit her lower lip tightly, leaving faint marks on her pink lips. Her eyes were filled with conflict and struggle, torn between morality and reality. After a long pause, it seemed she finally made up her mind, gently nodding her head. The blush on her face quickly spreading to her ears, her voice as small as a whisper. "Just this once. I hope you keep your word and comfort me." Her voice carried endless shyness and helplessness, as if she were trying to redeem herself. Upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's response, Lin Xiangyu felt a thrill of excitement coursing through him, his body trembling slightly as he swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. Then, he slowly reached out his hand to comfort the still shocked Lin Xiangyu. Chapter 12 After Class. "Come to my office. Is that okay?" Lin Xiangyu asked softly. Her face was already so red it seemed like it could bleed, and seeing that Lin Xiangyu didn't respond, she said with a hint of undeniable grievance in her voice, "Xiangyu, let's hurry back to the classroom, so our classmates won't think too much." At this moment, she just wanted to escape from Lin Xiangyu's clutches, leave this incredibly embarrassing place, and return to the classroom. "All right, Teacher Shun," Lin Xiangyu said with satisfaction. For him, the progress made today had greatly exceeded expectations. As long as things continued to develop at this pace, Lin Xiangyu would eventually come to him. The classroom door slowly opened, and Lin Xiangyu and Lin Xiangyu walked in one after the other. Lin Xiangyu lowered her head, hurriedly walking, trying to cover her still flushed cheeks with her hair. Lin Xiangyu, on the other hand, wore a smile on his face, a hint of pride in it, as if announcing his victory to the classmates in the classroom. Seeing Lin Xiangyu like this, a slight commotion broke out in the classroom, and and the classmates collectively contributed a wave of shock value to him. After Lin Xiangyu entered the classroom, his eyes instinctively glanced at Zheng Xiaoying. Their gazes met in the air, and Zheng Xiaoying's face instantly turned bright red. Like a ripe persimmon, she hurriedly lowered her head, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, revealing her inner tension and unease. Even so, she couldn't help but steal glances at Lin Xiangyu's every move, afraid that he would suddenly ask her to fulfill her promise. After Lin Xiangyu returned to his seat, Shunning Ai took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down, and continued the lesson. All right, let's continue with the class. However, her voice still trembled slightly, and her thoughts occasionally drifted back to what had just happened in the hallway. This class was taught in a fragmented manner, completely lacking her usual composure and confidence. For Lin Xiangyu, the class time felt incredibly long and boring. He sat in his seat, bored, and began to carefully devise his strategy in his mind based on the abilities of the existing cards, his eyes glinting with calculations. His gaze fell on Zheng Xiaoying again, activating My Eyes Are Ruler. Zheng Xiaoying, 18 years old, height 166 centimeters, B 84 cm, 59 cm, H 86 cm, D cup. At the moment Lin Xiangyu used his skill on Zheng Xiaoying, she seemed to sense something and suddenly felt as if she was being closely watched. She instinctively turned to look at Lin Xiangyu, and as soon as their eyes met, she turned back as if electrocuted, her face flushing again and her heartbeat quickening. Lin Xiangyu was already somewhat handsome, and if judged solely on looks, he could be considered the most attractive in the class. However, the original personality was insecure, often dodging eye contact and appearing timid. These negative traits made him seem somewhat lewd, overshadowing his handsomeness to a degree. As the saying goes, handsomeness is a feeling, and the influence of temperament on appearance should not be underestimated. This can be seen from the significant changes in celebrities before and after their debut. Even those who have not undergone plastic surgery will look like different people due to changes in temperament. Today, when Zheng Xiaoying saw Lin Xiangyu for the first time, she keenly noticed he was completely different from before, as if he had undergone a transformation overnight, becoming even more handsome. When she saw Lin Xiangyu beating Gu Ganxue and his little brothers to a pulp, she couldn't help but develop a sense of curiosity and interest towards this boy she once regarded as weak. During this class, her gaze would unconsciously drift toward Lin Xiangyu, secretly observing his every move. Shunning Ai was the same. She couldn't concentrate at all, her mind uncontrollably recalling what had just happened in the hallway. It was the craziest and most difficult to speak of thing she had ever experienced in her 23 years of life. Her heart was filled with contradictions and struggles. On one hand, she felt anger and shame at Lin Xiangyu's actions, while on the other hand, she was curious and confused about this never-before-experienced emotional experience. After much contemplation, Shunning Ai picked up her phone, her fingers trembling slightly, and added Lin Xiangyu on Kakao in the class group chat. Kakao has a status in each country equivalent to domestic WeChat. When Lin Xiangyu saw Shunning Ai actively adding him as a friend, he was overjoyed, his eyes shining with excitement, and he immediately accepted the friend request without hesitation. After Shunning Ai added him as a friend, she hesitated for a moment and sent a message to Lin Xiangyu. Xiangyu, come to my office after class. Upon seeing this message, Lin Xiangyu's heart raced, as if it were about to burst from his chest. A smile that was hard to suppress appeared on his face. In his view, this might be a sign that something good was about to happen. Even if it wasn't, it at least indicated that Shunning Ai's attitude toward him had changed somewhat, no longer as resolutely resistant as before. When the class bell rang, the crisp sound broke the dullness in the classroom. Shunning Ai instinctively glanced at Lin Xiangyu. Her eyes filled with complex emotions. Then she hurriedly left the classroom in her high heels, her posture slightly flustered. Lin Xiangyu was just about to follow her out when he was aggressively stopped by Gu Ganxue and his three little brothers. After a class break, Gu Ganxue had recovered some of his spirit. As the once unchallenged leader of the class, he knew very well that if he let Lin Xiangyu go so easily, he would completely lose his deterrent power in this class. Moreover, if news of him getting beaten by Lin Xiangyu spread, He wouldn't be able to mix in at school anymore. He would become a laughingstock wherever he went. To maintain his dominant position in school and regain his face, Gu Ginshua gritted his teeth, his eyes glinting with fierceness, and he silently vowed to teach Lin Xiangyu a lesson, making him understand the consequences of offending him. Chapter 13. Communicating in Xin Yangyi's office. Leave me alone. Get out of here. Lin Xiangyu was focused on rushing to Xin Yangyi's office, completely uninterested in the four defeated subordinates in front of him. After all, he wasn't in school to fight for the position of class leader. There were more important matters awaiting him, including Zheng Xiuying. The classmates who were originally about to leave the classroom all stopped in their tracks, turning their attention to Lin Xiangyu and Zhu Junsu. Lin Xiangyu, don't get too cocky. You only caught me off guard with a sneak attack. Do you really think you're something special? Zhu Junsu, the former class leader, valued his pride above all else and couldn't afford to lose face in front of his classmates. Lin Xiangyu frowned, his expression displeased as he coldly said, "Well, I haven't made my move yet. You guys should get lost while you can. Otherwise, don't blame me for making you leave horizontally. I want to see who the hell will end up leaving horizontally." Zhu Junsu, furious and embarrassed, clenched his fist and swung it toward Lin Xiangyu's face with a whoosh of wind. However, Lin Xiangyu would not sit idly by. Before Zhu Junsu's punch could reach him, he struck first with a precise jab that landed squarely on Zhu Junsu's eye socket. Lin Xiangyu understood that there was no point in communicating with someone like Zhu Junsu. Once a fight started, there was no holding back. He quickly feinted with his right foot and moved like a ghost. As Zhu Junsu was busy defending, Lin Xiangyu's left hand launched a series of rapid jabs toward Zhu Junsu's face. Although each jab alone didn't pack a huge punch, the relentless barrage was difficult to withstand. After several punches, Zhu Junsu saw stars, instinctively covering his head and shouting, "Hey, you guys watching, get in here and help me. Yugeunsuas Underlings." Terrified after the morning's events, were hesitant to disobey his command, but had no choice but to rush in. Meanwhile, as Lin Xiangyu continued his left-hand jabs, his right hand was silently building strength. When three of Zhu Junsu's lackeys charged at him, he locked on a Jin Zhangil and unleashed a powerful right hook aimed at Jin Zhangil's chin. Lin Xiangyu despised Jin Zhangil even more than the other two, given Jin's previous despicable actions. Although he hadn't fought much before, he enjoyed watching clips of professional fighters and even studied how they dealt with street thugs. Therefore, he was familiar with key spots that could easily take someone down, and the chin was one of them. Charging punch. This charge punch was incredibly powerful, sending Jin Zhangil flying backward, landing flat on the ground like a dead fish, instantly motionless, as if he had fallen asleep. Seeing the overweight Jin Zhangil taken down by a single punch, the remaining two lackeys turned pale and ran away without a second thought. At that moment, they couldn't care less about their leader's orders. Saving their own skins was the top priority. Watching Lin Xiangyu step closer, Zhu Junsu's heart filled with fear, and he instinctively backed away. Despite being terrified, his former pride as the class leader prevented him from fleeing outright. When Lin Xiangyu reached him, Zhu Junsu shut his eyes tight and hugged his head, bracing himself for a beating. However, the next second, Lin Xiangyu simply placed his hand on Zhu Junsu's head and gave him a hard shove. Zhu Junsu stumbled and fell onto an empty seat nearby. Then, without even glancing back, Lin Xiangyu walked past him. After waiting for a long time without a blow landing, Zhu Junsu opened his eyes in confusion, only to realize that Lin Xiangyu had already disappeared. He sat there in a daze, his eyes vacant, not knowing what was going through his mind. At that moment, Lin Xiangyu hurriedly arrived at Xin Yangyi's office. He didn't want to waste even a second on Zhu Junsu. After all, he had important matters to attend to. Seeing Lin Xiangyu enter her office, Xin Yangyi's expression turned tense as she immediately lowered her voice, saying, "Close the door." Lin Xiangyu understood and quickly shut the office door, not wanting anyone else to see this. After closing the door, Lin Xiangyu took a few steps toward Xin Yangyi, leaning on her desk and looking directly at her. Under Lin Xiangyu's intense gaze, Xin Yangyi felt like a shy girl, her face flushing, her eyes starting to dart away, and her head instinctively lowering. Seeing Xin Yangyi silent and looking down, Lin Xiangyu asked, "Miss Shin, you call me here for something, right?" Shin Young-ae took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, and slowly said, "Xiangyu, tell me the truth. Do you really like me?" "Of course I do." Lin Xiangyu answered without hesitation, his tone firm as if it were the most indisputable thing in the world. Upon hearing his response, Shin Young-ae pondered for a moment and said seriously, "Xiangyu, I want to ask you to keep this feeling to yourself, okay?" "Why?" Lin Xiangyu asked with a puzzled expression. Shin Young-ae explained helplessly, "Because this job is extremely important to me, and I can't afford to lose it. So, Xiangyu, please don't waste your feelings on me." "I'm sorry, Miss Shin, but I really can't do that." Lin Xiangyu's expression turned forlorn as he said passionately, "I can't control my emotions. I can only try my best not to disturb you." Seeing Lin Xiangyu's desolate expression, a twinge of guilt arose in Shin Young-ae's heart. Noticing the guilt on her face, Lin Xiangyu sensed an opportunity and pressed on, "Miss Shin, do you really not have any feelings for me at all?" Shin Young-ae's face reddened even more, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I think I might have a little bit of a good feeling for you." "Is that so?" Lin Xiangyu pretended to be very surprised and said, "That's great." With that, a joyful smile broke out on his face. Looking at Lin Xiangyu's radiant smile, Shin Young-ae found it hard to bring herself to say any more cold-hearted words. Sensing the moment was right, Lin Xiangyu quickly seized the opportunity, continuing, "Miss Shin, I know you have many troubles at school. What if we met outside of school, in a place where no one knows us? How would you feel?" Upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's words, Shin Young-ae fell into deep thought. It was clear she was seriously considering the proposal he had just put forth. Lin Xiangyu understood that such matters couldn't be rushed, so he said, "Miss Shin, I'll head back to class now. Take your time to think about it. There's no need to rush into a decision." With that, without waiting for Shin Young-ae to respond, he directly unlocked the office door and walked out. After Lin Xiangyu left, Shin Young-ae's cheeks flushed as she leaned on her desk. She knew rationally that she should reject Lin Xiangyu, but her heart was immensely enjoying the feeling of blushing and racing heartbeats. After all, this was a marvelous experience she had never had in her 23 years of mundane life. Just as Lin Xiangyu walked out of Shiningai's office, he happened to be seen by Zheng Xiaoying, who was coming out of the restroom. Zheng Xiaoying looked at Lin Xiangyu's back, her face showing a hint of surprise. Because just after class, she clearly didn't hear Shiningai call Lin Xiangyu to her office. So why did Lin Xiangyu come out of Shiningai's office? What was he doing there? Zheng Xiaoying couldn't help but feel curious, and her eyes revealed a hint of inquisitiveness. Lin Xiangyu keenly sensed that someone was watching him and immediately turned around to look back. Chapter 14, exciting news. At the moment Lin Xiangyu turned around, Zheng Xiaoying hurriedly hid behind the wall at the staircase. Her breathing was rapid and chaotic, her heart pounding as if it would burst from her chest and leap out of her throat. She didn't understand why she was hiding in such a panic. She only knew that the moment Lin Xiangyu turned, an inexplicable feeling of nervousness and shyness made her instinctively take such action. Lin Xiangyu frowned in confusion, scanning the surroundings with sharp eyes. Seeing that no one was watching him, he straightened his clothes and walked steadily toward the classroom. After Lin Xiangyu left, Zheng Xiaoying thoughtfully looked toward the door of Shiningai's office. At that moment, the classroom was buzzing with excitement as if it had exploded. Students clustered in groups, discussing the thrilling battle that had taken place that morning. Lin Xiangyu was incredible today. He single-handedly took on 4 others and achieved a complete victory. One boy, flushed with excitement, animatedly gestured as if he were the valiant hero. "I've always said, don't mess with honest people. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. And if a tiger doesn't show its might, it doesn't mean it's a sick cat." Another student chimed in, his eyes filled with admiration for Lin Xiangyu. "I'm telling you, Lin Xiangyu and I are cut from the same cloth. Don't be fooled by my usually good temper. If you push me to the edge, I can be even fiercer than him." A sturdy boy patted his chest confidently, his face brimming with pride. "I've never liked that guy, Zhu Genxue. Even if Lin Xiangyu didn't deal with him today, he wouldn't last long. Who knows, maybe one day, I'll take justice into my own hands and teach him a lesson." Another classmate raised his fist, indignantly declaring. Just then, A girl suddenly sneered, mercilessly exposing him. Stop bragging. We've been classmates since childhood, and when my boyfriend used to beat you, where was your fierceness? As soon as she spoke, the classroom erupted in laughter. The boy's face turned crimson, like a ripe tomato, as if he could bleed from embarrassment. Enraged, he retorted, "How dare you say that? You think I forgot? You were beaten by your boyfriend too. How many boys in our old school Haven T had a turn with you? I don't want to bring up your past, but you started it. As for your ex-boyfriends, they just treated you as a free plaything." The girl shot back, not backing down. Her voice sharp as a knife cutting through the night. "So what? At least someone is willing to be with me, which is better than you. You can only lock your door at night and fantasize about which girl would like you." She crossed her arms, looking disdainful. "Don't look at me like that. Even if I were to be single for life, I would never touch you. I'm not that desperate." The boy scoffed, wrinkling his nose in disgust, as if the girl before him was something repulsive. "You think I do want you? Even if you beg me on your knees, I wouldn't spare you a glance." The girl shot back without hesitation. As the two continued to argue fiercely, the classroom door was gently pushed open, and Lin Xiangyu walked in with a calm stride. The once noisy classroom fell silent instantly, as if a pin dropping could be heard clearly. Everyone's gaze was drawn to Lin Xiangyu like a magnet, filled with both awe and curiosity. Only the girl who had been talking was still going on, completely oblivious to the change in atmosphere. She had her back to the classroom door and didn't see Lin Xiangyu enter. "Stop bragging. Did you forget last Sunday, in the middle of the night, when I called you out? I know your little schemes." The girl continued, becoming more animated, a mocking smile on her face. "If I had gone with you that day, even if I asked you to lick my feet, you wouldn't refuse." Her voice was particularly jarring in the quiet classroom. The boy kept signaling her with his eyes, filled with urgency and warning, urging her to shut up. But the girl was caught up in her excitement, completely unaware of his hints, and laughed proudly after finishing her sentence. However, when she looked around and saw the awkward expressions on her classmates' faces and the eerie silence, she suddenly realized something was off. Her heart dropped, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. She quickly turned her head and met Lin Xiangyu's gaze. The girl's smile froze on her face. Like a still image, her mouth agape but unable to make a sound. Her face turned pale as if all the blood had drained out of it. It was clear that after today's incident, the classmates had implicitly acknowledged Lin Xiangyu as the new leader of the class. However, Lin Xiangyu didn't care at all. He simply shook his head slightly and walked straight to his seat, as if everything around him was irrelevant. For Lin Xiangyu, the title of class leader was far less attractive than beautiful girls. In his mind, conquering one gorgeous girl after another was the greatest pleasure in life. As for the position of class leader, whoever wanted it could take it. He wasn't interested. Not long after Lin Xiangyu sat down, Zhang Xiaoying entered the classroom with a light step. Her appearance was like a breath of fresh air, instantly attracting many students' attention, including Lin Xiangyu's. When Zhang Xiaoying noticed Lin Xiangyu looking at her, her cheeks flushed and her eyes carried a hint of shyness and nervousness. She was afraid to meet Lin Xiangyu's gaze, so she kept her eyes on the ground, carefully walking to her seat. Her heart continued to race, and the scene at the staircase kept replaying in her mind, that nervous yet expectant feeling making her cheeks even hotter. Soon after, Zhu Genxue and his two minions limped into the classroom. They had just returned from the infirmary. Zhu Genxue's fingers were bandaged thickly after Lin Xiangyu had broken them, and his face was full of pain and resentment. After this painful lesson, the three of them had completely sobered up. Their eyes no longer held the previous arrogance and dominance. They kept their heads down, not daring to look at Lin Xiangyu, and returned to their seats like three defeated roosters. As for Jin Zhongshi, he was still lying in the infirmary, grimacing in pain, and would definitely not return for this class. In the following lessons, Zhang Xiaoying couldn't help but sneak glances at Lin Xiangyu. Whenever Lin Xiangyu's gaze shifted even slightly, she would quickly lower her head like a startled bird, pretending to listen attentively. But her mind was nowhere near the class. All she could think about was Lin Xiangyu, seeing her earlier. Finally, the school bell rang. Students began to pack their bags and leave the classroom one after another. And Lin Xiangyu stood up, ready to go home. At that moment, his phone suddenly vibrated, receiving a message. After reading the content of the message, Lin Xiangyu smiled, his lips curling into a grin. Chapter 15. Sneaking into the room, Pei Yilin. Lin Xiangyu, hurry home. I can't wait to play with you. As Lin Xiangyu's gaze swept across the phone screen, his heart inexplicably raced. A sense of excitement surged within him, and he quickly left the classroom. Zhang Xiaoying had been secretly observing Lin Xiangyu's every move, originally planning to talk to him alone about the photos after school. But unexpectedly, Lin Xiangyu darted out of the classroom like a cheetah drawn to its prey as soon as school ended. Remembering how flustered and shy Xin Ying'ai had looked during her previous visit to the office, Zhang Xiaoying's curiosity was piqued, and an impulse surged within her. She bit her lower lip and hurriedly chased after him. When Zhang Xiaoying reached the classroom door, she happened to see Lin Xiangyu's back as he ran down the stairs alone. For some reason, she did not continue to pursue him, but instead stopped. Her gaze lingering for a moment in the direction Lin Xiangyu had disappeared before turning to walk towards the other side of the corridor. As she passed by Xin Ying'ai's office door, she instinctively slowed her pace and casually glanced inside. Seeing Xin Ying'ai still sitting at her desk, focused on grading assignments, she inexplicably felt a sense of relief. However, at the same time, her curiosity grew wildly, and she couldn't help but wonder, what could Lin Xiangyu be in such a hurry for? When Lin Xiangyu returned home, warm light and familiar scents enveloped him. Jean Mimi was busy in the kitchen, wearing an apron, her posture elegant, like a virtuous housewife, chatting and laughing with Min and Jing as they prepared dinner. Han Yojin was lazily sitting on the sofa, her fingers quickly swiping across her phone screen, occasionally letting out soft giggles. Min and Jing was the first to notice Lin Xiangyu's return. She paused her chopping, her face beaming with a gentle smile, and greeted him. Xiangyu's back. How was your day? Lin Xiangyu responded with a bright smile, politely replying, I had a very happy day, and Jing. Then he greeted Jean Mimi and Han Yojin respectively. Jean Mimi turned around, still holding a spatula, her face adorned with a gentle smile as she softly said, Xiangyu, you should rest for a while. Dinner will be ready soon. Han Yojin simply gave a perfunctory reply without looking up, a hint of an imperceptible blush passing across her face. Seeing her like this, Lin Xiangyu instantly recalled the events of last night, his face flushed with embarrassment, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. He hurriedly said, Sister Mimi, I'm going back to my room. Please call me when dinner is ready. As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them, as they reminded him of the awkward scene this morning when Jean Mimi saw him walking his bird. Upon hearing this, Jean Mimi also recalled that incident, her face instantly turning red like a ripe apple. Although she felt shy, she still put on a brave face, lightly nodding and saying, Okay, you go rest. Lin Xiangyu felt a wave of relief, his feet seeming to glide as he hurried upstairs. He had barely returned to his room when he heard Pei Yilin's cheerful voice from downstairs. I'm back. Shortly after, hurried footsteps approached, and Pei Yilin dashed into the living room, greeted the three girls on the first floor, and plopped down on the sofa next to Han Yojin. Leaning closer to Han Yojin, her eyes sparkling with mischief, she whispered, Sister, has Lin Xiangyu come back? Hearing this question, Han Yojin's heart skipped a beat. Thinking Pei Yilin knew about what happened last night, her face flushed instantly, and she stammered. He went back to his room. Why are you asking? Nothing. Just asking, Pei Yilin replied, a mischievous smile spreading across her face like a cunning little fox as she got up and ran upstairs. In his room, Lin Xiangyu sat at his desk, frowning and lost in thought. A mysterious figure from last night kept flashing through his mind, who had sneaked into his room and taken his underwear. After experiencing such a bizarre incident on his first night after crossing over, he vowed to find out who the culprit was. At present, he felt that the most likely suspect was Pei Yilin. After all, this girl loved to tease people. Although she had never done anything so outrageous before, the chances of anyone else being involved were slim. He secretly decided that he would find an opportunity to ask her about it tonight. Just as Lin Xiangyu was deep in thought, the door, which hadn't been closed tightly, was gently pushed open by Pei Yilin. Seeing that Lin Xiangyu hadn't noticed her, she quietly closed the door behind her. With a mysterious smile on her lips, she slipped her fair, slightly pink-tinted foot out of her slippers and tiptoed towards Lin Xiangyu. Chapter 16. Bold move. Under the dining table, Lin Xiangyu lay on the bed, his thoughts tangled like a mess of yarn. Completely immersed in pondering the mysterious events of last night, and he didn't notice Pei Yilin quietly entering the room behind him. Pei Yilin tiptoed softly to Lin Xiangyu's bedside and suddenly said, "Lin Xiangyu, you rascal, are you thinking about doing something naughty to me again?" Caught off guard, Lin Xiangyu nearly jumped up in shock, turning his head with a terrified expression. He then frowned and clutched his chest, sternly scolding, "Pei Yilin, what are you doing? Do you know that scaring someone can be dangerous? Why are you yelling?" "I didn't know you were so timid," Pei Yilin replied, taken aback by Lin Xiangyu's sudden anger. She pouted in grievance, her eyes glistening with tears, looking just like a bullied little girl. Seeing Pei Yilin's pitiful expression, Lin Xiangyu's anger instantly dissipated. He sighed helplessly, and his expression softened. Pei Yilin keenly noticed the change in his demeanor, and she plopped down on the edge of the bed, staring intently at him with a mischievous smile, asking sweetly, "Did you rush back today because you couldn't wait to see me?" Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but marvel at Pei Yilin's ability to change her mood so quickly, like the weather. Although he did have plans to win her over, it was clearly not the right moment. The food downstairs was almost ready, and Jean Mimi could come up to call them any time. For now, he needed to clarify his doubts. "Yilin, I have something I want to ask you." Lin Xiangyu tried to sound serious. "What is it?" Pei Yilin maintained her mischievous smile, tilting her head. "Go ahead and ask. Last night, did you come into my room?" Lin Xiangyu paused, organizing his thoughts, and continued. "Huh?" Pei Yilin showed a clear look of surprise, as if Lin Xiangyu had asked a very strange question. Then, her eyes twinkled, and she smirked, saying, "You naughty boy. If you wanted to come over at night, just say so. Why beat around the bush?" As she spoke, Pei Yilin lightly traced her slender, fair fingers over Lin Xiangyu's arm. The touch was like a feather brushing against him, stirring his heart and causing the veins in his arm to slightly bulge from restraint. Judging from Pei Yilin's expression and actions, Lin Xiangyu felt she was not lying. It seemed that someone else had sneaked into his room last night. "Why are you silent?" Pei Yilin noticed Lin Xiangyu's silence and thought he was shy from her teasing. Her eyes sparkled with flirtation as she giggled. Where did that boldness from this morning go? Lin Xiangyu could no longer hold back. He grabbed Pei Yilin's wrist with such force that it seemed he wanted to embed her wrist into his palm. For some reason, this scene brought a phrase to his mind. "Woman, you are playing with fire." However, he swallowed the words before they could leave his mouth, fearing it would leave Pei Yilin with a bad impression of him being frivolous. "Don't mess around. The Andes are downstairs." Lin Xiangyu tried to keep his voice steady. Instead of backing off, Pei Yilin became bolder. She flipped over, playfully pinning Lin Xiangyu beneath her, her wicked smile growing more pronounced as she leaned closer to his face and whispered, "So, does that mean if they weren't here, you'd dare to do something with me?" At 18, in the prime of his youth, Lin Xiangyu found it impossible to resist Pei Yilin's bold provocation. His hands uncontrollably gripped her slender waist, the soft, elastic texture sending electric shocks through him, making his heart race. Pei Yilin was momentarily stunned, although she felt Lin Xiangyu was different today. She didn't expect him to actually make a move on her. Just as Lin Xiangyu was about to take the next step with Pei Yilin, they suddenly heard Jean Mimi's voice in the hallway. Perhaps mindful of what had happened earlier, she called out loudly from halfway up the stairs, "Xiangyu, Yilin, dinner's ready." Hearing Jean Mimi's call, Lin Xiangyu felt as if he had been electrocuted. He quickly responded and, with a jolt, pulled his hands away from Pei Yilin's waist and forcefully pushed her away. Pei Yilin watched the flustered Lin Xiangyu, a knowing expression on her face. As if to say, "Teasing you is really fun." Lin Xiangyu hurried down the stairs, and when he reached the dining table, he inadvertently locked eyes with Han Yozhen, who was sitting there. Han Yozhen, like a startled rabbit, immediately lowered her head, and Lin Xiangyu quickly averted his gaze. Pei Yilin, following behind Lin Xiangyu, saw everything, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Unlike breakfast, where everyone sat down and started eating immediately, dinner waited for everyone to arrive. Lin Xiangyu buried his head in his food, trying to ignore the awkward scene that had just unfolded. Lin Xiangyu's face burned. This indescribable feeling left him restless and extremely uncomfortable. Just then, Han Yozhen, feeling embarrassed, stood up abruptly before finishing her meal, saying, "I'm done." She then turned to head upstairs. Min and Jing, noticing Han Yozhen's bowl was not finished, asked concernedly, "Yozhen, why did you eat so little today?" "I just don't have much of an appetite," Han Yozhen replied with the excuse she had prepared. But in her fluster, her elbow accidentally knocked over her chopsticks, which clattered to the ground. The sudden sound made Han Yozhen, already feeling awkward, feel as if a dark cloud had descended upon her head, instantly amplifying her embarrassment. Her face turned bright red, like a ripe tomato, and she hurriedly moved her chair aside, squatting down to pick up the chopsticks in a frantic, hurried manner, wishing she could just disappear into the ground. Meanwhile, Min and Jing, sitting next to Han Yozhen, bent down to help her find the fallen chopsticks out of concern. In that moment, the atmosphere at the dining table turned even more delicate, filled with suffocating awkwardness. Chapter 17. Pei Yilin's scheme. Just as Han Yozhen pulled the chair away, Lin Xiangyu quickly released Pei Yilin's foot as if he had been electrocuted. The action so swift it seemed to evade a bomb that could explode at any moment. Pei Yilin, like a well-trained agent, naturally and nimbly retracted her foot in response. The entire process seamless, as if nothing had happened at all. Lin Xiangyu's eyes widened like copper bells, fixated on every move Han Yozhen made, not daring to breathe. At that moment, his heart felt like a little deer wildly crashing around, reaching the peak of tension. Fortunately, after his meticulous observation, he was finally 100% certain that Han Yozhen had not noticed the blood-pumping, face-flushing scene that had just occurred under the table, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Han Yozhen hurriedly picked up the fallen chopsticks and placed them on the table with a loud clap. Then, like a startled rabbit, she rushed upstairs without wanting to stay a moment longer, her back seemingly telling a story of endless embarrassment and awkwardness. Watching Han Yozhen's retreating figure, Lin Xiangyu felt the tension in his throat slowly ease, as if he had relaxed from a taut string. He took a deep breath, was about to pick up his bowl and chopsticks to continue eating, but inadvertently looked up and unexpectedly met Min and Jing's gaze. Min and Jing was quietly staring at him, her eyes seemingly hiding something elusive, which made Lin Xiangyu's already relaxed nerves tense up again. Since Min and Jing had not pulled the chair, she had seen the situation under the table earlier than Han Yozhen. Lin Xiangyu had no idea whether Min and Jing had seen the extremely ambiguous scene just now, and this thought hit him like a heavy hammer on his heart. He felt his heart pounding nonstop, each beat accompanied by intense anxiety and unease. His palms instantly became covered in fine beads of sweat, his back soaked with cold sweat, and he felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, desperate to find an excuse to escape the oppressive gaze. Fortunately, Min and Jing only stared at Lin Xiangyu for a brief moment before looking away. Lin Xiangyu felt as if he had been granted amnesty, not even bothering to chew as he quickly shoveled the food in his bowl into his stomach. He then abruptly stood up, his voice trembling slightly from nervousness. "I'm done eating." After saying that, he hurriedly walked upstairs like Han Yozhen, his steps frantic, as if a flood beast were chasing him from behind. Although this house had 2 bathrooms, the one upstairs was exclusively Min and Jing's, leaving the 4 young people to share the one downstairs. This inevitably led to one problem. They had to take turns showering at night. The order was determined fairly by age. Jean Mimi, being the oldest, went first from 8 to 8:30. Han Yozhen was second from 8:30 to 9 o'clock. Lin Xiangyu was third from 9 to 9:30. Pei Yilin was last, with her time starting after 9:30. Lin Xiangyu was still haunted by the awkward scene at dinner, but time waits for no one, and soon it was time for him to shower. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, picked up his change of clothes, left the room, and headed for the bathroom downstairs. Meanwhile, Pei Yilin, who had left a crack in the door, perked up her ears and keenly heard Lin Xiangyu going downstairs, immediately climbing out of bed. A mysterious smile crept onto her lips, her eyes sparkling with cunning light, as if she were planning something interesting. Chapter 18. Blocked by and Jing in the room for Lin Xiangyu. Half an hour was more than enough time for a shower. After all, boys typically don't take long showers unless there are some special thoughts involved. Lin Xiangyu stepped in the bathroom, eagerly shedding his clothes and hanging them on the towel rack, his movements frantic as if trying to break free from some kind of restraint. He then turned on the shower head, warm water cascading down as he hummed a little tune, enjoying this brief moment of relaxation. Before long, Lin Xiangyu finished his shower, returning to his room with a refreshing aura. He gently closed the door, dashed to the bedside, and plopped down onto the bed with a thud, reaching for his phone placed beside him. Once he had the phone, he resumed watching the movie commentary he had started before showering, immersing himself in the world of Xiao Shuai, Xiao Mei, and de Piaoyang. Just as Lin Xiangyu was getting engrossed in the show, suddenly, a soft figure swiftly pounced on him like a ghost. His heart raced, and his hand trembled, causing him to drop the phone aside and look at the person before him. As expected, the one pressing down on him was the youngest in the family. The little devil, Pei Yilin. "What are you doing here?" Lin Xiangyu exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise, his voice involuntarily rising a few notches. "What? Don't you want me here?" Pei Yilin smirked, a teasing curve at the corner of her mouth, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she spoke in a playful tone. "Stop messing around. Get out quickly. It'll all be bad if Annie and the others find out," Lin Xiangyu said anxiously, his face filled with worry. He definitely didn't want anyone to know that Pei Yilin had come to his room at night. If this got out, he couldn't imagine the kind of uproar it would cause. "Don't be afraid. They're used to going to bed early. As long as we keep it down, no one will find out." Pei Yilin raised an eyebrow, looking nonchalant, her tone suggesting that this was an exciting adventure. Knock, knock, knock. A crisp knocking sound suddenly rang out, like a heavy hammer striking his heart. Soon after, a voice came from outside the door. "Xiangyu, are you still awake? Open the door for Annie." Hearing Aunt Minjing's voice, Lin Xiangyu's heart jolted. The once playful Pei Yilin's face instantly displayed visible panic, her eyes filled with fear. "Minjing, just a moment, I'll put on some clothes." Lin Xiangyu responded loudly while frantically rushing to the wardrobe. He opened the door, pointing inside and urgently signaling Pei Yilin to hide. Pei Yilin also panicked, quickly jumping off the bed like a startled rabbit and swiftly dove into the wardrobe. Lin Xiangyu hurriedly got dressed and carefully closed the wardrobe door, ensuring there were no flaws before taking a deep breath and opening the room door. "What's wrong?" "Und Minjing." Lin Xiangyu tried to make his voice sound calm, but the slight tremor in his tone betrayed his inner tension. "Xiangyu, Annie needs to talk to you about something. Let us go inside," Minjing said. "Okay," Lin Xiangyu replied, stepping aside to let her in before turning back toward the room. After taking a couple of steps, his peripheral vision caught sight of Pei Yilin's slippers by the bed, and his heart leaped into his throat, cold sweat instantly breaking out. He didn't have time to think. He hurriedly walked a couple of steps, and as he reached the bed, he cleverly kicked Pei Yilin's slippers under the bed, then quickly turned to sit on the edge of the bed, silently praying that Minjing hadn't seen that moment. When Minjing reached the side of Lin Xiangyu's bed, she didn't sit on the bed but pulled out the esports chair from the desk and sat down, positioning herself directly opposite the wardrobe where Pei Yilin was hiding. Lin Xiangyu's eyes uncontrollably darted toward the wardrobe, filled with worry, fearing that Pei Yilin hadn't hidden well and might reveal some flaw. However, his glance toward the wardrobe caught Minjing's suspicion, and she turned her head to look back. At that moment, Lin Xiangyu's heart raced, and he hurriedly spoke up. "Minjing, what do you need to talk to me about?" Chapter 19 Bloodshed. Minjing paused halfway through turning her head at Lin Xiangyu's words, then slowly turned back to face him, taking a deep breath. This made Lin Xiangyu's heart leap into his throat, a strong sense of unease overwhelming him like a surging tide. "Xiangyu, have you been okay lately?" Minjing finally spoke, her voice filled with concern and inquiry, her gaze locked onto Lin Xiangyu's eyes, trying to find an answer within them. "Nothing's wrong, Minjing. Why do you ask?" Lin Xiangyu feigned calmness, forcing a look of confusion, but his slightly trembling tone betrayed his inner tension. Minjing frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before asking again. "Xiangyu, do you trust me?" "Of course I do," Lin Xiangyu replied without hesitation, his tone firm, but his heart raced anxiously. "Xiangyu, although I haven't adopted you in my heart, you are just like my 3 children. I hope that no matter what happens, you can come to me," Minjing said gently, her smile warm like the spring sun. But Lin Xiangyu couldn't afford to feel that warmth right now. "I know, Minjing. Don't worry. If anything happens, I'll definitely tell you right away," Lin Xiangyu nodded heavily, trying to show sincerity in his eyes, but inside he was in a panic. That's good. Just remember, no matter what happens, you can always come to me, Minjing said earnestly. After that, she slowly stood up and added, then I'll head back now, so I won't disturb your rest. Okay, Minjing, take care. Lin Xiangyu also stood up, his face filled with a polite smile, but his back was already drenched in cold sweat. For this unmarried woman raising 4 children, Lin Xiangyu's respect for her was genuine. However, at this moment, that respect was mixed with a hint of guilt and anxiety. After seeing Min Minjing out of the room, Lin Xiangyu slowly closed the door, and at that moment, he felt a sense of relief wash over him as he took a deep breath at the door. After hearing the sound of the door closing, Pei Yilin, like a nimble little fox, emerged from the wardrobe again. Lin Xiangyu's wardrobe had few clothes, but was filled with underwear, which had just been pressed against Pei Yilin's face, making her look disgusted. Seeing Pei Yilin come out of the wardrobe, Lin Xiangyu said irritably, hurry back to your room and stop making a fuss. After the recent scare, he really didn't want to experience any more surprises. After the earlier incident, Pei Yilin felt a bit of fear and didn't dare to be as reckless as before. Plus, it had been stuffy in the closed wardrobe, making her sweat profusely and feel extremely uncomfortable. Pei Yilin shook the collar of her soaked t-shirt with her hand and walked towards Lin Xiangyu's bed. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu reached out to stop her, questioning, what are you doing? Wearing slippers? But don't expect me to walk back barefoot, do you? Pei Yilin rolled her eyes at him, suddenly grinning mischievously at Lin Xiangyu. Are you planning to do something unspeakable to my lovely slippers tonight? You're overthinking it. Who knows if you have athlete's foot? Hurry up and put on your slippers to go back, Lin Xiangyu said impatiently, wanting this little troublemaker to leave quickly. When Pei Yilin reached Lin Xiangyu's bed, she didn't grab her slippers but plopped down onto the bed. What are you doing? Hurry up and put on your shoes and go back. Why are you sitting here? Lin Xiangyu urged anxiously, truly afraid of any more mishaps. You kicked my slippers under the bed. Do you have the heart to let a little girl crawl under the bed to get them? Pei Yilin blinked, glancing at Lin Xiangyu, then added, what if I crawl in and you take advantage of me from behind? Ah. Lin Xiangyu sighed helplessly, bent down, and crawled under the bed to retrieve Pei Yilin's slippers. Just as he reached for the slippers, he suddenly felt a sharp slap on his butt. Pei Yilin, what are you doing? Lin Xiangyu, feeling indignantly attacked, said angrily, his voice hoarse from both rage and the effort to lower it. That's what you get for saying I have athlete's foot, Pei Yilin replied, lifting her foot and kicking Lin Xiangyu's butt again. Lin Xiangyu felt insulted and his anger flared. He quickly retrieved Pei Yilin's slippers and scrambled out from under the bed. Seeing Lin Xiangyu emerge, Pei Yilin not only showed no fear, but looked quite pleased, provoking him. Are you going to hit me like that? Of course I will, Lin Xiangyu said, glaring at her. He then pushed Pei Yilin onto his bed and gave her a hard slap with the slippers on her back. Pei Yilin, you like this, don't you? Pei Yilin contributes 32 shock points. Pei Yilin didn't respond, but shrieked sharply at Lin Xiangyu. Her scream jolted Lin Xiangyu back to reality, and fearing others might hear, he quickly let her go. After Pei Yilin stood up, she snatched the slippers from Lin Xiangyu's hand and marched toward the door. Lin Xiangyu hurriedly grabbed her wrist to stop her. Pei Yilin turned around, looked up at Lin Xiangyu, and pouted. What else do you want, Lin Xiangyu? Wait a moment. Let me check if anyone is outside, Lin Xiangyu said, walking to the door, cracking it open to peek outside. After confirming no one was around, Lin Xiangyu opened the door wider and whispered, there's no one outside right now. You should hurry back. Pei Yilin, hearing this, walked towards the door. After leaving the room, she turned and beckoned Lin Xiangyu with her finger. Lin Xiangyu, who was about to close the door, paused at her gesture and leaned out, asking in surprise, what is it? As Lin Xiangyu spoke, Pei Yilin suddenly stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the lips. Lin Xiangyu was taken aback, his mind going blank. But before he could enjoy her soft, tender lips, Pei Yilin bit down hard on his lips. Pei Yilin bit down fiercely, causing Lin Xiangyu to feel a sharp pain. Yet, fearing others would hear, he couldn't make a sound and could only push forward with both hands, trying to shove Pei Yilin away. The pain from his lips distracted Lin Xiangyu from thinking too much, and he instinctively pushed against Pei Yilin. However, she clung to him like a fierce dog. refusing to let go no matter how much he pushed. With no other choice, Lin Xiangyu had to squeeze her tightly with both hands, finally forcing Pei Yilin to release her grip. Pei Yilin contributes 87 shock points. When Pei Yilin let go, Lin Xiangyu's lips were already bleeding, showcasing just how hard she bit. Seeing Lin Xiangyu covering his mouth, hissing in pain, Pei Yilin looked quite pleased with herself, then strutted back into the room like a victorious general. Lin Xiangyu, too preoccupied to be angry, hurriedly closed the door, planning to check his lip in the mirror. Pei Yilin intended to return to her room to grab a change of clothes before heading downstairs to take a shower, feeling sweaty and uncomfortable all over. Meanwhile, Chapter 20, Blood Debt, Blood Repayment. Han Yojin contributes 100 shock points. Lin Xiangyu, who had just closed the door, stared at the system message, completely bewildered. What happened? Why did Yojin suddenly contribute so many shock points? Could it be? Did Yojin see what I just did with Pei Yilin? Lin Xiangyu didn't want to believe it was true, but he knew it was very likely the case, feeling increasingly flustered. Unlike Lin Xiangyu, Pei Yilin, the other party involved in the incident, was unaware that her bold actions had been witnessed by Han Yojin. Humming a cheerful tune, Pei Yilin skipped back to her room, opened the wardrobe, casually pulled out some clothes to change into, her face beaming with a bright smile as she happily walked out, ready to take a refreshing shower downstairs. Meanwhile, hiding in her room, Han Yojin cautiously opened the door a crack and peeked outside. When her gaze landed on Pei Yilin's short-sleeved white t-shirt, her eyes instantly filled with confusion, and her mind began to race. What were Yilin and Lin Xiangyu doing just now? The next morning, before the sunlight fully filled the room, Lin Xiangyu had already gotten out of bed early, learning from yesterday's lesson. He set an alarm for himself and decided not to let anyone wake him up. Sunlight streamed through the window, softly illuminating the breakfast table. But today, Han Yojin was absent. Only Lin Xiangyu, Pei Yilin, Jean Mimi, and Minjing sat around the table. Pei Yilin stirred her porridge with a spoon while blinking her lively big eyes, curiously looking around. Suddenly, as if she had discovered something, she tilted her head slightly and asked cheerfully, "Isn't my second sister up yet? She usually gets up earlier than I do." Lin Xiangyu was also puzzled about this matter, but had refrained from asking due to his guilt. Minjing, who was lowering her head to arrange the tableware, slowly raised her head upon hearing Pei Yilin's question. With a gentle smile, but a hint of barely noticeable concern in her eyes, she softly said, "Yojin has already left. She told me this morning that she plans to stay at school for a while to experience dorm life." Her sudden idea surprised me a bit, but I decided to support her, letting her try it out. I just wonder if she can adapt. Hearing the news that Han Yojin would be staying at school, Lin Xiangyu, who was about to take a sip of water, abruptly froze, his eyes widening slightly, a flash of surprise crossing his face. He then set the cup down and cleared his throat to cover his astonishment. Lin Xiangyu knew that Han Yojin's decision to stay at school was definitely related to what she had seen last night between him and Pei Yilin. Pei Yilin, who had been holding her chopsticks to pick up food, paused mid-air, her mouth slightly agape in disbelief. She quickly regained her composure and muttered softly, "Why did my second sister suddenly decide to stay at school?" In contrast, Jean Mimi remained calm and collected, showing no signs of surprise regarding this matter. Clearly already aware of it, she gently set down her spoon, looked at Minjing with warmth, took her hand, and softly reassured her mom, "You don't have to worry about Yojin. Although she looks innocent, she has grown up and can take care of herself." Minjing responded, gently placing her other hand over Jean Mimi's hand, nodding slightly, though her eyes still held a hint of concern. Seeing Minjing's mood dampened by Han Yojin's decision to stay at school, everyone tacitly chose not to continue discussing the topic, lowering their heads to eat in silence. For a moment, only the soft sounds of utensils clinking could be heard at the table. While eating, Pei Yilin glanced at Lin Xiangyu, her eyes suddenly darting, and said, "Xiangyu Appa, why does your mouth look uncomfortable? Is it heat stroke?" Her voice was crisp and rang out loudly in the quiet dining room. Minjing contributes 15 shock points. Jean Mimi contributes 14 shock points. As soon as Pei Yilin finished speaking, Minjing and Jean Mimi immediately turned to look at Lin Xiangyu. Feeling the three women staring at him simultaneously, Lin Xiangyu felt his face flush. Although Minjing didn't speak, Her concerned gaze seemed to ask him questions. Lin Xiangyu quickly set down his chopsticks and explained flusteredly, "It's nothing serious, just a little mouth ulcer. Do you want me to take you to the hospital?" Minjing asked with a worried look, her eyes full of concern. Lin Xiangyu hurriedly waved his hand, replying, "No need, it's not serious, just a small ulcer. It will heal on its own in a couple of days. It's not that much trouble." "How did you get heat stroke?" Pei Yilin said gleefully from the side, a hint of mischief on her face. As soon as Pei Yilin's words left her mouth, Lin Xiangyu, Minjing, and Jean Mimi all buried their heads in their food, each lost in thought. Lin Xiangyu felt a bit angry at Pei Yilin's behavior, thinking to himself, "How could you not know what is wrong with my mouth?" After a while, Pei Yilin elegantly wiped her mouth with a tissue and playfully said, "I'm done eating. You all take your time." Saying that, she stood up and walked briskly toward the door. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu quickly shoveled a few bites of rice into his mouth, saying, "I'm done too," heading to school. Then he stood up and quickly walked out. Minjing and Jean Mimi both looked at Lin Xiangyu's back, seemingly sensing that they were doing the same thing, and they both turned to look at each other. After a brief eye contact, they both lowered their heads again and continued eating, creating a somewhat subtle atmosphere. Lin Xiangyu had only been here for a little over a day, and already everyone in the household was harboring their own thoughts. The house they lived in was a standalone building. When he chased after her, Pei Yilin was already standing at the street corner, raising her hand to hail a passing taxi. Lin Xiangyu approached the street and firmly grabbed Pei Yilin's arm, his expression serious. "Pei Yilin, you went too far. Don't do those strange things in front of Jing Annie and the others in the future. Do you know how embarrassing it is? And do you know that what happened last night has already?" Before Lin Xiangyu could finish, Pei Yilin forcefully shook off Lin Xiangyu's hand, her face showing anger as she shouted, "I went too far? You should look at yourself. You pinched me so hard that it left a bruise, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet." Pei Yilin grew more agitated as she spoke, her chest heaving with anger, her eyes flashing with fury. After pausing for a moment, she continued, "Lin Xiangyu, don't think I'm afraid of you. I'll play along with you no matter how it goes." With that, she waved down a passing taxi, opened the door, turned back to give Lin Xiangyu the middle finger, and quickly jumped into the car, slamming the door shut with a bang. Lin Xiangyu was left standing there, his face flushed with anger, his hands clenched into fists, his fury boiling within him. Watching the taxi drive away, Lin Xiangyu silently vowed, "Pei Yilin, I will make you pay in blood for your debts. Since you were the first person to make me bleed since I crossed over, I will be the first to make you bleed." Chapter 21. The class flower comes forward in the hallway on the way to the classroom. Lin Xiangyu unexpectedly ran into his homeroom teacher, Shuning Ai. The moment their eyes met, Shuning Ai blushed as if struck by electricity, quickly turning her head to the side in shyness, as if trying to avoid something. Immediately after, she quickened her pace and hurried towards the classroom for this lesson, the sound of her high heels clattering on the floor frantic and disordered. Lin Xiangyu watched her retreating figure, shook his head slightly, and let out a gentle sigh. He understood that feelings cannot be rushed. He needed to give Shuning Ai enough time to accept things. If he pushed too hard, it would only backfire. As soon as Lin Xiangyu stepped into the classroom, the noise that had been as chaotic as a market instantly quieted down, as if the pause button had been pressed. The students' gazes all turned towards him, as if they were looking at a mysterious character who had suddenly appeared. Zhang Xiaoying, sitting at her desk, looked up and saw Lin Xiangyu enter. Her little face instantly flushed, resembling a ripe apple, so red it seemed like it could bleed. In class, Zhang Xiaoying's mind was completely elsewhere, not on what the teacher was saying, frequently glancing towards Lin Xiangyu's seat. At that moment, Lin Xiangyu, having woken up too early that morning, was dozing off on his desk, completely unaware of Zhang Xiaoying's frequent glances. Since yesterday, Zhang Xiaoying had been thinking about what happened that morning, unable to concentrate on anything, as if her soul had been lost. Finally, she made up her mind. It was better to get it over with than to prolong the pain. After class, she hurried over to Lin Xiangyu, who was still sleeping at his desk. The classmates in the class widened their eyes in shock at this scene. Each one as excited as if they had discovered a new continent, wildly contributing to Lin Xiangyu's shock value. Li Taisheng contributed 15 shock points. Han Zaishi contributed 21 shock points. Triple X contributed XX shock points. Meanwhile, Lin Xiangyu, at the center of the event, remained completely unaware of this. Zhang Xiaoying stood in front of Lin Xiangyu, looking at him sleeping soundly, feeling a bit at a loss. She was very worried, afraid that if she wasn't careful, she might anger Lin Xiangyu and cause him to post her photo online. However, the class's spotlight-like gazes were fixed on her, making it difficult for her to back down. After a fierce internal struggle, she finally gathered her courage, extended a finger, and gently poked Lin Xiangyu's arm, her movement like a timid little rabbit testing the waters. Lin Xiangyu felt someone poke his arm and slowly woke up from his slumber. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, the scene before him gradually became clear, and the first thing he saw was Zhang Xiaoying standing in front of him. Lin Xiangyu was somewhat surprised, slightly furrowing his brow as he looked at Zhang Xiaoying standing at the desk, and asked, "Is there something?" "Lin Xiangyu, can you come out with me for a moment?" Zhang Xiaoying, feeling shy and anxious, spoke in a stammer, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. For some reason, ever since she saw Lin Xiangyu yesterday morning, she felt that he was no longer the obedient and bullied person he used to be. Instead, he seemed to have a powerful presence, making him hard to provoke. As soon as Zhang Xiaoying said this, the classmates in the class looked as if they had been struck by lightning, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Zhang Xianna contributed 35 shock points. Han Lianyan contributed 43 shock points. Triple X contributed XX shock points. Seeing the wildly increasing shock points, Lin Xiangyu's lips curled into a strange smile. Then, he stood up leisurely and said, "Class Flower Zheng. We're not that familiar, are we? If you have something to say, you can say it here." Zhang Xiaoying contributed 100 shock points. Upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's words, Zhang Xiaoying froze in place as if hit by a spell. She had thought about the possibility of Lin Xiangyu suddenly turning against her, but deep down, she still instinctively hoped for a good outcome. Not only Zhang Xiaoying, but other classmates were also astonished after hearing Lin Xiangyu's words. After all, just 2 days ago, Lin Xiangyu was the class's punching bag, suffering bullying from classmates. A complete victim. The rigid impression everyone had of him could not be changed all at once. Li Taisheng contributed 55 shock points. Han Zaishi contributed 72 shock points. Zhang Xianna contributed 63 shock points. Han Lianyan contributed 53 shock points. Triple X contributed XX shock points. Ding. Detected that the host's shock value exceeded 1,000. Upgrade. 1,000 shock points can upgrade the lottery wheel. The upgraded wheel will remove bronze and silver rewards, increase the proportion of remaining rewards, and the next lottery will guarantee a diamond or higher reward. After seeing this prompt, Lin Xiangyu immediately weighed the pros and cons in his heart, completely disregarding Zhang Xiaoying. The classroom erupted in a commotion, and classmates began to point and whisper about Zhang Xiaoying behind her back. Lin Xiangyu's attitude and the murmurs from the classmates made Zhang Xiaoying feel both embarrassed and angry. She had always held herself high. How could she endure such humiliation? "Lin Xiangyu!" Zhang Xiaoying shouted loudly, her voice sharp and filled with anger, as if she wanted to vent all her grievances and dissatisfaction. Lin Xiangyu, who was lost in thought, immediately felt a surge of anger upon hearing Zhang Xiaoying's tone and shouted back, "What the hell are you barking about?" Zhang Xiaoying's shout again contributed significantly to Lin Xiangyu's shock value, and the classmates generously added to it. Meanwhile, Lin Xiangyu's furious shout pushed the situation to its peak, turning the previously noisy classroom into utter silence. Chapter 22, Bullying the Class Flower in Public. Zhang Xiaoying felt her heart tighten as she saw Lin Xiangyu suddenly erupt in anger. In that moment, it felt as if an invisible hand had gripped her heart tightly, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. This trembling was not because Lin Xiangyu was particularly terrifying, but because he held the key to her life in his hands, a secret that could completely destroy her. If that matter got out, she would have no place in school, and even her courage to continue living would become uncertain. This fear engulfed her like a tidal wave. Lin Xiangyu looked at Zhang Xiaoying, who was biting her lip and silent, with a hint of amusement in his eyes, and asked, "What's wrong?" Not convinced. Zhang Xiaoying's face instantly turned red. At that moment, she could no longer care about the spotlight of her classmates around her. She lowered her head and spoke so softly, like a mosquito buzzing. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Zhang Xiaoying's sudden apology left her classmates around her stunned, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. They had expected Zhang Xiaoying to explode in a fierce conflict with Lin Xiangyu after being insulted. After all, Zhang Xiaoying had a well-known older cousin in a higher grade looking out for her. In their eyes, Zhang Xiaoying had always been fearless, even the former class leader. Zhu Genxue dared not act recklessly in front of her. Although Lin Xiangyu had shown impressive fighting skills the day before, as the saying goes, a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. They believed that as long as Zhang Xiaoying's cousin gave the order, gathering a group of upperclassmen to beat Lin Xiangyu would be a piece of cake. However, no one expected Zhang Xiaoying to suddenly apologize to Lin Xiangyu. Because of this, Lin Xiangyu harvested another wave of shock value from his classmates, the numbers jumping like medals of victory. Yet, for Lin Xiangyu, this was far from enough. Like a greedy hunter, he would not let Zhang Xiaoying go easily without draining the shock value from these people. After all, such opportunities were rare, especially since this time, it was Zhang Xiaoying who had delivered herself to him. Determined, Lin Xiangyu curled his lips into a wicked smile, tilted his head to the side, and struck a classic Allen Iverson celebration pose, then deliberately raised his voice and said, "What did you just say? I didn't hear you." Already deeply ashamed and biting her lip, Zhang Xiaoying felt as if she might bite through her lip at Lin Xiangyu's words. Although her apology was quiet, the classroom was so silent that even a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone heard her apology clearly. All the classmates understood that Lin Xiangyu was deliberately humiliating Zhang Xiaoying, and they were all eagerly anticipating her reaction. Some even muttered to themselves, "Wow, Lin Xiangyu is really pushing his luck. If he pushes Zhang Xiaoying too far, her cousin would easily deal with him, like squashing an ant." Many people in the room held this thought, and some even secretly hoped to see Lin Xiangyu get a beating from Zhang Xiaoying's cousin. After all, for those infatuated fans, such humiliation of their goddess was unforgivable. But Zhang Xiaoying was destined to disappoint them. After a brief internal struggle, she took a deep breath, raised her voice, and said again, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." "Look up and say it," Lin Xiangyu commanded, looking down at her with an undeniable tone. Zhang Xiaoying slowly raised her face, which was as red as if it might bleed, and with all her strength, she shouted, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." As she spoke these words, tears shone in her eyes, and if she weren't holding back, she would have been crying uncontrollably at that moment. However, Lin Xiangyu still showed no intention of letting her off the hook. Facing the continuous shock value contributed by her classmates, he was overjoyed and spoke again. "Who are you apologizing to?" Zhang Xiaoying, who had never felt such humiliation, watched as tears welled up in her eyes, finally losing control and letting them fall like beads from a broken string. She didn't want to cry in front of her classmates, so she looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, trying to stop the tears. But the more she tried, the more aggrieved she felt, and the tears poured out like a flood. "Lin Xiangyu, I was wrong." With red eyes, Zhang Xiaoying held back her inner grievance and said with a sob. This scene left the onlooking classmates dumbfounded, each unable to believe their eyes. Subsequently, they all showed their utmost sincerity, wildly contributing shock value to Lin Xiangyu, the numbers soaring as if witnessing a mad feast. Seeing Zhang Xiaoying's pitiful appearance, Lin Xiangyu finally felt a twinge of pity and was about to stop and comfort her. But Zhang Xiaoying didn't give him the chance. As soon as she finished speaking, she covered her mouth and fled the classroom like an injured deer. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu immediately stood up, ready to chase after her, feeling somewhat guilty for causing her such distress. But just then, a boy suddenly jumped up from the back row of the classroom and shouted, "Hey, Lin Xiangyu, you little bastard, how dare you treat Zhang Xiaoying like this? I'll fucking take you down." This was the same guy who had boasted yesterday that he was stronger than Lin Xiangyu when angry. Hearing this, Lin Xiangyu frowned and turned to look back, only to see the boy charging at him, brandishing a stool with a fierce demeanor. Chapter 23. Little bastard Lin Xiangyu had just squeezed out from between the desks and chairs when that kid charged up to him aggressively. A strong smell of gunpowder wafting in the air. Get lost. Lin Xiangyu's eyes turned cold, and the moment his voice fell, his right leg shot out like a cannonball, carrying a fierce momentum as it kicked hard into the kid's abdomen. The immense impact sent the kid flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the ground. During the fall, the kid's elbow slammed into the corner of a desk, causing his features to contort in pain, and the bench in his hand slipped away instantly. The bench leg grazed his scalp as it flew past, nearly cracking his head open, making his face turn pale and cold sweat break out. After kicking the kid down, Lin Xiangyu didn't pursue the advantage, instead quickly walking out of the classroom. At that moment, he recalled his earlier actions and felt he might have gone a bit too far. At the same time, he was also somewhat worried about Zhang Xiuying, who had just run out crying. Upon exiting the classroom, Lin Xiangyu looked around, but Zhang Xiuying was nowhere to be seen in the corridor. He decided to check the playground. When he arrived, Lin Xiangyu quickly turned his body, scanning the area. Soon, he spotted Zhang Xiuying not far away, covering her face and crying. Standing beside her was her second-year cousin, Zhang Taijun, a notorious troublemaker. Xiuying, stop crying. Tell your brother who that blind guy is that bullied you, and see if I won't break his legs. Zhang Taijun stood with his hands on his hips, his chest heaving violently, looking as if he was about to charge out and devour the person who bullied his sister. Seeing that Zhang Xiuying was just crying and not speaking, Zhang Taijun's anger flared up even more as he continued to shout, Xiuying, this isn't just about you. It's about me too. Damn it. How dare he touch my sister? He's really asking for it. As soon as Lin Xiangyu saw Zhang Xiuying, he walked over without hesitation. Hearing every word Zhang Taijun said loud and clear, Lin Xiangyu didn't take Zhang Taijun seriously at all. He still had over 1,000 shock points unused and could easily enhance his combat power in an instant, making his strength soar. Moreover, even without relying on shock points to boost his strength, he was confident that he could handle anyone right now. At that moment, he was wearing a simple white tank top and a pair of clean white sneakers. Don't underestimate these seemingly inconspicuous pieces of clothing. They were Lin Xiangyu's secret weapons that kept his two passive skills in a constant state of activation. These two skills significantly enhanced his basic attributes, and he planned to dress like this every day. Golden skill card, passive tiger vest. Skill effect, wearing any color vest increases combat power by 50. Golden skill card, passive sports boy. Card effect, wearing sports shoes increases movement speed by 50. As Lin Xiangyu walked closer to Zhang Xiuying and her cousin, Zhang Taijun suddenly turned his head like an enraged bull and yelled, Hey kid, are you in the same class as my sister? Yes, I am. Lin Xiangyu replied without looking away, maintaining his composure. However, to be safe, he silently ordered himself to upgrade the lottery wheel and started to draw. Ding! Lottery wheel upgrade successful. Reward area has changed. The next draw will guarantee diamond or higher rewards. Additionally, after upgrading, lottery points increased from 100 to 500. As the system's crisp prompt sounded, Lin Xiangyu saw the bronze and silver reward areas that once occupied a corner of the wheel instantly transform into gold and platinum reward areas. The diamond, master, and king reward areas also expanded, becoming more prominent. Not only that, the previously narrow slit for the king's reward had now become an exclusive area for mysterious grand prizes. Exuding en irrésistible mystérieux aura. What annoyed Lin Xiangyu was that the system hadn't informed him about the increase in lottery points beforehand. Fortunately, he still had enough points left for one draw. Draw without any hesitation, Lin Xiangyu issued the command in his mind. As the command was given, the pointer of the wheel spun rapidly as if caught in a whirlwind. Finally, it came to a steady stop in the diamond reward area, and a card shining with brilliant diamond light slowly emerged in Lin Xiangyu's consciousness. Diamond skill card, take a nap. Card effect, as long as you hit the opponent's head with your fist, they will immediately fall asleep. The sleep duration varies based on the opponent's strength. The maximum sleep time is 3 minutes. Each use consumes 1/3 of your stamina. If stamina is depleted, you will faint immediately. Seeing the effect of this skill card, Lin Xiangyu almost couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking to himself, as expected of a system product, it must be a premium item. With this card combined with the cough kick and thrust punch, he felt he was already at the peak of combat power in this school, with no rivals in sight. The entire lottery process occurred quietly in Lin Xiangyu's consciousness, while in the real world, only a moment had passed, and others were completely unaware of any anomalies. Oh, perfect! Do you know which little bastard bullied my sister? Zhang Taijun asked, tilting his head back and puffing his chest out, his nostrils almost facing the sky. Upon hearing Zhang Taijun's words, Lin Xiangyu's brows instantly furrowed, and he coldly repeated, little bastard. Chapter 24 Chat. Zhang Xiaoying was crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, her shoulders slightly trembling, and her hands tightly covering her face. Upon hearing a voice that sounded somewhat like Lin Xiangyu, her movements suddenly froze, and she quickly removed her hands from her face in panic. Her eyes were red and swollen, tears swirling in her eye sockets, and her cheeks still bore traces of undried tears. When she confirmed that the person in front of her was indeed Lin Xiangyu, her gaze instantly filled with anxiety and pleading. She quickly clasped her hands together and bowed to Lin Xiangyu, the meaning clear. Brother, you mustn't speak to my classmate like that. Zhang Xiaoying was afraid of a conflict between the two and spoke first, her voice tinged with sobs and trembling slightly. Her tone was urgent and determined, her eyes darting back and forth between Zhang Taijun and Lin Xiangyu, filled with worry. Zhang Taijun, who was originally fuming due to Lin Xiangyu's tone and was about to explode, suddenly halted upon hearing this, looking at Zhang Xiaoying in disbelief. Lin Xiangyu was equally stunned. He had never expected Zhang Xiaoying to say such a thing, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Hey, Zhang Xiaoying, what do you mean? Zhang Taijun's face darkened instantly, his tone carrying a hint of irritation. Just for a classmate, you're talking to me like this? His brows furrowed tightly, and the muscles on his face twitched slightly, clearly enraged by Zhang Xiaoying's words. Zhang Xiaoying glanced at Lin Xiangyu, her eyes filled with both desperation and guilt. Then, she stood on her tiptoes and whispered something into Zhang Taijun's ear. Her lips moved slightly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, while her hands nervously tugged at the hem of her clothes. As Zhang Taijun listened to Zhang Xiaoying, his eyes suddenly widened in disbelief as he looked at Lin Xiangyu. His expression was exaggerated, mouth agape, as if he had heard some earth-shattering secret, his shock evident. Zhang Taijun contributes 30 points of shock value. However, after Zhang Xiaoying finished speaking, Zhang Taijun still wore a skeptical expression, his tone laced with doubt. Zhang Xiaoying, you're not saying this because you were bullied and are afraid to tell me, right? You're not trying to fool me, are you? His eyes narrowed into slits, intently scrutinizing Zhang Xiaoying's expression for any sign of a flaw. Seeing that Zhang Taijun did not believe her words, Zhang Xiaoying bit her lip, making it turn pale. After a moment of hesitation, she walked straight toward Lin Xiangyu, and under Zhang Taijun's gaze, she took the initiative to hold Lin Xiangyu's hand. Her movements were somewhat stiff, her hand trembling slightly, clearly showing her inner tension. Zhang Taijun contributes 10 points of shock value. At this moment, Lin Xiangyu was a bit confused by Zhang Xiaoying's actions, a hint of bewilderment flashing in his eyes. However, he quickly regained his composure and did not show it. Wanted to see what Zhang Xiaoying was up to. He could clearly feel her nervousness, as her palm was sweaty and slightly cold. Zhang Taijun narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of scrutiny in his gaze and a touch of mockery in his tone. Zhang Xiaoying, you don't think just holding hands will fool me, do you? The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, revealing a dismissive sneer. Upon hearing Zhang Taijun's words, Zhang Xiaoying's expression was filled with struggle, her inner thoughts waging a fierce battle. Then, as if she thought of something, she suddenly appeared relieved. Brother, you would want to watch me kiss another boy here, would you? That's just too twisted. Should I tell Dad about this? Hearing Zhang Xiaoying's words, Zhang Taijun's expression instantly turned tense, and he forced a smile, saying, Xiaoying, I was just joking. I trust you. It's just that I'm worried you might be bullied and not dare to say anything. I was just moved by a sad movie, and besides, who would dare to bully me? Who doesn't he know that I'm Zheng Taijun's sister? Zheng Xiaoying began to act cute while speaking, a smile appearing on her face, her tone carrying a hint of a pout. This made Zheng Taijun feel quite pleased, and a proud smile immediately appeared on his face. He no longer doubted Zheng Xiaoying and laughed, saying, "Of course. Who the hell would dare to touch my sister in the entire school?" After saying this, Zheng Taijun walked over to Lin Xiangyu, threw an arm around his shoulder, and warmly said, "Brother-in-law, if anyone dares to bully you and Xiaoying in the future, just tell me." Lin Xiangyu glanced at Zheng Xiaoying, who was holding his hand, her eyes filled with pleading. Lin Xiangyu smiled, his face displaying a gentle expression, and said, "Brother, don't worry. I won't let anyone bully Xiaoying." "Good job." Zheng Taijun patted Lin Xiangyu on the shoulder and said, "Brother-in-law, let us have a private chat for a few minutes." After Zheng Taijun finished speaking, he put his arm around Lin Xiangyu's shoulder, preparing to take him aside. However, Zheng Xiaoying tightly held onto Lin Xiangyu's hand, refusing to let go, and followed them as they moved to the side, her eyes filled with fear and unease, gripping even tighter. Lin Xiangyu understood what Zheng Xiaoying was afraid of and immediately stopped, gently patting her hand with his other hand, softly saying, "It's okay, Xiaoying. I'll just talk to our brother for a bit, and we'll be back soon." Zheng Taijun also chimed in, "That's right, Xiaoying. Hurry and let go of your hand. Don't be like a sticky rice cake." Zheng Xiaoying, feeling helpless, reluctantly let go of Lin Xiangyu's hand. Her eyes filled with reluctance and worry as she watched Lin Xiangyu and Zheng Taijun walk away, her heart uneasy. After bringing Lin Xiangyu to the side, Zheng Taijun turned back to glance at Zheng Xiaoying's position. Seeing that she hadn't followed, he quietly said, "Kid, I'm still young and not that old-fashioned. Since Xiaoying likes you, I won't meddle too much, but I have one request." "What request?" Lin Xiangyu asked, curiosity evident in his eyes as he quietly watched Zheng Taijun. "Well," Zheng Taijun rarely showed a twisted expression, his eyes revealing a hint of embarrassment, his voice dropping lower, "When you and Xiaoying. During that time, you must wear that thing, got it?" Lin Xiangyu did not expect Zheng Taijun to discuss such matters with him. Although it was inevitable that he and Zheng Xiaoying would take that step, he had never thought about using protection. Seeing Lin Xiangyu's silence, Zheng Taijun continued, "We're all men. I know what you're thinking. If you really don't like wearing it, then don't." A hint of understanding appeared on his face. "As long as you don't get Xiaoying pregnant, you should know what to do, right? You don't need me to teach you, do you? I know what to do. Don't worry, brother." Lin Xiangyu replied with a smile, his expression showing a hint of subtle amusement in his eyes. Upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's response, Zheng Taijun patted him on the shoulder, and they both laughed. They didn't notice that Zheng Xiaoying had somehow appeared behind them. Chapter 25 Surprise. As Lin Xiangyu and Zheng Taijun finished laughing and turned back with satisfaction, they were suddenly met with the sight of Zheng Xiaoying. Her face flushed with anger and embarrassment. Zheng Taijun looked as if struck by lightning. His smile instantly froze on his face, and he felt so awkward that he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Discussing how to be with his own sister with another man, and then being overheard by her, was simply the most embarrassing moment of his life, to the point where he could dig a luxurious villa out of the ground with his toes. "I just remembered I have something to do. I'm leaving now, brother-in-law." Zheng Taijun threw down this line and took off running, disappearing from the playground in the blink of an eye. As Zheng Taijun left the playground, he was immediately blocked by a tall boy. After Zheng Taijun left, Lin Xiangyu and Zheng Xiaoying fell into an instant silence, the ambiguous atmosphere spreading rapidly between them like vines. The two stared at each other, momentarily at a loss for words, only able to sit in awkward silence. The tension in the air was suffocating. Cough, cough. After a long while, Lin Xiangyu cleared his throat, breaking the dead silence. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he was again drowned in silence, unsure of how to continue the conversation. Just as Lin Xiangyu hesitated on what to say, Zheng Xiaoying took a deep breath, as if making a great decision, and spoke. "Lin Xiangyu, have you thought about what you want me to do?" Lin Xiangyu had indeed made plans, but he knew that once he voiced his request, Zheng Xiaoying would definitely hesitate. Seeing Lin Xiangyu silent, Zheng Xiaoying grew anxious and said, her face flushed, no matter what you want me to do, I will do it. I'm begging you. I can't live with that photo not deleted for even a day. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu felt a surge of joy. He leaned closer to Zheng Xiaoying's ear and whispered his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Zheng Xiaoying bit her lip tightly, her already flushed face becoming even hotter, as if it could bleed, her hands unconsciously gripping the hem of her clothes, her nails nearly digging into her palms. After a fierce internal struggle, she took a deep breath, mustered her courage, and said, her voice small yet resolute, no, I can't agree to this. I'm still a beginner. Lin Xiangyu's expression darkened instantly. His brows furrowed, and a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes. He deliberately raised his voice, sounding somewhat angry. Didn't you say you'd agree to whatever I asked you to do? What? Are you planning to keep this for selling? As he spoke, he took a step closer, exuding an oppressive aura. Zheng Xiaoying trembled slightly at Lin Xiangyu's imposing presence, but she straightened her back and looked firmly at him, replying loudly, no, I want to save it for my boyfriend. Besides that, I will agree to anything else. Her voice trembled slightly, but it carried an undeniable determination. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu realized that being more forceful would be futile, so he suppressed his dissatisfaction and chose to compromise. His gaze flickered, and he leaned closer to Zheng Xiaoying again, whispering a few words in her ear. His voice was low and ambiguous, his warm breath brushing against her neck, causing her body to shiver slightly. After finishing, Lin Xiangyu straightened up, staring intently at Zheng Xiaoying, his eyes filled with expectation, asking, how about it? You can do this, right? Zheng Xiaoying's head lowered even more, her mind once again engulfed in struggle. After hesitating for a long time, she slowly raised her hand, tucking the hair that had fallen beside her face behind her ear, giving a gentle nod. Her shy appearance resembled a flower blooming in spring, stirring the heart. Receiving a positive response, Lin Xiangyu felt a rush of excitement, his blood boiling, and he spent the entire day distracted, eagerly awaiting the end of school. Even the class with Shun Ing-ai became dull, which also had to do with his promise to her to maintain a normal teacher-student relationship at school. Finally, when school was over, as planned, Lin Xiangyu stayed in the classroom while Zheng Xiaoying left with the crowd, planning to return once the classroom was empty. The classmates in the class gradually dispersed, and Lin Xiangyu dialed Minjing's number, saying he had something to do at school and wouldn't be home for dinner. Minjing didn't ask much, just gave a few simple reminders before hanging up. After hanging up, Lin Xiangyu paced back and forth in the classroom, filled with excitement, his lips curling into an involuntary smile as his mind filled with the scenes that were about to unfold. Minjing had given Lin Xiangyu a generous allowance, more than enough for a hotel stay. However, influenced by Japanese films, Lin Xiangyu had a unique obsession with places like classrooms, hospital rooms, kitchens, and offices, always feeling that something happening in these places would be thrilling enough. Time seemed to deliberately tease him, moving incredibly slowly. Lin Xiangyu grew somewhat impatient waiting and took out his phone to message Zheng Xiaoying. Aren't you here yet? Soon, Zheng Xiaoying replied. I'll be there soon. At the same time, Lin Xiangyu heard the sound of high heels clicking in the hallway, getting closer and closer. He knew that Zheng Xiaoying was the only one in the class who often wore high heels. It had to be her. Lin Xiangyu's heart raced as he hid by the door, ready to surprise Zheng Xiaoying with a hello. As the person walked into the classroom, he sprang out from behind the door like a leopard, grabbing her from behind. Chapter 26, I'm waiting for you. In the classroom, the sudden burst from Lin Xiangyu startled the newcomer, who turned pale and screamed in terror. The sound sharp enough to seem to cut through the air. Upon hearing the scream, Lin Xiangyu quickly scanned the newcomer's clothes, and it felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His eyes widened in shock and regret, because the person he was holding was not Zheng Xiaoying, but Shun Ing-ai. Shun Ing-ai, terrified, turned her head, and the remnants of fear lingered in her gaze. When she saw that it was Lin Xiangyu holding her, she slowly exhaled, her tense body gradually relaxing, and her panic-stricken emotions finally stabilized. The next moment, Shun Ing-ai's cheeks quickly flushed red, like a ripe apple, and she shyly reproached, What are you doing? Didn't you promise the teacher that you wouldn't do this kind of thing at school anymore? Her voice was soft and milky, carrying a hint of annoyance and a touch of shyness. No, I. Lin Xiangyu hurriedly opened his mouth to explain, but as the words came out, he suddenly realized the complexity of the situation, and the words caught in his throat. The scene fell into a brief yet incredibly awkward silence, the air seemingly solidified. Just then, the sound of hurried high heels echoed in the hallway, the tapping growing closer. And soon, Zhang Xiaoying appeared at the door. Upon seeing Shining Eye here, a look of surprise flashed across her face, her eyes wide and her mouth slightly open. Shining Eye, seeing Zhang Xiaoying appear, was equally astonished. Their gazes met in the air, filled with disbelief. Zhang Xiaoying reacted quickly. She knew that if she didn't do something, Shining Eye would surely suspect them. She rolled her eyes and put on a puzzled expression, asking brightly, "Teacher Shun, Lin Xiangyu, what are you two doing in the classroom after school?" Hearing Zhang Xiaoying's words, Shining Eye, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, hurriedly waved her hands, her expression flustered as she stammered, I came back to get my watch. I left it in the classroom during class just now." After saying that, she quickly walked towards the podium, her steps a bit hurried. During this moment, Lin Xiangyu and Zhang Xiaoying exchanged a glance. Lin Xiangyu gave Zhang Xiaoying a thumbs up, his eyes conveying mutual understanding and reassurance. After Shining Eye retrieved her watch, she turned to look at them, her gaze scrutinizing, and asked, "What about you two? Not going home after school, what are you doing in the classroom?" "I came back to get something too," Zhang Xiaoying replied, walking towards her desk while mentally calculating how to respond. Shining Eye's gaze shifted to Lin Xiangyu, her eyes filled with confusion. She didn't understand what Lin Xiangyu was doing in the classroom, but that hug just now stirred different ripples in her heart. She vaguely felt that Lin Xiangyu was deliberately waiting for her. Lin Xiangyu blinked twice, his mind racing, and said, "Teacher Shun, when I was about to leave, I saw your watch on the podium and was afraid someone would take it, so I plan to keep an eye on it for you." Upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's response, Shining Eye nodded, but a hint of doubt flickered in her eyes. To her, it seemed that Lin Xiangyu was not telling the truth. At that moment, she was convinced of the real situation. Lin Xiangyu had discovered she left her watch in the classroom and had deliberately been waiting for her, intending to get close when she came to find it. She just hadn't expected that their plan would be disrupted by the sudden arrival of Zhang Xiaoying. After pretending to finish getting her things, Zhang Xiaoying immediately stood up and walked towards the door of the classroom. When she reached the podium, she said, "Teacher Shun, you two take your time chatting. I've got my things, so I'll head out first. See you tomorrow." Her clear voice broke the subtle atmosphere in the classroom. After saying this, she cast a thoughtful glance at Lin Xiangyu. Lin Xiangyu didn't say anything, just took out his phone and gestured, indicating for Zhang Xiaoying to check her phone after she left. Zhang Xiaoying said this to dispel any suspicion about her and Lin Xiangyu's private meeting in the classroom. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoying's words, Shining Eye quickly responded, "Wait a moment, teacher will go with you." After saying that, Shining Eye followed behind Zhang Xiaoying as they walked out of the classroom. As they passed by Lin Xiangyu, Shining Eye gave him a resentful glance, her eyes seemingly expressing dissatisfaction and grievance, and she said, "Lin, thank you very much for helping the teacher keep an eye on the watch. If there is nothing else, you should head home early." "Oh, okay," Lin Xiangyu replied, watching the two of them leave. Once they were out of the classroom, Lin Xiangyu immediately picked up his phone and sent Zhang Xiaoying a message. "You come back. I'm waiting for you in the classroom." At that moment, Lin Xiangyu's inner desire reached its peak like a raging fire. Chapter 27. An extra time, Lin Xiangyu sat in the classroom, tapping his fingers absent-mindedly on the desk, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the classroom door, eagerly anticipating the appearance of Zhang Xiaoying. Just as he began to feel a bit impatient waiting, his phone dinged with a message from Zhang Xiaoying. "I might not be able to return to the classroom. Teacher Shun is going to take me home and do a home visit." Winky face. Lin Xiangyu looked at the message, his brows instantly furrowing, disappointment written all over his face. Before he could process it, his phone vibrated twice more. "Can we do another day? Don't worry, the things I promised you, I will definitely not go back on." Lin Xiangyu gritted his teeth. Although he felt unwilling, he knew today was definitely a bust. He quickly typed on the screen, "All right, then let us do another day, but if we do, there has to be an extra time added." After sending the message, he raised his eyes to look out the window and happened to see Shunning Ai and Zhang Xiuying walking out of the school together. After a while, Zhang Xiuying replied, "Okay, we can add an extra time, but no more than 2 times and no more after that. Don't treat me as a tool for your desires." Lin Xiangyu read the message, snorted coldly, stuffed his phone into his pocket, and left the classroom without another word. He walked out of the school gate, raised his hand to hail a taxi, and climbed in. When Lin Xiangyu arrived home, the family was gathered around the dining table eating. The warm yellow light spilled onto the table, and the aroma of the food filled the air. "Did you handle things so quickly?" Minjing looked up, a gentle smile on her face as she softly asked. "Yes." Lin Xiangyu, forced a smile, nodded, and sat down at the table. At that moment, Pei Yilin shot Lin Xiangyu a sidelong glance, the corners of her mouth curling up into a mocking arc, and said in a sarcastic tone, "Didn't someone say they wouldn't come back for dinner tonight? I thought I could have a peaceful meal, but unexpectedly, halfway through, you came back. How unlucky." Her voice was sharp, like a small knife, cutting through the originally harmonious dining atmosphere. "Yilin, how can you talk to your brother like that?" Minjing's expression instantly darkened, and she scolded sternly, "Quickly apologize to your brother. Brother Xiangyu is so magnanimous. How could he hold against me?" Pei Yilin showed a sly expression, her eyes narrowing into slits, and said mischievously, "Right, Brother Xiangyu?" Minjing saw that Pei Yilin showed no remorse and suddenly stood up, pressing her hands on the dining table, and shouted loudly, "Pei Yilin, hurry up and apologize to your brother. Will he accept my apology?" Pei Yilin also stood up, her eyes wide open like copper bells, staring directly at Lin Xiangyu. "Do you want me to apologize to you?" Lin Xiangyu felt a surge of anger, but he understood Pei Yilin's character. If he forced her to apologize, who knows what trouble she might cause. He quickly waved his hand and said, "No need." To him, Pei Yilin was like a powder keg that could explode at any moment. It was better not to provoke her. At that moment, he secretly thought, "This Pei Yilin is like a mad dog in need of discipline. One day I must teach her a good lesson." Seeing Lin Xiangyu back down, Pei Yilin immediately wore a proud expression, lifting her head high, almost looking down her nose at him, and said, "I told you Brother Xiangyu wouldn't argue with me, right? Pei Yilin, apologize to your brother immediately, or I won't repeat myself." Minjing's voice rose an octave, echoing throughout the room, her eyes filled with anger and disappointment. "Mom," he said, "no need to apologize. Why do you insist I apologize?" Pei Yilin instantly put on a wronged expression, her eyes reddening, her voice tinged with a whimper. Her acting skills could easily win an Oscar. "Minjing, please don't make Yilin apologize. I see she already knows she's wrong, and besides, as her brother, I want to hold it against her." Lin Xiangyu wore a smile, but there was no warmth in it. Inside, he wished he could stab Pei Yilin repeatedly with that white knife. Minjing's expression was serious as she said earnestly, "It's not just about that. This is a matter of upbringing. You must not speak to your brother or sister like that in the future. Do you understand, Pei Yilin?" "Understood." Pei Yilin lowered her head, mumbling softly, her face full of reluctance. "Mom, sit down, don't get angry." Jean Mimi hurriedly stood up, gently pulling Minjing's arm to guide her back to her seat, then stood up and said to Lin Xiangyu, "Xiangyu, you sit too. I'll get you some food." Jean Mimi had not spoken up to advise Minjing throughout. She understood that Pei Yilin was in the wrong, and Lin Xiangyu must be feeling bad. But she also knew Pei Yilin's temperament. If she joined in the criticism, things might get even more awkward. During the rest of the meal, Pei Yilin acted like a sulking child, not even glancing at Lin Xiangyu, let alone interacting with him. After finishing her meal, she threw down her chopsticks, turned her back, and with a toss of her hair, went upstairs, her footsteps thumping loudly as if to vent her dissatisfaction. After finishing his meal, Lin Xiangyu went straight back to his room. He walked to his desk, opened the drawer, and took out the letter left by the previous owner. Looking at the letter, a complex emotion flashed across Lin Xiangyu's eyes. He then picked up the lighter he had just bought, clicked it, and with a snap, ignited it. The flame quickly licked the letter, the paper slowly curling and turning black. just as Lin Xiangyu tossed the last remaining ashes into the trash can. He poured water over it to extinguish the remnants. Next, Lin Xiangyu lay on his bed and started playing with his phone. After an unknown amount of time, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Chapter 28, Unexpected Scene arrives. Lin Xiangyu heard the crisp knock on the door and replied loudly. While secretly guessing who it could be, he quickly got up, walked a few steps to the door, and with a swift motion, pulled it open. There stood Jean Mimi at the door, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothes, a faint blush spreading across her fair cheeks, and a hint of panic in her eyes, making her look quite awkward. Sister Mimi, is there something you need? Lin Xiangyu's voice was full of surprise, with raised eyebrows and wide eyes revealing his astonishment. In his subconscious, he thought it was more likely for Pei Yilin or Min Jing to come looking for him. So Jean Mimi's appearance caught him off guard. Jean Mimi slightly lowered her head, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, her voice soft as a spring breeze. Xiangyu, sister wants to talk to you about something. Can I come in? Of course. Lin Xiangyu quickly stepped aside to make way, enthusiastically gesturing for her to enter. After Jean Mimi walked into the room, Lin Xiangyu carefully closed the door, doing so gently to avoid making too much noise. Like Min Jing, Jean Mimi headed straight for the gaming chair upon entering, then gently sat down, leaning slightly forward with her hands folded on her knees. Lin Xiangyu then walked over to the edge of the bed and sat down, breaking the silence first. Sister Mimi, what's wrong? Did you need something from me? Xiangyu. Sister wants to tell you about what happened yesterday morning. You don't need to take it to heart. As Jean Mimi spoke, her cheeks grew even hotter, the blush quickly spreading to her ears, resembling a ripe apple. Lin Xiangyu had already pushed the incident out of his mind, but now hearing Jean Mimi mention it, he suddenly felt his face flush and awkwardness surged in his heart. He scratched his head, feeling a bit uneasy, and said, Okay, Sister Mimi, I understand. Beyond that, he really didn't know what to say in this situation. Xiangyu, you really don't need to take it to heart. I'm your sister. There's nothing wrong with me seeing your body. As soon as Jean Mimi said this, Lin Xiangyu froze in embarrassment. Jean Mimi also realized the atmosphere in the room had become extremely awkward because of her words, and her face temperature rose sharply, feeling like it was about to ignite. She waved her delicate little hands in a fluster, fanning her face in an attempt to dispel the suffocating awkwardness. The room fell into a brief silence, as if time had frozen. After a moment, Jean Mimi broke the silence first. She suddenly reached out and grabbed Lin Xiangyu's hand, her expression filled with remorse. I'm sorry. Xiangyu, sister shouldn't have said such things to you. The air was filled with the elegant fragrance of the shower gel that Jean Mimi used, and the atmosphere in the room gradually shifted from awkwardness to ambiguity without them even realizing it. Lin Xiangyu felt the warmth of Jean Mimi's palm, his heart racing. Seeing her remorseful, he hurriedly said, Sister Mimi, it's not your fault. I shouldn't have been running around in the room without clothes with the door open. But it's a good thing it was you who saw me. I can't even imagine if it had been someone else. Hearing Lin Xiangyu say this, Jean Mimi couldn't help but picture the scene of someone else seeing Lin Xiangyu in such a state. Her cheeks flushed again, and she gently shook her head, realizing that as Lin Xiangyu said, her seeing him was indeed the best scenario, which eased her emotions a bit. Then, she stood up, straightened her clothes, and softly said, Xiangyu, sister is going back now. I won't disturb you. Okay, Lin Xiangyu replied, also standing up to see Jean Mimi out of the room. His gaze followed her figure until she disappeared at the end of the hallway. After Jean Mimi left, Lin Xiangyu checked the time. It was almost 9 o'clock. He stretched, yawned, then picked up a change of clothes and leisurely walked downstairs to the bathroom. When Lin Xiangyu got downstairs, he noticed that the bathroom light was still on, and he couldn't help but think, I didn't expect Sister Mimi to be so careless at times. Then he thought that her being like this might be related to her wanting to come find him earlier. He shook his head helplessly, stopped his complaints, and strode forward, pushing open the bathroom door. With a creak, the bathroom door slowly opened. Lin Xiangyu and Pei Yilin, who was sitting on the toilet, locked eyes, both widening their eyes in shock, unable to believe the other person would be there at this time. Chapter 29. Dating after a brief moment of silence. Pei Yilin's sharp scream instantly pierced the air. Her eyes widened in terror and shame. Her hands hurriedly shot up to cover her key parts, as if she were guarding her last shred of dignity. Shoo! Lin Xiangyu was startled by the sudden high-pitched scream, his body trembling, and reflexively raised a finger to his lips, making a gesture for silence. While lowering his voice, anxiously and flustered, he said, "Don't yell so loudly." At that moment, Lin Xiangyu's eyes were filled with panic and unease, fearing that this sharp scream would be heard by Min and Jing and Jean Mimi, escalating this embarrassing farce further. Pei Yilin's chest heaved violently, breathing heavily, glaring at him with anger, questioning, "Lin Xiangyu, why did you rush in to see me in bathroom? Are you some kind of pervert?" Her voice trembled slightly with anger. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. Lin Xiangyu had already turned his body away, but upon hearing Pei Yilin's accusations and her arrogant tone, a surge of irritation flared up within him. He spun around abruptly and retorted, "Pei Yilin, the one who seems like a pervert here should be you, right?" Seeing this, Pei Yilin indignantly said, "Lin Xiangyu, turn around quickly. No peeking." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu hurriedly covered his eyes and turned away, saying, "It's obviously my shower time now. Why are you in here using the bathroom at this time? You're not doing this on purpose to show me, are you?" Pei Yilin was infuriated by this remark. Her face instantly turned crimson, as if she were about to bleed. Without hesitation, she reached out, grabbed some toilet paper from beside her, and with all her might, threw it at Lin Xiangyu. "You jerk! What are you pretending for?" The toilet paper arced through the air in an ungraceful manner and with a loud smack. It hit Lin Xiangyu on the head. Pei Yilin trembled with anger. "It's my shower time now. My second sister is in the dorm. Shower time has been moved up by half an hour. Hasn't our family always done this?" Lin Xiangyu's anger surged higher upon being hit by the toilet paper. But after calming down to think, he realized that Pei Yilin was indeed correct. This had always been their family rule. Just a few days ago, when Jean Mimi was not home, it had been the same. He gritted his teeth, his mind racing to find other reasons to refute her. "Moments latte." His eyes brightened as he said, "Then if you're using the bathroom, why didn't you close the door?" "I was too rushed just now, so..." Pei Yilin started, then suddenly realized, her fury flaring, she said angrily, "This is my time. Why should you care if I close the door? Just because I didn't close the door, does that mean you can barge in to see me shower?" Lin Xiangyu awkwardly said, "Anyway, we both have our faults in this matter. Let's just leave it at that, okay?" After he finished speaking, Lin Xiangyu felt anxious and uneasy, waiting for Pei Yilin's response. Pei Yilin was stamping her feet in anger, and indignantly said, "You better get out of here. How am I supposed to use the bathroom with you here?" Hearing Pei Yilin's words, Lin Xiangyu felt like he had been granted amnesty and quickly dashed out of the bathroom. Of course, Pei Yilin was not so kind. The reason she let Lin Xiangyu go so easily was that she was really in a hurry, fearing he would hear her, and she had to rush him out. After Lin Xiangyu left the bathroom, he returned to his room, placed his change of clothes by the bed, and collapsed onto the bed. He stared at the ceiling, still thinking about what just happened. He didn't know how long had passed when there was another knock on his door. "Coming," Lin Xiangyu replied, then put on his shoes and got out of bed to open the door. To his surprise, standing outside was Pei Yilin. Lin Xiangyu thought she was coming to cause trouble again because of what happened earlier, fearing her scream would attract Min and Jing and Jean Mimi. He hurriedly said, "If you have something to say, come in." "No need. I've finished showering. You go shower now," Pei Yilin said. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, a blush creeping on her face, looking very shy, completely different from her usual arrogant demeanor. After saying this, she turned and walked back to her room without looking back. Lin Xiangyu was left dumbfounded by Pei Yilin's behavior, standing at the door, watching her retreating figure, unsure of what she was up to. However, as long as she wasn't causing a scene, that was better than anything. The next morning at breakfast, Pei Yilin did not trouble Lin Xiangyu again, quietly sitting there eating. Jean Mimi seemed to have completely let go of the issue of walking the dog, chatting with everyone as usual. Min and Jing continued to show her usual concern for Lin Xiangyu, wearing a gentle smile. In summary, except for Han Yojin choosing to stay off campus because of him, everything in the house seemed to be moving in a good direction. As Lin Xiangyu entered the classroom, before he could sit down, Zheng Xiuying appeared in front of him like a nimble deer, her eyes filled with a hint of nervousness and anticipation, softly saying, "Lin Xiangyu, can you come outside with me? I want to talk to you alone." Unlike yesterday, Lin Xiangyu did not make things difficult for her this time. 1. Because there was a significant deal between him and Zhang Xiaoying. 2. Because the classmates were no longer shocked by Zhang Xiaoying seeking him out. Everyone had almost accepted their close relationship. Zhang Xiaoying led Lin Xiangyu to a secluded corner, where it was quiet enough to only hear their breathing. Her hands anxiously clutched the hem of her shirt, her head slightly bowed, stammering, after thinking about it all night last night. "I think we should move that thing to the weekend." Her voice was as light as a breeze, as if afraid of being overheard. "Okay." Lin Xiangyu agreed to Zhang Xiaoying's suggestion without any hesitation, his voice calm and steady, as if this was all within his expectations. "Huh?" Upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's response, Zhang Xiaoying suddenly looked up, her eyes wide with surprise, her face displaying an expression of disbelief, as if she had heard something incredible. Zhang Xiaoying contributes 59 shock points. Zhang Xiaoying had worried for most of the night, lying in bed tossing and turning, imagining hundreds of ways Lin Xiangyu could make things difficult for her. Even thinking through the worst-case scenarios, but never expected Lin Xiangyu would agree so readily. At this moment, her heart was filled with confusion, but she also breathed a sigh of relief. After the events in the classroom yesterday, Lin Xiangyu also did not want to take such a big risk anymore. If someone really saw this, it could lead to being caught and threatened, or worse, being expelled and losing his reputation. It would be fine if it was just him, but he didn't want to drag Zhang Xiaoying down with him. However, agreeing was one thing. Not getting some extra benefits was definitely not Lin Xiangyu's style. After earning Zhang Xiaoying's shock points, Lin Xiangyu's lips curled into a smirk, looking at her with a sly gaze, slowly saying, "Don't be so happy so soon. I can agree to you, but since we're delaying it until the weekend, you have to pay me some interest, right? What do you want?" Zhang Xiaoying crossed her arms over her chest, her body slightly trembling, nervously looking at Lin Xiangyu as she asked, "A date with me?" Lin Xiangyu looked at Zhang Xiaoying and said softly, "Chapter 30 Good Things Come in Pairs. What did you say?" Zhang Xiaoying looked as if she hadn't heard Lin Xiangyu's words clearly. Zhang Xiaoying contributes 63 shock points, but the shock points she contributed were like a ruthless traitor, exposing her true feelings. Lin Xiangyu noticed this, took a deep breath, and the playful smile on his face instantly vanished, replaced by a serious expression. His gaze locked onto Zhang Xiaoying as he firmly said, "Zhang Xiaoying, let's go on a date." Upon hearing Lin Xiangyu repeat himself, Zhang Xiaoying's pretty face turned as red as fire, feeling hot to the touch. She lowered her head almost to her chest, her voice small like a buzzing mosquito, mumbling, "Okay." As soon as she finished speaking, she shyly looked down, no longer daring to meet Lin Xiangyu's eyes. Flustered, she covered her cheeks with her hands and hurriedly ran towards the classroom, her back appearing somewhat awkward yet adorable. Lin Xiangyu watched her retreating figure, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting, secretly marveling. I didn't expect her to be quite cute. They both agreed to set the date for the weekend. And Zhang Xiaoying, seemingly trusting Lin Xiangyu completely, unhesitatingly handed over the decision of the date location to him. Zhang Xiaoying's heart was filled with mixed emotions. She never imagined that her first date would unfold in such a strange yet slightly awkward manner. In the following days, life was like a calm lake, everything proceeding in an orderly fashion. Time flew by, and soon it was Friday. Lin Xiangyu had been busy these past few days, carefully selecting various date locations. With the ample pocket money given by managing, his options were quite broad. After finalizing a few locations, he sent all the detailed information through Kakao Talk to Zhang Xiaoying, letting her choose one. After all, it was Zhang Xiaoying's first date, and Lin Xiangyu sincerely hoped to make her happy and create a wonderful memory. Zhang Xiaoying looked at the densely packed options on her phone screen, her eyes filled with confusion and anticipation. Among all the options, she ultimately chose the amusement park. Compared to a cinema, which is a typical couple spot, she felt that the amusement park was filled with laughter and joy, making it more fun and easier to create happy memories. She didn't want her first date to be ruined by a boring movie. Unknowingly, Zhang Xiaoying found herself developing a strange fondness for Lin Xiangyu. She couldn't quite explain why. Perhaps it was because he was the first boy to treat her with such a special attitude, unlike the previous boys who seemed to want to put her on a pedestal. However, this fondness for Lin Xiangyu made Zhang Xiaoying feel embarrassed. She even thought of herself as cheap, like someone with a masochistic tendency. The moment she thought about this, she couldn't help but shake her head to dispel these thoughts from her mind. After choosing the date location, Lin Xiangyu prepared to confirm the time for their date with Zhang Xiaoying. Just like with the location, he still handed the decision-making power to Zhang Xiaoying because, for him, any day was fine since he had nothing planned for that weekend. Zhang Xiaoying didn't think that Lin Xiangyu was indecisive for letting her make the decision. On the contrary, she felt that he was considerate of her, and her fondness for him unknowingly increased a few points. "What time do you think you can get up tomorrow morning? I want to go early." As Zhang Xiaoying sent this message, a blush crept onto her face due to shyness, and her fingers trembled slightly. Lin Xiangyu saw the message and couldn't help but smile, a knowing grin spreading across his face. His long fingers quickly tapped on the phone screen as he replied, "Latte World opens at 10 a.m. So let us meet at 9 a.m., have breakfast together, and then start having fun." After reading Lin Xiangyu's message, Zhang Xiaoying simply replied with a "okay." This simple word was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples of excitement. Once the date was confirmed, Lin Xiangyu felt great all day, a smile constantly on his face, as if everything around him had become beautiful. Zhang Xiaoying, on the other hand, was shy throughout the day. Just thinking about tomorrow's date made her face uncontrollably flush. After school, with a nervous heart, Zhang Xiaoying slowly walked up to Lin Xiangyu's desk and softly said, "See you tomorrow," her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. After speaking, she immediately turned red and ran away, her back filled with youthful shyness and panic. Han Lianyin contributed 34 shock points. Zhang Xianna contributed 42 shock points. Han Zaishi contributed 33 shock points. Li Taisheng contributed 45 shock points. Triple X contributed XX shock points. Seeing the once high and mighty class flower and head girl now so shy. Even those classmates who had already accepted that Zhang Xiaoying and Lin Xiangyu were together felt a deep shock. Today seemed to be Lin Xiangyu's lucky day, with good things happening one after another. Just as he was immersed in the anticipation of his date with Zhang Xiaoying, another surprising event quietly occurred. "Xin zao ngai, Lin Xiangyi. I want to give it a try. Do you have time tomorrow afternoon? Let us have dinner together." Upon seeing Xin Yangyi's message, Lin Xiangyu's eyes instantly lit up, his face displaying a mix of surprise and excitement. For the past few days, Xin Yangyi had completely ignored him, leading him to believe that there wouldn't be any more student-teacher stories unfolding anytime soon. But unexpectedly, happiness had come so suddenly. Xin Yangyi was able to make a decision so quickly. It was truly a case of good things coming in pairs, filling Lin Xiangyu's heart with anticipation and excitement. Chapter 31. Going to the appointment after receiving the message, Lin Xiangyu did not hesitate at all and immediately replied to Xin Yangyi. "Of course I have time, Teacher Shun. Whenever you invite me, I will always have time. To me, nothing is more important than you." Between the lines, there was enthusiasm and urgency, as if Shun Yangyi was the only focus in his life. In the office, Shun Yangyi was sitting at her desk, her brows furrowed deeply, her pen mechanically spinning between her fingers, her eyes seemingly glued to the phone screen, burning with intensity and focus. When Lin Xiangyu's message came into view, her tightly knit brows seemed to be smoothed out by an invisible hand, and then a radiant smile blossomed on her face. After all, who wouldn't feel delighted by such straightforward and passionate compliments from the opposite sex? "Then let's meet tomorrow at 7 p.m. Also, Xiangyu, please don't call me teacher in private anymore. I don't like that title. It makes me feel uncomfortable and gives me a sense of guilt." After replying to the message, Shun Yangyi's fair and slender fingers trembled slightly. This tremor might be a natural reaction to her nervousness, or perhaps it was the uncontrollable excitement deep within her. On the other side, Lin Xiangyu saw Shun Yangyi's reply and couldn't help but smile, revealing a doting smile. At home, Everything was still as usual, everything in order. However, Lin Xiangyu felt a sense of unease. Upon careful consideration, he suddenly realized that Han Yojin had not returned home this weekend. Min and Jing informed him that Han Yojin would attend a class gathering tomorrow, so it was very likely she wouldn't be back this weekend. As Min and Jing spoke, the deep longing on her face was evident. Lin Xiangyu's heart sank. After all, Han Yojin staying at school was fundamentally related to him. He silently vowed to find an opportunity to explain everything clearly to Yojin when she returned next week. On Saturday morning, after hearing the alarm, Lin Xiangyu sprang up from bed in one swift motion. He quickly washed up and hurried to the wardrobe, carefully selecting his outfit for the day. Looking at the various styles of clothes in the closet that always seemed a bit outdated, Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but mentally criticize. The original owner's fashion sense is hopeless. It seems I need to find time to get a few decent outfits. After rummaging through everything, he finally picked out an outfit that was barely acceptable and rushed downstairs. In the living room downstairs, Jean Mimi was busy preparing breakfast in an apron. Upon seeing Lin Xiangyu, who was neatly dressed and looked hurried, she paused her actions and asked, "Xiangyu, are you going out?" "Yes, I'm going out to hang out with some classmates," Lin Xiangyu replied properly, stopping his tracks. At that moment, Pei Yilin, who had been lying on the sofa, soaking up the sun, perked up her ears at the mention of hanging out with classmates, opened her eyes, and secretly glanced in Lin Xiangyu's direction. Dressed differently, Lin Xiangyu looked even more handsome, which inexplicably quickened Pei Yilin's heartbeat. Jean Mimi put down her spatula and asked with concern, "So you're not having breakfast at home today?" Before Lin Xiangyu could answer, Pei Yilin chimed in sarcastically, "Sister, he has a date, of course. He's going out for a big meal. Why would he bother with the food made at home?" As soon as those words were spoken, the air in the living room instantly froze, leaving Lin Xiangyu and Jean Mimi awkwardly at a loss. Pei Yilin's comment seemed like a direct criticism of Jean Mimi's cooking. Realizing the atmosphere was off, Pei Yilin quickly straightened up on the sofa, trying to salvage the situation. "Sister, I didn't mean it that way. I meant to say..." But when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she got stuck, racking her brain for a suitable explanation. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu quickly stepped in to ease the tension. "Mimi, please don't listen to Yilin's nonsense. I just made plans with friends. In my heart, no matter how sumptuous the food outside is, it can't compare to the home-cooked meals you make." Hearing Lin Xiangyu's words, Jean Mimi chuckled and waved her hand, saying, all right, you two, stop trying to comfort me. I'm not that petty. Xiangyu, you should hurry and go. Don't delay your important matters." Lin Xiangyu successfully diffused the awkwardness, and Pei Yilin looked at him with gratitude, her gaze filled with a different kind of affection. Pei Yilin contributed a shock value of 5. Seeing the system prompt, Lin Xiangyu instinctively looked at Pei Yilin, and as their eyes met, he quickly averted his gaze, turning to Jean Mimi and saying, "Mimi, then I'll head out now." "Okay, have fun." Jean Mimi smiled in response, her eyes full of concern. Just as Lin Xiangyu stepped out of the house, Pei Yilin jumped off the sofa and quickly followed him out. Chapter 32. The plan works. Lin Xiangyu stepped out of his home, his fingers flying over the phone screen as he quickly sent a message to Zheng Xiuying, informing her that he was on his way. He then hurried to the intersection, raised his hand to hail a taxi, ready to head to his date with Zheng Xiuying. Just as Lin Xiangyu's arm was raised, about to stop a taxi, he heard Pei Yilin's urgent shout from behind. "Lin Xiangyu, wait a minute." Lin Xiangyu turned around in surprise, his face full of confusion. He saw Pei Yilin standing behind him, her cheeks slightly flushed like the first blooming peach blossoms of spring, with a hint of shyness and timidity. "Thank you for what happened just now," Pei Yilin said softly, her voice gentle like a spring breeze, carrying a barely noticeable tremor. Lin Xiangyu had already seen the system notification about the shock value contributed by Pei Yilin and knew exactly what she was referring to. At this moment, he pretended to be clueless, asking with a puzzled expression, "Huh? Thank me for what?" "It's just..." Pei Yilin's face grew even hotter, the blush spreading from her cheeks to her ears. For her, taking the initiative to thank Lin Xiangyu was already difficult, and now having to explain the reason was simply embarrassing, making her wish she could find a hole to hide in. "It's just, you helped me out of a tough spot," just now. Pei Yilin struggled to finish her sentence, that short phrase seeming to drain all her energy and means. Oh, you mean that? Lin Xiangyu deliberately paused, a complex expression flashing across his face, and continued, Actually, I wasn't planning to help you. But when I saw how embarrassed you were at the time, my body just acted on its own. After saying this, he let out a helpless sigh, as if he were very annoyed with his own behavior. Pei Yilin was taken aback by Lin Xiangyu's response. Her initial feelings of shame instantly dissipated, replaced by a strange affection for him that quietly grew in her heart. Anyway, thank you, Xiangyu, Appa. Pei Yilin's voice was as small as a mosquito's buzz, and after speaking, she hurriedly ran back into the house, her face flushed. Lin Xiangyu watched Pei Yilin's retreating figure, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting into an almost imperceptible smile. He knew that the first step of his plan had succeeded, and everything was progressing steadily in the direction he had envisioned. The plan works, although Pei Yilin's personality could be a bit hard to handle at times. One could not deny that her looks and figure were exceptional. After watching Pei Yilin disappear completely, Lin Xiangyu raised his hand again to hail a taxi. Once he got into the taxi, he didn't forget to message Zhang Xiaoying. He thought he was quick enough, but to his surprise, Zhang Xiaoying had already arrived at the agreed location. Lin Xiangyu looked out the window at the swiftly passing streets, his face beaming with a satisfied smile. Having been in this world for less than a week, good things were coming one after another, and he seemed to already see a bright and splendid future ahead. The taxi came to a steady stop, and after Lin Xiangyu got out, he eagerly searched around but did not see Zhang Xiaoying. He immediately took out his phone and called her. After 2 rings, the call was connected. Hello, I'm here, where are you? Lin Xiangyu said cheerfully, eagerly looking forward to meeting Zhang Xiaoying. On the other end of the line, Zhang Xiaoying's voice was tinged with urgency and excitement. I'm in the far right corner of the main entrance. Hurry over. You better give me back my phone. Beautiful. Hanging out with your boyfriend is fun, and hanging out with us guys is also fun. As long as you hang out with us today, we'll give your phone back to you. Ha ha ha. A series of noisy voices came from the phone, and Lin Xiangyu instantly understood what was happening. His brows furrowed as he ran anxiously towards the location Zhang Xiaoying had mentioned. Chapter 33. Being in the blink of an eye, Lin Xiangyu locked onto Zhang Xiaoying in the corner. At that moment, she was leaning against the wall, looking like a frightened little deer, pitiful and vulnerable. In front of her, 3 individuals with exaggerated hair colors were laughing shamelessly. Zhang Xiaoying's face was filled with anxiety as she rushed forward repeatedly, trying to retrieve the phone that had been snatched from her. But the 3 men treated the phone like a toy, tossing it back and forth in the air, accompanied by their piercing laughter, enjoying the torment they were inflicting on her. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiangyu felt a surge of anger erupt from the depths of his heart, instantly igniting his entire being. Thanks to the 50 movement speed boost from his athletic boy passive ability, Lin Xiangyu was like the wind, swiftly arriving beside Zhang Xiaoying. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed her hand with urgency and strength. Zhang Xiaoying looked up, and, upon seeing Lin Xiangyu, the grievances she had been holding back suddenly broke free. Her eyes reddening with tears, her expression filled with vulnerability. This sight tugged at Lin Xiangyu's heart. He could bully himself, but he couldn't allow others to bully her. Lin Xiangyu gently patted Zhang Xiaoying's shoulder, comforting her. It's okay. I'm here. You're here. You're here. Can you? When the men sneered, about to mock. But before he could finish, Lin Xiangyu's fist, charged with boundless rage, struck straight at his face like a cannonball. Charge punch. At the same time, Lin Xiangyu activated his newly acquired skill. Take a nap. You. In an instant, the man rolled his eyes back and collapsed backwards as if all his bones had been removed, hitting the ground with a thud, instantly snoring loudly. The sudden change shocked the other 2 men into a stupor, their previously smug expressions vanishing without a trace, replaced by fear and bewilderment. They both understood that they had hit a brick wall today. Li Doshi contributed 69 shock points. Jin Qingjun contributed 100 shock points. Zhang Xiaoying contributed 80 shock points. Lin Xiangyu caught a glimpse of the system's shock points and couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Muttering to himself, If I had known, I wouldn't have used that skill just now. I wasted an opportunity to earn some shock points. But clearly, this was not the time to dwell on that. He clenched his fist, the joints cracking ominously, his gaze fierce as he approached the remaining two men step by step. Little brother, here's your phone back. One of the men, seeing this, turned pale with fear and hurriedly handed the phone to Lin Xiangyu, his voice trembling. Brother, look, you also hit. Before he could finish, Lin Xiangyu unleashed another heavy punch, accurately smashing into his face, simultaneously activating. Take a nap. You. In Lin Xiangyu's mind, these men had bullied Zhang Xiuying, and there was no reasoning with them. Knocking them down was the most straightforward solution. Jin Qingjun contributed 100 shock points. Zhang Xiuying contributed 100 shock points. After using, take a nap. You. Twice in a row. Lin Xiangyu felt his stamina rapidly deplete, his body weakening as fatigue washed over him. But he knew in his heart that it was all worth it. He didn't want to recklessly show off. Taking on 3 opponents was too risky. Choosing the safest method was the only way to ensure success. At this moment, only one person remained, Jin Qingjun. Lin Xiangyu's gaze was sharp as he fixed his eyes on him, speaking slowly and deliberately. You bullied my woman. Now you're in for it. As he spoke, he stuffed Zhang Xiuying's phone into his pocket and slowly walked towards Jin Qingjun, each step heavy and powerful, as if declaring the punishment that was about to come. So, your name is Jin Qingjun, right? Lin Xiangyu asked, his voice low and cold. Hearing this, Jin Qingjun was taken aback, exclaiming, How do you know my name? However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Xiangyu's swift kick struck his calf like lightning. With a crack, Jin Qingjun's leg instantly lost its support, and his body uncontrollably pitched forward, crashing to the ground with a thud. If he hadn't reacted quickly to brace himself with his arm, he would likely be sprawled helplessly on the ground now. Before Jin Qingjun could gather his senses, Lin Xiangyu's jabs rained down upon his face like a storm. In the blink of an eye, Jin Qingjun's face was covered in bruises and wounds, blood seeping from his brow, mouth, and nose streaming down his cheeks. After thoroughly incapacitating Jin Qingjun, Lin Xiangyu grabbed his hair, forcefully lifting his head up, stepping hard on his shoulder, looking down at him from above, and coldly said, How dare you mess with my woman? Stop, I know I was wrong. Jin Qingjun pleaded in terror. You don't know you were wrong. You just know you're scared. Lin Xiangyu smiled eerily. I'll make sure you remember this. With that, Lin Xiangyu delivered a brutal kick to Jin Qingjun's groin, and a piercing scream tore through the air as Jin Qingjun curled up in a ball, rolling on the ground in agony, howling like a pig being slaughtered. Lin Xiangyu turned to glance at the two he had just knocked out, seeing they were still unconscious, and decided not to wake them. He turned back to Zhang Xiuying, pulled out her phone from his pocket, and handed it to her, his face full of guilt as he softly said, I'm sorry, Xiuying. If I hadn't left you waiting alone, this wouldn't have happened. Having just experienced a heart-pounding rescue, Zhang Xiuying was already emotional, and hearing Lin Xiangyu's self-reproachful words made her eyes well up, tears brimming and nearly spilling over. Seeing the moment was right, Lin Xiangyu took Zhang Xiuying into his arms, holding her tightly, repeatedly murmuring, Bia na Xiuying. Chapter 34. Do we have to be in the classroom? Hearing Lin Xiangyu continuously apologize, Zhang Xiuying felt a mix of emotions in her heart. She hurriedly reached out her hand, her fair fingertips gently covering his mouth. The moment she touched Lin Xiangyu's warm lips, a current of electricity surged through her body, and her heartbeat suddenly quickened. The two locked eyes, and in that instant, Zhang Xiuying felt her face burning, the heat quickly spreading to her ears, even her neck flushed with color. She hurriedly pushed Lin Xiangyu away, her voice soft and a bit shy. You must be hungry. Let's go eat. Sure. A hint of disappointment rose in Lin Xiangyu's heart, but he cleverly concealed his emotions and replaced it with a gentle smile. What do you want to eat? How about trying some Chinese food? I did some research beforehand, and there's a Cantonese tea restaurant nearby. Zhang Xiuying blinked her bright eyes, eagerly suggesting. For this date, she had spent a long time online the night before, researching the reviews and specialty dishes of the nearby restaurants, hoping to give Lin Xiangyu a surprise. Lin Xiangyu naturally wouldn't refuse. Not to mention Zhang Xiuying being from H country, He had never set foot in a Cantonese tea restaurant either. All right, I'll follow your lead. We can't let our lovely Xiang's effort go to waste. As Lin Xiangyu spoke, his eyes were filled with affection. He knew that Zheng Xiaoying had put in a lot of effort for this date, and he was touched by her thoughtfulness. In the past, the boys Zheng Xiaoying had interacted with at her age either feared her deeply or were shamelessly infatuated. In high school, there was a crazy, infatuated boy who secretly picked up her torn stockings she had thrown in the trash and licked them. This horrifying scene had left her traumatized, making her hesitant to discard items casually ever since. Every time she thought of it, she would feel a shiver, which is why Lin Xiangyu's respectful yet sincere attitude towards her felt so special. Just as Lin Xiangyu and Zheng Xiaoying left, the two people lying on the ground quickly got up. In fact, they had already woken up but had pretended to be asleep, scared by Lin Xiangyu's strength. After getting up, they hurriedly helped the beaten Jin Chengjun, who was struggling to stand. After this incident, Jin Chengjun deeply understood the saying that you can never wake someone who is pretending to be asleep, let alone two. He felt regretful and secretly vowed never to hang out with these unreliable guys again. This time, he had embarrassed himself greatly. If word got out, how would he face everyone at school? At the dim tea restaurant, Zheng Xiaoying stared at the densely packed menu filled with unfamiliar dish names, feeling a bit flustered. She wanted to ask the waiter for recommendations, but was afraid of exposing her ignorance about Chinese food in front of Lin Xiangyu. Nervously biting her lower lip, her fingers gently slid over the menu, trying to find something familiar among the strange names. Lin Xiangyu saw through her embarrassment at a glance and turned to the waiter, saying, "Crystal shrimp dumplings, crispy rice rolls, fresh shrimp siumai, roast duck." While ordering, he kept an eye on Zheng Xiaoying's expression and noticed her slightly relax before he felt relieved. After finishing his order, he put down the menu and softly said to Zheng Xiaoying, "Xiaoying, take another look. Do you want to add anything else?" Zheng Xiaoying also put down the menu and responded with a sweet smile. "This is enough. Don't eat too much. There's still many snacks waiting for us inside." Thinking about being able to eat various snacks with Lin Xiangyu at the amusement park later, sweet ripples surged in her heart, and her smile became even brighter. Lin Xiangyu was trying these delicacies for the first time, although he wasn't sure if they were authentic. The taste was indeed stunning and more novel and delightful compared to the usual Korean food. Each bite felt like opening the door to a new world, with rich flavors dancing on his tongue. Zheng Xiaoying also enjoyed her meal, and it was clear that she loved Chinese food immensely. Her cheeks were puffed up like a cute little hamster, and she occasionally looked up at Lin Xiangyu, her eyes filled with laughter, which concealed her undeniable affection. After finishing their meal, the two headed to Latte World Amusement Park. Lin Xiangyu paid for the meal, but when it came to buying tickets for the amusement park, Zheng Xiaoying insisted on paying. Lin Xiangyu couldn't refuse and had to give in to her. As she fished out her money, she muttered that she couldn't always let Lin Xiangyu pay, and her serious demeanor made Lin Xiangyu chuckle, his eyes full of tenderness. After trying 2 rides, Zheng Xiaoying suddenly took out her phone, blushing, and shyly walked up to Lin Xiangyu, stuttering, Can you take a few pictures of me?" She had wanted to take pictures for a long time, but had been too embarrassed to ask. It took her quite a while to muster the courage, and her voice trembled with nervousness. "Of course." Lin Xiangyu smiled as he took the phone. "Move a bit, smile." He carefully adjusted the angle, wanting to capture Zheng Xiaoying at her most beautiful, his gaze focused and affectionate. After taking 2 pictures, he put down Zheng Xiaoying's phone and said, "Xiaoying, can you help me take a few pictures too?" Saying this, he took out his own phone. Zheng Xiaoying responded and stepped forward to take the phone. But Lin Xiangyu took the opportunity to wrap his arm around her shoulder. The phone already switched to selfie mode, pointing it at the two of them. "Smile." This action instantly turned Zheng Xiaoying from a little red face into a big red face. Before she could react, Lin Xiangyu pressed the shutter button. "Oh no, what are you doing? You didn't say anything before taking the picture. Delete it." Zheng Xiaoying was both shy and anxious, hurriedly covering her face with her hands. Inside, she felt embarrassed and angry, yet there was a hint of happiness. This complex emotion left her at a loss, her fingers nervously tugging at the hem of her clothes. "Don't you want to take a picture with me?" Lin Xiangyu pretended to be disappointed, lowering his gaze. "If you don't like it, then let us delete it. Saying this, he handed the phone to Zhang Xiaoying, his eyes hiding a mischievous expectation. No, it's just that I wasn't ready yet. Zhang Xiaoying's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. After saying that, she slightly turned her body, resting her head on Lin Xiangyu's shoulder, raising the phone to take a picture of the two of them. At that moment, her heart felt like it had a little rabbit inside, thumping wildly, her cheeks hot. And the warmth radiating from Lin Xiangyu made her feel both shy and secure. After taking the pictures, the two experienced various attractions and tasted different snacks, leaving behind joyful photos in the camera. Zhang Xiaoying shared pictures on her social media for the first time, including sweet selfies with Lin Xiangyu. Looking at those photos, she couldn't help but smile, her heart filled with happiness, as if the entire world had become brighter. After a fun day, Lin Xiangyu and Zhang Xiaoying walked out of the amusement park hand in hand. By this time, it was already past 3 p.m. However, because they had eaten various snacks inside, neither of them felt hungry at the moment. Standing on the street, waiting for a taxi, Zhang Xiaoying blushed and quietly asked, "Do we have to be in a classroom?" She slightly lowered her head, nervously tugging at the hem of her clothes, her voice carrying a hint of expectation and shyness, her eyes secretly glancing at Lin Xiangyu, hoping to find the answer on his face. Chapter 35 Virtual Reality, What's Wrong? Lin Xiangyu raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhang Xiaoying, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. "Are you having second thoughts?" Zhang Xiaoying, seeing Lin Xiangyu's expression, hurriedly waved her hand and said quickly, "It's not that I'm having second thoughts. I just wanted to ask you, can we change the place?" "Like where?" Lin Xiangyu clearly understood Zhang Xiaoying's little thoughts. He deliberately pretended to be confused, wanting to tease this girl who seemed strong on the outside, but was full of girlish sentiments on the inside. "Go to a motel. Is that okay?" Zhang Xiaoying's face instantly turned as red as a ripe tomato, her voice barely above a whisper, sounding like a mosquito buzzing, and she was obviously stuttering. "A motel? Isn't that usually a place for couples to get intimate? Didn't you previously disagree about taking that step with me?" Lin Xiangyu feigned surprise. But deep down, he was secretly hoping that Zhang Xiaoying would agree to take their relationship further. Zhang Xiaoying initially wanted to explain that going to a motel didn't necessarily mean something would happen, but the words were hard to say, and she was also afraid that Lin Xiangyu would do something more extreme to her in the motel. After hesitating for a while, Zhang Xiaoying finally sighed and said helplessly, "Forget it. Let's just go to the classroom." Hearing Zhang Xiaoying say this, Lin Xiangyu didn't have any particular emotional fluctuations. After all, he firmly believed that, given time, he would eventually make Zhang Xiaoying completely open her heart. In his view, it was just a matter of time. Sooner or later, he would fully unlock all the possibilities within Zhang Xiaoying. Not long after, they took a taxi and arrived at the school. The university campus was desolate on the weekend, with no teachers in sight and only a few students around. Lin Xiangyu and Zhang Xiaoying made their way to the classroom without any obstacles. After their previous experience, as soon as they entered the classroom, Lin Xiangyu quickly turned around and locked the door. With a click, Zhang Xiaoying's heart tightened, and a wave of nervousness surged through her. The classroom was filled with an indescribable atmosphere. Zhang Xiaoying felt her cheeks burning, her heart racing wildly in her chest, and her breathing unconsciously quickening. This atmosphere was neither the usual awkwardness nor the sweet ambiguity, nor was it the uncomfortable frivolity. Both Lin Xiangyu and Zhang Xiaoying were very clear about the purpose of their visit, yet for some reason, they both froze in place, neither of them taking the first step. Just at this moment of slight stalemate, Lin Xiangyu's system chimed in like a timely rain. Ding! To assist the host in warming up the relationship with Zhang Xiaoying, the virtual reality function is now activated. Virtual reality has been activated. Wish the host a pleasant game. As the system prompt sounded, in an instant, a flash of light passed by, and Lin Xiangyu and Zhang Xiaoying felt the scenery in front of them change in an instant, and the next second, they were pulled into a brand new virtual space. Zhang Xiaoying completed her promise to Lin Xiangyu in the virtual reality game. Completion progress, 1-2. At this point, I apologize for cutting out 87 words. I can only rely on the reader's imaginations. It does not affect the plot, and you can check the omitted part for details. Chapter 36 Dinner with the Teacher. After finishing dinner, Lin Xiangyu took out his phone to check the time. They had spent a long time in the classroom, and it was almost 6 o'clock. At 7, Lin Xiangyu had plans to have dinner with teacher Shunning Ai. He knew it was too late to do it all over again, so he said, "Let's call it a day. I'll take you home." Zhang Xiaoying looked at her phone in surprise and exclaimed, "Wow, is it already this time? Doesn't it feel like time flies when you're with me?" Lin Xiangyu teased with a playful smile. Zhang Xiaoying rolled her eyes at him and rubbed her sore chin, saying, "Stop it. It feels like time is dragging on. Ha ha." Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but laugh at Zhang Xiaoying's adorable act of feigned annoyance. After laughing, Lin Xiangyu said, "All right, no more jokes. I'll take you home." "Okay." Zhang Xiaoying nodded obediently, looking like a gentle little cat. After leaving the school, Lin Xiangyu hailed a taxi and took Zhang Xiaoying to the entrance of her community. After they got out of the car, Lin Xiangyu asked, "Do you want to take you inside?" In fact, his underlying question was, "Is it convenient for me to go in with you?" "No need." Zhang Xiaoying raised her hand, beckoning him with her finger, and said, "Appa, come here for a moment." Hearing Zhang Xiaoying call him Appa, Lin Xiangyu felt a sweetness in his heart and walked over without hesitation. When he reached Zhang Xiaoying, she suddenly stood on her tiptoes and gently kissed him on the cheek. After the kiss, she ran away like a startled little rabbit without looking back. Lin Xiangyu watched Zhang Xiaoying's retreating figure, instinctively touching his cheek where she had kissed him, a happy smile spreading across his face. He knew that the day he completely won over Zhang Xiaoying was not far away. After getting into the taxi and leaving Zhang Xiaoying's home, Lin Xiangyu immediately called Shunning Ai. The call was quickly connected, and Shunning Ai's voice came through. "Hello, Xiangyu, are you ready?" "Yes, I'm ready, Shun." Lin Xiangyu almost called her teacher again, quickly correcting himself. "What about you, Ying Ai?" "I'm ready too. I was just about to call you when you called." Shunning Ai's voice carried a hint of laughter, and Lin Xiangyu could feel that she was in a particularly good mood at that moment. "Where shall we meet?" Lin Xiangyu asked. Shunning Ai had not mentioned where they would eat, only saying she would take him to a restaurant with delicious barbecue. "I'll send you the location." Shunning Ai replied with a smile. "Okay." Lin Xiangyu responded and hung up the phone. Soon, Shunning Ai sent the location, but it was not a specific restaurant, just a street. After Lin Xiangyu told the driver the location, he leaned back in his seat to rest. He had been busy since he got up this morning, even getting into a fight, which had drained a lot of his energy, and he was indeed feeling a bit tired now. After resting for a while, the taxi arrived at the location Shunning Ai had sent. As soon as Lin Xiangyu got out of the car, he saw Shunning Ai, who was dressed up beautifully. Today, she looked very different from usual. The glasses that she always wore on her nose were nowhere to be seen, and her eyes sparkled like stars. Her long hair, which was usually casually draped, was now elegantly styled. On her earlobes hung a pair of exquisite earrings that sparkled with tiny glimmers of light with every movement, adding a touch of charm to her appearance. Her face was adorned with carefully applied makeup. The combination of eyeshadow, blush, and lipstick perfectly highlighted her facial features, radiating an alluring charm from within. "Have you been waiting long?" Lin Xiangyu asked with a smile as he quickly walked toward Shunning Ai, concerned. Shunning Ai lowered her head. Her face flushed and softly said, "Not long, let's go." "Where are we going to eat?" Lin Xiangyu inquired. Shunning Ai still didn't answer, just took Lin Xiangyu's hand and said, "Just follow me." Soon, Lin Xiangyu was led by Shunning Ai to a barbecue restaurant. The restaurant's name, Kong Ho Dong Baekjong, immediately brought back memories from Lin Xiangyu's past life. He remembered watching a South Korean variety show called Love Letter, where the host was named Kong Ho Dong. Lin Xiangyu and Shunning Ai walked into the barbecue restaurant and found a seat in the corner of the bustling hall. The restaurant was quite crowded. It had many branches in Seoul, and today they were at the popular Myeongdong location. Shunning Ai skillfully ordered several dishes and then started chatting with Lin Xiangyu. Just as they were enjoying their conversation, Lin Xiangyu suddenly froze, his eyes fixed on a table diagonally across from them, as if he had seen something incredibly shocking. Shunning Ai turned her head to follow Lin Xiangyu's gaze and immediately noticed a cute girl with twin ponytails among the many men and women at the opposite table. Chapter 37, Misunderstanding. Shunning Ai looked at the cute girl with double ponytails and felt a wave of sourness rise inexplicably in her heart. She turned her head back. filled with jealousy, and asked sourly, "Do you know her?" Her gaze was fixed tightly on Lin Xiangyu, as if trying to read the truth from his face, not wanting to miss any change in his expression. "Yeah." Lin Xiangyu retracted his gaze and nodded gently in response. "Wow, Lin Xiangyu, I didn't expect you to have such great charm, knowing so many beautiful girls." Shen Ai's tone was dripping with jealousy, as if she had overturned a whole jar of aged vinegar, with every word carrying a sour taste. Seeing Shen Ai's jealous demeanor made Lin Xiangyu feel amused and find her cute. He hurriedly lowered his voice to explain, "She's my second sister." Shen Ai contributed 90 points of shock value. Upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's answer, Shen Ai's heart jolted. The jealousy that had surged like a tidal wave moments ago vanished without a trace, replaced by an expression of extreme nervousness. She looked as if she had been caught sneaking a date with her student by their parents, feeling utterly embarrassed and wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. "What should we do now?" Shen Ai flusteredly covered her face with her hands, her voice as soft as a whisper, her eyes filled with helplessness as she looked at Lin Xiangyu, as if he were her only lifeline. Hoping he could come up with a perfect plan, Lin Xiangyu also spoke softly to reassure her. "It should be fine. She didn't see us. We could just eat our meal." He gently patted Shen Ai's hand, trying to calm her down and give her some strength. Hearing Lin Xiangyu's words, Shen Ai's gaze shifted slightly, and she began to calculate quickly in her mind. But just then, Han Yojin, who was preparing to go to the restroom, passed by and accidentally turned her head, just in time to see Lin Xiangyu and Shen Ai. Han Yojin contributed 11 points of shock value. A blush instantly appeared on Han Yojin's face, as if her deepest secret had been exposed. She hesitated for a moment, torn between her thoughts, but ultimately mustered the courage to walk over to Lin Xiangyu's table and softly asked, "Xiangyu, what are you doing here?" As she spoke, her eyes kept glancing at Shen Ai, who was sitting opposite Lin Xiangyu, filled with curiosity about the relationship between this beautiful woman and her brother. Before Lin Xiangyu could respond, Shen Ai spoke up first, wearing a seemingly friendly smile, and asked Xiangyu, "Who is this?" At the same time, she secretly extended the tip of her high heel and gently kicked Lin Xiangyu's leg, even giving him a slight wink, as if to remind him to be careful with his words. "Oh." Lin Xiangyu instantly understood and immediately stood up, introducing seriously, "Teacher Shen, this is my second sister." His voice was clear and bright, trying to break the slightly awkward atmosphere and bring everything back to normal. Upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's words, Han Yojin's expression instantly became serious and respectful. She immediately extended her hand politely to Shen Ai and said, "Hello, Teacher Shen. I am Lin Xiangyu's second sister, Han Yojin." Her gaze was focused on Shen Ai, showing complete respect and courtesy. Seeing this, Shen Ai hurriedly stood up and extended her right hand to lightly shake hands with Han Yojin. Due to her nervousness, her palms were already covered in sweat, and the temperature and moisture in her hands seemed to betray her inner turmoil. She was terrified that her secret romance would be seen through by the person in front of her. After just a brief handshake, Shen Ai quickly withdrew her hand, repeatedly saying, "Hello, hello." At this moment, Han Yojin seemed to sense something unusual. A weekend outing with a female teacher and a male student, alone together. And the female teacher had dressed up carefully. Everything felt unusual. "Xiangyu, what is going on between you and Teacher Shen?" Han Yojin asked with a puzzled expression, her brows slightly furrowing, her eyes darting back and forth between Lin Xiangyu and Shen Ai, trying to find an answer, and her doubts deepening. Lin Xiangyu was caught off guard by the question, unsure how to respond. His face instantly showed an awkward expression, and he opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Looking like a fish out of water, flustered. Seeing this, Shen Ai quickly spoke up to explain, maintaining her smile and speaking in a calm tone. "It's like this. Xiangyu came to me privately and said he has been troubled by some things lately. Since it's the weekend, I plan to chat with him." Her voice was steady, trying to convince Han Yojin of this explanation while struggling to hide her inner anxiety. "Oh, I see. Han Yojin knew did to fully." But just then, she suddenly linked Shen Ai's words, "He has been troubled by some things," to the scene she had witnessed that night on the stairs. As the saying goes, Family scandals should not be aired in public. Han Yojin thought Lin Xiangyu was going to tell Xinning about his situation with Pei Yilin. Her heart tightened, and she hurriedly tugged at Lin Xiangyu's sleeve, whispering, "Lin Xiangyu, come with me." After saying this, Han Yojin forced a smile at Xinning, nodded politely, and said, "Sorry. Teacher Shun, I need to talk to Lin Xiangyu about something privately." "Okay." Xinning nodded with a smile, but a sense of unease crept into her heart, worrying that things would develop in an uncontrollable direction. Han Yojin led Lin Xiangyu toward a secluded corner of the restaurant. After hesitating for a moment, with a serious expression, she said, "Xiangyu, you can't casually tell outsiders about family matters. If you have something you feel uncomfortable discussing with mom or eldest sister, you can tell me privately." Her face was serious, full of concern for the family matters, afraid Lin Xiangyu would impulsively say things he shouldn't. Lin Xiangyu looked bewildered, completely not understanding the deeper meaning behind Han Yojin's words. After thinking for a moment, he asked in confusion, "Yojin Jia, did you misunderstand something?" Chapter 38. Drugging Han Yojin lifted her head and stared directly into Lin Xiangyu's eyes, the two of them locking gazes for a while. Then, with a serious expression, Han Yojin said, "In any case, you cannot talk about family matters with outsiders." She had hesitated for a long time in her heart, ultimately deciding not to mention what she had seen that night on the stairs. The image was like a thorn, piercing her heart. She wanted to say it, but didn't know how to start. "You misunderstood me, Yojin. I didn't intend to tell Teacher Shan about our family situation," Lin Xiangyu hurriedly explained, sincerity filling his eyes as he tried to make Han Yojin believe him. After hearing this, Han Yojin fell into a brief silence. Just as she was about to continue speaking, Xinning pushed open the shop door and walked quickly toward them. Han Yojin immediately spotted Xinning, and the words that had been on the tip of her tongue were instantly swallowed back. Lin Xiangyu noticed Han Yojin's gaze fixated behind him and instinctively turned to look. Just as he turned, Han Yojin spoke up, "Teacher Shun, what brings you here?" "Oh, I came to let you know that I have an urgent matter to attend to and need to leave first. I've already settled the bill for the barbecue, so you too can enjoy it," Xinning said, maintaining a smile on her face, which seemed calm but was actually a facade to cover her inner anxiety and restlessness. Although Lin Xiangyu and Han Yojin had only been out for a short while, Xinning felt like she was sitting on pins and needles, unable to relax in the shop, fearing that Han Yojin might sense the special relationship between her and Lin Xiangyu. "Teacher, are you leaving?" Lin Xiangyu asked anxiously, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. Xinning feigned generosity as she said, "Yes, I have something to take care of. If you have anything, you could discuss it with your sister first. We can talk next time." "Teacher Shun, then." Lin Xiangyu glanced at Han Yojin beside him and said helplessly, "Take care." His voice carried a hint of reluctance, his eyes fixed on Xinning. "All right, then I'll be off. Bye, Lin Xiangyu." "Bye, Yojin." Xinning waved goodbye to the two with a smile that held a trace of regret. Lin Xiangyu quickly waved back, "Bye, Teacher Shun. Take care." Han Yojin also raised her hand and waved politely. Xinning said nothing more and turned to walk toward the street. Lin Xiangyu watched her departing figure, a wave of deep reluctance washing over him, his eyes filled with longing. At that moment, a classmate who had come with Han Yojin walked out of the shop to find her. A girl with a slightly above-average appearance, not particularly outstanding, staggered over to Lin Xiangyu and Han Yojin and said, "Yojin, what are you doing here? Everyone is waiting for you. Those annoying boys want tea drink because you're not here." As she spoke, she burped and her face flushed. After speaking, she noticed Han Yojin's unusual expression and followed her gaze to Lin Xiangyu, standing beside her. The girl, clearly a bit tipsy, had just walked past Lin Xiangyu without noticing him. "Wow, so handsome," the girl exclaimed, her eyes widening as she gazed at Lin Xiangyu. Li Xiaohui contributed a shock value of 52. "Yojin, is this handsome guy your boyfriend?" "He's so handsome," the girl asked curiously, looking at Han Yojin with slightly tipsy eyes. Han Yojin's face instantly turned bright red, like a ripe tomato, and she hurriedly explained, "Xiaohui, don't say that. He is my brother." Li Xiaohui's eyes lit up at Han Yojin's response, and she immediately walked up to Lin Xiangyu, holding her phone, and asked, "Yojin's brother, can I have your number?" Her eyes held a hint of expectation and a touch of drunken boldness. Seeing this, Han Yojin quickly reached out to stop Li Xiaohui's hand, saying, "Let us go back quickly. We shouldn't keep them waiting." While speaking, Han Yojin cast an apologetic glance at Lin Xiangyu. Reluctantly, Li Xiaohui was pulled away by Han Yojin, her eyes still fixed on Lin Xiangyu as she was taken away. Once Han Yojin and Li Xiaohui went back inside, Lin Xiangyu immediately took out his phone and sent a message to Shen Ai. "Ai, where did you go? I'll come find you." Lin Xiangyu stared at his phone screen with mixed emotions, his fingers trembling slightly. He didn't want to give up the hard-won opportunity of the day. Yet he feared that Shen Ai would refuse to meet him privately again after what happened today, filling his heart with anxiety. Fortunately, after a while, Shen Ai replied, "Just focus on finishing your barbecue and don't raise your sister's suspicions. We'll talk once you're done." Upon seeing her message, Lin Xiangyu finally felt a sense of relief, slowly exhaling, and then returned to the barbecue shop. When Lin Xiangyu walked into the shop, both Han Yojin and Li Xiaohui looked over at him. Han Yojin's expression was a bit awkward, her eyes carrying a hint of embarrassment, while Li Xiaohui's gaze was full of flirtation, as if sending Lin Xiangyu some kind of signal. Lin Xiangyu noticed that Han Yojin's table was having a great time. Everyone was drinking beer heartily, creating a lively atmosphere. However, he didn't pay much attention to that. His mind was solely focused on finishing the barbecue quickly so he could go find Shen Ai. Once he returned to his seat, Lin Xiangyu started grilling the meat. The aroma of the barbecue filled the air, but he felt a bit regretful that he couldn't enjoy it with Shen Ai, who had brought him there. As Lin Xiangyu ate the barbecue, he occasionally glanced over at Han Yojin's table, and she would also look over at him from time to time. Several times, their gazes met in the air only to quickly look away, as if avoiding something. After a while, a tipsy Li Xiaohui staggered over to Lin Xiangyu's side, holding a bottle and a cup. Seeing Li Xiaohui heading toward Lin Xiangyu, Han Yojin initially wanted to follow, but was held back by Li Xiaohui's best friend, who had been prearranged. At that moment, everyone at their table had drunk enough, and several boys were watching Li Xiaohui like it was a joke. Because Han Yojin had informed Li Xiaohui in advance not to say anything, these boys were unaware of the relationship between Lin Xiangyu and Han Yojin. They all thought Li Xiaohui was going to flirt with a stranger, eagerly waiting to see her get rejected and make a fool of herself, with some even betting on the outcome. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Although Lin Xiangyu had no feelings for Li Xiaohui, he still had to give some face to Han Yojin since Li Xiaohui was her classmate. So, when Li Xiaohui poured him a drink, he didn't directly refuse, but politely accepted it. Seeing Lin Xiangyu not refuse the drink that Li Xiaohui poured, the boys who had lost their bets looked disappointed. However, they didn't dwell on it for long and quickly resumed drinking, filling the table with lively chatter again. Even with Li Xiaohui remaining at Lin Xiangyu's table without returning, they didn't care, because Li Xiaohui was not their target at all. Most of the boys at this gathering were focused on helping the wealthy second-generation student in their class win over Han Yojin. Among them, one girl who had been bribed by the wealthy student secretly dropped the drug she had been given into the glass of alcohol that Han Yojin had placed on the table while she was chatting with Lin Xiangyu. The transparent liquid swayed slightly, and the wicked powder instantly dissolved into it, disappearing without a trace, as if it had never existed. Chapter 39. Han Yojin is taken away in the dim light of the noisy party. Han Yojin sat at the table, her brows slightly furrowed, filled with reluctance. Her table-mate, a well-off boy, had a hint of malice in his eyes as he continuously signaled to those around him, urging them to persuade Han Yojin to drink. Han Yojin bit her lip tightly. She hated the smell of alcohol, and at this moment, faced with her classmates' persistent urging, her head felt like it was buzzing. "Yojin, just have one drink. Everyone is having so much fun. Don't be a wet blanket. Yeah, it's just one drink. It won't be a big deal." The voices of her classmates came at her like a tide, overwhelming her. Han Yojin's hands unconsciously clutched the edge of her clothes, her knuckles turning white from the effort. Her eyes were filled with struggle and resistance, but under the expectant gazes and cheers of the crowd, she eventually slowly reached out her hand and picked up the glass of alcohol from the table. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Han Yojin took a deep breath. Her expression pained as she downed the drink in one go. The spicy liquid flowed down her throat, and her brows knitted tightly, her eyes involuntarily drifting towards Lin Xiangyu. At this moment, she felt extremely wronged. These boys at her table always stared at her with lewd looks, making her feel utterly disgusted. Since childhood, Han Yojin had been fearful of the greedy gazes of the opposite sex, which was also the reason she had deliberately kept her distance from Lin Xiangyu. On the other side, Li Xiuhui's cheeks were flushed, her gaze dazed, and the bottle in her hand tilted slightly as she poured another drink for Lin Xiangyu. Her voice was soft, laced with a hint of drunken flirtation. "Come on, have another drink with me." She looked just like a lazy cat, acting coy towards Lin Xiangyu. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu quickly waved his hand, a troubled expression on his face, saying, "Sister Xiuhui, I really can't drink anymore. I have something to do later." At this moment, his mind was filled with thoughts of how to further develop his relationship with Shining Ai tonight, and he had no interest in Li Xiuhui. If he planned to have something happen with Li Xiuhui tonight, he would have downed the drink without hesitation. But right now, his heart was already drifting towards Shining Ai. After Lin Xiangyu rejected her twice, Li Xiuhui, like a spoiled little girl, refused to give up. A hint of stubbornness flashed in her eyes as she grabbed Lin Xiangyu's arm, shaking it. "Just one drink, just one drink." To avoid making the situation too awkward, Lin Xiangyu sighed helplessly and finally picked up the glass to drink with Li Xiuhui again. After that, Li Xiuhui was like an unshakable piece of gum, sticking tightly to Lin Xiangyu. During this time, Han Yojin occasionally cast apologetic glances, her eyes full of guilt and helplessness. If it weren't for Han Yojin, even though Li Xiuhui was a girl, Lin Xiangyu would have loved to rush over and teach her a lesson. "Sister Xiuhui, I have something to do. I really have to go." Lin Xiangyu suppressed the anger in his heart, his tone filled with helplessness, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the edge of the table, showing his inner agitation. "One last drink. Finish this last drink, and then I'll go with you," Li Xiuhui said while pouring another drink for Lin Xiangyu, her eyes flashing with a hint of cunning, as if hiding some unspeakable secret. Hearing Li Xiuhui say she would go with him, Lin Xiangyu felt speechless. But he didn't take it seriously. After all, once they left the store, how could Li Xiuhui, in high heels, possibly catch up to him? A strong and sturdy guy? "Sister Xiuhui, don't joke with your brother. After this drink, you'll go back to your classmates." Lin Xiangyu's words suddenly halted. He glanced over at Han Yojin's table and found that Han Yojin was actually missing, and several boys were also gone from that table. A sudden tightness gripped Lin Xiangyu's heart. An ominous premonition surged within him. His heartbeat quickened as he abruptly stood up from his seat and rushed out of the store. Outside the store, in the parking lot, two boys were supporting the unconscious Han Yojin, one on each side, struggling to push her into a luxury car. The rich second generation sitting in the passenger seat was excited, his face flushed, staring intently at Han Yojin while muttering, "You two be careful. Don't let your dirty hands touch Han Yojin." "Yes, yes." The two boys were intimidated by the rich second generation's aura, responding meekly, looking like two obedient little dogs. The moment Lin Xiangyu ran out of the store, he happened to see this scene. "You bastards, what are you doing?" Lin Xiangyu roared, his voice like thunder, echoing throughout the parking lot. His eyes were filled with anger and worry as he quickened his pace, rushing toward that car. Chapter 40. Taking away the drug Han Yojin, the two boys were engaged in a shameful act when they were startled by Lin Xiangyu's sudden shout. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiangyu rushed to their side without any hesitation. He lifted his leg and kicked one of the boys hard in the body. The boy, already drunk, stumbled and fell backward, landing heavily on the ground. The other boy, seeing Lin Xiangyu's furious expression, turned pale and immediately released Han Yojin's arm. As if it were a hot potato, Lin Xiangyu was quick to support Han Yojin, who was about to fall. At that moment, the rich second-generation heir in the car also reacted. He immediately opened the car door and stepped out, wearing a look of anger and disdain. Li Xiuhui had also chased out of the store, originally intending to follow Lin Xiangyu. When she saw the chaos in front of the rich heir's car, her drunkenness faded significantly, and her eyes widened as she hurried over. Seeing Li Xiuhui approach, Lin Xiangyu handed Han Yojin to her without hesitation, saying, "Sister Xiuhui, take care of my sister." I need to deal with these bastards. His voice was deep and powerful, with anger flashing in his eyes. The boy who had just been kicked down by Lin Xiangyu stood up, and the three of them formed a line, confronting Lin Xiangyu. The rich heir, used to being arrogant and relying on his numbers, completely disregarded Lin Xiangyu. He glared at Lin Xiangyu with malice and commanded, "Boys, after this, each of you will get 2,000,000 won. Make sure to beat this kid badly, and if anything happens, it's on me." 2,000,000 won was not a small amount for a student. Upon hearing the rich heir's words, the eyes of the two boys sparkled with greed, and they charged at Lin Xiangyu as if they had taken a stimulant. Just in time, Lin Xiangyu roared in his heart, and his fists were already coiled and ready to strike. He suddenly swung a right hook, cutting through the air with a whoosh, and landed a heavy punch on the head of the boy who charged in front. The boy, hit by the powerful punch, lost control and fell backward, his head slamming against the rich heir's car door. Li Xiaohui contributed 53 shock points. Zheng Yuxing contributed 58 shock points. Park Chengpei contributed 42 shock points. The other boy rushing in from behind didn't have time to react before Lin Xiangyu executed a kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Lin Xiangyu used all his strength in that kick, and the boy fell, clutching his calf in pain and howling, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he struggled to stand. Seeing Lin Xiangyu take down two people with just one encounter, the originally arrogant rich heir suddenly felt fear. A hint of terror flashed in his eyes as he trembled, saying, "Don't act yet." Before the rich heir could finish, Lin Xiangyu didn't give him a chance and charged forward, landing a punch on his mouth. How could Lin Xiangyu tolerate this rich heir trying to take Han Yozhen right in front of him? If Han Yozhen were really bullied today, he would never forgive himself and would be tormented by guilt every night. Lin Xiangyu's punches rained down on the rich heir's unremarkable face, and the rich heir, unable to fight back, could only dodge. His face was already bruised, and blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. The battered rich heir, not caring about his pride anymore, turned and fled. But he hadn't run 2 steps before Lin Xiangyu caught up from behind and kicked him behind the knee, sending him sprawling forward in a messy fall. The rich heir lay on the ground, gritting his teeth in pain. He quickly turned his head and shouted at Lin Xiangyu, "Do you know who I am? I don't give a damn who you are. You can do whatever you want." Lin Xiangyu roared in fury. "Dare to lay a hand on my sister, even if you are the king of heaven, I'll make you pay." After cursing, Lin Xiangyu mounted the rich heir and unleashed a flurry of punches on his face. During this time, Li Xiaohui wanted to step forward to pull Lin Xiangyu back, urging him to stop, but Lin Xiangyu shot her a look that frightened her, contributing another wave of shock points. She quickly shut her mouth and obediently stood by, not daring to make a sound. The designated driver called by the rich heir, seeing his employer being beaten, opened the car door and got out, wanting to intervene. However, witnessing Lin Xiangyu's ferocity, he ultimately did not move. It wasn't until Lin Xiangyu had beaten the rich heir to the point of bloodied face and swollen eyes that he grabbed his hair, forcing his head up to his face, and said fiercely, "You remember this. If you dare to have any ulterior motives towards my sister again, I will find a way to kill you. Anyway, I'm not afraid of the consequences." After that, Lin Xiangyu stood up and delivered 2 kicks to the rich heir's groin. The almost unconscious rich heir was instantly jolted awake by the kicks, clutching his groin and howling in agony. After finishing all this, Lin Xiangyu took Han Yozhen back from Li Xiaohui. At this point, Li Xiaohui was still shaken by the ferocity Lin Xiangyu had just displayed. Her body trembled slightly, and she didn't dare to joke with him anymore. She could only stand there, staring blankly as Lin Xiangyu led Han Yozhen to the roadside, hailed a taxi, and got in. Chapter 41. Pleasure Motel. The middle-aged male driver glanced at Han Yozhen, who was unconscious in the back seat, through the rearview mirror and asked, "Young man, where are you headed?" Hearing the driver's question, Lin Xiangyu was startled and blanked out for a moment, thinking, "Right, where to go?" His gaze fell on Han Yozhen, furrowing his brows, and thought, "With Yozhen looking like this, I definitely can't take her home. What if Ananjing sees her? She might faint from worry." Seeing Lin Xiangyu silent, the middle-aged driver assumed he was inexperienced and took the initiative to suggest, "Young man, I know a nearby motel that has a nice environment and reasonable prices. Would you like to go there? After hearing this, Lin Xiangyu looked again at Han Yozhen, who was lying on the seat with flushed cheeks from drunkenness, adorably cute. He hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and replied, "Okay, let's south go to the place you mentioned." "Great." With Lin Xiangyu's affirmative response, the driver stepped on the gas, and the taxi sped away like an arrow, quickly disappearing at the end of the street. Once the car started, Lin Xiangyu looked at Han Yozhen beside him, lost in deep thought. Just then his phone suddenly rang, breaking the silence in the car. The caller ID showed it was Shin Young-yi. After waiting for a long time without hearing from Lin Xiangyu, Shin Young-yi felt a bit anxious and called him. When Lin Xiangyu saw the caller was Shin Young-yi, he instinctively turned to glance at the unconscious Han Yozhen, feeling conflicted. After hesitating for a while, he pressed the answer button. As soon as the call connected, Shin Young-yi's voice, tinged with a playful tone, came through. "Hello, Xiangyu. Have you eaten?" "I have," Lin Xiangyu replied briefly, his voice carrying a hint of fatigue and distraction. Shin Young-yi chuckled lightly, her voice becoming even more charming. "Then guess where I am now?" "Ah, I can't guess." At that moment, Lin Xiangyu was entirely preoccupied with thoughts of Han Yozhen and had no leisure to entertain Shin Young-yi's playful joke. "So silly." Shin Young-yi laughed softly, then said slowly, "I am at a motel." Her voice was soft and enticing, as if it carried an invisible magic that made Lin Xiangyu's heart race, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. Lin Xiangyu truly did not expect that Shin Young-yi would be waiting for him at a motel. The rapid development of their relationship exceeded his expectations. Hearing Lin Xiangyu swallow, Shin Young-yi felt pleased and continued teasing. "I have a room with a bathtub." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu felt a rush of heat throughout his body, his breathing becoming rapid, and his chest heaving heavily. Shin Young-yi sensed the moment was right and stopped teasing him, giggling. "I'll send you the location. You can come over." "Okay," Lin Xiangyu replied without hesitation, his voice filled with eagerness and desire. Although he wished he could sprout wings and fly to Shin Young-yi's side immediately, reason told him he had to first ensure Han Yozhen was settled and safe. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiangyu was about to ask the driver to find a nearby motel to quickly settle Han Yozhen so that he could meet Shin Young-yi. But just as he was about to speak, his phone rang again. This time, it was the location of the motel sent by Shin Young-yi. Upon seeing Shin Young-yi's message, a new thought flashed through Lin Xiangyu's mind. After a moment of contemplation, he said to the driver, "Please change to this address." Saying this, he handed the phone to the driver. The driver took the phone from Lin Xiangyu, glanced at it, and a knowing smile appeared on his face as he said, "Young man, what a coincidence. We were originally going to this pleasure motel. This motel has a good cost-performance ratio. I first heard about it from a Dragon Country student named Su Yang." Chapter 42, The First Game, with Shin Young-yi. Lin Xiangyu paid no attention to the driver's words. At this moment, he was fully focused. With only one thought in his mind, quickly settle Han Yozhen properly, and then rush to Shin Young-yi's side. In his heart, everything else was irrelevant. And as for who recommended this motel to the driver, it had nothing to do with him. The taxi sped along and soon came to a steady stop in front of the Joy Motel. The driver glanced in the rearview mirror, watching Lin Xiangyu drag the unconscious Han Yozhen out of the car, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. But this was merely a common scene in his professional career. As a taxi driver, he had seen too many similar situations. Nevertheless, Han Yozhen's extremely adorable appearance still stirred a sense of pity in his heart. Watching Lin Xiangyu support Han Yozhen as they walked toward the motel's entrance, the middle-aged male driver pressed the gas pedal, and the taxi instantly vanished into the thick night, leaving only a trail of exhaust fumes. Inside the motel, the female receptionist wearing glasses looked up and saw Lin Xiangyu supporting Han Yozhen's arm, half dragging and half helping her inside, with no expression of surprise or shock on her face. She witnessed such scenes almost every day and had long since grown accustomed to them. Lin Xiangyu took out his ID card and handed it to the female receptionist. Speaking briefly, "Let me book a room." The receptionist took the ID card and, following routine, asked where's her ID. "She will leave in a while. She's not staying here," Lin Xiangyu replied, not knowing where Han Yojin's ID was and resorting to the excuse that anyone could think of. The receptionist only responded with a soft "oh" and began processing Lin Xiangyu's check-in. She was merely following procedure, not needing to take things too seriously and invite unnecessary trouble for herself. After paying, Lin Xiangyu received the room card from the receptionist and carefully supported Han Yojin as they entered the elevator. The elevator ascended slowly, and upon reaching the floor where the room was located, Lin Xiangyu supported Han Yojin, searching for the room number along the long corridor. It didn't take long for him to find a room. Swiping the card to unlock the door, he helped Han Yojin inside and gently closed the door with his foot. After settling Han Yojin onto the bed, Lin Xiangyu sat down on the chair beside it, raising his hand to wipe the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. Although Han Yojin was not heavy, supporting an unconscious person was significantly more difficult. Due to his special feelings for Han Yojin, Lin Xiangyu tried not to let his hands touch areas they shouldn't, being cautious and expending considerable effort along the way. After a brief rest, Lin Xiangyu took a deep breath, slowly stood up, and his mind was filled with the alluring image of Xin Yang, eager to head to her room. However, just as he turned to leave, his gaze unintentionally swept over Han Yojin's feet, noticing that she was still wearing shoes. Lin Xiangyu felt a stir in his heart, pondering, sleeping with shoes on for a whole night must be extremely uncomfortable. Being meticulous by nature, he decided to help Han Yojin take off her shoes before leaving. Luckily, she was wearing lace-up shoes, and the process of untying them was not complicated. Lin Xiangyu crouched down, gently untied the bow on the shoelaces, and carefully removed the shoes from Han Yojin's feet. The moment Han Yojin's feet were revealed, Lin Xiangyu's gaze suddenly froze. After a moment, he released Han Yojin's feet, averted his gaze, and stood up to compose himself. Just before leaving, Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but look back one last time at the sleeping Han Yojin, then turned and walked toward Xin Yangyi's room. He had to admit that even though Han Yojin had a cute style, she was still breathtakingly beautiful, something Lin Xiangyu greatly appreciated. At this moment, sultry music was continuously playing from the surrounding rooms, and if he said he had no thoughts about Han Yojin, that would be self-deception. However, his inherent integrity made it impossible for him to possess Han Yojin in such a despicable way. Lin Xiangyu gently closed the room door, took a deep breath, slowly exhaled to calm his emotions, and walked briskly toward the elevator. Arriving at Xin Yangyi's door, his heartbeat quickened. After all, this was the important moment he had been anticipating since coming to this world, as if a great battle was about to commence. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Xiangyu raised his hand and lightly knocked on the door. As soon as the knocking sound faded, he heard the sound of hurried high heels from inside the room. Despite the chaotic noise from nearby rooms, Xin Yangyi's footsteps were still distinctly audible, and the urgent rhythm seemed to convey her anticipation. The door slowly opened, and the long-awaited figure of Xin Yangyi appeared before Lin Xiangyu's eyes. The moment their gazes met, there was a perfect understanding, without a hint of hesitation. They immediately kissed passionately. Lin Xiangyu instinctively reached back to close the door. Then, he gently wrapped his arms around Xin Yangyi's waist, while she tenderly caressed Lin Xiangyu's face. Xin Yangyi, meanwhile, just as the atmosphere between the two grew increasingly intense, the system's notification sound also rang out. Ding, ding, dang, ding, ding, dang, jingle bells jingling. Chapter 43. Back to Han Yojin's room. After finishing the virtual game, Xin Yangyi lay flat on the bed, taking a while to recover before slowly turning her head towards Lin Xiangyu. She smiled gently, her eyes looking at Lin Xiangyu with warmth, like the warm sun in spring, bright and comforting. Lin Xiangyu noticed Xin Yangyi was looking at him and also slowly turned toward her. The moment their eyes met, it felt as if there was a current flowing through the air and everything around them fell silent. Lin Xiangyu smiled and asked, "Yangyi, how did you feel just now?" Upon hearing this, Xin Yangyi's cheeks flushed instantly, like a ripe apple, and she shyly replied, "I felt great." After saying this, they seemed to be pulled together by an invisible force, tightly embracing each other as if wanting to merge into each other's lives. They savored the moment for a while, and then Xin Yangyi gently asked, "Xiangyu, do you need to go home tonight?" Lin Xiangyu did not answer immediately, but instead asked back, "What about you? Do you need to go home?" Hmm. Shining Eye nodded and explained, I've never stayed out before, and I didn't expect to come to this place with you today. So I didn't tell my family that I would be staying out. Oh, I see. Lin Xiangyu replied softly, although he tried to suppress it and not show it obviously. Shining Eye still keenly detected a hint of regret in his tone. Shining Eye reached out her hand, gently touching his face, and said tenderly, Xiangyu, we have a long time ahead of us. There's no need to rush. Lin Xiangyu nodded and said, no rush. I also didn't tell my family that I wouldn't be going home tonight. Upon hearing this, Shining Eye glanced at the time on her phone. 23:33. 11. Then let's go. It's already past 11 p.m. As Shining Eye spoke, she sat up against the headboard, her eyes showing a hint of reluctance. Okay, Lin Xiangyu replied, and also sat up. Their eyes met again, and the next second, they couldn't help but embrace each other once more, kissing passionately. After a while, Shining Eye held Lin Xiangyu's hand and softly said, we should go. Next time I will definitely let you have your fill. Okay. Lin Xiangyu sighed lightly, slightly disappointed as he withdrew his hand. After they got dressed, Lin Xiangyu thoughtfully accompanied Shining Eye to the front desk to check out. The female receptionist took the room card from Shining Eye's hand and was about to process the checkout when she inadvertently looked up and her gaze fell on Lin Xiangyu. Instantly freezing, her eyes wide open in disbelief as she stared at him. The receptionist was full of questions. She clearly saw that Lin Xiangyu had come with Han Yozhen. So how was he suddenly checking out with another woman? Even though she was a hotel receptionist and had seen a lot, this bizarre situation still left her greatly shocked. However, the receptionist had good professional ethics, and despite her curiosity, after a couple of looks, she restrained herself and stopped staring. Lin Xiangyu felt uncomfortable under the receptionist's gaze, his face flushing with embarrassment. Shining Eye was completely unaware of the reason, thinking that the receptionist was just attracted by Lin Xiangyu's handsome appearance and had looked a few extra times. After checking out, Lin Xiangyu and Shining Eye held hands and sweetly left the hotel. When they reached the street, Lin Xiangyu raised his hand and waved to stop a taxi. He gentlemanly opened the car door and carefully helped Shining Eye inside. After Shining Eye got in the car, she rolled down the window, waved to Lin Xiangyu, her eyes full of affection. Lin Xiangyu also waved goodbye to Shining Eye, watching the taxi drive away, then took out his phone to check the time. It was already past midnight. He thought he should go up to check on Han Yozhen's condition and confirm that she was okay before going home, to avoid any accidents. He remembered seeing someone say on a certain app that if this type of medication was overdosed, it could be life-threatening, and he couldn't just leave Han Yozhen here unattended. When the female receptionist saw Lin Xiangyu come back, her eyes widened again in surprise as she looked at him. From the receptionist's look of confusion, Lin Xiangyu realized he had been misunderstood, but he had no way to explain, so he could only walk to the front desk with a stiff face and awkwardly said, Hello, I accidentally locked the room card for 306 in the room. Can I have another one? The receptionist stared at Lin Xiangyu for 2 seconds, then calmly replied, Okay. After getting the new room card, Lin Xiangyu left the front desk quickly, like a thief feeling guilty, and hurriedly took the elevator to the 3rd floor. He opened the door to room 306 and walked inside, only to find that Han Yozhen was not on the bed. However, from the slightly raised blanket, it was clear that Han Yozhen was likely hiding under the covers. To prevent any accidents, Lin Xiangyu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to lift the blanket and check her condition. Having made up his mind, Lin Xiangyu walked to the side of the bed and pulled the blanket off. Chapter 44, Emergency Measures. Just as Lin Xiangyu lifted the blanket, Han Yuzheng suddenly moved without any warning from within. Lin Xiangyu was startled, his heart racing as if he had been caught doing something wrong. He stared intently at Han Yuzheng, who was frowning, eyes tightly shut, making painful sounds and uncontrollably crawling rapidly towards the edge of the bed. Lin Xiangyu's heart instantly leaped to his throat, his breathing quickened, and he hurriedly crouched down to get closer to Han Yuzheng to check her condition. In the next moment, Han Yuzheng suddenly retched, and the contents of her stomach surged out like a flood breaking through a dam. The vomit splattered directly onto Lin Xiangyu, and a pungent sour smell instantly filled the air. It turned out that even for a stunning beauty like Han Yuzheng, the smell of vomit was equally unbearable. Lin Xiangyu felt nauseated by this sudden turn of events, his throat churning, nearly causing him to vomit as well. However, upon hearing Han Yojing's painful groans, he endured the discomfort and gently patted her back to help her. With Lin Xiangyu's assistance, Han Yujing finally managed to vomit everything from her stomach. But after vomiting, she not only didn't regain consciousness but also slumped weakly towards the edge of the bed, seemingly about to fall off directly onto the floor. Fortunately, Lin Xiangyu was quick on his feet, rushing forward to support her just in time, preventing her from landing in her own vomit. He carefully helped Han Yujing back onto the bed, placed her phone that had fallen into the blankets on the bedside table to avoid it bothering her, and finally covered her with a blanket. It could be said that Lin Xiangyu had done everything he could except help her with her clothes. After doing all this, Lin Xiangyu frowned and took off the shirt that had been splattered with vomit. He then quickly walked into the bathroom, got some tissues, and hurried back to the bedside, forcing himself to suppress his nausea as he cleaned up the vomit on the floor. After cleaning up Han Yojing's vomit, Lin Xiangyu took the soiled shirt and walked back into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and began to wash it. After washing the shirt, Lin Xiangyu instinctively sniffed himself. Whether it was psychological or not, he felt like he could still smell Han Yojing's vomit on him. He wrinkled his nose and peeked out of the bathroom to check on Han Yujing, who was lying on the bed, unconscious. Confirming that she didn't seem to be in any other distress, he gently closed the bathroom door, quickly took off his clothes, and turned on the shower to wash himself. After showering, Lin Xiangyu got dressed and picked up the freshly washed shirt, sniffing it once more. Despite being washed repeatedly, he still felt it had the smell of vomit, and since the shirt was still damp, he hesitated and decided not to wear it. After leaving the bathroom, Lin Xiangyu went straight to the bedside to take another look at Han Yujing. If everything seemed fine, he planned to take a taxi home. However, when he got to the bedside and looked, he was startled by the sight before him. Han Yojing's face was somewhat pale, her breathing had become rapid and heavy, and she seemed to be experiencing difficulty breathing. Lin Xiangyu's mind went blank for a moment, and he instinctively picked up the phone, ready to dial 119. 119 is the emergency number for both fire and ambulance services in H country. But just as his finger was about to press the dial button, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If he called 119 and brought Han Yujing to the hospital would definitely contact her family, which meant managing would learn about Han Yojing's ordeal today. Moreover, he was still reeking of alcohol, and when faced with Min and Jing's inquiries, there were some things he simply couldn't explain clearly. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Han Yojing's condition shouldn't be that dangerous. Perhaps he was just overly anxious, scaring himself. After all, cases of drugging were common online, but serious incidents resulting from drugging were rare. Most people just needed to sleep it off, with only mild aftereffects like dizziness. Lin Xiangyu gradually calmed down and decided to check online for how to handle the situation. He quickly opened a search engine, typed in his question, and found the following search results. If someone is suspected of having taken too much of a drug, the following measures should be taken immediately. Ensure clear breathing. Turn the patient's head to one side, lift the chin, and clear any foreign objects and secretions from the mouth to prevent vomit from blocking the airway. Call for emergency help. Dial 119 and inform the emergency personnel that the patient may have taken drugs and provide details about the approximate dosage and time. Closely monitor vital signs. Pay attention to the patient's breathing, heart rate, pulse, and level of consciousness. If breathing or heartbeat stops, immediate CPR should be performed. Based on Lin Xiangyu's observations, Han Yojing's situation seemed to fall under the first category. So, he decided to first help her clear any mucus from her mouth. If that was resolved and she was okay, then there would be no need to call for emergency help. After making his decision, Lin Xiangyu carefully turned Han Yojing's head towards him, gently lifted her chin, and prepared to clear her mouth of any foreign objects and secretions. When he slowly opened Han Yojing's mouth, he indeed saw sticky secretions and remnants of vomit inside. However, Lin Xiangyu found himself in a dilemma, as he had never done anything like this before and had no idea how to clean it out. He anxiously glanced around, scanning the room for suitable tools. However, after searching everywhere, he found nothing. Ultimately, Lin Xiangyu gritted his teeth and decided to use his hands to help Han Yujing. He thought to himself that he had just washed his hands, so they should be clean. After making this decision, Lin Xiangyu took a deep breath and slowly extended his fingers into Han Yojing's mouth. Chapter 45. Not going back tonight. Lin Xiangyu stretched his fingers into Han Yojing's throat. A wave of warmth instantly surged through him, causing his heart to skip a beat as an uncontrollable thought flashed through his mind. So soft. But as soon as that thought appeared, it was as if he had been electrocuted. He quickly regained his composure and cursed inwardly. What am I thinking? What time is it? Lin Xiangyu shook his head vigorously, trying to rid himself of these strange thoughts, forcing himself to focus on helping Han Yujing clear the secretions and residual vomit from her mouth. In reality, the cleaning was not as difficult as he had imagined. Lin Xiangyu worked gently and swiftly, and soon he had helped Han Yujing clean up. At that moment, her breathing gradually returned to normal. Lin Xiangyu held up his finger, allowed a long sigh, and thought, she should be okay now. He then quickly walked into the bathroom to wash his hands. After washing, he returned to the bedside, his eyes fixed intently on Han Yujing. Although she seemed fine now, Lin Xiangyu's heart was still anxious, worried that something might happen to her. After much hesitation, he finally decided not to go back tonight. He planned to stay by Han Yojing's side all night, closely monitoring her vital signs to prevent any mishaps. After making up his mind, Lin Xiangyu took out his phone and sent a message to Minijing, telling her he was staying at a classmate's house tonight. After sending the message, he moved a chair to the bedside, sat down, and prepared to watch over Han Yujing all night. However, reality often fails to meet expectations. Lin Xiangyu hadn't sat for long before his eyelids began to droop, and before he knew it, he had fallen into a deep, sweet sleep, only to be startled awake by Han Yojing's scream. Lin Xiangyu opened his eyes wide and found himself on Han Yojing's bed. She was clutching the blanket, her arms tightly wrapped around her chest, and from her smooth shoulders, it was clear that she was not wearing any clothes. What is going on? Seeing the scene before him, Lin Xiangyu's mind went blank, completely unable to comprehend the situation. Lin Xiangyu, what happened? What did you do to me? Han Yujing glanced down at her naked self under the blanket, her eyes instantly turning red, and she began to cry out loud. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu felt a rush of anxiety and hurriedly explained, Sister Yujing, please don't panic. I swear I didn't do anything to you. When Han Yujing calmed down a bit, he took a deep breath and continued, Sister Yujing, do you remember where you were last night? Han Yujing furrowed her brows upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's words and began to think hard. Her head hurt, and she felt dizzy. If it weren't for feeling Lin Xiangyu beside her, she probably wouldn't have been able to get up. I remember I was at the barbecue restaurant with classmates. Han Yujing said slowly, her voice still trembling. Lin Xiangyu's face lit up with joy when he saw Han Yujing recalling last night's events. He then said, yes, that's right. You were at the barbecue restaurant with classmates. And then what? And then you were there too. Han Yujing looked into Lin Xiangyu's eyes and said slowly, her expression filled with confusion and vigilance. Yes, that's right, I was there too. Lin Xiangyu's happiness was evident as he guided her further. And then what? And then? I opened my eyes and saw you lying next to me, naked. Han Yojing's brows furrowed even tighter as she rubbed her temples with one hand while holding the blanket over her chest with the other. Seeing Han Yujing say this, Lin Xiangyu became anxious and sat up straight, leaning closer to her. Han Yojing's eyes widened in fear as she exclaimed, what are you doing? Don't come any closer. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu quickly raised his hands to show he meant no harm and said, Sister Yujing, please don't be nervous. Since you don't remember, let me explain what happened last night. After saying this, he anxiously looked at Han Yujing, waiting for her response. Han Yujing didn't speak, but gently nodded, indicating her agreement for Lin Xiangyu to continue. Next, Lin Xiangyu briefly recounted what had happened last night. Of course, he didn't mention that he had left for over 3 hours to be with Shining Eye. After Lin Xiangyu finished, Han Yujing still had no recollection of the events. However, Lin Xiangyu had mentioned the eyewitness Li Xiaohui, and she could call her to verify the story. Thinking of this, Han Yujing said, close your eyes and turn around. I'll call Xiaohui. Okay, Lin Xiangyu said as he covered his eyes and turned around. As long as Han Yujing could call Li Xiaohui and clear his name, Lin Xiangyu thought, his anxious heart finally relaxed a little. After Lin Xiangyu turned away, Han Yujing retreated to the head of the bed. picked up her phone from the nightstand, and dialed Li Xiangyu. Hearing the dialing tone, Lin Xiangyu's previously relaxed mood became tense again. He silently prayed, "Please, Li Xiangyu, you have to answer the phone." Fortunately, there was no dramatic situation of being unable to reach Li Xiangyu. The call connected quickly, and Li Xiangyu answered. Han Yuzheng then began to ask Li Xiangyu about what she saw last night, and Li Xiangyu's answers matched perfectly with what Lin Xiangyu had said. Listening to Li Xiangyu's responses, Lin Xiangyu let out a gentle sigh. After believing he had cleared himself of suspicion, he finally relaxed completely, lowering his hands from his eyes. After all, he was now facing away from Han Yuzheng, and there was no need to cover his eyes. Li Xiangyu concluded, "In the end, your brother put you in a taxi and took you away. I don't know what happened after that. Where are you now? Are you okay? And what about your brother? Are you together? Can you ask him for me? I sent him a message, but he hasn't replied." As Han Yuzheng heard Li Xiaohui's rapid-fire questions, her face instantly flushed red, like a ripe apple, and she quickly replied, "Xiaohui, I have some things going on right now. I'll contact you later." With that, Han Yuzheng swiftly hung up the phone. Hearing Han Yuzheng hang up, Lin Xiangyu excitedly said, "So, how is it? I didn't lie to you, right?" In his excitement, Lin Xiangyu forgot why he had turned around and began to turn back as he spoke. When he turned back, he realized that Han Yuzheng had just sat up to take the call, and the blanket she had been holding was now loose. Han Yuzheng's incredibly fair skin was completely exposed to his view without any obstructions. Chapter 46. Caught peeking, Lin Xiangyu's gaze was irresistibly drawn to Han Yuzheng, as if magnetized. It was an instinctive reaction when one sees an extraordinarily beautiful opposite sex. Han Yuzheng's nearly perfect figure and stunning face left him momentarily stunned, his brain experiencing a brief shutdown as he completely forgot he was staring at his second sister. Han Yuzheng suddenly sensed Lin Xiangyu's intense gaze, her face instantly paling, followed by a sharp scream. "Lin Xiangyu, turn around." This scream was like a clap of thunder, instantly pulling Lin Xiangyu back from his daze. He woke from his stupor and hurriedly turned around, but just that fleeting glance had ignited his blood, causing it to surge wildly. Even after turning away, his heart continued to race in his chest, his breathing becoming rapid and heavy as the image he had just seen replayed in his mind. Listening to the subtle sounds of Han Yuzheng moving, Lin Xiangyu felt his throat tighten, unable to help but swallow. After a while, Han Yuzheng's timid voice came through. "Okay, you can turn back now." Lin Xiangyu took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and then cautiously turned his head to look back. Seeing that Han Yuzheng was fully dressed, he finally relaxed and let out a long sigh. At that moment, Han Yuzheng forced a stern expression and said, "Lin Xiangyu, I warn you, if you tell anyone about today, you're dead." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu quickly raised 3 fingers like a guilty child, swearing earnestly, "Yuzheng, don't worry. I swear this will never be known to a third person." "What does that gesture mean?" Han Yuzheng asked, her face full of confusion. Lin Xiangyu realized that swearing in H country was not done with that gesture. To avoid raising her suspicion, he quickly thought and replied, "I learned it from an animated show." His words brought to Han Yuzhen's mind an anime called Yasuga no Sora, and the scene she had seen that night on the stairs surged back to her thoughts. "Xiangyu, you should watch fewer weird animated shows in the future," Han Yuzhen said seriously, genuinely worried that Lin Xiangyu might be influenced by inappropriate content. Seeing that Han Yuzhen wasn't suspicious, Lin Xiangyu breathed a sigh of relief and nodded vigorously, "Okay, Yuzhen." Han Yuzhen's gaze inadvertently swept over Lin Xiangyu's well-defined abdominal muscles, and her cheeks instantly flushed. She hurriedly turned away from him, saying, "Put on your shirt, don't just be bare-chested." Previously, both were in a tense state and hadn't noticed that Lin Xiangyu wasn't wearing a shirt. "Oh, okay," Lin Xiangyu replied, heading toward the bathroom. He had hung his shirt there to dry after washing it yesterday. When Lin Xiangyu emerged from the bathroom wearing his shirt, Han Yuzhen was kneeling on the bed, facing the wall. Since the bathroom was made of transparent glass, Han Yuzhen had turned her head to the opposite direction when he went to get dressed. Looking at Han Yuzhen's back, with a perfectly proportioned waist and hips exuding unique charm, Lin Xiangyu felt his blood boil again. "This is bad. Ever since I saw Yuzhen without clothes, I can't stop thinking about it." Lin Xiangyu lamented internally. Hearing the sound of Lin Xiangyu coming out, Han Yojin cautiously turned her head to look back. Once she confirmed he was dressed, she fully turned around. The two stood face to face, each with their own thoughts, neither daring to meet the other's gaze. The room was terrifyingly quiet, as if time had stopped. After a while, Han Yojin's stomach audibly growled, breaking the awkward silence. In such a situation, the sound of her stomach made her face turn crimson, embarrassed to the point she wished she could disappear into the ground. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu quickly said, "Yojin, you must be hungry. Let us go have breakfast." "Okay." Han Yojin nodded, then pointed at a spot on Lin Xiangyu's shirt that hadn't been cleaned properly, asking, "Did I do that yesterday?" Looking at the stain on his shirt that wouldn't come out, Lin Xiangyu chuckled. "It's fine, Yojin. I didn't really like this shirt anyway." Han Yojin didn't continue the topic, sitting on the edge of the bed and silently bending down to put on her shoes. While Han Yojin was putting on her shoes, Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but sneak glances at her feet. He didn't have a particular obsession with feet in general, but he couldn't control himself when he saw nearly perfect feet like Han Yojin's. "All right, let us go," Han Yojin said after putting on her shoes, raising her head just in time to meet Lin Xiangyu's gaze. Lin Xiangyu felt as if he had been burned and quickly looked elsewhere, saying, "Let us go." With that, Lin Xiangyu picked up the room card and opened the door. Han Yojin got up and followed him, watching his back, secretly pondering, "It's not an illusion. Xiangyu was indeed just peeking at my feet, right?" Chapter 47, questioning Lin Xiangyu and Han Yojin stepped out of the motel side by side. The morning sun poured down without reservation, warmly landing on their shoulders, yet it couldn't dispel the layer of awkwardness that hung between them. As if it were a gossamer veil. On the street, early risers hurried along, and shops opened one after another, but the bustling atmosphere failed to break their silence. They arrived at the only nearby breakfast shop, pushed open the door, and were immediately greeted by the noisy chatter and the aroma of food. The shop was bustling, with every table occupied, leaving no empty seats. Han Yojin's arrival instantly drew the attention of several men in the breakfast shop. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu broke the silence first. "Sister Yojin, how about we get the breakfast to go and eat it back at the motel?" Han Yojin nodded slightly, her dark hair swaying gently, and softly replied, Okay." Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, almost difficult to catch if one didn't listen closely. On the way back after packing their breakfast, Han Yojin was filled with inner turmoil. Her gaze kept drifting uncontrollably towards Lin Xiangyu, and every time their eyes met, her lips would slightly part, as if 1,000 words were about to spill out, but in the end, she swallowed them back down. After the thrilling events of the previous night and the somewhat awkward interactions that morning, her feelings for Lin Xiangyu had subtly changed without her realizing it. Deep down, she strongly desired to understand the entanglement between Lin Xiangyu and Pei Yilin, yet she also faintly feared that knowing the truth would plunge her into a pit of disappointment and pain. Was Lin Xiangyu any different? He repeatedly thought about finding an appropriate moment to explain to Han Yojin what she had seen that night. He knew that Han Yojin had most likely misunderstood the scene of Pei Yilin biting his lip, mistakenly thinking they were sharing a passionate kiss, which was why she had suddenly left home to live on campus. But every time he opened his mouth, he hesitated, unsure of how to start. Each time he gathered the courage, it would quietly dissipate the moment he saw Han Yojin. Thus, they remained silent, each harboring their own thoughts, returning to the motel room. Once again stepping into this familiar space, the familiar awkward atmosphere enveloped them. Lin Xiangyu carefully placed the breakfast on the table, then gently pulled out a chair, signaling for Han Yojin to seat. During the meal, initially they both just silently chewed their food, and the room was quiet enough to hear the clinking of utensils and the subtle sounds of the meeting. After mentally preparing himself, Lin Xiangyu swallowed his food, suddenly lifted his head, and looked directly at Han Yojin, asking, "Sister Yojin, why did you suddenly move from home to live on campus?" Han Yojin, who was already troubled about how to bring up what happened that night, didn't expect Lin Xiangyu to initiate the topic. She was momentarily taken aback, then set down her breakfast, took a deep breath, as if making a huge decision, and said, "Xiangyu, I saw you and Yilin kissing at the door that night." "You misunderstood, Sister Yojin." We weren't kissing that night. Yilin was biting my lip in retaliation. Lin Xiangyu quickly explained, his eyes filled with urgency and sincerity, afraid that Han Yojin wouldn't believe him. Retaliation? Han Yojin furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Lin Xiangyu nodded quickly, continuing to explain, yes. She was retaliating against me, almost biting through my lip. As he spoke, he gently tugged at his lip, slightly turned to show Han Yojin the scar on the inside of his lip that hadn't fully healed yet. The faint mark looked particularly clear under the light. Seeing the scar on Lin Xiangyu's lip, Han Yojin seemed to be driven by an invisible force and unconsciously reached out to touch it. That touch made both of them freeze, as if they had been electrocuted, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly became ambiguous, the air seeming to thicken. Realizing what she had done, Han Yojin quickly withdrew her hand, her cheeks flushing, and she nervously asked, "Does it still hurt?" "Not anymore," Lin Xiangyu replied with a smile, his expression carrying a hint of affection and gentleness. Then, his expression turned serious and resolute as he looked into Han Yojin's eyes and said, "Sister Yojin, why don't you move back in?" Lin Xiangyu's suggestion for Han Yojin to move back wasn't just out of previous guilt. After everything that happened last night and this morning, he felt a strong desire to see her every day. Under Lin Xiangyu's expectant gaze, Han Yojin's fix flüssighed. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a sweet smile as she gently nodded. Upon seeing Han Yojin agree to return home, Lin Xiangyu's eyes lit up instantly, and he happily said, "Then let us eat quickly, and after we finish, we'll go home." "Okay," Han Yojin nodded, her voice tinged with shyness and sweetness. If someone were to witness their conversation at that moment, they would undoubtedly assume they were a couple in love. This sweet appearance made it impossible for anyone to associate them with a sibling relationship. Just as they began to continue eating breakfast, Lin Xiangyu's phone rang abruptly. The sharp ringtone instantly shattered the warm and ambiguous atmosphere, causing both of them to stop eating simultaneously. Lin Xiangyu pulled out his phone to take a look, and Han Yojin instinctively glanced at the screen. Caller ID, Pei Yilin. The two exchanged glances, and Han Yojin slightly nodded, signaling for Lin Xiangyu to answer the call. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiangyu pressed the answer button, and a questioning tone from Pei Yilin came through the phone. "Lin Xiangyu, which shameless woman are you playing with? You didn't come home all night?" Chapter 48 Verbal Insult. Just as Lin Xiangyu put his phone to his ear, Pei Yilin's sharp and malicious curses flooded in like a raging tide. His expression instantly darkened, anger surging in his eyes, and he couldn't help but shout into the phone, "Pei Yilin, try saying one more word and see what happens." Pei Yilin's voice was so loud that it seemed to break through the phone's receiver. Even Han Yojin, beside him, could hear her. Upon hearing those unbearable words, Han Yojin's face turned as red as a ripe tomato, the blush spreading from her cheeks to her ears. She instinctively lowered her head, her eyes filled with shame and anger. "What? You allowed to do it? But no one else can say anything?" Pei Yilin's sharp voice rang out again, full of provocation and showing no signs of backing down. Lin Xiangyu's heart tightened. He knew Pei Yilin had no filter and feared she might say something even more outrageous that would hurt Han Yojin. He quickly said, "Pei Yilin, stop talking nonsense." But Pei Yilin seemed intent on provoking him, letting out a cold laugh and speaking even more harshly. "Your mom supports you through college. Not for you to fool around with those dirty women outside." These words struck like a sharp knife, piercing straight into Han Yojin. She clenched the hem of her clothes tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure, her face burning as if it would catch fire, wishing she could disappear into a crack in the ground. "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say anything." "Pei Yilin, do you have any basis for saying this?" Lin Xiangyu suppressed his anger and questioned in a deep, powerful voice. "Basis?" Pei Yilin scoffed, responding confidently. "My sixth sense is my basis." Lin Xiangyu was so angry he almost laughed, immediately retorting, "So you mean you have no evidence and you're just spouting nonsense, right?" Pei Yilin was unfazed, letting out another cold laugh. "Fine, you want evidence? Then answer me. Is there a woman next to you right now?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu's heart sank, and he instinctively looked at Han Yojin sitting beside him. It was as if Han Yojin had a telepathic connection, and she happened to look up at the same time, their eyes meeting in the air. Seeing that, Lin Xiangyu didn't respond immediately. Pei Yilin's piercing laughter came again. I'm really curious which cheap woman has such charm that you fought for her all night? These humiliating words pierced into Han Yozhin's heart like needles. She bit her lower lip tightly, causing it to turn pale, her eyes slightly reddening with tears swirling in them. But she held back, not letting them fall. Lin Xiangyu saw this and knew that if things continued like this, the situation would only get worse. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and then said into the phone, "Who I'm with is none of your business, okay? I'll be with whoever I want, and you have no say in it." After saying that, he decisively hung up the phone, as if to cut off all troubles. After the call ended, Lin Xiangyu saw Han Yozhin's expression become extremely unpleasant, like the sky before a storm, dark and gloomy. His heart tightened, and he quickly smiled, saying, "Sister Yozhin, let us continue eating. We should finish and hurry home." He tried to use a relaxed tone to break the oppressive atmosphere, but it was all in vain. "I'm full," Han Yozhin replied expressionlessly, her voice carrying an unmistakable sense of disappointment and grievance. At that moment, it felt like a storm was raging in her heart, not only because of Pei Yilin's vicious insults, but also because she began to doubt whether Pei Yilin liked Lin Xiangyu. Otherwise, why would Pei Yilin care so much about Lin Xiangyu not returning home at night? Thinking this way, she realized that Pei Yilin biting Lin Xiangyu was probably not a mere act of revenge, but rather stemmed from affection. After all, some people have twisted personalities. When they like someone, they don't know how to express it normally and only know how to provoke conflicts to maintain a connection between them. With this thought, a wave of bitterness rose in Han Yozhin's heart, as if she had eaten an unripe fruit. Why would both she and her sister fall for the same person? This complex emotion made her feel immense pain and confusion. Lin Xiangyu noticed Han Yozhin's mood had dropped, and he softly said, "I'm full too. Let us go home." Han Yozhin looked up at Lin Xiangyu, her eyes filled with complex emotions. "Let us go back separately." Chapter 49. An incredibly long night. Hearing Han Yozhin say the words, "let's go back separately," Lin Xiangyu's heart sank sharply, as if struck by a heavy hammer. In that moment, all his anticipation turned into disappointment. An indescribable bitterness spread within him. However, he suppressed his inner confusion and loss, choosing not to ask for the reason. Instead, he tried to keep his tone as calm as possible. "Then let's take a taxi back, and I'll get off near my house and walk back." He attempted to salvage a bit of their connection with his compromise, even if it was just a brief moment together. "No, I've decided to go back to the school dormitory." Han Yozhin's voice was cold and resolute. Once the words left her mouth, she didn't wait for Lin Xiangyu to respond and stood up, hurriedly walking towards the door. Her back looked somewhat flustered, as if she were escaping from something. After opening the door, Han Yozhin paused with her back to Lin Xiangyu and softly said, "Thank you for last night." Her voice was as light as a sigh in the wind. After speaking, she walked straight out, and with a soft click, the door was gently closed, seemingly severing the subtle emotional connection between the two. Lin Xiangyu stood quietly in place, his gaze fixed on the door that Han Yozhin had just closed. His heart was a mix of emotions. The special bond he had just begun to establish with Han Yozhin was shattered by Pei Yilin. After a long time, Lin Xiangyu slowly regained his composure, dragging his heavy footsteps downstairs to check out and taking a taxi home. Along the way, the scenery outside the car window flew by, but he saw none of it, his mind filled with the image of Han Yozhin leaving. Pei Yilin's phone calls came in one after another, like a relentless pursuit, each ring making him more irritable. At first, he endured the annoyance and didn't hang up, but eventually, unable to bear it any longer, he simply switched his phone to airplane mode, completely cutting off the disturbance. As soon as Lin Xiangyu entered the house, Pei Yilin rushed over from the sofa, her eyes filled with questioning urgency, aggressively asking, "Lin Xiangyu, why didn't you answer my calls? What were you doing last night? None of your business? Get out of the way." Lin Xiangyu was already boiling with anger, and he gave Pei Yilin a cold reply without a hint of warmth, walking past her without looking back. Seeing this, Pei Yilin, like an enraged lioness, reached out to grab Lin Xiangyu's arm, trying to make him stop. However, Lin Xiangyu was overwhelmed with frustration and forcefully shook her off. Pei Yilin stumbled, nearly falling, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. "Stop right there," Pei Yilin shouted, both ashamed and furious, her voice trembling. Lin Xiangyu turned his head, casting her a cold glance, and continued straight upstairs without pausing. He was too upset to deal with Pei Yilin, and he thought it was enough not to hit her. Seeing Lin Xiangyu's determined attitude, Pei Yilin seemed to realize that her previous behavior had been excessive, and a sense of unease welled up in her heart. Thus, she didn't continue to press him and silently watched as he went upstairs. Lin Xiangyu's mood had soured completely due to Han Yozhin's situation. He locked himself in his room all day, hardly stepping outside. During meals, he wore a gloomy expression, showing no warmth towards Pei Yilin, every glance radiating distance and indifference. Pei Yilin approached Lin Xiangyu's door several times, wanting to muster the courage to apologize, but her stubborn and proud nature felt like an invisible shackle, ultimately causing her to give up. She lingered at the door for a long time before finally turning away, silently hoping that Lin Xiangyu would calm down. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoying and Shanning Ai had not reached out to Lin Xiangyu either, each harboring their own thoughts and not wanting to appear too proactive, preferring to maintain their modesty. Similarly, Lin Xiangyu was consumed with thoughts of Han Yozhin and did not contact them. Back at school, Han Yozhin felt as if she had lost her soul. Her eyes were vacant as she walked, and she couldn't muster any interest in anything she did, often spacing out and finding meals tasteless. This was the first time in her life she had experienced such a situation. The feeling of being swayed left her feeling unfamiliar and helpless, yet unable to break free. As night fell and silence enveloped the world, Han Yozhin tossed and turned in her single bed in the dormitory, unable to sleep. Her movements were slow yet tinged with restlessness, the blanket tightly wrapped around her, making her resemble a frightened snail seeking the little safety it could find. Outside the window, the bright moonlight streamed through the slight gaps in the curtains, quietly illuminating her face. The moment she recalled Pei Yilin's sharp and harsh words, as well as the feelings Pei Yilin might have already developed for Lin Xiangyu, Han Yozhin felt as if she were in an ice cellar, an icy chill spreading from her heart to her entire body. Her feelings for Lin Xiangyu were already hard to accept, and Pei Yilin's involvement undoubtedly exacerbated the situation. On the other side, Lin Xiangyu lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, his eyes hollow and confused. The room was extremely quiet, with only the wall clock ticking tirelessly, each tick resonating like a hammer on his heart. Visions of Han Yozhin kept surfacing in his mind. Sometimes it was the various events that had occurred between them last night, and at other times it was her resolute back as she left that morning. He turned over, burying his face in the pillow, trying to shake off these chaotic thoughts, but Han Yozhin's image only became clearer. Tonight felt incredibly long for both Lin Xiangyu and Han Yozhin, with each minute stretching on endlessly. Chapter 50. Please start your performance. The next morning, the faint morning light had just begun to seep through the cracks in the window, illuminating Lin Xiangyu's room. Having barely fallen asleep, Lin Xiangyu was abruptly yanked from his dreams by the sharp, piercing sound of the alarm clock. His eyelids felt heavy with sleepiness, and his head was foggy, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds, but he still forced himself to sit up in bed. Ever since that incident last Monday, Lin Xiangyu had secretly vowed never to let anyone wake him up again. During breakfast, Pei Yilin sat across the dining table, her eyes constantly darting cautiously towards Lin Xiangyu. Every little movement of hers was noticed by Lin Xiangyu. However, the anger in his heart had not completely dissipated. He had no intention of easily forgiving Pei Yilin for what she had done yesterday. He silently ate his meal, ignoring her gaze. After breakfast, Lin Xiangyu slung his backpack over his shoulder and left for school without looking back. Arriving early, the scene at school was eerily similar to last Monday, almost deserted, with barely a shadow in sight. He walked towards the classroom with somewhat heavy steps, and the previous week's scene of blossoming peach blossoms involuntarily surfaced in his mind. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a barely noticeable smile, as he secretly thought, "I wonder if I can see such a scene again today." With such anticipation, Lin Xiangyu arrived at the classroom door. He had originally thought he would find an empty classroom waiting for him, but the moment he pushed the door open, he saw a familiar figure, Zhang Xiaoying. Upon seeing Lin Xiangyu's surprised expression, Zhang Xiaoying's lips curled into a slight smile, and she softly said, "What's wrong? You didn't expect to see me, did you?" Her voice was crisp and pleasant, like a clear spring in the mountains, breaking the silence in the classroom. Indeed, he hadn't expected it. Lin Xiangyu replied honestly, still sounding somewhat surprised. He then walked over to the seat in front of Zhang Xiaoying and sat down, turning around with a mischievous smile, teasing, "Did I come early or late today?" His eyes sparkled with mirth, seemingly trying to provoke Zhang Xiaoying. Hearing Lin Xiangyu's question, Zhang Xiaoying's face immediately flushed, turning as red as a ripe apple. She pretended to be angry and said, "What do you mean early or late? I don't understand what you're talking about." Her voice was playful, laced with a hint of shyness, though her eyes would occasionally dart away. "Oh." Lin Xiangyu feigned surprise and then smiled, saying, "I suddenly thought of a phrase." "What phrase?" Zhang Xiaoying asked curiously, her eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Xiangyu cleared his throat and said seriously, "Please start your performance." After saying that, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Go away," Zhang Xiaoying playfully retorted, then shyly pushed Lin Xiangyu away. In that empty classroom, they joked and laughed, playfully teasing each other, their intimate demeanor resembling that of a couple in love. Their laughter echoed through the classroom, as if the entire world contained only the two of them. This interaction slightly lifted Lin Xiangyu's mood, which had been dampened by Han Yojin, allowing him to momentarily forget his troubles and immerse himself in the joy of being with Zhang Xiaoying. However, despite Zhang Xiaoying's lively and cheerful demeanor when alone, she transformed into a different person the moment others entered the classroom. She became quiet, hardly speaking at all. She would silently sit in her seat, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Xiangyu. But as soon as someone noticed her, she would immediately lower her head, pretending to read. Due to not having slept well the previous night, Lin Xiangyu felt utterly exhausted. He rested his head on the desk and soon fell asleep, sleeping through the entire day, even skipping lunch. He was simply too tired, and he knew that even if he didn't sleep, he wouldn't be able to concentrate on studying. For him, sleeping seemed to be the best way to escape at that moment. Interestingly, just by taking a nap, he accumulated quite a bit of shock value. Perhaps his extraordinary ability to sleep surprised his classmates, as every time someone saw him, still fast asleep, they would display expressions of astonishment, and those surprised looks transformed into his shock value. Lin Xiangyu slept straight until the end of school, waking only when the dismissal bell rang. Slowly opening his eyes, still a bit dazed, he sat in his seat for a moment before gradually waking up. Once the classroom was nearly empty, he sat up straight, stretched widely, and heard his bones crack. Afterward, he stood up, loosened his stiff neck, and pressed his sore shoulders before leisurely walking towards the classroom exit. Due to not having eaten lunch, Lin Xiangyu was now extremely hungry, his stomach growling loudly, nearly reaching the point of discomfort. He planned to grab a bite at a nearby snack stall to fill his stomach before heading home. He arrived at a stall and bought a portion of rice sausage, eating as he walked towards the convenience store to buy a bottle of water. Before he could reach the convenience store, he heard a heated argument between a man and a woman coming from a nearby alley. The woman's voice was very pleasant, immediately catching his attention. He quickened his pace to the alley entrance, peering inside. There, he saw a brown-haired girl, stunningly beautiful, cornered by an emotionally agitated boy. The moment he saw the brown-haired girl, memories related to her surged into Lin Xiangyu's mind like a bursting dam. Chapter 51. Han Yinshi, the girl with brown hair, named Han Yinshi, had dazzling brown hair casually draped over her shoulders, and her features resembled a meticulously crafted work of art, with deep, lively, and stubborn eyes. She was a well-known freshman at the school, rumored to be sought after by many entertainment companies for her outstanding appearance and temperament. But she had turned down all offers to become an idol. "Please stop bothering me. Didn't I say it's impossible between us?" Han Yinshi furrowed her brows, her tone serious and resolute, trying to push the boy in front of her away. Her voice was crisp, yet carried an undeniable attitude. However, the boy in front of her seemed to be dizzy with love and was not listening at all. His eyes were red, and his body trembled with excitement. Yinshi, do you know how much I like you? You like me too, right? As he spoke, his emotions spiraled out of control, and he slowly raised his hand towards Han Yinshi's face. Han Yinshi was startled by this sudden move, her face paling, and she instinctively began to back away. In her panic, she caught a glimpse of Lin Xiangyu standing at the alley entrance, and a look of pleading instantly appeared in her eyes. As if she had found a lifeline, Lin Xiangyu stood quietly at the mouth of the alley with his hands in his pockets, witnessing everything. He had not intended to interfere, although, with his skills, dealing with this boy would be as easy as pie. However, stories of the farmer and the snake were rampant in society, causing him to instinctively resist helping strangers. But when he met Han Yinshi's pleading gaze, his heart couldn't help but tighten. This was not solely because of Han Yinshi's stunning figure and extraordinary beauty. More importantly, Lin Xiangyu felt that she resembled Han Yozhin a bit. Finally, he sighed and shouted, "Boy." The boy had his back turned to the alley and was completely unaware of Lin Xiangyu's presence. The sudden shout was like a clap of thunder, startling him so that he quickly turned around to check. Lin Xiangyu looked at the boy calmly and said slowly, "Hey, big guy, don't lay your hands on women." The boy glanced at Lin Xiangyu, noticing that he wasn't particularly tall or muscular, and a surge of contempt rose within him. Angrily, he cursed, "You little brat. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu's lips curled into a confident and cheerful smile. He then walked into the alley while casually beckoning to the boy with his hand, as if calling a small dog, "Come here for a moment." Seeing Lin Xiangyu's provocative gesture, the boy instantly exploded with rage. "Hey, you little punk, looks like you won't be satisfied until you get beaten up today." With that, he stomped angrily towards Lin Xiangyu, each step filled with aggression. Han Yinshi watched the tense standoff, her heart racing for Lin Xiangyu. This boy was the class bully named Che Zhenwan, known for his love of fighting and bullying others. No one had ever gotten the upper hand against him. Just as Che Zhenwan and Lin Xiangyu stood face to face, Lin Xiangyu's expression suddenly changed. He delivered a swift kick, like lightning, striking Che Zhenwan's calf. Che Zhenwan had no time to react and fell heavily to the ground like a kite with a severed string. In the next second, Lin Xiangyu stepped forward and firmly placed his foot on Che Zhenwan's neck, his gaze icy as he questioned, "You little brat, what did you just call your father?" Han Yinshi watched this scene with wide eyes, her mouth agape in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this seemingly clean-cut boy had easily subdued their class bully with just one move. Han Yinshi contributes shock value 52. Che Zhenwan contributes shock value 11. Che Zhenwan, under Lin Xiangyu's foot, felt a surge of unwillingness. He believed he had only been caught off guard and was determined that he had never been taken down so easily in countless fights throughout his life. Therefore, he yelled, "You little brat, you ambushed me just now. If you have guts, let me up, and we can start over." Lin Xiangyu smiled coldly at his words, slowly removing his foot from Che Zhenwan's neck. Just when Che Zhenwan thought they would start over, Lin Xiangyu suddenly delivered a powerful kick to his face. The force sent Che Zhenwan seeing stars, and blood spurted from his nose. "Stop talking about your father. Who do you think you are? Get lost," Lin Xiangyu said coldly. Che Zhenwan tried to struggle to his feet, but found that the spot on his calf where Lin Xiangyu had kicked him was sending sharp pain, rendering him unable to exert any strength. Che Zhenwan contributes shock value 60. Lin Xiangyu ignored the defeated Che Zhenwan and walked directly to Han Yinshi's side. The fierce look on his face instantly faded, replaced by a gentle smile as he asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, thank you." Han Yinshi slightly bowed to Lin Xiangyu, her voice soft yet steady. Although there was still a hint of shock on her face, she did not appear overly flustered, demonstrating a good capacity for psychological resilience. Lin Xiangyu showed a bright smile and said, "I'm glad you're okay. I'll take my leave now." Han Yinshi nodded slightly, as if suddenly remembering something. A flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes, and then she mustered her courage to ask, "Can you take me home?" Chapter 52, An Unexpected Request. As Lin Xiangyu turned around, he hadn't even taken a step when he heard Han Yinshi's gentle yet firm voice behind him. He was slightly taken aback and immediately turned to look at Han Yinshi. She stood upright, looking directly at him with calm eyes. showing neither the shyness common among girls nor any awkwardness, and she didn't deliberately avoid his gaze. At that moment, the phrase open and straightforward popped into Lin Xiangyu's mind, and he couldn't help but admire the girl before him a little more. All right. Lin Xiangyu was not someone who would hesitate, and faced with Han Yinqi's request, he agreed without a moment's thought. Okay, let's go. A slight smile appeared at the corners of Han Yinqi's mouth as she turned and walked toward the alley. Her steps were light and confident, as if the earlier intense scene had never happened. Lin Xiangyu immediately followed her. As they passed by where Che Zhenwan was parked, a smile of joy suddenly appeared on Lin Xiangyu's face, as if he was thanking Che Zhenwan for creating an opportunity for him to be with Han Yinqi. Che Zhenwan saw Lin Xiangyu smile and felt a surge of anger. He felt he had been insulted like never before. Han Yinqi led Lin Xiangyu along the way as a bus rushed past them. At that moment, Han Yinqi suddenly darted away like a nimble little deer, shouting, "We need to catch this bus." Huh? Lin Xiangyu was momentarily stunned by Han Yinqi's words, and without thinking too much, he ran after her. Fortunately, they weren't far from the bus stop, and after some effort, they managed to arrive just before the bus doors closed. As the bus doors slowly opened, Han Yinqi stepped on first. She didn't walk into the bus, but immediately turned back, her eyes filled with concern, and asked, "Do you have your T-Money card?" The T-Money card is the most common and widely used transportation card in South Korea, usable in places like Seoul for buses, subways, taxis, and small purchases at convenience stores. Lin Xiangyu did have this card, but he hadn't brought it with him today since he had been taking taxis lately. Before he could respond, Han Yinqi seemed to understand and swiped her card for both of them. Lin Xiangyu watched her actions but didn't say anything, silently following her onto the bus. Although the bus wasn't overcrowded, all the seats were taken, so Han Yinqi and Lin Xiangyu had to stand in the aisle. They walked straight to the door, and Lin Xiangyu instinctively positioned himself behind Han Yinqi, protecting her like a loyal knight, always vigilant against others who might take advantage of her. As the bus swayed along the road, Lin Xiangyu and Han Yinqi occasionally bumped into each other, causing them both to feel a bit shy, their faces slightly flushing. Their eyes would meet occasionally before quickly looking away, and there was a subtle atmosphere of ambiguity in the air. After an unknown number of stops, the bus slowly came to a halt, and the doors opened. Han Yinqi turned to Lin Xiangyu and quietly said, "Let us get off here." After getting off, Han Yinqi hailed a taxi by the roadside. Once they were in the taxi, Han Yinqi quietly sat at her seat and didn't initiate any conversation with Lin Xiangyu. Seeing this, he also remained silent. He wasn't the type to push himself onto others. He wouldn't be a one-sided admirer. So they sat quietly in the car, without a word, only the scenery outside the window rushing by. The only thing Lin Xiangyu found curious was why they had to take a taxi after already riding the bus. However, he didn't ask, keeping this question to himself. Before long, the taxi slowly arrived at the entrance of Han Yinqi's apartment complex. Lin Xiangyu looked up and saw that the entrance was impressively grand, surrounded by lush trees and an elegant environment. Learning that Han Yinqi lived in the Siocho district surprised him, especially since she had just taken the bus with him. The Siocho district is one of the top affluent areas in Seoul, filled with high-end residences and luxurious commercial facilities. After getting out of the taxi, Lin Xiangyu prepared to turn and leave. "You should go in quickly. I'll head back now," he said to Han Yinqi, his tone neutral yet polite. After speaking, he planned to call a taxi for himself as Han Yinqi walked into the complex. However, Han Yinqi didn't walk into the complex as he expected. Instead, she stood quietly, looking into Lin Xiangyu's eyes, and said, "Can you tell me your name?" "Lin Xiangyu." Lin Xiangyu was slightly taken aback, but quickly replied. After hearing this, Han Yinqi nodded gently, took a deep breath, and mustered her courage to say, "Lin Xiangyu, would you be my boyfriend?" As soon as those words left her mouth, Lin Xiangyu's eyes widened in surprise, his face filled with astonishment. He never expected Han Yinqi would suddenly make such a request. Chapter 53 Mr. Han. Lin Xiangyu widened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief, his mouth slightly open, as if to say, "Did I hear that wrong?" At this moment, he was completely stunned by Han Yinqi's sudden words. Han Yinqi looked at Lin Xiangyu's shocked expression, and a faint blush appeared on her fair cheeks. Like the evening glow in the sky, She gently bit her lower lip and softly repeated, "Please be my boyfriend, okay? You mean, you want me to be your boyfriend?" Lin Xiangyu still couldn't believe it and asked again. "It's not let, it's please." Han Yinchi's face turned red, and she slightly lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito buzzing, yet there was a stubbornness in it. "Huh?" Lin Xiangyu showed a completely confused expression, furrowing his brows and asking in doubt, "What's the difference?" "There's a difference. Please pretend to be my boyfriend, and I will pay you." Han Yinchi raised her head, looking at Lin Xiangyu with determined eyes, and explained seriously. Lin Xiangyu was not a foolish person. Once Han Yinchi said this, he instantly understood what was going on. Combining what happened today, he guessed that there must be many people like Che Jinwan crazily pursuing Han Yinchi at school, and she must be overwhelmed, which is why she thought of hiring him as a fake boyfriend. Lin Xiangyu currently had no source of income and relied entirely on Min Yunjing's money to maintain his schooling and living. In today's society, graduating almost equated to being unemployed. He couldn't keep relying on Min Yunjing to live, could he? Just thinking about the possibility of earning some money from this rich young lady Han Yinchi to use as startup capital for his own business was fantastic. With this thought, Lin Xiangyu's eyes lit up, and he straightforwardly asked, "How much can you pay?" "Every month." Han Yongsi looked at Lin Xiangyu, her slender fingers gently resting on her chin as she pondered for a moment before saying, "A base salary of 1 million won. And then I will pay you an additional 500,000 won for each task you help me with." After hearing Han Yinchi finish, Lin Xiangyu quickly calculated in his mind. A base salary of 1 million won, approximately 5,000 yuan, plus an additional 500,000 won, approximately 2,500 yuan, for each task. If he only handled 2 extra tasks a month, that would be equivalent to a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. If he handled 10 extra tasks a month, that would be 5 million won, plus the base salary of 1 million won, totaling 30,000 yuan. What if he handled 30, 60, or even 100 tasks a month? More work, more pay. This was simply a great way to get rich. Seeing Lin Xiangyu silent, Han Yinchi thought he found it too little, and feeling anxious, she immediately said, "I'll raise your base salary by another million. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu's eyes instantly lit up, nearly jumping up in excitement, and he exclaimed, "I think that's absolutely fine. I can start working anytime." His tone was as if he was afraid Han Yinchi would change her mind, and the smile on his face was almost reaching his ears. "If you think that's fine, then let me tell you the requirements." Han Yinchi looked at Lin Xiangyu's excited demeanor, her lips curling slightly to reveal a barely noticeable smile, and she softly said, "Okay, Mr. Han." Lin Xiangyu replied with a smile. In fact, he wasn't trying to laugh on purpose. It was just that he couldn't suppress the smile at that moment, and he was already overjoyed inside. Han Yinchi said, "Firstly, regardless of any situation, you cannot disclose our employment relationship." "No problem, Mr. Han." Lin Xiangyu replied without even thinking. His response as quick as if he was buzzing into answer. Seeing Lin Xiangyu agree so promptly, Han Yinchi continued, "From now on, in any situation, you can only call me Yinchi." "No problem, Yinchi." Lin Xiangyu almost slipped and called her Mr. Han again, but quickly reacted, smiling awkwardly. Han Yinchi continued, "Then you wait by the door of my classroom during the break after the first class tomorrow. I will announce our relationship." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu's smile instantly vanished, replaced by a look of hesitation. Han Yinchi, being a prominent figure in the school, once their relationship was announced, it would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the school, which meant that Xin Yangge and Zhang Shuayong would definitely find out. Although Xin Yangge and Zhang Shuayong had not explicitly stated it yet, Lin Xiangyu knew in his heart that both of them had already regarded him as their boyfriend. After so much effort to establish this delicate relationship with them, if they found out that he was publicly announcing his relationship with Han Yinchi, the consequences could be imagined. Seeing that Lin Xiangyu hesitated for a long time without answering, Han Yinchi's previously relaxed brows slightly furrowed as she softly asked, "Is it inconvenient for you?" Lin Xiangyu looked at Han Yinchi in front of him and sighed helplessly. Chapter 54. The MasterCard Against the Heavens. Although women are important, in Lin Xiangyu's heart, money is the real king. This is a very realistic issue. He had long secretly vowed that in this life, he absolutely couldn't be bound by any woman. His ambitions were vast. He didn't want just a small tree, but an entire dense forest. And to nurture that forest, a strong economic foundation is essential. The only regret he had was that he hadn't completely taken advantage of Zheng Xiaoying yet. In this life, he was determined to be a bad man. No problem, Yinshi. Lin Xiangyu almost blurted out, his eyes flashing with determination and anticipation for a bright financial future, as if he could already see stacks of cash waving at him. Upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's response, Han Yinshi's expression was calm, but her tone carried an undeniable authority as she continued. There's one last condition. You must be on standby at all times. Whenever I need you, no matter the time, you must come immediately. Rest assured, even if you call me in the middle of the night, I'll be there at the first moment, Lin Xiangyu promised, patting his chest, his heart already blooming with happiness. Secretly thinking, what a joke, handling an extra task earns me 2,500 soft sister coins. I wish you would call me 800 times a day. This money is too easy to come by. Then see if you have any other questions. If you do, you can raise them now. Han Yinshi slightly raised an eyebrow. Her gaze fixed on Lin Xiangyu, as if examining his resolve. Lin Xiangyu quickly waved his hand, a carefree look on his face as he said, I have no questions. His tone suggested that it was the easiest thing in the world. If there are no problems, I will print out the formal contract tomorrow. If you breach any of its terms, you will have to pay the corresponding penalty. Han Yinshi crossed her arms and said seriously, no problem. Lin Xiangyu didn't hesitate for even a second, responding decisively as if he could never breach the contract. Han Yinshi nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction appearing on her face as she said, good, then it's settled. Remember to come find me at the entrance of my classroom during the break of the first period tomorrow. Don't worry, I definitely won't forget. Lin Xiangyu grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, his smile full of confidence. Han Yinshi turned around and walked gracefully toward the inside of the community, her posture tall, like the brightest star in the night sky. Lin Xiangyu also turned around, raised his hand to hail a taxi, ready to go home. Sitting in the taxi, Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret over losing Shen Ying'ai and Zheng Xiaoying. After all, the time spent with them was quite wonderful. But soon, his eyes suddenly lit up as another possibility flashed through his mind. Right? The various unbelievable rewards from the system lottery could be used to solve this problem. Tomorrow, once his relationship with Han Yinshi is announced, it would definitely shock the entire school. Just how much shock value would that earn? It's simply unimaginable. Thinking of this, an even more crazy and unbeatable idea popped into Lin Xiangyu's head. He wanted to use the rewards obtained from the lottery to win over the school beauties from every nearby school, wildly harvesting shock value. He even wanted to challenge himself further by going after female celebrities, making the entire H country shocked. After all, the cards given by the lottery often had outrageous effects, especially those one-time cards. The more Lin Xiangyu thought about it, the more excited he became, his heart racing wildly in his chest as if it were about to burst. He could no longer hold back and immediately decided to use his current points for another lottery draw. As Lin Xiangyu issued his command, a huge and magnificent golden roulette wheel suddenly appeared deep in his consciousness. The pointer on the wheel spun rapidly, almost too fast for the naked eye to catch. Making a whooshing sound, the various reward areas on the wheel shimmered with mysterious light, as if tempting Lin Xiangyu. Finally, the pointer steadily stopped in the master reward area. A MasterCard radiating dazzling light slowly materialized in Lin Xiangyu's consciousness. This was his first time obtaining a MasterCard. The effect of the previous diamond card was already absurdly strong, so how terrifying could the effect of this MasterCard be? He could hardly imagine. Master item card. One-time use, I really need to control you properly. Card effect. Can forcibly control others for a certain period of time. Control duration depends on the strength of the other party's will, with a minimum duration of 30 minutes and a maximum duration of unlimited. Exaggerated. Invincible. Against the heavens. Lin Xiangyu shouted wildly in his heart. Seeing the effect of this card, apart from these top-tier compliments, he truly couldn't think of anything else to say. What can I say? The ways to use this card are numerous. It's simply too outrageous. The taxi driver, through the rearview mirror, saw Lin Xiangyu's frenzied expression, the muscles on his face twitching slightly, and couldn't help but feel nervous, secretly thinking, this passenger can't have any mental issues, can he? Chapter 55. Footsteps outside the bathroom. Lin Xiangyu was curled up in the back seat of the taxi, completely immersed in an indescribable joy, his lips uncontrollably curving into a wide smile, almost reaching his ears. Although he caught a strange glance from the driver through the rearview mirror, the joy in his heart surged like a flood, overwhelming him. At this moment, images of that extraordinary MasterCard and the impending massive shock points flooded his mind like a movie, making him unable to contain his excitement, even causing his fingertips to tremble slightly. As he entered the house, the warm yellow light immediately enveloped him. Minjing greeted him with a smile, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Xiangyu is back. Dinner is ready. Her smile was full of concern, making him feel warm inside. Pei Yilin, who was sitting on the sofa, raised her head slowly as if pulled by an invisible thread. Her gaze briefly fixed on Lin Xiangyu's face. Her eyes filled with a hint of curiosity and a complex expression before she silently got up and walked heavily towards the dining table. If it were any other day, she would surely tease him with some sarcastic remarks, but today she was unusually quiet. This abnormal behavior made Lin Xiangyu feel puzzled. He wondered what was wrong with Pei Yilin today. After dinner, Lin Xiangyu returned to his room. The familiar scent in the room made him feel a sense of relaxation. As soon as he sat down, his phone chimed cheerfully, signaling a message from Zheng Xiaoying. Seeing the words "What are you doing?" on the screen, Lin Xiangyu's heart instantly felt mixed emotions. He knew he would be announcing his relationship with Han Yinchi tomorrow, which would undoubtedly be a heavy blow for Zheng Xiaoying. The thought of her possibly feeling sad made him feel uncomfortable. Even though he was determined not to be bound by morality or dominated by emotions in this life, he still couldn't completely harden his heart. However, being a bad guy wasn't as easy as it seemed. Memories of the time spent with Zheng Xiaoying over the past few days flooded his mind. His fingers hovered over the screen keyboard for a long time, hesitating, before he slowly lifted his hand and replied, "Just finished dinner. Back in my room. What about you?" Zheng Xiaoying seemed to be waiting by her phone, replying quickly, "I finished dinner a while ago. I'm also in my room now." Lin Xiangyu stared at the screen, pondering for a long time, and only replied with a simple "Oh." He wasn't intentionally being dismissive. He just felt heavy-hearted, as if a large stone was pressing down on him at the thought of announcing his relationship with Han Yinchi tomorrow. He truly didn't know what to talk about with Zheng Xiaoying, although they hadn't signed a contract yet, and saying it wouldn't count as a breach of contract. He couldn't bring himself to inform her. Lin Xiangyu considered the situation from her perspective. If it were his girlfriend or someone he was romantically interested in, telling him about signing a contract with another man and publicly announcing their relationship at school would be unbearable for him. After all, he wasn't a coward. Thus, he never thought about secretly telling Zheng Xiaoying or Xin Yangyi. He understood Zheng Xiaoying's feelings for him and could imagine how heartbroken she would be upon hearing the news. The mere thought of it made his heart ache like it was being cut by a knife. Yet he felt helpless. "You seem a bit down. Did something bother you?" Zheng Xiaoying keenly noticed his unusual demeanor, her concerned words reaching him through the screen. Seeing this message, Lin Xiangyu felt a wave of guilt wash over him. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "I'm not unhappy, just a bit tired today, probably because I didn't rest well last night. Today seemed particularly unlucky." Just after replying to Zheng Xiaoying, a message from Xin Yangyi came in like a relay baton. "Xiangyu, I heard from other teachers that you slept in class all day today. Did you not sleep well last night?" Seeing this message, Lin Xiangyu sighed helplessly and replied, "Yeah, I had insomnia last night." He knew Xin Yangyi, he cared about him deeply, but at that moment, he felt emotionally drained and didn't know how to face her feelings. Before long, another message from Xin Yangyi popped up. "Are you missing me?" Immediately after, another message followed. "We didn't get to enjoy ourselves last Saturday, so let's go on a date this Saturday. I'll make sure you relax, okay?" Her words were filled with anticipation and enthusiasm, but as Lin Xiangyu looked at these messages, her sweet smile flashed in his mind. However, thinking about what would happen tomorrow, he felt that their date would likely be canceled, so he simply replied, "Okay, we'll talk then." His response was somewhat perfunctory. He could feel his lack of focus, but he truly had no energy to deal with more emotional entanglements. While Lin Xiangyu was messaging Zheng Xiuying and Xin Yangyi outside his room, Pei Yilin was like a little cat sneaking around, crouching and tiptoeing to the door. Her hands tightly gripped the hem of her clothes, her knuckles turning slightly white from nervousness. She wanted to apologize to Lin Xiangyu for what happened last time, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. After hesitating for a long time, she finally gathered her courage, slowly reached out her hand, and prepared to open Lin Xiangyu's room door. With a creak, the door didn't open, but instead made a loud noise, which was particularly jarring in the quiet hallway. Since the last time Pei Yilin had sneaked into his room, Lin Xiangyu had developed a habit of locking the door whenever he returned. Hearing the noise, he immediately sprang up from his bed like a spring, walking towards the door while calling out loudly, "Coming." However, when he opened the door, he found no one outside. Did I hear wrong? Lin Xiangyu was filled with confusion, scratching his head as he closed the door and returned to his room. Meanwhile, Pei Yilin had just hurried back to her room, leaning against the door, her heart racing as if it would burst from her chest, the sound echoing clearly in the silence of the room like a rapid drumbeat. Originally determined to apologize, she was thrown off by not being able to open the door successfully. Hearing Lin Xiangyu's footsteps approaching, she fled back as if her feet were slick with oil. Covering her chest with both hands, feeling her heart's violent pounding, her cheeks burned as if they were scorched by a raging fire. Could it be that I've really fallen for that guy Lin Xiangyu? As soon as this thought emerged, Pei Yilin's mind buzzed as if struck by a heavy hammer, and she immediately flopped on her bed, covering her head with the blanket, trying to hide her panic and shyness. However, her heart continued to race uncontrollably. That night, Pei Yilin was very flustered, tossing and turning in bed like a fish in a frying pan, unable to find a comfortable position. Images of Lin Xiangyu kept appearing in her mind. One moment, it was his smile. Another moment, it was his expression when she bullied him. And then it was his angry face, all of which stirred her emotions. It wasn't until nearly 11 o'clock that she finally got out of bed and went downstairs to take a shower. Passing by Lin Xiangyu's room, her steps unconsciously slowed down, her eyes uncontrollably glancing at the door. Hearing movement from inside the room, she felt as if she had been scalded and immediately ran downstairs. The steam from the hot water filled the bathroom, and Pei Yilin took her time washing, her mind full of the scene from that day when Lin Xiangyu suddenly burst into the bathroom. Her cheeks grew even hotter, and she found herself vaguely hoping that such a scene would happen again. This thought made her feel both shy and excited. In the mist, her gaze became hazy and complicated. As she rinsed her body, she wrestled with her feelings for Lin Xiangyu in her heart. Was it love, or just a momentary impulse? She couldn't quite figure out. Just then, Pei Yilin suddenly heard what seemed to be footsteps outside the door. Her heart tightened sharply, and her breathing became rapid. The figure of Lin Xiangyu involuntarily appeared in her mind, and her cheeks turned even redder. She nervously perked up her ears, trying to distinguish whether the footsteps belonged to Lin Xiangyu. But apart from her own intense heartbeat, she couldn't hear anything clearly. Chapter 56, Signing the Love Contract. Yilin, are you in there? Outside the bathroom, Jean Mimi's voice came softly, filled with concern. Pei Yilin was lost in her thoughts, eagerly anticipating the moment when Lin Xiangyu would push the door open. Suddenly, hearing Jean Mimi's voice jolted her, making her feel as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, leaving her filled with disappointment. She sighed lightly, raised her hand to turn down the shower, and replied, trying to hide her disappointment, "It's me, big sister." Upon hearing the response, Jean Mimi continued, "Yilin, why are you taking such a long shower today? Did something unhappy happen at school?" Pei Yilin's heart raced nervously, wondering, could Big Sister have figured out that I like Lin Xiangyu? She steadied her nerves and forced herself to sound calm. "No, Big Sister, why would you ask that? It's nothing. I just worry that you might have run into something unpleasant at school. Yilin, no matter what happens, you can always talk to your big sister. Remember that." Jean Mimi's tone was as gentle as the warm sun in spring. Hearing this, Pei Yilin felt a weight lift off her heart, letting out a long breath and forcing a smile as she said, "Okay, big sister, I understand. Well then, take your time washing up. I won't disturb you." After Jean Mimi finished speaking, her footsteps gradually faded away as she went upstairs. Pei Yilin guessed that Jean Mimi was going to the bathroom and not wanting to linger. She quickly rinsed off and returned to her room. When she entered her room, she deliberately made some noise to let Jean Mimi know she was out and could go to the bathroom. That night, Pei Yilin tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep like a fish in a frying pan. Her mind was filled with images of Lin Xiangyu, sometimes his smile, other times the moments they shared. She was deeply conflicted, repeatedly asking herself, do I really like Lin Xiangyu? The next morning at breakfast, Pei Yilin sported 2 large dark circles under her eyes. Looking like a panda, she occasionally stole glances at Lin Xiangyu, her gaze filled with a love she didn't even realize she felt. Lin Xiangyu noticed Pei Yilin's dark circles, but his own mind was in a chaotic state, leaving him little curiosity about her situation. He had important matters to attend to that day and barely touched his breakfast before putting down his bowl and chopsticks, having little appetite. After leaving the house, Lin Xiangyu hailed a taxi and rushed to the place he had arranged to meet Han Yinshi. Han Yinshi was already waiting there, standing tall with a printed contract in hand. The sunlight cast a golden hue on her, making her look radiant. As soon as Lin Xiangyu arrived, she handed him the contract, her expression serious. Take a look and see if there are any issues. Let me remind you one last time. Signing this contract means our relationship as a couple officially begins. Okay, I understand. Lin Xiangyu replied and took the contract to examine it closely. The contract was not complicated, and the breach of contract clauses were clearly outlined. 1. On the first class break of the day the contract is signed, go to Han Yinshi's classroom to announce their couple status. Breach, compensation of 10 million won. 2. Regardless of any situation, neither party can disclose their employment relationship. Breach, compensation of 20 million won. 3. Must not disclose Han Yinshi's family information. Breach, compensation of 20 million won. 4. Must address Han Yinshi as Yinshi in any situation. Breach, compensation of 10 million won. 5. Must be on standby at all times, 3 times a week. If Han Yinshi needs to find Lin Xiangyu during these 3 times, he must come immediately. Without prior notice, he must arrive within an hour and a half during the day. At night, they will discuss, and after 3 instances, Lin Xiangyu will decide whether to accept. Han Yinshi must pay Lin Xiangyu an additional 500,000 won each time she asks for his help. Breach, compensation of 10 million won. The love contract takes effect upon signing and lasts for 1 semester. If either party wishes to terminate the contract, the other must agree. If one party unilaterally terminates, they must compensate the other party 100 million won, approximately 50,000 RMB. Lin Xiangyu was quite satisfied with the clause limiting the number of times to 3 per week, as he had thought last night that if Han Yinshi kept calling him, he would eventually breach the contract. The compensation amounts were significant. Breaching once would mean all previous efforts were in vain. However, despite this, Lin Xiangyu signed without a second thought. He had no intention of breaching the contract. Being the boyfriend of a campus beauty while making money was a rare opportunity. Even if he had to pay money out of pocket, there would be plenty of people eager to take it on. Moreover, for him, it wasn't just about the money. It could also yield a lot of shock value. The contract was made in 2 copies, and after both signed, they each took one. Han Yinshi even took a photo of the contract with her phone. After that, they boarded the same bus they had taken the day before to go to school. Lin Xiangyu felt puzzled, unable to understand why Han Yinshi insisted on pretending to be broke. When Lin Xiangyu arrived at the classroom, the class bell was about to ring. The students inside had been chatting and joking excitedly, but as soon as he walked in, they quieted down, their gazes unconsciously shifting to Zheng Xiuying. The whole class had basically acknowledged that Lin Xiangyu and Zheng Xiuying shared an unusual relationship. As the classmates looked at her, Zheng Xiuying's face flushed bright red. But this time it was filled with a smile of happiness, unlike her previous simple shyness. Seeing Zheng Xiuying like this made Lin Xiangyu feel even more conflicted, a mix of emotions swirling inside him. After the first class, Zheng Xiuying couldn't wait to walk over to Lin Xiangyu's seat. She had been thinking about it for days and had finally made up her mind to officially start dating Lin Xiangyu. At that moment, she planned to ask Lin Xiangyu in front of everyone if he wanted to be her boyfriend. But as soon as class ended, Lin Xiangyu hurriedly walked out of the classroom. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoying quickly called out to him. Xiangyu, wait a moment, I have something to tell you. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoying's voice, Lin Xiangyu paused and turned to look at her. Chapter 57. Harvesting the shock value of the whole school Xiaoying. I have something urgent right now. No matter what you have to say, wait until I come back. Lin Xiangyu's voice was urgent and resolute. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked out of the classroom quickly without looking back, leaving Zhang Xiaoying awkwardly frozen in place. Her smile instantly stiffened. Her eyes filled with disappointment and confusion, and the gazes of her classmates made her feel as if she was being pricked by needles. Meanwhile, in another classroom, Han Yinshi was anxiously waiting for Lin Xiangyu. She sat at her desk, her fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the tabletop, occasionally glancing towards the door with anticipation in her eyes. Several boys who usually pursued her relentlessly surrounded her, like dogs waiting to be fed, desperately trying to find topics to talk to her about. Yinshi, there's a new movie released this weekend. Want to go see it together? Yinshi, I recently found an amazing coffee shop. Want to try it out together? Yinshi, Han Yinshi ignored their attempts at conversation. Her eyes fixated on the door as she silently thought, why isn't he here yet? When will he arrive? Yinshi. Lin Xiangyu's familiar voice suddenly rang out at the classroom door, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Everyone turned to look at the door, their eyes wide with shock and curiosity as they gazed at the handsome boy they had never seen before. When Han Yinshi saw Lin Xiangyu appear, her tense face immediately broke into a smile, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, revealing a charming curve. Under everyone's gaze, she gracefully stood up from her seat and walked towards the classroom door with her long legs. Xiangyu, why did you take so long to come? Han Yinshi reached Lin Xiangyu, her voice soft and slightly reproachful, as she gently took his hand, their fingers intertwining naturally and affectionately. The classroom erupted in astonishment, and the boys who had been buzzing around Han Yinshi like flies suddenly turned pale, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Yumin contributes shock value 100. Shen Dongshu contributes shock value 100. Jiang Huiyuan contributes shock value 100. Kim Jin contributes shock value 100. Everyone in the classroom was almost rendered speechless by this sudden scene, all contributing their maximum shock value, the numbers fluctuating as if narrating their inner shock. Lin Xiangyu watched all of this, feeling secretly pleased, a wicked smile appearing on his face as he said, "You're really a little demoness, getting so anxious after just being apart for a short while." As he spoke, he reached out and gently scraped Han Yinshi's nose, his actions ambiguous and intimate. This move once again ignited the shock value in the classroom, causing everyone's jaws to nearly drop to the ground. Zhang Yingmu contributes shock value 100. Yumin contributes shock value 100. Shen Dongshu contributes shock value 100. Jiang Huiyuan contributes shock value 100. Kim Jin contributes shock value 100. Han Yinshi never expected Lin Xiangyu would improvise and put on such a show. Her cheeks instantly flushed red, her eyes flashing with a mix of shyness and annoyance as she whispered in Lin Xiangyu's ear, "You don't have to act so exaggerated." Now, Lin Xiangyu pretended to look surprised, his eyes wide open. "Everyone is watching. Isn't that inappropriate?" His tone was teasing, paired with a goofy expression, making him look like a skilled actor. This remark once again left everyone in the classroom with their jaws dropped, and the shock value skyrocketed once more. Han Yinshi was completely stunned, looking at Lin Xiangyu in disbelief. Before she could react, Lin Xiangyu suddenly wrapped his arms around her neck, pulling her close and kissing her on the lips. The kiss came so unexpectedly that Han Yinshi's eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief. Ayamian contributes shock value 100. Yin Xiaoxie contributes shock value 100. Han Yinshi was both surprised and angry, instinctively pinching Lin Xiangyu's thigh hard. This was her first kiss, and it had just been taken away by him. Seeing Lin Xiangyu kiss Han Yinshi in public, someone finally couldn't hold back. "Hey, let go of Han Yinshi." A boy with curly hair stood up abruptly from his seat, shouting angrily. His face turned bright red, as if he'd been doused with hot water, and he approached Lin Xiangyu step by step, each step filled with rage. Lin Xiangyu looked at the furious boy with curly hair, calmly releasing Han Yinshi's lips, and whispered in her ear, handling this kind of thing counts as an extraordinary event, right? Although Han Yinshi was both angry and annoyed at Lin Xiangyu's earlier actions, she instinctively nodded. If it turned out that Lin Xiangyu just ran off, leaving her here, that would be extremely embarrassing. After receiving Han Yinshi's confirmation, Lin Xiangyu let go of her hand, standing confidently in place with a smile on his face, quietly watching the curly-haired boy approach step by step. His eyes reflected calmness and confidence, as if everything before him was under his control. Just as the curly-haired boy entered his attack range, Lin Xiangyu's expression suddenly changed. He swiftly threw a sharp punch, his fist glowing with mysterious light, enhanced by the magical power of, "How about a little nap? You." This punch was quick and fierce, landing squarely on the curly-haired boy's face. The moment he was hit, the boy's eyes rolled back, and his body fell straight to the ground like a kite with a broken string, kicking up a cloud of dust. The shock value surged once again, and Lin Xiangyu's mind was filled with prompt sounds, the numbers rising like a rocket. What Lin Xiangyu wanted was to intimidate everyone. He knew that if he didn't display such bravery, he might face additional incidents. But he didn't want to be the target of gossip at school every day. If those people came to him directly for trouble, he wouldn't be afraid. But he was concerned about someone plotting behind his back. After all, it's easy to dodge an open attack, but hard to defend against a hidden arrow. Lin Xiangyu took Han Yinshi's hand and softly asked in her ear, "Want to take a walk around the school?" Han Yinshi nodded slightly, responding softly. At that moment, her heart was still racing, her cheeks still flushed, and everything that had just happened left her feeling somewhat bewildered. Before coming here, Lin Xiangyu had already made all the preparations. He understood that the things that needed to be faced would have to be faced sooner or later, and it was better to expose them actively than to hide them. Chapter 58. Upgrading the lottery wheel again, Lin Xiangyu tightly held Han Yinshi's hand, walking out of the classroom with his head held high. The moment he stepped into the hallway, the gazes of surrounding students instantly focused on him like searchlights. Even though these students were not in the same class as Han Yinshi, her name had already become well known throughout the campus. Piao Junyu contributed 80 shock points. Li Jian contributed 90 shock points. As the shock point notifications kept popping up in his mind, Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but smile widely, unable to suppress his excitement. The news of Han Yinshi's relationship spread like wildfire across the campus at an astonishing speed. Anyone who saw them could hardly wait to share this explosive news with those around them. In no time, more and more students were drawn over like magnets, rushing from various corners just to catch a glimpse of what kind of person Han Yinshi's boyfriend was and what he looked like. This was the first time Lin Xiangyu experienced the feeling of being a campus celebrity, with every move he and Han Yinshi made being closely watched, as if they had a tracking device installed on them. Students flowed in like a tide, one wave after another, contributing shock points to him, causing the value to rocket up. Ding! Detected that host shock points exceeded 10,000. Upgrade. 10,000 shock points can upgrade the lottery wheel a second time. The upgraded wheel will remove the gold and platinum rewards, increasing the proportion of remaining rewards, and the next lottery will 100 yield rewards of king level or above. Additionally, 3 gold attribute cards will be given: Idol, Model, Muscle King. Upgrade it right away. The moment Lin Xiangyu saw the system notification, his eyes sparkled like the brightest star in the night sky, and he immediately chose to upgrade the lottery wheel without hesitation. Ever since experiencing the powerful functions of the MasterCard, Lin Xiangyu had lost all interest in cards below diamond level, especially since this time the system was generously offering 3 basic attribute cards. As Lin Xiangyu issued the command, the lottery wheel, which already exuded a mysterious glow, shone even brighter, dazzlingly radiant. 2 beams of light, one golden, one silver, shot out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the original gold and platinum reward areas on the wheel vanished, leaving only 4 areas: Diamond, Master, King, and Mysterious. The Diamond area dominated 75 of the entire lottery wheel. The Master area accounted for 20. The King area occupied only 4, while the Mysterious area, taking up a mere one of the tiny corner, seemed to carry a mysterious power that attracted Lin Xiangyu's gaze. At this moment, Lin Xiangyu was filled with endless curiosity about this mysterious area. The MasterCard was already incredibly powerful. What kind of strength could a mysterious card with a probability of being drawn only 1 in 20 compared to the MasterCard possibly possess? It was hard to imagine. The points required for a single lottery draw have increased to 3,000 points. Lin Xiangyu had been mentally prepared for the increase in points needed for the lottery, as this was not the first time such a situation had occurred, so he didn't mind it too much. Just as Lin Xiangyu was excitedly blushing and overwhelmed with emotions over the lottery wheel upgrade, Zheng Taijun rushed over upon hearing the news. Initially, he just intended to join in the excitement, but when he saw Lin Xiangyu holding hands with Han Yinshi, Zheng Taijun's eyes widened in shock, and he immediately pushed through the crowd toward Lin Xiangyu. At the same time, Zhang Xiaoying, who had heard the news, rushed over with a look filled with anxiety and disbelief, hurrying from the classroom to Lin Xiangyu and Han Yinshi's location. Meanwhile, Lin Xiangyu, immersed in the joy of collecting shock points, was still unaware of all that was happening. Chapter 59, I want you to announce in front of everyone right now that I am your girlfriend. Han Yinshi blinked her lively eyes, tugged at Lin Xiangyu's hand, and said softly, "All right, take me back to the classroom." Her voice was soft and a bit spoiled. "Okay." Lin Xiangyu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a charming smile as he replied gently. At that moment, the number of shock values in his mind kept jumping, and he felt quite accomplished, quickly planning to send Han Yinshi back so he could start the lottery and see what amazing cards he could draw. But fate seemed to enjoy playing tricks on people. At that moment, Zheng Taijun suddenly appeared, aggressively blocking the two in front of him. His eyes were wide open, filled with anger, and he rushed in front of Lin Xiangyu, suddenly reaching out to grab his collar and loudly questioning, "What do you mean, you brat? You're with her. What about my sister?" As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a heavy bomb dropped into the crowd, and the scene erupted in an instant. The onlooking classmates all showed excited expressions, their eyes wide open, joyfully contributing shock values to Lin Xiangyu, the number skyrocketing as if there was no end in sight. Han Yinshi was also taken aback by Zheng Taijun's words, her originally bright eyes flashing with a hint of panic. She instinctively turned to look at Lin Xiangyu, her gaze filled with confusion and inquiry. Lin Xiangyu had only imagined the scene of meeting Shun Ying and Zhang Xiaoying, but he had never anticipated that Zheng Taijun would burst out at this moment. His heart sank, silently cursing his luck. "Let go of your hand first." Lin Xiangyu tried to keep his tone calm, saying this while grabbing Zheng Taijun's wrist and quickly leaning down to whisper in his ear, "I'll explain to you privately later." Lin Xiangyu attempted to calm Zheng Taijun, but at this moment, Zheng Taijun was completely blinded by anger and couldn't hear his words. Zheng Taijun's face turned red, the veins on his neck bulging, wanting to drag Lin Xiangyu in front of Zheng Xiaoying and make him explain himself to his sister. But he was horrified to find that even with all his strength, he couldn't move Lin Xiangyu at all. Lin Xiangyu's hand was like a hard, unyielding vice, tightly gripping his wrist, rendering him unable to budge an inch. At this tense moment, Zheng Xiaoying finally rushed to the scene, panting. Her hair was slightly disheveled, and beads of sweat were hanging on her forehead. When she saw Lin Xiangyu holding Han Yinshi's hand, it felt like her heart was stabbed by a sharp knife, and her eyes instantly turned red. Without hesitation, she charged forward. "This is what you call an emergency?" Zheng Xiaoying really wished she could rush up, grab Lin Xiangyu's shoulders, and question him thoroughly, demanding a reasonable explanation. But when she saw Lin Xiangyu and Zheng Taijun in a standoff, her rationality overcame her impulse. She suppressed the pain in her heart and decided to drag Zheng Taijun away, first to avoid a more intense conflict between the two. The spectators saw Zheng Xiaoying rush in and became even more excited, their eyes wide open as if they were watching a spectacular drama. Some even began to criticize the situation to those beside them without understanding the whole story. "This guy, with such a beautiful girlfriend, still wants to cheat." A boy scoffed, disdain written all over his face. Han Yinshi too, actually willing to be this guy's mistress. Another girl echoed, showing a look of disgust. "Not necessarily. Which guy dares to hold the mistress's hand and parade around school like this? I think we don't know who the real mistress is yet." A boy adjusted his glasses and offered his opinion. "I really don't know what this guy has going for him. Besides being a bit taller and better looking, what else is good about him?" another boy said sourly. The crowd's chatter felt like sharp knives piercing the ears of the four present. Zhang Xiaoying's face turned red, like a ripe tomato, as if blood would spray out at any moment. She quickly walked to Zhang Taijuan's side. Without saying a word, she grabbed his arm. Want to take him away from this place of gossip. When Zhang Xiaoying walked over, Lin Xiangyu saw her, and his eyes were filled with apology, staring at her. But Zhang Xiaoying intentionally lowered her head, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Lin Xiangyu. She was afraid that if she looked into his eyes, she would be unable to hold back her tears. She really wanted to ask Lin Xiangyu what was going on, but she knew this was not the right time. Brother, come with me. Zhang Xiaoying bit her lip, holding back her tears, and said as she pulled Zhang Taijun's arm. Zhang Taijun suddenly shook off Zhang Xiaoying's arm and loudly said, "What do you mean, leave? Xiaoying, aren't you angry that your boyfriend is with another woman?" He asked on purpose, wanting to know Zhang Xiaoying's true feelings while also using this opportunity to tell everyone who the real third party was. The onlookers began to discuss again after hearing Zhang Taijun's words. Han Yinshi actually went after someone else's boyfriend. She's pretty, but turns out to be this kind of person. Really disgusting. A girl covered her mouth, expressing her disdain. Another girl sneered and echoed. Some women may look pretty, but deep down they're just born to be cheap. Liking to share the same guy. Are you women mistaken? The situation isn't even clear yet, and you're already criticizing. A boy frowned, defending Han Yinshi. If you ask me, in love, the one who is not loved is the real third party. Another girl said thoughtfully. Zhang Xiaoying's already flushed cheeks turned completely red from these words, feeling as if the blood inside might burst out at any moment. She gritted her teeth tightly, her body slightly trembling, forcefully pulling Zhang Taijuan's arm with a choking voice. She said, "Brother, I'm begging you, let's leave, okay?" Seeing the look in Zhang Xiaoying's eyes, Zhang Taijun finally agreed to leave temporarily. Lin Xiangyu also released his grip on Zhang Taijuan's wrist. Han Yinshi, who had been silent, could no longer bear the malicious words and leaned into Lin Xiangyu's ear, softly saying, "I want you to announce in front of everyone right now that I am your girlfriend." Chapter 60. Are you even human? A major twist ahead. Lin Xiangyu's heart sank sharply when he heard Han Yinshi's words. Although he had previously wanted to inform Shining Ai and Zhang Xiaoying about his relationship with Han Yinshi in advance, he certainly didn't intend to announce it with Zhang Xiaoying standing right in front of him, surrounded by so many onlookers. It felt like publicly slapping Zhang Xiaoying in the face. "I'm sorry, I can't do that. And there is no clause in the agreement that requires me to announce you as my girlfriend at any time." Lin Xiangyu frowned slightly, his voice low. Han Yinshi seemed to have anticipated Lin Xiangyu's response, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes as she continued, "I'll give you more money." Her tone was confident, as if money could solve everything. Before Lin Xiangyu could react, she softly added 10 million, approximately 50,000 RMB. Lin Xiangyu pursed his lips, remaining silent. Seeing this, Han Yinshi continued to raise the stakes, 30 million, approximately 150,000 RMB. Her gaze was fixed on Lin Xiangyu, as if they were engaged in a silent game of poker. 50 million, announce it immediately. If we two-step into the crowd, it's null and void. Han Yinshi's voice was light, but carried an undeniable firmness, like a queen issuing commands. Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but smile bitterly inside, silently lamenting that for Han Yinshi, the rich young lady, merely to save face, she was willing to unhesitatingly fork out 250,000 RMB. Cutting off the matter when it's not completely settled will only lead to chaos. This situation will inevitably arise in the future. After all, I can't hang myself on one tree for my entire life. Survival of the fittest means I must make them adapt to this situation. He did not want to spend his days appeasing one woman or another whenever they were unhappy. Just as Zhang Xiaoying was pulling Zhang Taijun toward the crowd, Lin Xiangyu took a deep breath, as if making a monumental decision, and said, "Yinshi, don't misunderstand. I have nothing to do with that woman just now. You're my girlfriend." He spoke loudly, with strong conviction, so that even those standing at the furthest edge could hear him clearly. Zhang Xiaoying, who had been pulling Zhang Taijun away, froze in place as if hit by a spell. Her eyes widened in shock and disbelief, and then tears uncontrollably streamed down her cheeks, soaking her clothing. Seeing this, Zheng Taijuan's rage ignited instantly. He let go of Zheng Xiaoying's hand and charged at Lin Xiangyu like a raging bull, shouting, "What the hell are you saying? Do you think this is fair to my sister? Are you even human?" His voice turned hoarse with anger, and the muscles on his face twisted in fury. Faced with Zheng Taijuan's sudden attack, Lin Xiangyu exerted force in his leg and delivered a precise kick to Zheng Taijuan's calf. The kick was powerful, accompanied by a whooshing sound, knocking Zheng Taijun to the ground. Looking down at Zheng Taijun from a height, Lin Xiangyu coldly said, "I made it very clear. I have never had any relationship with your sister. If you don't believe me, ask her. We were at most in a transactional relationship from start to finish." At this moment, Lin Xiangyu's heart was a mix of emotions, feeling so distressed he almost wanted to slap himself. But he understood that, while Zheng Xiaoying was still not deeply involved, completely cutting off her hopes was the best solution. Zheng Taijun, after being knocked down by Lin Xiangyu's powerful kick, lay on the ground for a long time, unable to get up. He groaned in pain, his face filled with unwillingness and anger. Zheng Xiaoying sobbed as she crouched down beside Zheng Taijun, her shoulders trembling slightly as she tried to help him up, while shooting Lin Xiangyu a fierce glare filled with resentment and disappointment. Today, the siblings Zheng Xiaoying and Zheng Taijun had thoroughly embarrassed themselves, all thanks to Lin Xiangyu. Before leaving, Zheng Taijun shot Lin Xiangyu a fierce look, as if to say, "This won't end here. We'll see about that." The audience at the scene was left in shock, mouths agape, unable to speak for a long time. The previous murmurs of discussion instantly vanished, as everyone was intimidated by Lin Xiangyu's dominating presence. Zheng Taijun was notorious for being tough in school, yet he couldn't withstand even a single exchange with Lin Xiangyu. Such overwhelming power made those who usually loved to talk quickly shut their mouths, fearing trouble would come their way. Lin Xiangyu, feeling flustered, kept hearing Zheng Xiaoying's desperate eyes echoing in his mind. Even though the shock value numbers were still fluctuating, he felt no happiness. His mood mirrored the suddenly overcast sky, filled with gloom. After dropping Han Yinxi off at the classroom, Lin Xiangyu trudged heavily toward his own classroom. On the way back, he received a transfer from Han Yinxi. The transfer notification flashed on his phone screen, but couldn't dispel the gloom in his heart. Inside the classroom, students were buzzing with chatter, discussing the scene that had just unfolded. However, when Lin Xiangyu entered, the room fell silent instantly, all eyes turning toward him, filled with curiosity and awe. Lin Xiangyu scanned the room and immediately felt a bad premonition when he noticed Zheng Xiaoying was not in the classroom. Just then, the teacher walked in, but he paid no attention and directly exited the classroom. At that moment, Shun Ying'ai, who had been hiding and watching the entire process from afar, also stepped out of the office and happened to see Lin Xiangyu walking out of the classroom. Chapter 61 After School. The classroom awaits me. Lin Xiangyu looked up, and his gaze coincidentally met with Shun Ying'ai, who had just walked out of the office. The two stood in the slightly empty corridor, their eyes meeting in the air, and for that moment, time seemed to freeze. However, less than a second into their gaze, Shun Ying'ai seemed to be scalded, quickly turning her head away and pretending not to see Lin Xiangyu, striding towards her classroom in her high heels with a clack-clack sound. That deliberate avoidance made her back appear a bit stubborn and lonely. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu paused for a moment but did not chase after her to explain. At that moment, finding Zheng Xiaoying was his top priority. Although he and Zheng Xiaoying had not taken the final step, they had already shared a meal together, and he could not just sit by while something might happen to her. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly walked downstairs, his steps hurried and heavy, each footfall echoing loudly on the floor. Shun Ying'ai heard Lin Xiangyu's hurried footsteps and, as if drawn by some force, turned her head. When she saw that Lin Xiangyu's anxious figure was not coming towards her, her heart tightened suddenly. A sour feeling surged up, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Lin Xiangyu was her first date and the man who took her first time. But now that such a thing had happened, Lin Xiangyu clearly knew that she must be feeling bad, yet he couldn't even be bothered to say a word of explanation. How could she accept that? She had been full of hope that Lin Xiangyu would catch up to her, even if it was just to comfort her or even to lie to her. But reality had completely dashed her hopes. Shunning AI sighed helplessly, that sigh full of endless disappointment, as she dragged her heavy steps slowly towards her classroom. On the other side, after Lin Xiangyu went downstairs, he anxiously called Zheng Xiuying while searching for her figure throughout the large campus. His eyes scanned every corner eagerly, not letting any possible hiding place for Zheng Xiuying slip by, but he still could not find her, and the phone remained unanswered. Eventually, a place that sad characters in Korean dramas and manhwa often go to flashed through Lin Xiangyu's mind: the rooftop. As soon as this thought appeared, his heart tightened even more, and a feeling of panic overwhelmed him. He rushed towards the rooftop in a frenzy. However, when Lin Xiangyu hurriedly arrived at the rooftop, he found it empty. Zheng Xiuying was not there. He stood in the center of the rooftop, scratching his head in frustration, feeling distressed and unsure where to look for Zheng Xiuying next. Just then, his phone chimed with a message. It was from Zheng Xiuying, and the content was very simple. "After school, wait for me in the classroom." Upon receiving the message, Lin Xiangyu immediately replied, "Where are you?" He held his phone tightly, staring intently at the screen, eagerly hoping for a quick reply from Zheng Xiuying. However, after a long while, the phone screen remained silent, with no response. Lin Xiangyu, not willing to give up, called again, only to hear the prompt that the other party was turned off. With no other choice, Lin Xiangyu had to give up the search and choose to return to the classroom. Before going back, he gritted his teeth and used the model card and muscle card from his 3 golden attribute cards. In an instant, he felt his body being reshaped by a magical force, his proportions becoming more perfect and his muscle strength receiving a qualitative enhancement. Originally not lacking in looks, he now appeared even more handsome, with an added rugged charm, as if he radiated light. As for the idol card, he didn't dare to use it casually, fearing that becoming too handsome suddenly would arouse suspicion, planning to wait until the holidays to use it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiangyu knocked on the classroom door and walked in. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of the entire class. Even the teacher, who was passionately lecturing at the podium, stopped writing with the chalk and directed their gaze towards him. The events that had transpired that morning had already spread to every corner of the school, and everyone here, including the teachers, was aware of it. After the morning's uproar, even if Lin Xiangyu did nothing now, the entire school's faculty and students were continuously contributing shock value to him. And that value soared like a vine under a growth spell, climbing higher and higher. Throughout the day, the shock value kept increasing wildly. Since the morning incident, Han Yanhui had not approached Lin Xiangyu again, and it was unclear whether it was because she had run out of money or for some other reason. Time quietly passed amidst this busyness and unease, and before they knew it, it was time to dismiss school. After school, Lin Xiangyu sat quietly in his seat, waiting. One by one, his classmates packed their bags and left. It wasn't until the classroom had been empty for a long time that the door was slowly pushed open, and Zheng Xiuying walked in with heavy steps. Chapter 62. Completing the transaction, Zheng Xiuying's cold expression made the air in the classroom feel as if it had solidified, stifling and suffocating. Lin Xiangyu felt a tightness in his chest when he saw Zheng Xiuying walk into the classroom and hurriedly approached her, asking with concern, "Xiuying, are you okay?" His voice carried a hint of urgency, his eyes filled with worry. Zheng Xiuying lifted her gaze expressionlessly, giving Lin Xiangyu a cold glance that felt like a sharp knife piercing straight into his heart. She spoke in an icy tone, "It has nothing to do with you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu's smile instantly froze on his face, and he could only awkwardly force a smile. Yes, it had nothing to do with him. Those words were spoken in front of so many people, and now they felt like a loud slap echoing back at him. Zheng Xiuying snorted coldly, her tone full of sarcasm. "Let's get started." "Started with what?" Lin Xiangyu looked confused, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Zheng Xiuying let out a cold laugh, a sound tinged with endless disappointment and anger. "Completing the transaction. What are you pretending to be confused about? Haven't we always been in a transactional relationship? I'm here to help you finish the last part." "No need. I'll delete the photo right in front of you," Lin Xiangyu quickly said, flustered as he fumbled in his pocket for his phone. His fingers trembled slightly as he opened the album and decisively deleted the photo in front of Zheng Xiuying. After deleting the photo, Lin Xiangyu let out a long breath, saying, "It's done. Our transaction is over. You don't have to do anything. I don't need your pity. I don't want to owe you anything," Zhang Xiaoying retorted, her body trembling with anger, her eyes reddening as her voice involuntarily rose a few octaves. "Really? You don't owe me anything. That last time was just an extra. It doesn't count." Lin Xiangyu looked at Zhang Xiaoying's stubborn demeanor, feeling helpless. He never expected that even after he deleted the photo, Zhang Xiaoying would still be so serious about it. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoying's eyes suddenly became teary, tears swirling in her eyes. She choked up, her voice laced with sobs. "Lin Xiangyu, I don't want to owe you anything. I'm begging you. Let's completely end this relationship." "Okay." Seeing Zhang Xiaoying so serious, Lin Xiangyu could only agree to her request. He understood that Zhang Xiaoying was completely heartbroken over him now. Only by ending this relationship could she truly start a new life. "All right, Lin Xiangyu, from today on, we won't even have a transactional relationship. Goodbye." After saying this, Zhang Xiaoying walked out of the classroom without looking back. Her silhouette was resolute and lonely, as if she wanted to leave all past memories behind. Lin Xiangyu sighed as he watched Zhang Xiaoying leave. He didn't chase after her. He knew that not disturbing her was the best way to end this relationship. If he continued to worry about one woman's feelings and gave up other choices, he would likely end up as a licking dog for the rest of his life. He had to adapt to this situation quickly, since he had decided to nurture an entire forest in this lifetime. He couldn't stop watering the other trees for the sake of one flower. After silently tidying up the scene, he left the classroom. In the classroom across the hall, a girl wearing glasses had been secretly observing everything through the crack of the door. After seeing Lin Xiangyu leave, she cautiously stepped out. Chapter 63. The active invitation from Xin Yangyi. Half an hour ago, Li Yizhan, the class monitor of Lin Xiangyu's class, was gracefully pacing in the corridor. Having left her dormitory key in the classroom and planning to go back to retrieve it. As she hurried back to the classroom, a faint sound came from behind the closed door. Upon hearing the voices of Lin Xiangyu and Zhang Xiaoying, Li Yizhan's lively eyes instantly lit up, her curiosity spreading like wild grass. Instead of directly opening the classroom door, she quietly hid outside, straining her ears, ready to savor this first-hand scoop. As she listened, Li Yizhan's eyes widened more and more, her expression transforming from initial curiosity to shock. She realized that what was happening inside the classroom was far more explosive than she had imagined. Her heart began to race, and her breathing grew rapid. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly reached out, carefully opening the door just a tiny crack, and stealthily took out her phone to secretly record a video of Lin Xiangyu and Zhang Xiaoying. Afterwards, she hid in the classroom across the hall before Zhang Xiaoying came out. After retrieving her dormitory key, Li Yizhan did not immediately leave this classroom full of secrets. Instead, she sat boldly in Lin Xiangyu's seat like an explorer who had discovered treasure, her eyes sparkling as she eagerly began to watch the video she had just recorded. Frame by frame, time passed second by second, and it wasn't until half an hour later that Li Yizhan slowly stood up, a complex expression on her face, sighed, and walked out of the classroom. Her steps felt somewhat heavy, as if she regretted her earlier actions in the classroom. However, this regret was like a summer thunderstorm, coming quickly and leaving just as fast. After a while, it would dissipate. Back in her dorm, Li Yizhan found that her roommates had not yet returned, and her fingers unconsciously tapped on the video she had secretly recorded again. As she watched, an odd smile suddenly appeared on her face, as if she had thought of something. Meanwhile, after finishing dinner and returning to his room, Lin Xiangyu had adjusted his mood and was ready to start the lottery. Now, he had over 7,000 shock points in his system account, a fortune he had worked hard to accumulate, enough for 2 lottery draws. Lin Xiangyu issued a command in his mind, and in an instant, the pointer on the lottery will spun rapidly, so fast it was dazzling. This was a fixed reward of king level or above, and Lin Xiangyu's heartbeat quickened with the movement of the pointer. However, he did not have high hopes for the mysterious grand prize. He had played many card-drawing games and was well aware of the tricks involved, knowing that he would likely only get the guaranteed reward. Sure enough, The pointer finally slowed and stopped in the king reward area. A card shining with golden light appeared in Lin Xiangyu's consciousness like a brilliant star. King skill card, passive girls, offer your loyalty. Card effect. Girls who come into close contact with a host will be influenced by this skill to self-hypnotize, genuinely considering the host in all aspects. The strength of the hypnosis depends on the girl's willpower, as well as the distance and duration of contact with the host. This is too overpowered, right? Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes wide with shock and excitement. This was equivalent to having a succubus buff. Lin Xiangyu felt the blood rushing through him. With this skill, was there any woman in the world he couldn't win over? Images of living a happy life with Aunt Eunjing, Han Yujin, Bei Yilin, and Jin Meimei flashed through his mind. Occasionally, scenes with Zheng Xiaoying, Xin Yangyi, and Han Yinshi would also intermingle. This skill was simply amazing. Lin Xiangyu temporarily controlled his excitement, took a deep breath, and issued a command again in his mind to start the second lottery draw. The pointer on the lottery will spun rapidly once more, and after a long spin, it surprisingly stopped again in the king reward area. King item card, one time reverse the situation. Card effect. No matter what injury is sustained, it can instantly recover, and all attributes and skill effects will double for 1 hour. Even if the host forgets to activate it, it will automatically trigger when the host is in life-threatening danger. Lin Xiangyu felt a surge of excitement rushing to his head. Having this item card was like gaining an extra life. He could already envision himself turning the tide in future crises using this card. Since publicly announcing his relationship with Han Yinshi, Zheng Xiaoying and Xin Yangyi had not spoken to Lin Xiangyu again. Whenever Lin Xiangyu's gaze fell on them, it inevitably felt a bit awkward. However, one was a former kindred spirit, and the other was a former mentor. It was not easy to avoid each other when they crossed paths regularly. As for Zheng Taijun, he did not come looking for trouble aggressively. It was unclear whether he was secretly gathering strength or had swallowed his anger and completely abandoned the thought of revenge. After that day, Han Yinshi seemed to have evaporated from the world, no longer appearing in Lin Xiangyu's life. Nor did any of the people who might have caused trouble because of her show up. It seemed the deterrent effect she had previously demonstrated really worked. Days passed quietly, and before they knew it, Friday arrived. Just before school ended, Lin Xiangyu's phone suddenly dinged, breaking his somewhat calm thoughts. He picked up his phone, unlocked the screen, and saw Xin Yangyi's message quietly lying in the chat box, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. Xiangyu, can we talk after school? Lin Xiangyu's gaze lingered on this line for a moment, and countless guesses flashed through his mind. He did not have time to think carefully, and his fingers quickly tapped out a reply on the screen. Of course, almost immediately, Xin Yangyi's message popped up again, each word clear and forceful, as if conveying an undeniable determination. All right, I'll wait for you in the office after school. Lin Xiangyu took a deep breath to calm his slightly fluctuating emotions and quickly replied. Okay. After hitting send, Lin Xiangyu had a faint feeling that this brief conversation might become another turning point in his life. After replying, Lin Xiangyu subconsciously turned his head to look at Zheng Xiaoying, who was sitting nearby. In recent days, Zheng Xiaoying's behavior had been quite unusual. She had inexplicably grown close to Li Yizhan, someone she was not originally familiar with. Lin Xiangyu had caught sight of them having intimate conversations in private several times. Their figures inseparable. Could it be that her orientation changed because of that incident? Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but entertain this absurd thought, finding it amusing yet unable to resist speculating. As if sensing his gaze, Zheng Xiaoying suddenly turned her head and shot him a fierce glare. Her eyes filled with anger and unwillingness, as if they could burn Lin Xiangyu. Lin Xiangyu could only smile wryly. Ever since that day, whenever Zheng Xiaoying noticed him looking at her, she would express her emotions so openly. But this also indicated that she had not truly let go of their relationship. The school bell rang abruptly, its sound particularly jarring in the quiet classroom. Lin Xiangyu did not get up immediately. He planned to wait until all the students had left before going out. After all, if someone saw him going to Xin Yangyi's office after school, who knows what rumors might spread. It's often said that students who aren't proactive after school have issues with their mindset, and this couldn't be more true. Most students in the classroom seemed to have been pressed fast forward, quickly disappearing after school in a flash, leaving only a few behind. Among these few are Lin Xiangyu, Zhang Xiaoying, Li Yizhen, and another classmate who was packing up to leave. Li Yizhen glanced at Lin Xiangyu's seat and saw him sitting still, showing no signs of wanting to leave. She then stood up and walked briskly towards the classroom door. As she passed Zhang Xiaoying's seat, she slightly turned her head and gave Zhang Xiaoying a meaningful look. Zhang Xiaoying bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and then decided to follow. Lin Xiangyu keenly sensed something unusual, but chose not to investigate further. Firstly, he had an appointment with Shen Yingai's office. Secondly, he didn't want to disturb Zhang Xiaoying's life any more than he already had. Since she had made her choice, everything should gradually return to calm. The classroom soon became empty, and there were very few students left in the hallway. Only then did Lin Xiangyu slowly stand up and head towards Shen Yingai's office. Just as he stepped out of the classroom, he saw Li Yizhen and Zhang Xiaoying sneaking down the hallway, peeking into each classroom until they finally walked into one. Lin Xiangyu's heart sank, a bad premonition washing over him. He was just about to quietly follow them to see what was going on when Shen Yingai opened the office door, and they found themselves face to face. Shen Yingai looked around, saw that there were no other students in the hallway, and quietly said to Lin Xiangyu, "Come in." "Okay," Lin Xiangyu replied softly. However, his gaze was worried as he glanced towards that classroom, and his sense of unease grew stronger. Chapter 64, for example. Zhang Xiaoying? Shen Yingai keenly caught Lin Xiangyu glancing repeatedly behind her, as she instinctively turned to follow his gaze. But there was nothing unusual behind her. It was empty. She turned back, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, and asked, "What are you looking at?" "It's nothing. Let's go in," Lin Xiangyu replied, his voice slightly tense, as if he was hiding something, while retracting his thoughtful gaze. Shen Yingai didn't pursue the matter further, gently pushing open the office door and gracefully stepping inside first. Before entering the office, Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but glance back at the classroom one more time, his doubts and worries entwining in his heart like vines. Once inside the office, Lin Xiangyu gently closed the door behind him with a soft click, the sound unusually clear in the quiet space. Meanwhile, Shen Yingai, already seated in her office chair, extended her fair fingers and pointed to the chair opposite her desk, softly saying, "Xiangyu, come sit here." "Okay." Lin Xiangyu responded without hesitation and walked straight to sit down across from Shen Yingai. Perhaps due to a long-standing respect for her teacher status, Lin Xiangyu subconsciously believed that Shen Yingai's psychological resilience was much stronger than Zhang Xiaoying's. Although it was true that Shen Yingai's psychological endurance was indeed greater than Zhang Xiaoying's, this was not solely because of her teacher status, but rather due to their entirely different growth experiences and the environments they had been in since childhood, which shaped their personalities and psychological differences. As soon as Lin Xiangyu took his seat, Shen Yingai broke the brief silence, leaning slightly forward and fixing her gaze directly on him, asking Xiangyu, "Are you really dating Han Yanxi?" Hearing Shen Yingai's question, Lin Xiangyu's heart jolted, as if it skipped a beat. He didn't immediately answer, but instead retorted, "Teacher Shen, why do you ask that? Didn't we agree not to call me Teacher Shen in private?" Shen Yingai cleverly redirected the topic to the form of address, her eyes carrying a hint of subtle reproach. Lin Xiangyu felt a hint of embarrassment at her words, and like a child caught doing something wrong, he replied, "I thought." "Thought what?" Shen Yingai pressed, her gaze full of inquiry. Lin Xiangyu bitterly shook his head and replied, "I thought our relationship was over. So you want to slip away after having fun?" Shen Yingai stared intently into Lin Xiangyu's eyes, her gaze seemingly piercing through him, with a tone that held a hint of undeniable assertiveness. Lin Xiangyu appeared awkward, opening his mouth but unsure how to respond. At that moment, Shen Yingai suddenly reached out, gently placing her hand on Lin Xiangyu's, the warmth of her fingertips transmitting through the skin, carrying a different kind of meaning. She looked at Lin Xiangyu, her voice soft yet firm, and said, "I don't care if you really are with Han Yanxi. I want to continue being with you. Will you refuse me?" After Shen Yingai finished speaking, she looked at Lin Xiangyu with eager eyes, the intensity in her gaze making it hard for him to meet her stare. Of course I won't refuse, Lin Xiangyu almost blurted out, his voice resolute. Upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's words, Shun Ingai's lips curled into a slight smile, revealing a meaningful expression. Her eyes fixed on him as she said, "You and Han Yinchi are just pretending to date, right? Ingai, why do you ask that?" Lin Xiangyu's eyes showed a hint of confusion, feeling very curious about why Shun Ingai would have such a guess. After hearing Lin Xiangyu's words, Shun Ingai seemed to suddenly understand something, her face showing an expression of realization. However, she didn't answer why she asked, instead raising her eyebrows slightly, a hint of mischief flashing in her eyes, and asked, "Is it inconvenient to answer? Then let me ask another question. Have you and Han Yinchi done anything?" "No," Lin Xiangyu answered without hesitation, his tone crisp and straightforward. This question did not touch upon his inner bottom line, so he felt completely at ease answering it. Upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's response, Shun Ingai's face lit up with a joyful smile, blooming like a flower in spring. Then, she lightly tapped her fingers on Lin Xiangyu's hand, as if keeping a rhythm, while asking, "Then have you been with anyone else? For example, Zhang Xiaoying?" "No, I haven't been with anyone else besides you," Lin Xiangyu replied, his gaze steady as he looked directly at Shun Ingai. Shun Ingai's smile grew even more radiant, like a rose in full bloom. She stood up, gliding lightly to Lin Xiangyu's side, leaned slightly down, and playfully asked, "Have you missed me this week?" Lin Xiangyu looked at Shun Ingai standing before him, inhaling the faint fragrance that surrounded her, and couldn't he help but feel a bit flustered. Chapter 65. You wouldn't want to be here, would you? Of course I do. I think of you every night. Lin Xiangyu's eyes burned with intense flames as he blurted out without hesitation. He wasn't lying. Ever since he and Shun Ingai opened the door to a whole new world, this desire had been like a raging fire, burning fiercely in his heart, and he thought of her every night. Even if they were locked in a room together all day, he would be willing. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiangyu could no longer suppress his inner impulse, and suddenly pulled Shun Ingai's hand forcefully. Shun Ingai gasped, losing control as she sat down on his lap. Her cheeks instantly flushed like the evening glow on the horizon. Her eyes filled with a hint of teasing reproach as she pressed her hand against Lin Xiangyu's restless hand. "Pouting, you wouldn't want to be here, would you? What's wrong with being here?" Lin Xiangyu's voice was low and hoarse, filled with desire. He forcefully pulled his hand away from Shun Ingai's grasp, trying to continue his advance, as if he wanted to vent all the longing he had felt during this time. Seeing this, Shun Ingai quickly stood up, turned around, and gently placed one hand on Lin Xiangyu's neck, her gaze soft yet firm as she said, "Not here, behave. Tomorrow, I'll be yours for the whole day." "All right." Lin Xiangyu sighed helplessly, the heat in his eyes slightly dimming, replaced by a hint of disappointment. Shun Ingai tidied her slightly messy hair and softly said, "I'll go first. You wait a bit before leaving, so no one sees us." I know." Lin Xiangyu nodded slightly, his gaze following Shun Ingai's figure. "Tomorrow at 9 a.m., see you at the Pleasure Motel." As Shun Ingai spoke, she walked out of the office in her high heels, her figure swaying. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped, turned around, and said, "By the way, remember to lock the office door when you leave." "Bye." After Shun Ingai finished speaking, she opened the office door and walked out, leaving Lin Xiangyu alone in the office. After leaving the classroom, Shun Ingai felt a bit flustered. Originally, she hadn't planned to let Lin Xiangyu off so easily, but for some reason, after chatting for a while, she suddenly felt that Lin Xiangyu hadn't done anything wrong in this matter. Moreover, if she didn't hurry to leave the office, she might really agree to Lin Xiangyu's bold request. After Shun Ingai left, Lin Xiangyu leaned back in his chair. He couldn't go out just yet. Firstly, to avoid being seen with Shun Ingai by others, which would cause unnecessary trouble. Secondly, his current physical state was not suitable for going out immediately. He needed a moment to calm the waves in his heart. After a while, Lin Xiangyu stood up from his chair, took a deep breath, and walked out of the office. After exiting the office, he turned back to close the door, then pulled the handle to lock it. Standing in the corridor, a gentle breeze brushed against his cheek, and he couldn't help but recall the scene of Li Yijin bringing Zhang Xiaoying into that classroom. However, It had been quite a while. They should have left by now. Lin Xiangyu thought to himself, but his feet seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, and he found himself walking towards that classroom involuntarily. Just halfway there, Lin Xiangyu stopped, deciding not to continue walking. In such a quiet situation, if there were still people in that classroom, he should be able to hear some noise. Lin Xiangyu laughed at himself, thinking he might be overthinking it, then turned to leave the teaching building. But just as he turned around, a voice from inside the classroom reached his ears. "No, I can agree to other things, but this one thing I really can't." Zhang Xiaoying's voice was firm, yet tinged with a hint of pleading, cutting through the calm in Lin Xiangyu's heart like a sharp knife. This made Lin Xiangyu realize something was off. Class monitor Li Yizhen had always been the obedient type. How could Zhang Xiaoying, the big sister of the class, speak to her in such a tone? Lin Xiangyu suspected that there were others in that classroom, and that Zhang Xiaoying might be in trouble. A strong sense of worry surged within him, and he quickly walked towards the classroom. Inside, Li Yizhen was showing Zhang Xiaoying something on her phone, and the image on the screen caused Zhang Xiaoying's face to turn pale instantly. Her eyes were filled with terror, and her body trembled slightly as she instinctively reached out to snatch the phone away. Li Yizhen curled her lips into a mocking smile, quickly pulling the phone back and sneering, "What are you trying to snatch? Even if you take it, what's the use? I definitely have a backup. Why are you so adorably foolish? Class monitor, I really can't do that. Please, don't force me anymore." Zhang Xiaoying's eyes shimmered with tears. Her voice choked with emotion as she pleaded, looking pitiful and making one feel heartbroken. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoying's words, Li Yizhen frowned tightly, impatiently saying, "All you need to do is help me arrange a meeting with Lin Xiangyu at the motel. You don't need to worry about anything else. What's so hard about that? It won't cost you anything." At this moment, Lin Xiangyu reached the classroom door, and without any hesitation, he pushed the door open forcefully. With a loud bang, the door slammed against the wall, echoing through the empty classroom. After pushing the door open, Lin Xiangyu saw Zhang Xiaoying, who was already in tears, her tears flowing like broken pearls, and Li Yizhen standing in front of her, gesturing dramatically. When Zhang Xiaoying and Li Yizhen heard the sound of the door opening, they both looked towards the door at the same time. Seeing Zhang Xiaoying being bullied, Lin Xiangyu's anger flared up. Li Yizhen, seeing Lin Xiangyu charging towards them fiercely, immediately panicked and hid behind Zhang Xiaoying, trembling. Lin Xiangyu stopped in front of Zhang Xiaoying and loudly questioned, "Li Yizhen, what have you done to Xiaoying?" His voice was like a bell, resonating in the classroom, full of intimidation. Li Yizhen was completely intimidated by Lin Xiangyu's angry appearance. Her face turned pale, her lips trembled, and she didn't dare to speak, only hiding behind Zhang Xiaoying like a turtle withdrawing into its shell. "Li Yizhen, I'm asking you a question," Lin Xiangyu said, preparing to push past Zhang Xiaoying to drag Li Yizhen out from behind her. At this moment, Li Yizhen reacted and hurriedly poked Zhang Xiaoying's back, as if reminding her to block Lin Xiangyu. Feeling the poke, Zhang Xiaoying gritted her teeth, stood in front of Lin Xiangyu, her gaze icy, her voice as cold as ice as she said, "My matters have nothing to do with you." Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoying's words, Lin Xiangyu froze in place, pausing for a moment before saying, "I don't know why you're afraid of Li Yizhen, but no matter what trouble you're in, you can come to me. I will help you solve everything." Hearing Lin Xiangyu's words warmed Zhang Xiaoying's heart, and a hint of emotion flickered in her eyes, leaving her stunned. Seeing this, Li Yizhen hurriedly poked her a few more times from behind, as if urging her to get rid of Lin Xiangyu. Zhang Xiaoying then bit her lip and coldly responded to Lin Xiangyu, "I don't need your false sympathy, just leave." Although her voice was cold, her slightly trembling body betrayed the turmoil within her. For some reason, she suddenly felt a pang of guilt for treating Lin Xiangyu this way. But Lin Xiangyu didn't notice this. He turned around, forced a bitter smile, and walked out of the classroom. Although he didn't want others to bully the woman he had touched, he wouldn't force himself into a cold situation. After seeing Lin Xiangyu walk out of the classroom, Li Yizhen finally breathed a sigh of relief, the fear on her face instantly disappearing, replaced by an aggressive demeanor. She walked up to Zhang Xiaoying again and began to threaten her, seemingly forgetting that it was Zhang Xiaoying who had just helped her fend off the angry Lin Xiangyu. After a period of intimidation, Zhang Xiaoying still did not agree, and Li Yizhen took out her phone and said, "Do you believe I will upload your video online right now for your family to see how skilled their precious daughter is at eating?" After saying this, Li Yizhen began tapping on her phone screen. Seeing Li Yizhen operate her phone, Zhang Xiaoying immediately panicked, her eyes wide with fear, and hurriedly said, "Please, don't post it. I. What?" A smug smile appeared on Li Yizhen's face as she temporarily paused her finger on the phone, like an experienced hunter waiting for her prey to take the bait. "I agree to you." As Zhang Xiaoying painfully uttered these words, tears blurred her vision, and her body trembled slightly from the despair within. Chapter 66. Zhang Xiaoying's invitation. Li Yizhen's lips slowly curled into an extremely proud smile upon hearing Zhang Xiaoying's agreement. "I'll be waiting for your good news," she said, her voice filled with arrogance and anticipation. After saying this, she walked past Zhang Xiaoying with a light step, her demeanor seemingly declaring her victory. After walking a few steps, she seemed to suddenly remember something, abruptly stopping in her tracks before turning back to Zhang Xiaoying. She reached out, gently patting Zhang Xiaoying on the shoulder, leaning in close to whisper in her ear, her voice low but laced with undeniable threat. "Make sure to tell me when it's done, and don't make me wait too long. I don't have much patience." Zhang Xiaoying, with tear-streaked cheeks, nodded helplessly while crying. Seeing Zhang Xiaoying's obedient demeanor, Li Yizhen smiled in satisfaction, turned around, and confidently left the classroom. Once Li Yizhen was gone, Zhang Xiaoying could no longer hold herself together. Her legs gave way, and she squatted on the floor, covering her face with her hands as she cried out in pain. Her sobs filled with despair and grievance echoing in the empty classroom. After Lin Xiangyu returned home, he couldn't stop thinking about Zhang Xiaoying. After dinner, he went back to his room and lay on his bed, bored and playing on his phone when a message from Shun Ing AI suddenly popped up. "Hey, darling, what are you doing?" Seeing the way Shun Ing AI addressed him, Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but smile slightly, secretly marveling at how the initially shy and reserved teacher Shun had transformed into someone so bold and intimate after just one close encounter. Remembering her alluring appearance in the office today, Lin Xiangyu felt a surge of heat, as if a little cat was scratching at his heart. He casually swiped on the screen and replied, "Just hanging around." In the blink of an eye, another message from Shun Ing AI appeared. "Haven't you missed me?" Lin Xiangyu's lips curled up slightly, and his fingers tapped the screen cheerfully. "I have. So what did you think about?" Shun Ing AI's probing question hooked Lin Xiangyu's heart. A sly glint flashed in his eyes as he imagined Shun Ing AI replying, "Thinking about how to deal with you tomorrow." After sending the message, he wore a mischievous smile, seemingly envisioning Shun Ing AI's shy expression upon reading it. To his surprise, Shun Ing AI's reply was even bolder. "What a coincidence, I was also thinking about how you would deal with me tomorrow." These few messages ignited Lin Xiangyu's passion like a spark hitting kindling. He felt his heartbeat quicken, and his hand holding the phone trembled slightly. He couldn't wait to reply. "Are you going home tomorrow night?" After sending it, he stared intently at the screen, waiting for Shun Ing AI's response. "Of course, why? Don't you want me to go home?" Shun Ing AI's reply left Lin Xiangyu a bit disappointed, and he quickly replied, "Yeah, it feels like there's not enough time. Can you not go home? Let's come out earlier tomorrow. A whole day should be enough for you to have fun, right?" Shun Ing AI's message brought images of their time together to Lin Xiangyu's mind, and he smiled slightly, just about to reply that a whole day wasn't enough when his fingers hovered above the screen. At that moment, a new message notification popped up at the top of his phone screen. Seeing the name Zhang Xiaoying, Lin Xiangyu opened the message, which read, "Are you free tomorrow night?" Lin Xiangyu's fingers tapped rapidly on the screen. "If you're looking for me, I'm always free." After sending the message, he fixed his gaze on the screen, waiting for Zhang Xiaoying's reply. Soon, Zhang Xiaoying's response came. "Can you come to the motel to find me tomorrow night?" Seeing this message, Lin Xiangyu jumped up from the sofa, his mouth agape, his face filled with disbelief. He repeatedly looked at the phone screen, puzzled. What on earth is this? This afternoon, she was indifferent to me, and now she's asking me to the motel? Despite his confusion, he quickly replied, "Of course." As soon as he sent that message, Zhang Xiaoying's reply followed quickly. I'll book the motel and send you the location and room number. Without thinking, Lin Xiangyu's fingers quickly typed. I'll book it. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaoying replied almost instantly. No need. At that moment, Shun Yingai's message popped up again. Why aren't you replying? Are you angry, darling? How about I lie to my parents and not go home tonight? Seeing Shun Yingai's message, Lin Xiangyu hurriedly replied, better not. I don't want you to lie to your uncle and aunt because of me. At this time, Shun Yingai, who was leaning against her bed in a thin nightgown, felt a warmth in her heart upon reading Lin Xiangyu's message, a wave of sweet happiness washing over her. She smiled happily, her lips slightly curling up, and sent Lin Xiangyu the information about the motel she had just booked, Motel 306. Lin Xiangyu's smile turned awkward upon seeing the room number Shining AI sent. It was the same room he had booked for Han Yujing last time. Just then his phone chimed again, and Zhang Xiaoying sent the information about the motel she had booked. Chapter 67 Family Meeting. Lin Xiangyu stared intently at his phone screen. Seeing that Zhang Xiaoying had sent an image, he couldn't directly see the content, and his heart tightened instantly. With a sense of anxiety, he quickly clicked to open it. What came into view was room 609 of the Love Motel. Upon seeing this line of text, the tension in Lin Xiangyu's body relaxed instantly, and he let out a long breath, secretly relieved that there was no scene of Zhang Xiaoying and Shun Yingai booking the same motel. Or, that would have been a big trouble. After replying to both girls, Lin Xiangyu got up and walked to the mirror, which he had purchased online a couple of days ago. He stood in front of the mirror, examining his appearance, when a thought suddenly flashed through his mind about using that golden idol card. As the card in his consciousness vanished, a wonderful change quietly occurred. His facial contours seemed to be gently sculpted by a pair of invisible yet incredibly skillful hands, not in a drastic way, but with exquisite adjustments to the finer details. The distance between his eyebrows and eyes became just right, as if meticulously calculated, making his gaze even deeper and more charming. The smoothness of his face improved significantly, with softer and more natural lines, each turn exuding a unique beauty. His hair became thicker, adding a touch of youthfulness. His nose bridge became more prominent, adding three-dimensionality to his features, and his skin became fair and smooth, like a freshly peeled egg, with not a single flaw in sight. After the transformation, Lin Xiangyu looked completely refreshed, his handsomeness elevated by several levels, and this charm felt naturally bestowed, unlike those artificially produced pretty boys. He looked at himself in the mirror, unable to control the upward curve of his lips, his eyes filled with surprise and pride. He struck various handsome poses and examined himself from different angles, never seeming to get enough. Just as Lin Xiangyu was immersed in his own attractiveness, a sudden knock on the door broke the silence. Knock, knock, knock. The unexpected sound startled Lin Xiangyu, causing him to flinch. Although he hadn't done anything wrong, when someone is fully focused on something, even the slightest sound can be startling. Lin Xiangyu took a deep breath to calm his racing heart and shouted, "Coming." As he spoke, he quickly walked to the door. Opening the door, he saw Jean Mimi standing there. Jean Mimi contributes 100 shock points. The moment Jean Mimi saw Lin Xiangyu, her eyes widened, her face filled with astonishment. It took her several seconds to stammer, "Xiangyu, Mom is having a family meeting tonight, and she asked me to come up and call you down." Lin Xiangyu responded, "Okay, I'll be right down." Hearing this, Jean Mimi turned and walked downstairs first. Lin Xiangyu closed his room door and followed behind her. On the way down, Jean Mimi couldn't help but glance back at Lin Xiangyu several times. Each time she looked, her face turned redder, and eventually she quickened her pace, hurriedly descending the stairs. Lin Xiangyu entered the dining room, and Pei Yilin, who was sitting at the dining table, reacted even more dramatically than Jean Mimi. Pei Yilin contributes 100 shock points. Her pretty face instantly turned as red as a ripe tomato, and her heartbeat began to race uncontrollably. Her gaze darted around Lin Xiangyu, only to quickly look away, as if she feared that looking at him too long would reveal her thoughts. Even Min and Jing appeared a bit dazed upon seeing Lin Xiangyu. It wasn't until Lin Xiangyu looked at her that she came back to her senses, exclaiming, "Xiangyu, you seem to have become even more handsome lately." Minjing contributes 60 shock points. Ahaha, really? Lin Xiangyu scratched the back of his head shyly, a blush creeping onto his face. Minjing laughed and said, "Of course, our Xiangyu looks just like a star now." "Minjing, please don't flatter me like that. I'm getting embarrassed," Lin Xiangyu said, while pulling out a chair to sit down. Pei Yilin's gaze followed Lin Xiangyu the whole time, and when he looked at her, she shyly turned her gaze away, raising a hand to support her chin. At this moment, Minjing straightened her body and announced, "All right, everyone is here. Let us officially start today as family meeting." After saying this, she spoke to the phone placed on a stand. "Yuzheng, can you hear us?" "Mom, I can't hear you," came Han Yozheng's voice from the phone. "By the way, I should adjust the camera so you can see everyone." After Minjing said this, she tapped on the phone screen a few times and carefully adjusted the phone stand until the video frame captured all three of Lin Xiangyu, Pei Yilin, and Jean Mimi. Han Yuzheng contributes 100 shock points. In her school dormitory, Han Yozheng's heart raced the moment she saw Lin Xiangyu. Her pretty face turned instantly red, and her breathing quickened and became erratic, her eyes filled with shyness and surprise. Minjing keenly noticed Han Yozheng's change and asked with concern, "Yuzheng, do you have a fever? Why is your face so red?" "And no, it's a bit stuffy in the dorm," Han Yuzheng said, fanning her face with her hands, trying to cool her burning cheeks. Just as Han Yuzheng finished speaking, her roommate entered the room, sneezed, and mumbled, "Don't you think it's really cold today?" As soon as she said this, Han Yozheng's face turned even redder, as if it could bleed. Another girl in the dorm immediately made a shushing gesture to the newly arrived roommate, silently saying, "Yozheng's with her family on video." Realizing what was happening, the roommate quickly covered her mouth. It wasn't really her fault for complaining. It was already late September, and the weather in Seoul had started to turn cool, with today only being 12 degrees. Not having changed into warmer clothes and still wearing summer outfits, she indeed felt cold. Minjing saw Han Yozheng's embarrassment and quickly tried to smooth things over. "All right, let's start today's family meeting." Just as Minjing finished speaking, Lin Xiangyu's phone dinged with a new message. He took out his phone and saw that it was a message from Han Yinshi. "Let's go on a date tomorrow." Chapter 68, confirming the family trip. The sudden date invitation from Han Yinshi disrupted Lin Xiangyu's original plans for tomorrow. He couldn't help but silently complain, "What's going on? This young lady doesn't look for me when I'm free, but shows up when I have a date. It's really unbelievable." Although Lin Xiangyu wanted to refuse directly, the outrageous penalty for breaking the agreement made it difficult for him to do so. However, he felt a bit more confident in refusing since he had previously received 50 million Korean won from Han Yinshi. After a brief hesitation, he replied to Han Yinshi's message. "What time? Where?" He planned to check the schedule first. If there were no conflicts, he could attend the date. But if it overlapped with his original plans, he would make other arrangements. After replying, Lin Xiangyu silenced his phone and gently laid it face down on the table. Although it was a family gathering, basic respect still needed to be maintained. Responding to a message was not a big deal, but constantly fiddling with the phone would be inappropriate. Seeing Lin Xiangyu put his phone down, Minjing continued, "Next week will be October, with the 3rd being the Harvest Festival, the 4th and 5th being the weekend, the 6th to the 8th being the Mid-Autumn Festival, the 9th being Hangul Day, and the 11th and 12th being another weekend. As long as we take one day off on the 10th, we can have a continuous break of 10 days. So I've decided that next month we will go on a family trip." Pei Yilin and Han Yozhen, who were on their phones, immediately looked at Lin Xiangyu when they heard the words family trip. Lin Xiangyu, on the other hand, was momentarily blank, completely stunned. 10 consecutive days off? This was something he had never even dared to dream about before. Was it the new year? No, it was even more exaggerated than that. And the key point was that there was no need to adjust any leave. Among the 4 younger members of the family, although they had completely different personalities, they were surprisingly unanimous in supporting Minjing's decision and had never opposed it. When Han Yozhen saw Minjing's excited expression, she intended to say she didn't want to participate in the family trip, but the words were swallowed back down. Seeing that no one had any objections, Minjing's eyes squinted with joy as she said, "All right, there are no other matters. Let's disperse." After saying that, she hung up the video call, humming a little tune, and walked upstairs with her phone in hand, taking light steps. As soon as Min Eunjing left, Lin Xiangyu quickly picked up his phone to check the message from Han Yanxi. I want to sleep in tomorrow morning. Let us start at 2 in the afternoon. Lin Xiangyu's eyes lit up at this time, and he quickly began to plan in his mind. He could go find Shun Ying'ai early tomorrow morning, and the two could spend a sweet and pleasant morning together. Then he would set an alarm for 1 p.m., and when the time came, he could excuse himself by saying there was something sudden at home, and then go meet Han Yanxi. The plan was set. Thinking of this, Lin Xiangyu smiled confidently, his long fingers flying over the phone screen as he replied to Han Yanxi. From 2 to what time? I think you should set a time limit whenever you ask me. It can't just be open-ended, right? What do you think? After sending the message, Lin Xiangyu stood up and turned around, only to see Pei Yilin still sitting in her seat, staring at him intently. Ever since he lost his temper last time, Pei Yilin seemed like a different person. She had been surprisingly well-behaved and hadn't caused any trouble. When Pei Yilin realized Lin Xiangyu had noticed her, she immediately stood up in a panic, not even daring to lift her head, and quickly ran upstairs. The once mischievous girl of the house had unknowingly transformed into a lovesick girl. At this moment, Pei Yilin had finally made up her mind to sincerely apologize to Lin Xiangyu that evening, and she had already prepared her plan for the apology. Chapter 69. Pei Yilin's sincere apology. As Pei Yilin went upstairs, Han Yinhui's message came through again. I'll check on you once every 3 hours, up to 3 hours. Anything beyond counts as 2 times, okay? This was about the same time frame Lin Xiangyu had in mind. After all, she had paid for it, and a shorter time wouldn't be appropriate. Okay, Lin Xiangyu replied. After responding to Han Yinhui's message, Lin Xiangyu set an alarm for 1 o'clock the next afternoon. To be safe, he also set an alarm for 1:03 and 1:05. This way, if he didn't hear the first one, or if his phone had a little issue, the latter 2 alarms would serve as a backup. After setting everything up, he casually tucked his phone away, stood up, and walked upstairs with a brisk and somewhat expectant pace. Back in his room, Lin Xiangyu threw himself onto the bed, sprawled out, and aimlessly scrolled through short videos. The funny clips and flashy effects flashed across the screen, finally stopping at a beautiful woman dancing. While appreciating the dance, he occasionally glanced at the time in the upper right corner of the screen, as if waiting for something. Until the time in the upper right corner reminded him it was time to shower, he immediately put down his phone, quickly got up, and headed downstairs. He thought to himself that to ensure he woke up in good condition tomorrow, he needed to be quick, take a shower, and then head back to his room to sleep, conserving energy for the tough day ahead. When Lin Xiangyu reached downstairs, the spotlight in the living room was still on, and the light felt particularly warm in the quiet night. He knew that this was the light Jean Mimi always left on for him after a shower. This small gesture always warmed his heart. Lin Xiangyu arrived at the bathroom door, gently pushed it open, and was about to turn on the light when a warm body suddenly lunged at him, pressing tightly against his back. Faced with this sudden attack, Lin Xiangyu instinctively prepared to push it away, but as soon as his hand touched the person's body, he felt like he had been electrocuted and quickly withdrew his hand. Because the place he had just touched was radiant, and that sensation made his scalp tingle, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. Who is it? Lin Xiangyu's voice trembled slightly, filled with a hint of nervousness and confusion, as he spoke while preparing to reach for the light switch. But when his hand was on the switch, it froze there, and he hesitated to press it down. A terrifying thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Fearing that the person behind him was Min Eunjing, if he turned on the light, it would be incredibly awkward. Xiangyu, up, it's me. A soft and slightly shy voice came from behind, and upon hearing Pei Yilin's voice, Lin Xiangyu's tense nerves relaxed a bit, but he couldn't help but ask, Pei Yilin, what do you want to do? Xiangyu Appa, I'm sorry for what I said the other day, and I hope you can forgive me. Pei Yilin's voice carried a hint of sincerity and a barely perceptible expectation. You need to let go of me first, and Lin Xiangyu's voice lowered, almost whispering, speak softly. At this moment, he was filled with worry, afraid that the commotion would wake up the others in the house, and then it would be hard to explain. Xiangyu Appa, please forgive me, okay? Pei Yilin said, releasing Lin Xiangyu's body, but then grabbing his hand, moving it towards herself. That warm touch made Lin Xiangyu's heart race even faster. Lin Xiangyu felt as if he had been scalded, shaking off Pei Yilin's hand and softly scolding her. Stop messing around, quickly get dressed and go out, or else An and Jing and Sister Mimi will see. His voice contained a hint of urgency and a touch of helplessness. But Pei Yilin seemed determined, grabbing Lin Xiangyu's hand again and moving it towards herself, her tone unusually firm. Xiangyu Appa, if you don't forgive me, then I'm not going out. There was no room for negotiation in her tone, as if declaring a silent war. Fine, I forgive you. Lin Xiangyu pulled his hand out of Pei Yilin's grasp again, inwardly lamenting. Although he had always viewed Pei Yilin as his future target, he didn't dare to engage in such matters at home. If it got out, it would cause chaos. No way. Pei Yilin, like a stubborn child, grabbed Lin Xiangyu's hand once more, moving it toward herself. If you haven't really forgiven me, then I'm going to stay here with you until tomorrow morning. And I'll drag Mom and Sister over. Pei Yilin's voice gradually rose, especially the last sentence, which she almost shouted, the sound echoing in the small bathroom, startling Lin Xiangyu, who quickly reached out to cover her mouth. Keep your voice down. After covering Pei Yilin's mouth, Lin Xiangyu said in a low voice. Seeing he couldn't really argue with Pei Yilin, Lin Xiangyu, in order to avoid dragging the situation further and bringing Min and Jing and Jean Mimi over, could only comply with Pei Yilin's wishes. In an instant, the bathroom was filled with an ambiguous yet tense atmosphere, as if time had come to a standstill. After a while, Pei Yilin, now dressed, left the bathroom with a satisfied smile. The heavy stone that had been pressing down on her heart had finally been lifted, and her steps became much lighter, as if she had been reborn. The next day, just as dawn broke, Lin Xiangyu woke up. Last night, he had already made plans with Shen Yinga to meet early at the motel today. Shen Yinga was very happy about Lin Xiangyu's request to meet early at the motel. She believed this was because Lin Xiangyu couldn't wait to see her, and that feeling of being needed made her heart flutter. Lin Xiangyu got up particularly early today. When he left, none of the three women in the house were awake yet. The whole house was so quiet that he could only hear his own breathing. He carefully closed the door, afraid of waking them from their dreams. When Lin Xiangyu went out, it was just getting light, and after waiting a while on the street, he finally hailed a taxi. He got into the car, told the driver where to go, yawned, and leaned back in the seat, closing his eyes. He wanted to conserve his energy as much as possible for the sweet date with Shen Yinga that was about to come. Chapter 70: The Benefits of Good Looks. At this moment, the sky had not yet fully brightened. Lin Xiangyu stood at the entrance of the Joy Motel, taking a deep breath. He didn't go in immediately, but took out his phone to send a message to Shun Ing AI. I'm at the door. Have you arrived? He had arranged to meet Shun Ing AI at 6 a.m., and it was only 5:45 now. He wasn't sure if Shun Ing AI had arrived yet. As soon as he sent the message, he quickly received a reply from Shun Ing AI. I'm already here, just come up. Seeing this message, Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but smile, revealing an unmistakable excited grin. He then turned around, pushed open the motel's large door, and walked briskly towards the elevator. Life always seems to be full of coincidences. The receptionist at the front desk was surprisingly the same one from last time. When the receptionist saw Lin Xiangyu enter, her eyes widened in surprise, a mix of confusion and astonishment flashing across her face as she clearly recognized him, marveling at his change in appearance. One Yuqiong contributes a shock value of 100. Seeing the shock value contributed by the receptionist, Lin Xiangyu thought to himself, is this the benefit of good looks? Isn't just a bit of improvement in handsomeness? Is it really that exaggerated? Lin Xiangyu exchanged a glance with the receptionist, his face slightly heating up. He cleared his throat and pretended to be nonchalant as he walked straight towards the elevator. His hurried footsteps seemed like he was escaping something, and his feigned calmness made people want to chuckle. Lin Xiangyu took the elevator to the 3rd floor. As the elevator door slowly opened with a ding, he immediately spotted Shun Ing AI's head peeking out from inside the room. When Shun Ing AI saw Lin Xiangyu, her face instantly lit up with a brilliant smile, her eyes sparkling with surprise, as if she had received a precious gift from her boyfriend. As soon as Lin Xiangyu reached the door of the room, before he could say anything, Shun Ing AI pulled him inside, and the door slammed shut behind them, shutting out everything from the outside world. Once inside the room, Lin Xiangyu's eyes widened in amazement, his gaze fixed on Shun Ing AI's outfit, his eyes sparkling with surprise and fervor as he took her in from head to toe. Shunning AI was wearing a pair of cat ears and a highly alluring outfit, the exquisite tailoring perfectly accentuating her perfect curves. This was an outfit he had only seen in long videos before, and now it was right in front of him, worn by Shunning AI, a stunning beauty with an explosive figure. Of course, it could also be seen in short videos now. In any case, it was like various buffs stacked together, and anyone would feel their heart race. Shunning AI noticed Lin Xiangyu's gaze, which seemed glued to her, and her heart felt sweet as honey. Her smile grew even more radiant as she asked, "Do you like it?" "Like it." Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but lick his lips, his throat rolling as he swallowed. His voice slightly hoarse. The desire in his eyes said it all. Exclamation point. Exclamation point. Since they both woke up early in the morning, after playing 2 rounds, they felt a bit tired and embraced each other to sleep. It was as if they had telepathy. When Shunning AI woke up and looked at Lin Xiangyu, he opened his eyes the next second. Shunning AI's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Lin Xiangyu and asked, Lin Xiangyu did not refuse Shunning AI's suggestion, his voice tinged with excitement and anticipation, as if he would never get tired of being with her. After this round ended, Lin Xiangyu walked towards the bathroom. He planned to take a shower, since it was already nearing the afternoon. He still had to meet Han Yinxi later, and he certainly couldn't go with the sweat from here. In the room, Lin Xiangyu's phone chimed with a message notification, but he didn't hear it while showering. Lying on the bed, Shunning AI glanced towards the bathroom upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's phone notification, and unable to control her curiosity, she picked up Lin Xiangyu's phone. Chapter 71. The veteran actor Shunning AI couldn't contain her curiosity and attempted to unlock the screen, only to find that Lin Xiangyu's phone had no password. After unlocking the phone, Shunning AI entered the Kakao chat interface. Once in the chat interface, she immediately saw a message from Pei Yilin that read, "Xiangyu, are you coming back for lunch?" At that moment, Shunning AI heard the sound of the shower in the bathroom stop, and quickly put the phone back in its place. To avoid Lin Xiangyu noticing that she had peeked at his phone, she had only browsed outside the chat box and hadn't clicked into it, so the red dot on the message still remained. After reading the content of the message on Lin Xiangyu's phone, Shunning AI guessed that Pei Yilin must be Lin Xiangyu's sister. After all, she was asking him if he was coming home for lunch. However, she was curious about how many sisters and brothers Lin Xiangyu had, besides the last one, Han Yojin. And this time Pei Yilin, were there any others? The bathroom door slowly opened, and Lin Xiangyu walked out. He was shirtless, his abs firm like a washboard, and as he moved, his muscles became even more pronounced. Shunning AI's eyes lit up at the sight, and she instinctively licked her lips, a charming smile appearing on her face. Lin Xiangyu was drying his hair with a towel and caught a glimpse of Shunning AI's expression, realizing that he had another tough battle ahead. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 12:03, nearly an hour until 1 p.m. There was enough time, but it was tight, so he needed to hurry. With that thought, Lin Xiangyu roughly dried his head with the towel and casually tossed it aside, striding towards Shunning AI on the bed. Shunning AI felt her heart race at Lin Xiangyu's movements, her smile becoming even more alluring. However, before this began, she decided to tell Lin Xiangyu about the message from Pei Yilin. "Xiangyu, your phone just received a message." Her voice carried a hint of laziness and playful teasing. Lin Xiangyu paused, quickly walked to the bed, and picked up the phone resting beside the pillow to check. Seeing that it was a message from Pei Yilin, he was momentarily taken aback. He had thought that any new messages would be about arrangements from Han Yinxi. Shunning AI pretended not to know the content of the message, blinking her eyes and asking, "What's wrong? Is there something going on?" After reading the message, Lin Xiangyu casually tossed the phone aside, a look of determination flashing in his eyes as he said, "No matter what it is, it's not important right now because there are more important things at hand." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped onto the bed. Shunning AI was momentarily stunned, then burst into a peal of tinkling laughter, filling the room with an ambiguous atmosphere. About 50 minutes later, Lin Xiangyu went back into the bathroom to take a shower. Shunning AI, covered in sweat, leaned against the headboard, a rosy glow of satisfaction on her face, her eyes flickering with curiosity about why Lin Xiangyu was in such a hurry to shower. However, this curiosity was fleeting, as she also felt sticky and uncomfortable, planning to take a shower herself once Lin Xiangyu was done. Before long, Lin Xiangyu emerged from the bathroom again, his hair still damp. Seeing this, Shining Eye stood up and said, "I'm going to wash up too." "Okay," Lin Xiangyu replied, while drying his hair with a towel. Shining Eye entered the bathroom, and as soon as the door closed, Lin Xiangyu hurriedly grabbed his phone. He glanced at the time displayed on the screen. It was almost 1 p.m. He manually turned off all the alarms and set the ringtone to loudspeaker. After letting the ringtone sound twice, he pretended to pick up the phone and put it to his ear, saying hello. After a pause, he added, "Oh, all right, I understand. I'll be back soon." Inside the bathroom, Shining Eye was standing under the shower, water streaming over her body. Upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's phone ringing, she instinctively turned down the shower, straining to listen to the commotion outside. When she heard Lin Xiangyu's words, her heart tightened, and she quickly turned off the shower, poking her head out of the bathroom door, anxiously asking, "Xiangyu, is something wrong?" "Nothing's wrong. I just need to go home for a bit." Lin Xiangyu tightly held his phone, trying to maintain a serious expression. The more Lin Xiangyu said it so casually, the more Shining Eye felt that something was off. However, since Lin Xiangyu was unwilling to elaborate, she didn't press further and could only say, "Okay," then hurry back. After a brief pause, she asked, "Should I wait for you here or go home?" "I don't know right now," Lin Xiangyu sighed, a complex expression on his face. Lin Xiangyu's acting at that moment was akin to that of a seasoned actor. Shining Eye, seeing this, hurriedly said, "Xiangyu, you should go back quickly. Don't delay. I'll wait for you here. If anything happens, message me promptly." "Okay." Lin Xiangyu nodded heavily, then began to hurriedly get dressed. Shining Eye didn't continue to shower but peeked her head out, quietly watching Lin Xiangyu get dressed, her eyes filled with reluctance. After Lin Xiangyu finished dressing, he walked to the bathroom door, gently cupped Shining Eye's face with his hand, leaned down, and gave her a passionate kiss on her soft, sweet lips. After the kiss, he softly said, "I'll try to come back." I'll wait for you." Shining Eye's eyes sparkled with tears, nodding twice, filled with love and anticipation. Lin Xiangyu turned and quickly walked towards the elevator. After taking the elevator to the first floor, he messaged Han Yinshi to ask about the date location while heading towards the motel's entrance. Along the way, he felt the front desk receptionist's gaze on him, stealing glances several times. However, the message he sent to Han Yinshi received no response. Unable to wait at the door for Shining Eye to see him, Lin Xiangyu had no choice but to walk towards the street while calling Han Yinshi. After several rings, the call was finally answered. A lazy voice came through the phone. "Hello?" Chapter 72. The inverted ratio. After hearing Han Yinshi's voice, Lin Xiangyu asked with a hint of surprise, "Aren't you awake yet?" "Yes, you called me. Is there something going on?" Han Yinshi asked. "Hey, look at what time it is now." Lin Xiangyu replied somewhat unhappily. "If we're not going on a date today, I'm just going to take care of my own things. Don't be in such a hurry. Let me check the time first." Han Yinshi said, yawning and picking up her phone to take a look. After checking, Han Yinshi said, "Isn't it only 1 o'clock? Shouldn't we decide where to meet by now? Do you expect me to teleport there?" Lin Xiangyu bombarded Han Yinshi with 3 rapid-fire questions. Han Yinshi wasn't too angry about Lin Xiangyu's attitude. She smiled and said, "I don't know where to go either. Do you have any experience in this? Do you know where couples should go on a date?" Lin Xiangyu sighed helplessly, trying to suppress his inner frustration and irritation. "I'll send you a few places. You can choose one." After saying that, he decisively hung up the phone, quickly swiping his fingers across the phone screen to send Han Yinshi the several date locations he had previously sent to Zheng Xiaoying. Once he sent the message, Lin Xiangyu stood by the street and raised his hand to hail a cab. Although he was too sure where Han Yinshi would choose, he knew he couldn't afford to waste any more time. He stole a glance in the direction of the motel, fearing that Shining Eye might see him standing idly by the street and not rushing to get a cab, which would be troublesome. After all, if you're going to put on a show, you need to do it right. Of course, the same goes for other matters. Once in the taxi, Lin Xiangyu said to the driver without hesitation, "Master, take me to Limei and Firstage. This way, no matter where Han Yinshi chose to go on the date, he could wait for her downstairs at her apartment." While the taxi was on the road, Han Yinshi made her decision and sent a message to Lin Xiangyu. "Let's go to the amusement park. My family has never taken me there. Lin Xiangyu didn't expect Han Yinshi to make the same choice as Zheng Xiaoying, and he was even more surprised that the wealthy young lady had never been to an amusement park. After reading Han Yinshi's message, he replied, "Okay, I'll wait for you at the entrance of your community." Having already gotten out of bed and brushing her teeth, Han Yinshi heard the notification sound from her phone. She lit up the phone she had placed by the sink and checked Lin Xiangyu's message. When she saw that Lin Xiangyu said he would wait for her at the community entrance, her heart felt sweet, and a smile involuntarily appeared on her face. She hurriedly brushed her teeth, rinsed her mouth, washed her face, did her makeup, and picked out her clothes, not wanting Lin Xiangyu to wait too long. When Lin Xiangyu arrived at the community entrance, he didn't rush Han Yinshi, but instead leaned against a big tree, contemplating his date with Zheng Xiaoying that night. He wasn't sure about Zheng Xiaoying's intentions for their date. After she sent him the location of the motel last night, she hadn't messaged him again. After the last time he embarrassed Zheng Xiaoying in public, he felt somewhat guilty when facing her. He was contemplating whether to buy something for Zheng Xiaoying as an apology, like a bouquet of flowers. Just as Lin Xiangyu was deep in thought, a pleasant female voice interrupted his musings. "Have you been waiting long?" Hearing this, Lin Xiangyu looked up and saw a carefully dressed Han Yinshi standing shyly beside him. It was only then that Lin Xiangyu realized just how exaggerated her waist-to-hip ratio was. Chapter 73. One more time Lin Xiangyu looked at Han Yinshi in front of him and secretly thought, "She really looks a bit like Sister Yuzheng." Han Yinshi felt Lin Xiangyu's gaze and blushed, feeling both shy and secretly delighted. She cleared her throat lightly, trying to remind Lin Xiangyu. Upon hearing her cough, Lin Xiangyu came back to his senses, showing a gentle smile as he said, "I haven't waited long. I just arrived a little while ago." Although she knew Lin Xiangyu was lying, she understood it was a kind-hearted lie. Lin Xiangyu said this to prevent her from feeling guilty about being late. "Let's go, boyfriend," Han Yinshi said playfully, winking at Lin Xiangyu as she reached out her hand. Faced with Han Yinshi's proactive invitation, Lin Xiangyu naturally wouldn't refuse. He reached out his hand and took hers. The moment their hands clasped, it felt as if they were jolted by electricity, slightly trembling. "How are we getting there?" Lin Xiangyu asked. In his mind, young ladies like Han Yinshi, who lived in upscale neighborhoods, must have drivers to take them out. "Taxi or bus, you choose," Han Yinshi said very naturally. Lin Xiangyu was puzzled by her words. To know that a set of apartments in Mayon Firstage costs over 10 million RMB. How could a young lady living here be choosing between taking a taxi and the bus? This was beyond his imagination. Lin Xiangyu guessed it might be because she was on a date with him, and it was inconvenient for her driver to know, so he tentatively asked, "Don't you have a car?" "No, I can't drive," Han Yinshi answered very naturally, without any hesitation, as if she felt there was nothing wrong with it. Upon hearing her answer and seeing her calm expression, Lin Xiangyu had a thought. Perhaps her family had a preference for sons over daughters, which is why she was raised in a modest way. However, he didn't want to voice this thought. Lin Xiangyu understood that a child who felt undervalued must be enduring a lot of pain, and his gaze towards Han Yinshi softened. But then he thought it didn't quite add up. Just the money Han Yinshi gave him was enough to buy a car, and when she mentioned 50 million, it was clear she didn't treat that money as a big deal. Not wanting to dwell on it, Lin Xiangyu decided to let it go and said, "Then let's take a taxi." "Okay," Han Yinshi replied cheerfully. After that, she directly pulled Lin Xiangyu towards the street. They successfully hailed a taxi, and the car sped all the way to Latte World Amusement Park. As soon as the car stopped, Lin Xiangyu got out first, leaving the payment to Han Yinshi. Because of the contract between them, Lin Xiangyu subconsciously regarded this relationship as a job and couldn't interact as a normal couple would. After Han Yinshi paid the fare and got out, she saw Lin Xiangyu waiting quietly by the roadside, and a happy smile spread across her face as she immediately linked her arm with his. Lin Xiangyu and Han Yinshi bought tickets and entered the amusement park together. As soon as they entered, Han Yinshi seemed to transform into a different person, like a little girl who had never seen the world. She showed great interest in every amusement ride, not wanting to miss any of them. When she saw various snacks, she appeared curious, as if she had never eaten them before. She would stare dreamily at the cotton candy being made, then turn her attention to the hot dog stand with curiosity. Her demeanor was simply adorable. Lin Xiangyu looked at the lively and curious Han Yinshi in front of him and found it hard to connect her current appearance with the strong demeanor she had shown when she forced him to make Zheng Xiaoying step down in front of everyone that day. While Lin Xiangyu enjoyed the amusement park with Han Yinshi, Zheng Xiaoying was sitting on her bed, staring intently at her phone screen. "How's it going?" Seeing Li Yizhen's message on her phone, Zheng Xiaoying furrowed her brows tightly and bit her lip, replying, "It's all set." Meanwhile, in her dorm, Han Yuzheng suddenly became restless for some unknown reason, unable to stop thinking about Lin Xiangyu. Time flew by, and 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Han Yinshi was still immersed in the joyful atmosphere of the amusement park, feeling that it wasn't enough. However, the alarm on her phone suddenly rang, breaking the happiness. Han Yinshi was very time-conscious. She didn't want to take advantage of Lin Xiangyu's time, so she set an alarm for 5 o'clock before they left. Hearing the alarm, Han Yinshi slightly turned to Lin Xiangyu, her eyes filled with anticipation as she said, "Lin Xiangyu, it's time. I want to go one more time." Chapter 74. The date at the motel. Lin Xiangyu, upon hearing Han Yinshi express her desire for another date, instinctively pulled out his phone to check the time. Although he hadn't set a specific time with Zheng Xiaoying yet, it was already 5 p.m. If he agreed to add another 3 hours with Han Yinshi, they would finish at 8 p.m., and he feared that Zheng Xiaoying might suddenly contact him in the meantime. He didn't want to keep her waiting. After some thought, Lin Xiangyu gently replied to Han Yinshi, "We've done enough here, and I have something to do later. Let's go to another place tomorrow." "Okay," Han Yang reported, somewhat reluctantly. However, she knew this was the last mandatory date of the week, and going somewhere else tomorrow was something she could reluctantly accept. "And can you take me home?" Han Yinshi looked up at Lin Xiangyu and asked. "Of course." Lin Xiangyu answered without hesitation, feeling he had no reason to refuse such a reasonable request. After dropping Han Yinshi off at her residential complex, Lin Xiangyu checked the time again. It was now 5:30 p.m. He planned to call Zheng Xiaoying to confirm their meeting time. If it was relatively late, he would return to the motel to keep Shan Ying-ai company for a while, as she was still waiting for him there. If it was early, he would tell Shan Ying-ai not to wait any longer and go home to avoid a wasted trip. With this in mind, Lin Xiangyu dialed Zheng Xiaoying's number. The phone rang several times before Zheng Xiaoying finally picked up. "Hello," she answered softly, her tone slightly questioning. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Xiangyu asked Xiaoying, "What time are we going over?" "Later, we can go over at 9, Zheng Xiaoying replied, somewhat stammering. Lin Xiangyu didn't think much of it, and simply responded, "Oh, okay. I'll hang up now." After saying this, Zheng Xiaoying hung up the phone as if she were avoiding something, then stared at the call log with a complicated expression. At that moment, a middle-aged woman's voice came from the living room, urging, "Xiaoying, are you ready to go?" "I'm coming," Zheng Xiaoying replied, locking her phone screen, taking a deep breath, and rising to walk out of her room. After hanging up, Lin Xiangyu saw that he still had plenty of time, and his first thought was to find Shan Ying-ai. But before that, he needed to call Shan Ying-ai to confirm whether she was still at the motel, to avoid making a trip if she had already gone home. He dialed Shan Ying-ai's number from his recent call log. The phone rang several times before she picked up. "Hey, Xiangyu, have you finished your stuff?" Shan Ying-ai's voice came through, a hint of excitement in it. Hearing her tone instantly lifted Lin Xiangyu's spirits, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. "Yeah, I'm done. Are you still at the motel?" "Yeah, I've been waiting for you. I just had a little something to eat and took a nap," Shan Ying-ai replied gently. Lin Xiangyu's smile grew even brighter. "Then I'll come find you now." "Okay, hurry up. I'm waiting for you." Shan Ying-ai's tone was full of anticipation. Once at the motel, something inevitably happened between the two. After an hour, Shan Ying-ai's voice was sweet, her eyes sparkling with laughter as she teasingly said, "I didn't expect you to be so bad. You're the one who made me shout your name just now." Lin Xiangyu immediately retorted with a hint of teasing in his voice. "What did you say? If you say it again, I'll tell your aunt about how you challenged the teacher." Shan Ying-ai threatened with a serious face, as if she really would do it. After saying this, she looked at Lin Xiangyu with interest, eager to see how he would respond. In response, Lin Xiangyu's skilled hand moved. Shan Ying-ai let out a soft hum, pressing down on Lin Xiangyu's hand. "Stop it. Isn't that enough for you? You're so great. How could I possibly have enough?" Lin Xiangyu said, pinching her again. Um. Shinning Ai let out a soft hum, standing up and quickly moving a couple of steps away from him, turning to say, "It's getting late. We should head back." "All right." Lin Xiangyu pretended to be reluctant. After leaving the motel, Lin Xiangyu let Shinning Ai take the first taxi that arrived. Watching her drive away, he hailed another taxi, heading straight to the location Zhang Xiaoying had sent him for their date. The taxi stopped steadily at the entrance of the motel. Lin Xiangyu took a deep breath, pulled out his phone, and called Zhang Xiaoying. After several rings, she hung up, assuming she might not be in a position to take the call. Lin Xiangyu decided to send her a message to let her know he had arrived. Just as he was typing, Zhang Xiaoying's message came through first. "Just come up when you arrive." Seeing the message, Lin Xiangyu deleted his half-composed text and simply replied with "A-OK." After sending the message, he pushed open the motel's large door and walked inside. The receptionist girl stared at Lin Xiangyu, her eyes widening in surprise, contributing a wave of shock value. Lin Xiangyu contributed 30 shock points. Originally, Lin Xiangyu planned to head directly upstairs, but upon seeing the system notification for shock value, he paused slightly and smiled at the receptionist. The moment their eyes met, her face flushed a deep red, and she quickly looked down shyly. Lin Xiangyu contributed 50 shock points. Receiving shock value out of nowhere made Lin Xiangyu realize the importance of looks, and he thought to himself, "Zhang Xiaoying hasn't seen me looking handsome yet. I wonder how she will react when she sees me later." With this thought in mind, Lin Xiangyu nodded slightly to the receptionist and quickly walked toward the elevator, pressing the button to go up. The receptionist watched Lin Xiangyu's departing figure, her mouth half open in surprise, but the words she intended to ask about booking a room were swallowed back down. After arriving on the 6th floor, Lin Xiangyu strolled towards room 609 with a light step. When he reached the door and was about to knock, he noticed that the door was unlocked. Guessing that Zhang Xiaoying had left it open for him, he gently pushed the door open and walked inside. The room was pitch black, with no lights on, and even the curtains were drawn tightly shut. He couldn't see anything inside the room due to the dim light from the hallway. After entering, Lin Xiangyu didn't see Zhang Xiaoying anywhere. He reached for the switch on the side, but found it wouldn't turn on. This situation suggested that the room card wasn't inserted. Lin Xiangyu reached into his pants pocket to take out his phone, intending to use the flashlight to check. Just as he pulled out his phone and the screen lit up, the bathroom door suddenly swung open with a bang, startling him. Immediately, a figure dashed out of the bathroom and jumped into his arms, hugging him tightly. Lin Xiangyu used the light from his phone to see who was embracing him. Chapter 75, I'm going to deal with Lin Xiangyu squinted at the faint light from his phone screen and realized that it was Zhang Xiaoying who was hugging him. He blurted out, "Why aren't you turning on the lights?" Zhang Xiaoying remained silent, and it was then that Lin Xiangyu noticed she was silently crying, tears streaming down her face, and her eyes were slightly swollen from the crying. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu quickly reached out to touch Zhang Xiaoying's face, gently wiping her tears while asking with concern, "Why are you crying?" By Yanni, Xiangyu," Zhang Xiaoying sobbed, her words coming out in a jumble. Lin Xiangyu was confused by her sudden apology, thinking to himself, "If anyone should be apologizing, it should be me. Why is Zhang Xiaoying apologizing instead?" With a heart full of questions, he asked, "Xiaoying, why are you apologizing to me?" Zhang Xiaoying hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, "I did something that let you down." When Lin Xiangyu heard this, his mind went blank, feeling as if the world was spinning. Although he had publicly stated before that he had nothing to do with Zhang Xiaoying, hearing her say this now felt like a knife had stabbed him, as if he had been cheated on. "Who?" Lin Xiangyu's voice instantly turned cold as he pushed Zhang Xiaoying away from him. He had previously felt he was in the wrong, but at this moment, that thought vanished completely. Zhang Xiaoying's tears flowed even more fiercely as she answered through her sobs. "Li Yizhen." "Who?" "Li Yizhen?" Lin Xiangyu was stunned when he heard that name, and then uncontrollable images flashed in his mind, making his expression complicated. I'm sorry. Xiangyu." Zhang Xiaoying cried uncontrollably, repeatedly apologizing. Faced with Zhang Xiaoying's apology, Lin Xiangyu did not respond immediately. His heart was in turmoil. Being cheated on by a woman was a feeling that couldn't be described in words. Although Zhang Xiaoying's apology hadn't earned Lin Xiangyu's forgiveness, she was genuinely worried about her parents seeing the video of Lin Xiangyu feeding her in the classroom. Crying, she said, "Xiangyu, can you agree to go to the motel with Li Yizhen tomorrow?" What? Lin Xiangyu's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. He had thought that the matters between women were already exaggerated enough, but he never expected it to get even more absurd. What is this? Asking him to deal with her boyfriend or girlfriend. What are you all doing? Lin Xiangyu asked, looking exasperated. Although he was quite interested in this novel situation and was very willing to get involved, he needed to clarify what was going on first. Li Yizhen recorded the video of us in the classroom that day. She is using the video to blackmail me, forcing me to arrange a meeting with you at the motel. Zhang Xiaoying explained before bursting into tears again. "Xiangyu, I beg you, please go." Zhang Xiaoying suddenly became extremely agitated, kneeling in front of Lin Xiangyu and sobbing. "If you don't go, she will post a video of us in the classroom online." At this point, Lin Xiangyu finally understood. Zhang Xiaoying's apology wasn't about her and Li Yizhen doing something wrong, but rather about her selling him out to prevent the video from being exposed. However, for Lin Xiangyu, this situation didn't seem like an apology at all. In fact, he found it quite interesting. Moreover, if the video really got posted online, the four women in his home would definitely see it, and he wouldn't be able to face them, especially Min and Jing. If his aunt, who raised him, saw stimulating footage of him with another woman, just thinking about it was stimulating. But stimulating or not, if it went too far, it would be a good thing. Although this could wildly shock the public in each country, it also meant that he would face social death there. Even without considering Zhang Xiaoying, Lin Xiangyu had to find a way to resolve this matter. Besides, although Li Yizhen might not be as good-looking as Zhang Xiaoying and shunning AI, this girl who looked like a good girl with glasses often had unexpected surprises. Once he got to know her, she could be quite intense, as many domestic videos could prove. However, Lin Xiangyu had a question in his mind. Why was Li Yizhen doing this? Was she lacking something? Owing something? He wasn't clear about the specific reasons right now, but he was confident he could pry Li Yizhen's mouth open later. "Don't worry, Xiaoying." Lin Xiangyu reached out to pull Zhang Xiaoying, who was kneeling at his feet, up. "Don't worry about the video. I'll deal with Li Yizhen." As soon as he said this, he realized he had unknowingly emphasized the word deal. Zhang Xiaoying immediately widened her eyes at him. Chapter 76. The first time with Zhang Xiaoying ahem. Lin Xiangyu cleared his throat twice, managed his expression, and said, "When did you arrange to meet Li Yizhen?" "Tomorrow evening," Zhang Xiaoying replied. "Oh," Lin Xiangyu responded, then immediately asked, "So you brought me here tonight just to tell me this in person?" "No," Zhang Xiaoying said, her face turning redder and more obvious. "Then what is it?" Lin Xiangyu's tone carried a hint of doubt. Zhang Xiaoying's face turned even redder as she gently pushed her shoulder strap aside and her white dress slipped down. Lin Xiangyu looked at Zhang Xiaoying in front of him, feeling dry-mouthed and unable to resist swallowing. "Before you meet Li Yizhen, I want to give myself to you first," Zhang Xiaoying said, lowering her head slightly, her voice shy. Lin Xiangyu swallowed again. Faced with such an opportunity, how could he refuse? He immediately pulled out his phone from his pants pocket. Let them experience the power of Dongwu rap. Zhao, Zhao in the nest. Zhao, cremation. Zhang Xiaoying tightly embraced Lin Xiangyu, a tear silently streaming down her cheek. Tomorrow, the only man she has ever liked in her life will go accompany another woman to help her deal with the video that was secretly filmed. More importantly, the person who facilitated this was herself. If she hadn't insisted on completing the second transaction in the classroom that day, Li Yizhen would never have filmed the video, leaving her feeling extremely guilty. With tears in her eyes, Zhang Xiaoying looked at Lin Xiangyu, who was lying on her, and silently vowed, "No matter what you ask me to do in the future, I will not refuse. I will accept whatever you do." After taking a deep breath, Lin Xiangyu raised his head and happened to meet Zhang Xiaoying's gaze. Seeing the tears welling up in her eyes, Lin Xiangyu hurriedly asked, "Did I hurt you just now?" Hearing Lin Xiangyu's concerned tone, Zhang Xiaoying first shook her head, then nodded, and finally closed her eyes and shook her head vigorously. Tears flowed down the corners of her eyes. Lin Xiangyu raised his arm to wipe away the tears at her eyes, speaking gently with a hint of guilt. I'm sorry. It's all my fault for being two. Before Lin Xiangyu could finish his sentence, Zheng Xiaoying covered his mouth with her hand and said, It's not your fault. Xiangyu, remember, no matter what you do to me in the future, I will not blame you. Zheng Xiaoying's face suddenly flushed, and she continued, As long as it's what you like, I am willing to do anything. Lin Xiangyu was very touched and excited after hearing this. After all, he had a lot of knowledge in this area to exchange and discuss with Zheng Xiaoying. His knowledge was all mixed up. Now, he could practice with Zheng Xiaoying to categorize this originally chaotic knowledge. No, it's partitioning. That doesn't seem right either. It should be classifying. Forget it. It doesn't matter what it's called. It means the same thing anyway. Zheng Xiaoying looked at Lin Xiangyu, who was full of excitement, and exclaimed, Wasn't it just? Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Xiangyu interrupted her. At this moment, Zheng Xiaoying had only one thought in her mind, which was to do everything she could to make Lin Xiangyu happy. Chapter 77. Zheng Xiaoying, who knows the truth, it wasn't until the sun rose the next morning that Lin Xiangyu and Zheng Xiaoying finally embraced each other in sleep. Zheng Xiaoying's stamina was far inferior to Lin Xiangyu's. If it weren't for her willpower holding her up, she would probably have been like a dead fish afterward. With her strong willpower, she managed to keep cooperating with Lin Xiangyu until the very last moment of the battle. The two slept straight until the afternoon, only waking up when Lin Xiangyu's phone rang, disrupting their peaceful slumber. Lin Xiangyu lay on the bed, eyes closed, reaching out to feel for the phone resting on the pillow beside him. After bringing the phone close to his face, Lin Xiangyu squinted his eyes, open to look at the screen. When he saw that the caller was Han Yanxi, his drowsy brain instantly woke up. Oh no, last night's battle was so intense that I forgot about the date with this young lady. Feeling Lin Xiangyu suddenly sit up in bed, Zheng Xiaoying rubbed her sleepy eyes, propped herself up, and quietly asked, What's wrong? Before Lin Xiangyu could answer, she caught sight of the caller's name on his phone screen from behind him. Upon seeing Han Yanxi's name, Zheng Xiaoying lowered her eyelids, lifted the blanket, and said, I'm going to the bathroom. After saying that, she prepared to get up from the bed so that Lin Xiangyu could comfortably answer the call. But in the next moment, Lin Xiangyu grabbed her arm and simultaneously picked up the call with his other hand. The instant the call connected, Han Yanxi's voice immediately came through the phone's earpiece. Hello. Lin Xiangyu, what are you doing? Why haven't you replied to my messages? Upon hearing Han Yanxi's voice, Zheng Xiaoying looked at Lin Xiangyu in shock, tears welling up in her eyes. She couldn't understand why Lin Xiangyu was doing this, even though she had already prepared to avoid the situation. Why did he insist on making her listen? This felt a bit too cruel for her. Lin Xiangyu pulled the bewildered Zheng Xiaoying into his arms and said, What I'm doing seems to have nothing to do with you, right? You. Han Yanxi didn't expect Lin Xiangyu to respond that way and was momentarily at a loss for words. Yesterday, at the amusement park, they had played and laughed like a real couple, leading Han Yanxi to mistakenly believe that Lin Xiangyu was her real boyfriend. Now, with one sentence from Lin Xiangyu, she was brought back to reality. Han Yanxi felt a bit angry, her natural authority as a young lady immediately surfacing. How does it have nothing to do with me? The contract states 3 times a week, and if I need you, you must agree. Do you want to breach the contract? Originally feeling sad due to Lin Xiangyu's actions, Zheng Xiaoying's eyes widened in shock upon hearing Han Yanxi's words, staring at Lin Xiangyu in disbelief. Lin Xiangyu's lips curled slightly. His earlier words to Han Yanxi were deliberately meant to elicit this response. In this way, he neither breached the contract nor failed to let Zheng Xiaoying know the truth. This was completely different from telling Zheng Xiaoying directly. If he had secretly told her before signing the contract, she would likely have been unable to accept it. What girl could accept her boyfriend making money by being someone else's boyfriend? But now, the situation was entirely different. If Lin Xiangyu had told Zheng Xiaoying about this matter directly, it would have been bad news for her. But now, it had become good news for Zheng Xiaoying. Sometimes, people are just that interesting. The same event can have different effects depending on the timing and circumstances. For example, when you have a monthly salary of over 10,000, if a job offering 8,000 contacts you, you would probably look down on it, even think your friend is joking. But if you've been unemployed for a year, and a job offering 8,000 contacts you. How would you feel then? Zhang Xiaoying was now in a state of having gone from a monthly salary of over 10,000 to being unemployed for a year. So even though it was the same 8,000 salary job, the feeling it gave her was completely different. Lin Xiangyu gave Zhang Xiaoying a meaningful glance, yawned, and said, I just woke up, don't get too excited. I didn't say I wouldn't agree. We didn't set a time and place yesterday, did we? Hearing Lin Xiangyu say this, Han Yinxi's attitude softened. I've figured it out now. Let us go watch a movie. What do you think? I'm fine with whatever. It's up to you where you want to go, Lin Xiangyu replied. Han Yinxi said in a slightly coquettish tone. So when are you coming to pick me up? I didn't say I would pick you up, Lin Xiangyu countered. Han Yinxi, upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's response, wanted to bring up the contract again, but realized it didn't have such a clause. Fine. I'll check what good movies are playing during this time and message you once I buy the tickets, Han Yinxi said, her tone somewhat displeased. After saying this, she hung up the phone. Once the call was disconnected, Han Yinxi angrily tossed her phone onto the bed and prepared to mumble a few complaints about Lin Xiangyu. But when the words reached her lips, she suddenly froze. What is going on? I originally just wanted to use Lin Xiangyu to keep that group of annoying flies at school away from me. But why do I feel something strange about him now? I used to have no emotions about anything, but now he easily stirs my feelings. What am I doing? Why can't I help but think of him? The more Han Yinxi thought about it, the more confused she became, and in the end, she just lay down on the bed. At the same time, Han Yuzheng, feeling troubled about the upcoming family trip, was lying flat on her bed in the school dormitory, tightly gripping her phone, the screen displaying her chat with Lin Xiangyu. Chapter 78. 19 Zhang Xiaoying was not a particularly foolish woman. From the conversation between Lin Xiangyu and Han Yinxi, she had roughly guessed the relationship between the two. She also suspected that Lin Xiangyu could not directly tell her about this matter due to certain clauses in the contract, which is why he chose this way to communicate. Lin Xiangyu felt a bit embarrassed to tell Zhang Xiaoying that he was about to go accompany Han Yinxi, especially since he had just spent the entire night with Zhang Xiaoying the day before. He had already taken advantage of her. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoying picked up her phone and glanced at it, saying, wow, it's already past 2 p.m. I need to get up and go home. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately got out of bed and hurried into the bathroom to wash up. Lin Xiangyu stared at her swaying figure, his throat moving a couple of times. After washing up, Zhang Xiaoying quickly started getting dressed and said to Lin Xiangyu while putting on her clothes, Xiangyu, I'm sorry. I have to go home now. I can't stay here with you any longer. It's okay. You accompanied me well last night, Lin Xiangyu said with a smile. Hearing Lin Xiangyu's words, Zhang Xiaoying's face flushed instantly, and she immediately lowered her head, focusing on getting dressed. When people feel embarrassed or shy, they often pretend to be very busy, and Zhang Xiaoying was clearly doing that at this moment. After getting dressed, she walked in front of Lin Xiangyu, intending to give him a light kiss on the lips. But just as she leaned in, Lin Xiangyu directly wrapped his arms around her waist, responding passionately to her kiss. It was not until Zhang Xiaoying's chest was heaving and she started to feel breathless that Lin Xiangyu finally let her go. After the kiss, Zhang Xiaoying gasped for air and, after catching her breath, said, Xiangyu, I'm leaving now. Remember to check out when you go. Okay, I got it, Lin Xiangyu replied, smiling as he gently patted her on the back. The pat made her body tremble slightly. Under Lin Xiangyu's gaze, Zhang Xiaoying stumbled out of the room, looking like someone unsteady on their feet. Once in the taxi, Zhang Xiaoying remembered that she hadn't sent Lin Xiangyu the motel room booked by Li Yizhen. Tonight at 9 p.m., room 906 at the Love Motel. Trembling, she sent the information about the motel room to Lin Xiangyu, and the next second, tears streamed down her face. The older female taxi driver, seeing Zhang Xiaoying crying in the rearview mirror, assumed she had just been deceived and couldn't help but comfort her, saying, Sister, don't cry. It's not worth it to ruin your body over a bad man. Hearing the driver's comfort, Zhang Xiaoying not only didn't feel better, but cried even harder. On the other side, after washing up, Lin Xiangyu picked up his phone and saw the message from Zhang Xiaoying. While walking towards the bed, he replied with one hand, Got it. You don't need to worry about this. I'll handle it. After sending the message, Lin Xiangyu glanced at the middle of the bed and then started getting dressed. Once dressed, Lin Xiangyu walked to the door, took out the room card, and left the room. At the front desk, he tossed the room card to the female receptionist and said, "The sheets are dirty. Is it serious? If it can be washed out, I won't report it, and you won't have to compensate," the female receptionist asked with clear eyes. Su Zhihui contributed a shock value of 31. Seeing that the female receptionist didn't catch the meaning of his words, Lin Xiangyu continued, "It's quite serious. It got stained. Did something spill oil on it?" The female receptionist continued to ask. Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but look at her with a dumbfounded expression, realizing he had underestimated the untainted brain of the female receptionist. "There's oil, and there's something else," he said, not wanting to continue explaining. "Let's skip the questions. I'll just pay for it. I'm afraid your brain might get polluted by me." "Did the blanket get stained too?" the female receptionist asked again. Lin Xiangyu sighed and said, "Yes, how about this? Just charge everything on the bed." "Huh?" The female receptionist was taken aback for a moment, then looked at him in surprise. Lin Xiangyu looked in her eyes and nodded, saying, "Yeah, I'll pay for everything. I got a bit carried away yesterday." This time, the female receptionist didn't ask further, but immediately started calculating the cost of the items on the bed. After calculating, she printed out the bill and handed it to Lin Xiangyu. Lin Xiangyu glanced at the total price after deducting the deposit and took out his phone to make the payment. Actually, when the female receptionist first asked, Lin Xiangyu initially intended to teach her a lesson, but he ultimately decided against it. One reason was that he appreciated the goodness in her, and the other was that this amount of money was nothing to him right now. After paying, Lin Xiangyu sent a message to Han Yinshi. "Have you picked a movie? I'm waiting for you at the entrance of your neighborhood." Han Yinshi, who was rolling around on the bed, picked up her phone to check the message after hearing the notification. Seeing that Lin Xiangyu was waiting for her at the entrance, she felt a sweet sensation in her heart, and her previously pouting lips instantly curled into a smile. The next second, she jumped out of bed and rushed to the mirror to check herself out. When Lin Xiangyu arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood, Han Yinshi was already waiting for him, which surprised him a bit. "Have you been waiting long?" Lin Xiangyu asked as he approached her. Han Yinshi smiled gently and replied, "Not long. I just arrived a little while ago." After Han Yinshi finished speaking, the two of them laughed together. "Have you decided what movie to watch?" Lin Xiangyu asked with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Han Yinshi's cheeks instantly turned red. She stood on her tiptoes, leaned her head close to Lin Xiangyu's ear, and softly said, "I want to watch a 19 movie. Chapter 79. The cinema without seats. Lin Xiangyu felt a warm breath coming from Han Yinshi's mouth. He licked his slightly chapped lips, his throat rolling as he swallowed. After seeing Lin Xiangyu's reaction, Han Yinshi smiled with satisfaction and said, "I was just teasing you." Big pervert. Lin Xiangyu, who was originally pondering how to respond, realized he had been played after hearing Han Yinshi's words. However, fortunately, he had already given all his stock to Shuning Ai and Zheng Xiuying yesterday, so his body did not react too intensely. Otherwise, the title of Big Pervert would have been confirmed. Lin Xiangyu cleared his throat and said with a serious facade, "It's good that you only tricked me and didn't trick my body." After saying that, he couldn't help but laugh himself. "Get lost, who would trick your body?" Han Yinshi raised her small pink fist and walked toward Lin Xiangyu, pretending to hit him. Unexpectedly, she tripped and fell directly into Lin Xiangyu's arms. Lin Xiangyu was caught off guard and was directly knocked over by Han Yinshi. Han Yinshi lightly coughed and pushed Lin Xiangyu's hands away from her body. After pushing his hands down, Han Yinshi walked straight to the street, her face heating up as the color deepened. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu followed Han Yinshi to the street. He didn't apologize for the earlier incident because he knew that since the girl wasn't angry, it meant she accepted his previous actions. In such situations, as long as they didn't mention what just happened, it would be fine. Apologizing might embarrass the girl and inadvertently make her angry. "Is there a movie you want to watch?" Lin Xiangyu asked tentatively. As expected, Han Yinshi did not mention the earlier incident. Instead, she turned her face to the side, avoiding eye contact, and said, "Just follow me." After that, she waved to stop a passing taxi. Lin Xiangyu silently followed her into the car, and they both sat in the back seat. After getting in, Han Yinshi told the driver, "Driver, please go to to Chef Western Restaurant." Lin Xiangyu didn't know what this place was and looked at Han Yinshi in surprise, asking, "Didn't you say we were going to watch a movie? Why are we going to a restaurant instead?" "Don't worry about it. I've already made a reservation. Just come along," Han Yinchi replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu didn't press further. Going to a restaurant was even better. He was hungry, having only eaten breakfast from delivery before going to bed that morning. It's worth mentioning that he had played another game with Zhang Xiuying while waiting for that delivery, and the food arrived halfway through the game. He had no choice but to shout for the delivery person to leave the food at the door. Although Lin Xiangyu didn't know what to.Chef Western restaurant was, the taxi driver did. Hearing that Lin Xiangyu was going to watch a movie, he immediately glanced at the two of them through the rearview mirror. Seeing that they were a handsome guy and a beautiful girl, the driver said nothing and obediently drove. To.Chef Western restaurant is a 5-star establishment that combines a restaurant and a cinema, with private theaters specifically designed for couples. After a while, the taxi stopped at To.Chef Western restaurant. As before, Lin Xiangyu got out of the taxi as soon as it stopped, leaving Han Yinchi to pay the fare. Although Lin Xiangyu's actions were the same as last time, this time, Han Yinchi felt a slight sense of disappointment. After paying the fare, Han Yinchi got out of the car and stood still, staring at Lin Xiangyu. Lin Xiangyu sensed something unusual in Han Yinchi and asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" "Lin Xiangyu, can you pay next time we go on a date?" Han Yinchi asked in a tone meant for good communication. "Huh?" Lin Xiangyu was surprised that Han Yinchi would make such a request. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to take advantage of you. I will reimburse you for all the expenses afterward," Han Yinchi explained and then tentatively asked, "Is that okay?" "Sure." Lin Xiangyu agreed without any hesitation. This kind of thing had no impact on him. Even in other jobs, there were situations where expenses needed to be paid up front and then reimbursed. Seeing Lin Xiangyu agree, Han Yinchi immediately pulled him toward the To.Chef Western restaurant. After entering To.Chef Western restaurant, Han Yinchi showed the staff her online reservation confirmation. After seeing the reservation, the staff led Lin Xiangyu and Han Yinchi through a special passage to the entrance of a private cinema room. The staff informed them that they could choose a free drink or soda, and other gourmet food could be ordered once they were inside, handing a small menu to Han Yinchi. Since both Lin Xiangyu and Han Yinchi were very hungry, and Han Yinchi didn't want to be interrupted repeatedly later, they quickly ordered their food. To ensure the food arrived faster, they mainly ordered fast food, like burgers and fried items. After ordering, the two entered the private cinema room, and Lin Xiangyu was surprised to find that there were no seats in this room. Instead, the seating consisted of electric beds. 2 single beds combined into a couple's large bed, each side equipped with a partition and bedside table, along with a canopy. However, since they were waiting for the food, they didn't lie down on the bed immediately but just sat on the edge. The food arrived quickly, and as the staff left, they gently closed the door behind them. Lin Xiangyu walked to the door and very naturally locked it. After locking the door, Lin Xiangyu turned around and explained, "I didn't mean anything else. I just wanted to prevent someone from opening the wrong door. It's fine, even if you did mean something else." "I'm okay with it," Han Yinchi teased. Lin Xiangyu didn't respond because Han Yinchi clearly seemed to be joking. But what he didn't know was that sometimes the truth is often said in a joking manner. Seeing that Lin Xiangyu didn't respond, Han Yinchi stood up and said, "Shall we push the 2 beds together?" Chapter 80. The first time with Han Yinchi, Lin Xiangyu instinctively swallowed when he heard Han Yinchi's words. This time, he no longer cared whether Han Yinchi was joking or not, and directly replied, "Sure, you can take care of it." After saying that, Han Yinchi smiled and moved to the side, making room for Lin Xiangyu. "All right." Lin Xiangyu responded and began to take action. In no time, he pushed 2 beds together and moved a small table next to them. After finishing these tasks, the 2 of them sat on the edge of the bed to eat. After they finished eating, they lay down on the bed together to watch a movie. The big screen was showing a romantic film. Don't think too much. It wasn't that kind of film, but rather the kind where the protagonist says, "Appa, Sarangi," at least. Although the movie in front of them was very touching, Lin Xiangyu's attention was completely elsewhere at that moment, and it wasn't just him. Han Yinchi felt the same. They were both pretending to be focused on the movie, their minds entirely off it. They could clearly sense each other's breathing patterns, and their own breathing would change in response to the other's rhythm. Until a kissing scene appeared on the screen, Han Yinchi could no longer suppress the impulse in her heart and flipped over, pinning Lin Xiangyu beneath her. They focused on each other, their breathing quickening, and they indulged in passionate kisses. At that moment, for some unknown reason, a strange thought flashed through Lin Xiangyu's mind. Could Han Yinchi be doing this because she didn't want to pay? It seemed like a joke he had seen before. However, Lin Xiangyu, who was already a bit tipsy, didn't care about that at all and flipped over, pinning Han Yinchi beneath him. Their lips momentarily separated, and Han Yinchi's chest rose and fell sharply as she gasped for air, feeling a bit breathless from the intense kiss. Lin Xiangyu leaned down and softly asked in her ear, "Are you okay?" Han Yinchi wrapped her arms around Lin Xiangyu's neck, responding with her actions. The next moment, Han Yinchi covered her face, unable to look at Lin Xiangyu. After resting in the private room for a while, they began to get dressed and prepare to leave. As their time in the room was almost up and their date was coming to an end. "Lin Xiangyu, I want to add another session. Is that okay?" Han Yinchi said while covering her belly. As Lin Xiangyu was opening the door to the room, he turned around after opening it and said, "Let's talk about it next week. I'm a bit tired today." In fact, tiredness was just one aspect. More importantly, he had consumed too much energy over the past 2 days and was afraid that if he didn't rest, he might collapse from exhaustion in front of Han Yinchi. After leaving the Cine de Chef restaurant, Lin Xiangyu took Han Yinchi to the street and hailed a taxi for her. However, Han Yinchi didn't want to part ways with Lin Xiangyu just yet. As she got into the back seat, she grabbed Lin Xiangyu's shirt before he could close the door, trying to pull him into the car. But with her small strength, how could she possibly move Lin Xiangyu, who had undergone muscle enhancement? "What are you doing?" Lin Xiangyu asked, somewhat confused, looking at Han Yinchi. Han Yinchi looked up at Lin Xiangyu and replied, "I want to add another session. I'll pay double." Double. Faced with Han Yinchi's offer of double the price, Lin Xiangyu was somewhat tempted. However, as the saying goes, there is always tomorrow. No need to rush for immediate gains. As long as the green hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. Of course, the most crucial point was that Lin Xiangyu had indeed been overly exhausted these past 2 days and planned to take this opportunity to go home and rest for a while. After all, he still had to deal with Li Yizhen's matters tonight. Chapter 81. "I'll show you what I'm wearing." Lin Xiangyu looked at Han Yinchi, whose face was full of seriousness and anticipation, and smiled as he said, "I really can't today. I haven't rested well lately, and I want to take a good rest today. Let's go tomorrow instead. We can go play somewhere else together." "Okay." Han Yinchi nodded in agreement. Although she felt a bit disappointed about this, she still agreed to postpone their outing to tomorrow, even though she still had one mandatory chance left this week. She didn't really insist that Lin Xiangyu go on a date with her right now. After that, she waved goodbye to Lin Xiangyu and got into a taxi. The taxi slowly drove down the road, and the bustling streets and pedestrians outside couldn't capture Han Yinchi's attention at all. At that moment, she was staring out of the car window, lost in thought. When Han Yinchi pushed open her home door, she saw Aunt Wu sitting upright on the living room sofa. Upon seeing Han Yinchi return, Aunt Wu respectfully stood up and softly said, "Miss, you're back." "Yes, I'm back, Aunt Wu," Han Yinchi replied, her gaze slowly sweeping over the familiar yet desolate living room. She took a deep breath and forced out a self-comforting smile before heading straight to her parents' room. As she opened the door, a long-lost, cold atmosphere greeted her. Inside the room, a wedding photo of a handsome couple hung neatly on the wall, their smiles warm in the picture. Han Yinchi unconsciously slowed her steps, walking step by step to the wall, gently touching the photo frame with her hand. Her eyes turned slightly red, and with a choked voice, she softly said, "Mom and Dad, I've fallen in love with a boy." She slightly raised her head, looking at her parents' youthful faces in the photo, her eyes filled with tears, yet smiling as she continued, "He's really special. When I'm with him, I feel so happy, as if life has gotten better." As she spoke, her gaze gradually dimmed, and her voice lowered a bit, "But I still haven't heard any news about my sister." She forced another smile on her face, "But Mom and Dad, you don't have to worry too much. My aunt will be back from the US soon, and she's so capable. I'm sure she will find a way to locate my sister. I believe she can do it." In this quiet room, she received no response, merely talking to herself. After leaving her parents' room, Han Yinchi turned and walked towards her grandmother's room. Aunt Wu, who had been in the living room, immediately followed her silently, her eyes filled with concern. Although Han Yinchi had wiped away her tears and forced a smile when leaving the room, Aunt Wu, who had cared for her for many years, could still clearly sense her slight sense of loss. Han Yinshi entered her grandmother's room, stood before her grandmother's photo, and held back tears while cheerfully saying, "Grandma, Aunt was taking really good care of me, so you don't have to worry about me over there. By the way, Grandma, I have a boy I like. When next month is your anniversary, I'll bring him over to meet you." Aunt Wu only stood at the door, not entering the room with Han Yinshi. Upon seeing Han Yinshi walk out of her grandmother's room with tears in her eyes, Aunt Wu quickly stepped forward, gently patting her shoulder and softly comforting her. "Miss, please don't be sad. I'm sure your grandmother wouldn't want to see you like this." Han Yinshi choked out in response, and then leaned her head on Aunt Wu's shoulder, hugging her tightly. Han Yinshi had long regarded Aunt Wu, who had wholeheartedly cared for her for 18 years, as a family member. On the other side, as soon as Lin Xiangyu entered his home, he went straight upstairs to get a change of clothes and then headed down to the bathroom, after seeing a movie and feeling hot. And since there were no shower facilities there, he urgently needed to take a shower now. Entering the bathroom, he turned on the faucet and stood under the shower head, letting the warm water wash over him. After showering, he changed into clean clothes and stepped out of the bathroom. The aroma of food wafted from the kitchen, and Minjing's voice followed. "Xiangyu, dinner is ready. Please call Mimi and Yilin down to eat." "Okay." Aunt Jing, Lin Xiangyu replied, then called up the stairs. "Mimi, Yilin, come down for dinner." After 2 intense encounters yesterday and today, Lin Xiangyu felt quite good at the moment. Pei Yilin and Jean Mimi heard Lin Xiangyu's voice and came down one after the other. Soon, the family gathered around the dining table to start eating. During dinner, Minjing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she said, "For this family trip, we're going to play by the seaside in Jeju Island. I've already booked a big villa." She gestured as she spoke, her face full of anticipation. Watching Aunt Jing's demeanor, Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but feel warm inside. What surprised him was that Pei Yilin, who usually showed little interest in travel, actively asked Min Jing some travel-related questions today. Lin Xiangyu found this unusual behavior from Pei Yilin puzzling. After dinner, Lin Xiangyu returned to his room. The experiences of the past 2 days had left him a bit drained, so he planned to take a nap to replenish his energy for the battles ahead that night. However, just as he lay down, he heard a knock on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. I'm coming," Lin Xiangyu called out as he got up to open the door. Opening the door, he saw Pei Yilin standing at the doorway, holding 2 swimsuits in her arms. Pei Yilin lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, and nervously tugged at the hem of her clothes, saying softly, "Xiangyu ge, I need your help with something. Can I come in?" Lin Xiangyu was taken aback for a moment. Usually, Pei Yilin was bold and would push the door open directly, acting like a little whirlwind. Her unusual politeness today made him feel a bit uneasy. He even worried she might suddenly shout in his room. Frowning slightly, he looked at Pei Yilin with confusion, but ultimately chose to step aside and let her enter the room. After Pei Yilin walked in, Lin Xiangyu casually closed the door and locked it. Hearing the sound of the lock, Pei Yilin became even more shy. She tightly clutched the swimsuits. Her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "Xiangyu ge, can you help me see which of these 2 swimsuits looks better?" Naturally, Lin Xiangyu wouldn't refuse such a request. He extended his hand and said, "Sure, I'll help you take a look." However, Pei Yilin didn't hand the swimsuits to Lin Xiangyu. She shook her head, her voice tinged with shyness, trembling slightly as she said, "Not like that. I want to wear them for you to see." As she spoke, her cheeks turned as red as a ripe tomato, slightly biting her lip. Her eyes filled with a mix of anticipation and nervousness as she looked at Lin Xiangyu. Chapter 82. "Do you like it? Can you show me?" Lin Xiangyu was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise, clearly not expecting Pei Yilin to say something like that so suddenly. Pei Yilin's cheeks burned, red as a ripe tomato, her voice barely above a whisper, like the buzzing of a mosquito. "Can you help me see which one looks better on me?" Pei Yilin's various actions today made Lin Xiangyu feel unfamiliar. Although Min Jing was at home, making Lin Xiangyu a bit cautious. At this moment, just thinking about seeing Pei Yilin in a swimsuit made his heart race rhythmically. After all, he had only seen such images on his phone screen before, and never had a woman put on a swimsuit in front of him. Even though he could see it during family trips, he was now eager to feast his eyes. It was like a person with a drinking addiction, who, upon smelling the aroma of alcohol, craved it desperately, wishing to take a sip immediately. Lin Xiangyu swallowed hard, clearing his throat, and asked seriously, "Where are you changing?" Pei Yilin's head drooped even lower, almost burying in her chest, mumbling softly, "Just right here." "Here?" Lin Xiangyu's eyes widened, staring intently at Pei Yilin. In an instant, some inappropriate images flashed uncontrollably through his mind, making his mouth dry. Pei Yilin nodded gently, explaining, "I can't just run around the house in a swimsuit. What if Mom and my sister see me running to your room in a swimsuit?" The more Lin Xiangyu listened, the more he felt Pei Yilin made sense. His head nodded involuntarily, and he hurriedly said, "You're right, then change here." When Pei Yilin heard Lin Xiangyu agree, her already racing heart now felt like it was beating a rapid drum, as if it would burst out of her chest. "You need to turn around, otherwise how can I change?" Pei Yilin raised her gaze slightly, glancing at Lin Xiangyu, who was staring at her intently, her voice carrying a hint of shyness and playful reproach. Only then did Lin Xiangyu snap out of his daze, exclaiming "Oh," and quickly turn around. Even though Lin Xiangyu had turned his back, Pei Yilin's heart was still racing with no signs of slowing down. The intense heartbeat made her breath quicken, and she even felt a slight dizziness. Lin Xiangyu listened to Pei Yilin's heavy breathing behind him, his throat dry, constantly swallowing, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. When the subtle sound of fabric rustling reached his ears, his neck felt like it was being pulled by an invisible hand, nearly compelling him to turn around and take a look. Although he had recently seen the bodies of 3 different women, it was still the first time a woman was changing into such specially natured clothing in front of him. It seemed that next time, he would have to let teacher Shun change in special outfits in front of him and find some really appealing clothes for her online. Lin Xiangyu thought to himself. Just as Lin Xiangyu was lost in his thoughts, a gentle voice came from behind. "I'm done changing, you can turn around now." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu quickly turned around. He saw Pei Yilin's face flushed, her hands instinctively covering her chest, her head bowed, looking at her delicate white feet, her legs tightly together, exuding a sense of awkwardness and shyness. But even with Pei Yilin's modest demeanor, Lin Xiangyu was still stunned. Pei Yilin's smooth and tight skin, under the reflection of the swimsuit, appeared even whiter and more alluring, as if emanating a soft glow. Especially her full curves, perfectly outlined by the swimsuit, made it hard to look away. How does it look?" Pei Yilin timidly spoke, her voice laced with anticipation and nervousness. Lin Xiangyu struggled to swallow, his voice slightly hoarse from dryness as he said, "It's very beautiful, absolutely stunning." Is it?" Upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's compliment, Pei Yilin's tone instantly filled with joy, her eyes sparkling. Then, blushing, she quietly asked, "So, do you like it?" Chapter 83. The night meeting Lin Xiangyu detected that Pei Yilin's words seemed to carry another layer of meaning, but he still nodded and replied, his voice slightly tense, "I like it." Upon hearing Lin Xiangyu say he liked it, Pei Yilin's already flushed cheeks instantly blossomed into an incomparable, beautiful smile. A smile that held a hint of shyness and was filled with joy. The atmosphere in the room began to grow increasingly ambiguous, as if the air had become thick and laden with a blush-inducing aura. Lin Xiangyu looked at the shy Pei Yilin before him and felt parched. He couldn't help but lick his lips and swallow. Pei Yilin, overwhelmed by shyness and nervousness, had her delicate face growing even redder, with a thin layer of sweat appearing on her skin. In that moment, Lin Xiangyu felt his throat dry and his heart pounding wildly in his chest, blood rushing uncontrollably upwards, as if a fire were burning within him. "If this continues, I might lose control," Lin Xiangyu silently lamented, unconsciously clenching his fists, trying to suppress his inner impulses. Just then, Pei Yilin bit her lip and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. "Xiangyu, can you turn around again? I'll change into another set, and you can see which one looks better." "Okay." Lin Xiangyu hurriedly nodded, quickly turning his head away and closing his eyes. After Lin Xiangyu turned around, he again heard the sound of Pei Yilin changing clothes. The subtle rustling of fabric teased his heartstrings, and he even felt he could hear the sound of the swimsuit fabric slapping against Pei Yilin's skin due to its tightness. This sound made his heartbeat quicken even more, and his body trembled slightly. Shortly after, Lin Xiangyu did not hear Pei Yilin asking him to turn around again. Instead, he heard the sound of a door opening. Click. That sound was particularly abrupt in the quiet room. Surprised by the sound, Lin Xiangyu quickly turned his head to look back, only to find that no one was there. Pei Yilin had already left the room. The ambiguous atmosphere still lingered in the room, but one of the main characters had disappeared, leaving Lin Xiangyu sitting on the bed in a daze. It was clear that Pei Yilin had not changed into another swimsuit, but had instead put on her previous clothes and sneaked out. Lin Xiangyu found it puzzling. Why did Pei Yilin come to ask for his help only to sneak away halfway through? While Lin Xiangyu was confused about Pei Yilin's sudden departure, Pei Yilin was already hurriedly running back to her own room. Leaning against the door, her chest heaving violently, she gasped for breath. The flush on her face still not fading. I almost embarrassed myself in front of Xiangyu Ge. Pei Yilin secretly rejoiced, recalling the scene just now, her heart still racing. Then, Pei Yilin slowly walked to the bedside, collapsed onto the bed, closed her eyes, and recalled Lin Xiangyu's figure. Lin Xiangyu's gaze, voice, and the awkward yet ambiguous interaction from just now played repeatedly in her mind like a revolving lantern. The corners of her mouth involuntarily turned up, revealing a sweet yet shy smile, as she immersed herself in her thoughts, unable to extricate herself. After Pei Yilin left, Lin Xiangyu locked the door and then collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep, exhausted from the past 2 days. He was completely unaware of the subtle changes in the room and had no idea what had just happened. At 8:30 p.m., Lin Xiangyu was awakened by the alarm he had set earlier. After lounging in bed for 2 minutes, he slowly got up. After tidying his hair in front of the mirror, Lin Xiangyu opened the door and walked out. Once outside, he sent a message to Minjing. Antinjing, I'm staying at a classmate's house tonight, so you don't need to prepare my breakfast for tomorrow. In fact, Minjing had already guessed that Lin Xiangyu had likely started dating someone, as he had been going out every weekend. However, she wasn't old-fashioned or stubborn. Besides, Lin Xiangyu was already an adult. She simply replied, "Okay, Aunt knows, be safe." "I know. Antinjing, don't worry." After replying to the message, Lin Xiangyu put his phone away. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoying was curled up at the head of her bed, hugging her knees, her long black hair scattered messily over her legs. She felt very sorry for making Lin Xiangyu accompany Li Yizhen, but she didn't know that, for Lin Xiangyu, this was actually a good thing. Lin Xiangyu took a taxi and soon arrived at the Yamo Hotel. This was his second visit. After pushing open the door, he walked towards the elevator with familiarity. Just as he walked past the front desk and saw the female receptionist inside, he suddenly showed a surprised expression and stopped to ask, "Aren't you on the morning shift today? Aren't you off work yet?" The female receptionist didn't expect Lin Xiangyu to suddenly speak to her, and after a moment of surprise, she replied, "This place is owned by my mother. 2 receptionists left at the same time, and we haven't found anyone to replace them yet. I'm here to help today, and my mom will come to switch shifts later." Lin Xiangyu didn't expect that this highly pure female receptionist was actually the daughter of the owner of the hotel. However, this was of no concern to him. He had more pressing matters to attend to. He nodded to the female receptionist and continued toward the elevator. After taking the elevator to the 9th floor, Lin Xiangyu went straight to the door of room 906, raised his arm, and gently knocked twice. Inside the room, Li Yizhen heard the knocking sound, opened the door a little, and hid behind it. At this moment, Li Yizhen did not know that Lin Xiangyu was aware that she was in the room. She believed that Zhang Xiaoying had only brought Lin Xiangyu here at her request. The room had been prepared by Li Yizhen in advance with a pinhole camera. She planned to record everything that happened in the room tonight. Chapter 84, As You Wish. The reason why Li Yizhen is doing this is actually because of Han Yanhui. Li Yizhen and Han Yanhui have been classmates since childhood. Li Yizhen has a strong academic talent. She has been the top student in her class since elementary school and has always served as the class monitor. However, despite her outstanding academic performance, all her classmates' attention is still focused on Han Yanhui. Not only the classmates, but also the teachers and even the parents all praise Han Yanhui, although occasionally someone compliments Li Yizhen on her academic achievements. But she can distinguish that when people praise Han Yanhui, it is heartfelt, while when they compliment her, it is mostly just a polite gesture. Therefore, she has been opposing Han Yanhui in various matters since childhood, but Han Yinhui seems completely unconcerned about it. What makes her even angrier is that the boys in the class often stand up for Han Yinhui and insult her verbally, saying things like she should take a good look at herself with her big glasses and that she always wants to compete with Han Yinhui, and similar remarks. From that moment on, Li Yijin vowed in her heart that one day she would destroy something precious to Han Yinhui with her own hands. To this end, she even crazily applied to the same school as Han Yinhui. With her grades, she could have gone to a better school, but she chose not to, determined to seize every opportunity to take revenge on Han Yinhui. Just a few days ago, that opportunity finally presented itself. She captured a video in class of Han Yinhui's boyfriend, Lin Xiangyu, feeding another woman. At first, she considered posting the video online, but after careful consideration, she gave up that option. Although that would also be a way to take revenge on Han Yinhui, she felt it wouldn't be satisfying enough. She wanted Han Yinhui to see with her own eyes what she was doing with Lin Xiangyu. Only then could her already severely distorted psychology be satisfied. Just thinking about Han Yinhui's expression when she sees that scene excites her. And now, this opportunity is right in front of her. When Lin Xiangyu opened the door and saw the room was pitch dark, he couldn't help but think of yesterday's scene. For a moment, he even doubted whether Zheng Xiuying was playing a little romantic game with him. But the next second, a woman shorter than Zheng Xiuying suddenly jumped into his arms. With the faint light from the corridor, Lin Xiangyu saw that the woman in his arms had short hair and immediately confirmed that it was Li Yijin. Li Yijin's thoughts are simple. She believes that no man is free from infidelity, and Lin Xiangyu is no exception. She has already confirmed this from what happened in the classroom. So her first strategy is to go straight for it. Although her looks may not compare to Zheng Xiuying and Han Yinhui, they're not too bad either. By her own standards, she considers herself at least above average. Even if Lin Xiangyu realizes she is not Zheng Xiuying, there's still a good chance of success. If Lin Xiangyu rejects her first strategy, she will show him the video on her phone. Although Lin Xiangyu may not fear her threat, she believes he would not want to ruin Zheng Xiuying's reputation while also hurting Han Yinhui's feelings. Therefore, she was certain from the beginning that she would successfully win over Lin Xiangyu that night. Although things did not go as Li Yijin originally thought, the outcome was not far off. After confirming that the person in front of him was Li Yijin, Lin Xiangyu immediately activated the virtual reality game without any hesitation. Chapter 85, It's Monday Again. After some time had passed, Lin Xiangyu noticed that Li Yijin was consistently facing the same direction, which made him realize that she had secretly installed a camera in the room. "Delete the videos you recorded," Lin Xiangyu said in a commanding tone. Hearing this, Li Yijin thought Lin Xiangyu had found out about her threatening Zheng Xiuying, and she gasped, "Don't worry. I've already promised Zheng Xiuying about the videos. I'll delete them soon." "I'm not talking about that. I mean the videos you're currently recording," Lin Xiangyu said impatiently. Normally, Li Yijin would have absolutely refused upon hearing this, but for some reason, she inexplicably agreed. She then slowly moved to grab her phone, completely deleted the videos captured by the hidden camera, and then dismantled the camera itself. Lin Xiangyu had originally planned to test the maximum effect of "Girls, offer your loyalty" first, as the effectiveness depended on distance and time. If that didn't work, he would have no choice but to use the "I really need to control you" card. After all, he didn't want to become a well-known action star. Unexpectedly, the situation was perfectly resolved with just "Girls, offer your loyalty." When it came to his own woman, Lin Xiangyu didn't want to be too harsh, but when it came to the women who bullied her, he would not hold back at all. Li Yijin was so exhausted that she collapsed on the floor. At this point, Lin Xiangyu could have chosen to leave, but he didn't. The next morning, Lin Xiangyu got dressed and dragged his somewhat fatigued body out of the room. Inside the room, Li Yijin lay on the bed like a rag doll, her bangs sticking to her forehead. She mustered the strength to pick up her phone from the pillow and called her teacher, taking her first sick day in her life. September 29th, Monday, 6:02 a.m. After finishing the call, Li Yijin fell into a deep sleep. As Lin Xiangyu stepped out of the motel and got into a taxi, he received a message from Pei Yilin. "Xiangyu, did you find anything in the room?" Seeing the content of Pei Yilin's message, Lin Xiangyu was confused and replied by tapping on the screen. "What did you see? Did you lose something?" After Lin Xiangyu sent the message, Pei Yilin replied almost instantly. No, I didn't lose anything, just asking casually, hee hee, followed by a playful emoji. Lin Xiangyu found Pei Yilin's message somewhat puzzling, and just as he was about to lock his phone screen, Pei Yilin sent another message. This time, it was a picture of Pei Yilin in a swimsuit. In the photo, Pei Yilin stood in front of a mirror, her figure graceful, with a hint of bashfulness on her face and a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. The swimsuit perfectly accentuated her curvy figure. Moreover, her pose was bold and sexy, unlike the shy demeanor she had in Lin Xiangyu's room. Lin Xiangyu stared at the photo, his eyes widening instantly, his heart racing involuntarily, and his fingers unconsciously brushed over the screen. Just as Lin Xiangyu touched the phone screen, Pei Yilin's message came through. Xiangyu, which swimsuit do you think looks better? Lin Xiangyu thought for a moment and replied, You look good in any of them. Although he wasn't very good at flirting, he understood one thing. Both men and women enjoy being complimented, especially by the opposite sex. After seeing Lin Xiangyu's message, Pei Yilin didn't reply again, but the happiness radiating from her face was noticeable even to Min and Jing. However, even though Min and Jing noticed, she didn't ask Pei Yilin about it. After all, Pei Yilin was already an adult, and she didn't intend to meddle in matters of the heart. After Pei Yilin left, she went alone to the restroom on the second floor. As the taxi gradually approached the school, Lin Xiangyu's excitement grew. It was Monday, and he wondered if he would see Zheng Xiaoying in the classroom. Lin Xiangyu didn't call to inquire. The thrill of unboxing a surprise was most enjoyable at the moment of opening. If he knew the result in advance, it would lose its original fun. Soon, the taxi stopped at the school gate. There weren't many people in the school at this time, and Lin Xiangyu got out of the car and headed straight for the classroom, eagerly anticipating what awaited him inside. Chapter 86. Zheng Xiaoying's change as Lin Xiangyu entered the teaching building. He quickly walked towards the classroom. When he was close to the classroom, he suddenly slowed down his footsteps, trying to make as little noise as possible. Upon reaching the classroom, Lin Xiangyu didn't rush to open the door. Instead, he pressed his ear against it to eavesdrop on the sounds inside. Hearing a woman's soft whimper, Lin Xiangyu's heart instantly filled with joy. He quietly opened the door, planning to secretly enjoy Zheng Xiaoying's wonderful performance. However, when he opened the door, he found the scene before him completely different from what he had imagined. Instead of an exhilarating sight, Zheng Xiaoying was sobbing with her head down on the desk. Seeing Zheng Xiaoying crying, Lin Xiangyu stopped hiding and asked with concern in his voice, Xiaoying, what's wrong? Zheng Xiaoying, lost in her tears, was startled by the sudden voice. After recognizing Lin Xiangyu's voice, she didn't lift her head immediately but wiped her eyes first, then raised her head, forcing a smile as she said, I'm Fine. Because she had cried too hard earlier, her voice was a bit breathless, and she sniffled a couple of times. Lin Xiangyu looked at Zheng Xiaoying's smile, which was uglier than her crying, and chose not to expose her. He walked over, wrapped his arms around her head, and pulled her into his embrace. Once in Lin Xiangyu's arms, Zheng Xiaoying couldn't help but cry again. Lin Xiangyu gently stroked the back of her head and comforted her. It's okay now, don't cry. Don't cry. Zheng Xiaoying remained silent, tightly holding onto Lin Xiangyu and gripping his clothes. Lin Xiangyu's warm embrace and words soon comforted her. Seeing that Zheng Xiaoying had stopped crying, Lin Xiangyu forced a smile and said, I can't take it anymore. I need to lie down on the desk for a while. Call me if there's anything. He had hardly slept in the past 2 days and had been working hard. If he didn't sleep a bit, he was genuinely afraid he might suddenly collapse. Zheng Xiaoying replied, nodding heavily. Seeing Lin Xiangyu looking so tired, she realized he must have had a tough time last night and felt very guilty about it. Zheng Xiaoying silently vowed in her heart that she would repay Lin Xiangyu well from now on. Lin Xiangyu lay down on the desk and fell asleep almost immediately. He was truly exhausted from the past couple of days. Zheng Xiaoying stood up from her seat and moved to the seat in front of Lin Xiangyu, sitting down and staring at it blankly. After a while, she took out her phone and focused intently on the screen. Students gradually entered the classroom. The boy who originally sat in front of Lin Xiangyu noticed Zheng Xiaoying occupying his seat and wisely chose not to approach that side. instead heading directly to Zhang Xiaoying's seat. With 1 minute left before class started, Zhang Xiaoying put her phone back in her pocket, covering Lin Xiangyu's ears with her hands to prevent him from waking up to the ringing of the bell. As the class bell rang, Shun Ying'ai entered the classroom, dressed in professional attire, wearing a pair of 20D semi-transparent black stockings and bright red high heels. Upon seeing Shun Ying'ai enter, several male students whispered to each other, "Don't you think Teacher Shin looks even more beautiful than before?" "I agree, and I feel like Zhang Xiaoying is also prettier than before," another boy chimed in. The girl sitting in front of the boys overheard and turned around to whisper, "Are you infatuated? You think everyone looks better?" The boy immediately retorted, "It has nothing to do with infatuation. I think you haven't gotten any prettier." "You." The girl began to respond, but the class bell rang completely, and the classroom fell silent. She stopped speaking and straightened her posture to look forward. The moment Shinning AI entered the classroom, she glanced towards Lin Xiangyu's seat. When she saw Zhang Xiaoying sitting in front of Lin Xiangyu, covering his ears, a surge of jealousy instantly filled her heart. However, she did not scold Zhang Xiaoying or ask her to return her own seat. Ever since the incident with Han Yanxi, she had come to terms with it. She believed that a man as outstanding as Lin Xiangyu could not be entirely devoted to her. For her, as long as Lin Xiangyu was by her side and had a place for her in his heart, that was enough. Unlike Shunning AI, Zhang Xiaoying was unaware of the relationship between Lin Xiangyu and Shun Ing AI, which is why she was acting in front of Shinning AI. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoying believed she was Lin Xiangyu's true girlfriend, not Han Yanxi. Although Zhang Xiaoying was so convinced, the other classmates in the class did not share the same view. They saw Zhang Xiaoying openly showing affection for Lin Xiangyu in the classroom and began to privately discuss her being a third party, with some even taking photos to send to students in other classes. If nothing unexpected happened, this matter would soon spread wildly throughout the school and eventually reach Han Yanxi's ears. Chapter 87. An unexpected turn of events until the first class ended. Lin Xiangyu remained asleep. After the bell rang, Shun Ing AI cast a lingering glance at Lin Xiangyu before leaving the classroom in her high heels. A few boys, hearing the click of Shun Ing AI's heels on the floor, couldn't help but lick their lips and swallow. Lin Xiangyu had slept through the entire morning, while Zhang Xiaoying stayed in her seat, keeping him company. At noon, as school was about to end, Zhang Xiaoying prepared to wake Lin Xiangyu. "Xiangyu, wake up. It's time to go home. Let's go have lunch together." Lin Xiangyu felt someone nudging his arm and slowly opened his eyes. After waking up, he yawned while sitting in his seat. Although he had slept the whole morning, he still felt tired. After stretching a bit, Lin Xiangyu got ready to go have lunch with Zhang Xiaoying. Even though he had only delayed for a short while, the classroom was already empty. Everyone was eager to eat. Lin Xiangyu thought for a moment and said to Zhang Xiaoying, "Xiaoying, let's go out for lunch today." There were two reasons Lin Xiangyu wanted to eat out. First, he had money now and wanted to treat Zhang Xiaoying well, especially since they were already quite close. Second, the school cafeteria was too crowded and noisy, and he wanted to avoid running into Han Yanxi there. Lin Xiangyu couldn't understand why someone like Han Yanxi, a wealthy young lady, would deliberately choose to live like an ordinary person. When Zhang Xiaoying heard that Lin Xiangyu wanted to take her out for lunch, she was very happy and said with a beaming face, "Sure. What do you want to eat? It's on me. You don't have to treat me. I'll treat you." Lin Xiangyu replied with a smile. Just as they were talking, Han Yanxi quietly arrived at the door of Lin Xiangyu's classroom and happened to hear Lin Xiangyu's last words. With a hint of resentment in her eyes, she looked at Lin Xiangyu, clapped her hands, and said, "Am I interrupting you two?" Outside the classroom, the hallway was already filled with people, all there to watch the spectacle. The contributions of the classmates' shock value have been omitted. Upon seeing Han Yanxi, Zhang Xiaoying did not back down, but took Lin Xiangyu's hand and walked towards Han Yanxi. This scene made Lin Xiangyu feel a bit awkward, and just as he and Zhang Xiaoying reached Han Yanxi, she suddenly said, "Come have lunch with me." Everyone held their breath, eagerly awaiting what would happen next. Lin Xiangyu understood that Han Yanxi was using her thrice-a-week privilege, and he didn't want to play dumb. Besides, Zhang Xiaoying already knew about this, so he had no need to pretend. He turned to Zhang Xiaoying and said, "I'm sorry. It looks like I can't have lunch with you today." As soon as he said this, The crowd erupted in chatter. Voices in the crowd again labeled Zheng Xiaoying as the third party. However, this time, Zheng Xiaoying was completely different from before. Now that she understood the general situation, she was no longer entirely passive. Zheng Xiaoying released Lin Xiangyu's hand, smiled, and nodded, saying, "Okay, I understand. Then I'll go by myself for lunch today, and we can eat together tonight." As soon as she said this, the crowd began to murmur again. What was going on? Were these two school beauties actually competing fairly? Why couldn't such good fortune come my way? Stop thinking about that for now. The priority is to find a mirror and check yourself out. The crowd buzzed with comments. Han Yinchi was very surprised by Zheng Xiaoying's reaction. She had originally planned to crush Zheng Xiaoying's dignity like last time, but she didn't expect things to take an unexpected turn. Chapter 88. The third one. Well, let's talk about it tonight, Lin Xiangyu said as he turned to look at Zheng Xiaoying. Originally, Han Yinchi felt a bit embarrassed due to the whispers of the onlookers nearby, so she directly grabbed Lin Xiangyu's hand and walked toward the classroom exit. The people blocking the door saw them ready to leave and quickly made way. After walking a couple of steps, Han Yinchi still felt frustrated and then wrapped her arms around Lin Xiangyu's, playfully saying, "Xiangyu, we have to eat together tonight too." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu turned his head to take a look behind him, only to see Zheng Xiaoying smiling. Zheng Xiaoying knew that Han Yinchi was deliberately trying to provoke her. She was aware that Han Yinchi had 3 mandatory dates with Lin Xiangyu each week. Therefore, she wouldn't be angry about Han Yinchi's actions. Instead, it made her feel happy. "It doesn't matter, you only have 3 chances a week. I can't wait for you to use them up quickly, so that in the end, Xiangyu will be all mine," Zheng Xiaoying thought to herself. After exiting the school gates, the tears that Han Yinchi had been holding back finally began to flow. She then stopped in her tracks and said, "Lin Xiangyu, why? I've given myself to you. Why are you still flirting with that girl from your class?" Lin Xiangyu replied seriously, "I knew Zheng Xiaoying before I signed a contract with you. I was with her before you." Han Yinchi was taken aback upon hearing this. She originally thought Lin Xiangyu only had a slight flirtation with Zheng Xiaoying and never expected that they had gone that far. Moreover, it sounded like she was the one who came afterward. Han Yinchi took a deep breath and, with a choked voice, said, "So, I'm the third party?" "No." Lin Xiangyu shook his head and sighed. He prepared to explain everything clearly to Han Yinchi and said, "To be precise, you aren't the third party. You can consider yourself the third one, or even the fourth, because before the two of you, there was another one." "Third one? Fourth one?" Han Yinchi was completely stunned by Lin Xiangyu's words. She never expected that she didn't even qualify as the third party in Lin Xiangyu's life. This left her with her mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for words, even forgetting to continue crying. After pondering for a moment, Han Yinchi asked, "So, who do you actually like?" "I like them all," Lin Xiangyu answered sincerely. Han Yinchi frowned slightly and continued, "What about the future? Have you thought about who you want to be with in the future? You can't want all 3, can you?" Han Yinchi didn't know whether Lin Xiangyu had considered this question, but she asked not to know the answer immediately, but to make Lin Xiangyu think about it. In her heart, as the school's flower, with money and beauty, she had suitors lining up, and it would be easy for her to win over Lin Xiangyu over the other 2 women. Upon hearing Han Yinchi's question, Lin Xiangyu didn't think twice and directly answered, "Why can't I have all 3? In his mind, it wasn't just 3, 4, 5, 6. The more, the merrier. Furthermore, with countries now recognizing the inheritance rights of illegitimate children, there was no need to be entangled with whom to marry. He could choose not to marry at all and provide everyone with a shared home. That would be fair to everyone. Then he could directly bring a group of women to change their nationality and return to their homeland. After wandering for half a lifetime, returning as a little dragon person. How wonderful would that be? The more Lin Xiangyu thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, and the happier he became, to the point where a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. When Han Yinchi heard Lin Xiangyu's answer, she was speechless and even more annoyed to see him smiling. However, she eventually came to a realization. For her, as long as she was one of those people, it was enough. After all, people eventually had to get married. And from any angle, she had no obvious shortcomings. As long as she treated Lin Xiangyu a bit better, she would definitely prevail in the end. With this thought, Han Yinchi decided not to let Lin Xiangyu accompany her for dinner tonight. She wanted to use those two opportunities in a better way, creating memories with Lin Xiangyu in different places. Tonight, let Lin Xiangyu go eat with Zheng Xiaoying instead. Having come to this conclusion, Han Yinxi was no longer angry and changed to a happy expression. She wanted every minute spent with Lin Xiangyu to be joyful, which would greatly enhance her score in Lin Xiangyu's heart. Seeing Han Yinxi's transformation, Lin Xiangyu was naturally very pleased. The two enjoyed their lunch happily. After Han Yinxi took a sip of her drink and put the cup on the table, she said to Lin Xiangyu, "Take me back to the classroom." Huh? Lin Xiangyu was a bit surprised by Han Yinxi's words and then asked, "But it's not time yet. Don't you want to go anywhere else?" Han Yinxi smiled sweetly and replied, "The rest of the time is up to you. You can do whatever you want." Hearing Han Yinxi's response, Lin Xiangyu leaned his head close to her ear and whispered, "Right now, I just want you, nothing else." Since they had not yet left the restaurant, Han Yinxi's face instantly turned red upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's words. She couldn't help but glance around, fearful that others might overhear what Lin Xiangyu had just said. Chapter 89. Regretful Li Yizhen. Lin Xiangyu, however, was completely unconcerned. He stood up directly, walked to the table, extended his hand to Han Yinxi, and said, "Let's go." Han Yinxi looked up at Lin Xiangyu for a moment, then placed her hand on his and stood up from her seat. She once again transformed into the attention-grabbing, high-status beauty she had been since childhood. With their contrasting appearances, Lin Xiangyu and Han Yinxi left the restaurant under the gaze of everyone present. After leaving the restaurant, Lin Xiangyu pulled Han Yinxi's hand and forcefully brought her into his embrace, saying, "Let's have a little dessert before the main course." After saying this, he cupped her face and kissed her on the lips. Han Yinxi did not show any resistance to Lin Xiangyu's sudden action. Instead, she actively cooperated with him, their soft tongues intertwined, with Lin Xiangyu playfully sucking on hers like a jelly. After enjoying the kiss, Lin Xiangyu led Han Yinxi to the street and waved for a car. Once they got in, the driver, noticing that neither of them had said where they wanted to go, asked, "Where are you headed?" Lin Xiangyu initially wanted the driver to recommend a nice place, considering Han Yinxi was a young lady. But just as he was about to say it, a fun thought struck him, and he said, "Driver, please take us to the Pleasure Motel." Lin Xiangyu planned to take every long-term partner to the Pleasure Motel at least once, viewing it as a sort of stamp of approval. As for someone like Li Yizhen, he thought 1 or 2 visits would suffice. At this moment, Li Yizhen, who hadn't rested much the previous night, had finally woken up. She lay in bed, not wanting to move at all, feeling as if she were falling apart, with every muscle in her body aching. However, her throat was extremely dry, and her lips felt cracked, with no one around to care for her. She had no choice but to muster her strength and crawl out of bed. She then stumbled toward the small refrigerator, preparing to bend down to open the door. But as she slightly bent her waist, she nearly fell to the ground due to her weak legs. If she hadn't quickly grabbed onto the fridge, her bottom would have made an intimate contact with the floor. With one hand holding onto the refrigerator, she opened the door with the other and took out a bottle of mineral water. Desperate for a drink, Li Yizhen immediately tried to twist the cap open, but her hands were so weak that she couldn't even open the bottle. This was no act. There was no one else there besides her. The unopened bottle cap felt like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing Li Yizhen to burst into tears. She had initially planned to record a video with Lin Xiangyu to get back at Han Yinxi. However, the video didn't capture anything, and Lin Xiangyu had treated her as if she were invisible all night, leaving her feeling like every part of her was intact but emotionally shattered. Sitting on the floor, she covered her face and cried. At that moment, she deeply regretted losing her most precious possession in her attempt to retaliate against Han Yinxi. However, she quickly found some solace. After all, how many people in today, as society, can keep their most precious thing until they wear a wedding dress? Most lose it before they even take off their school uniforms. She was just one of those people. Moreover, giving her first time to a man like Lin Xiangyu wasn't too much of a loss. The only regret was not being treated sincerely. Realizing her grave mistake, Li Yizhen wiped her tears, wrapped the bottle cap with a bedsheet, and mustered all her strength to twist it open. After drinking more than half the bottle of mineral water in one go, Li Yizhen picked up the clothes that Lin Xiangyu had thrown on the floor last night. Put them on, and then took her phone to send messages to Zhang Xiaoying and Han Yanqi. Chapter 90, Room 306 during class. Zhang Xiaoying felt her phone vibrate and secretly looked at it under the table. She originally thought it was a message from Lin Xiangyu, but when she saw that it was from Li Yizhen, an uneasy feeling arose in her heart. Nevertheless, she immediately opened the message to check. Xiaoying, I apologize for everything I've done to you during this time. I don't dare to hope for your forgiveness, but I just want to express my regret to you. After reading Li Yizhen's message, Zhang Xiaoying took a deep breath. Her expression changed from worry to relief, and she replied with one hand. I don't blame you anymore. Because of you, I've realized what I really want. Thank you. After sending the message, a smile appeared on Zhang Xiaoying's face. At the same time, Han Yanqi, who had just arrived at the Pleasure Motel, also received a message. Lin Xiangyu was checking in, and she happened to check her messages as well. Yanqi, I've done many wrong things over the years, and I'm really sorry. I don't dare to hope for your forgiveness, but I just want you to know that I've recognized my mistakes. After reading Li Yizhen's message, Han Yanqi did not have any emotional fluctuations. She simply replied with a message. Yizhen, don't say that. Haven't we been friends since elementary school? Always studying at the same school? You can tell me anything, and I'll help you. Han Yanqi's message and Zhang Xiaoying's message were sent to Li Yizhen's phone almost simultaneously. After reading both messages, Li Yizhen wore an indescribable smile. At that moment, she felt like a clown, the kind that even Batman wouldn't fight. Inside the Pleasure Motel, after Lin Xiangyu finished checking in, he turned around and handed Han Yanqi's ID back to her. Seeing Han Yanqi was messaging, he asked with a hint of curiosity, What's wrong? Is there something? Nothing. Han Yanqi replied and put her phone away. Lin Xiangyu smiled upon hearing this, wrapping his arm around Han Yanqi's waist, and said, That's good. If there's nothing, let's head upstairs. Okay, Han Yanqi said, smiling and nodding at the female receptionist who had been watching her and Lin Xiangyu. The girl at the front desk today was not Wen Yuqiong, but a new hire who did not know the story between Lin Xiangyu and this motel. She was just staring at Han Yanqi and Lin Xiangyu because they were good-looking. Seeing Han Yanqi nod at her, she politely responded and then turned her gaze elsewhere, no longer staring at them. Lin Xiangyu held Han Yanqi as they entered the elevator and pressed the button for the third floor. Since it was noon and a Monday, there were many vacant rooms. Lin Xiangyu specifically chose room 306 for a reason. Han Yanqi was unaware of this, and, seeing Lin Xiangyu's eager expression, wore a happy smile on her face. Once they exited the elevator, Han Yanqi took the initiative to hold Lin Xiangyu's hand and headed towards room 306. Last night, she had intensely crammed some knowledge in this area, and she was eager to put it into practice. Lin Xiangyu was a bit surprised at Han Yanqi's initiative. Just yesterday, she knew nothing, and today she was so impatient. However, this was exactly what Lin Xiangyu wanted to see. Such things are more interesting when both parties are fully invested. If one party is like a dead fish and not fully engaged, the fun is reduced significantly. Arriving at room 306, he swiped the card to open the door, inserted the card to turn on the lights. Lin Xiangyu was very familiar with this process after staying several times recently. As soon as they entered the room, Han Yanqi couldn't wait to make her move on Lin Xiangyu, eager to practice what she had learned last night. Chapter 91. Zhang Xiaoying, what are you going to do? Seeing Han Yanqi's anxious look, Lin Xiangyu spoke up. I haven't showered yet. It's okay, I don't mind. Han Yanqi shook her head and said. Then, Han Yanqi took Lin Xiangyu's phone out of his pants pocket. Lin Xiangyu opened the music player on his phone and started playing music. He wanted to show them the power of Dongwu rap. What are you doing? Singing. Your childhood and my childhood seem to be the same. Little shoulders, big backpacks going to school. Han Yanqi was completely exhausted today, and even at this moment, she still hadn't recovered. Of course, it might also be possible that it wasn't just exhaustion. The two of them held each other tightly, breathing heavily. After resting for a while, they went to the front desk to check out. The female receptionist saw Han Yanqi's long legs that were still trembling and contributed another wave of shock value to Lin Xiangyu. After that big incident at school today, Lin Xiangyu now had more than 5,000 shock points. However, he didn't plan to use them for now. He intended to save up to 10,000 and see if he could upgrade the lottery wheel once more. Having experienced the power of the King card, his curiosity about the mystery card was even stronger now, while he had completely lost interest in the diamond card. He was also curious if upgrading the lottery wheel again would guarantee a mystery card. Lin Xiangyu and Han Yinshi took a taxi back to school, and when they arrived, the second class was in session. Lin Xiangyu did not go directly to the classroom, but first took Han Yinshi to the classroom door and stood at the entrance, watching her go in. This action earned him another wave of shock points. Since noon, the students had been gossiping about Han Yinshi, Lin Xiangyu, and Zheng Xiuying. Especially when they saw that Han Yinshi didn't come to school in the afternoon, some even specifically went to Lin Xiangyu's class to see if he was there, while also wanting to observe Zheng Xiuying's reaction. It can be said that since noon, there had been a continuous stream of people contributing shock points to Lin Xiangyu. Gossip related to the school beauty spread too quickly, and some people added fuel to the fire during the process, making the stories more outrageous. Some claimed that Lin Xiangyu, Han Yinshi, and Zheng Xiuying had slept together last night. Others spread rumors that Zheng Xiuying secretly had a child with Lin Xiangyu outside, using the child to tie him down, which was why Lin Xiangyu had to keep in touch with Zheng Xiuying even after having the school beauty. Even more outrageous was the claim that Lin Xiangyu was actually the third party, intervening in the perfect pair of Han Yinshi and Zheng Xiuying. In short, there were all sorts of ridiculous statements, and even the teachers at school were secretly indulging in the gossip. This was also an important reason why Lin Xiangyu could gain so many shock points. After sending Han Yinshi back to the classroom, Lin Xiangyu walked towards his own classroom. After knocking on the door and receiving the teacher's permission, he opened the classroom door. But before he could walk to his seat, he saw Zheng Xiuying stand up directly from her seat and walk towards him. Not only Lin Xiangyu, but Zheng Xiuying's action also stunned the classmates and the teacher, contributing more shock points to Lin Xiangyu. Seeing this, the male teacher asked Zheng Xiuying, "What are you going to do?" Zheng Xiuying ignored him and directly took Lin Xiangyu's hand, walking out of the classroom. Chapter 92. Brother Xiangyu, you misunderstood. Lin Xiangyu didn't refuse either. He just said to the male teacher, "Sorry, teacher, we have something to attend to. We'll be back shortly." The male teacher had heard about Lin Xiangyu's situation with Zheng Xiuying and Han Yinshi, and he also knew about Lin Xiangyu's recent fights, so he chose not to intervene. After all, he earned the same salary every month. It wasn't worth it to create trouble for himself. After closing the classroom door, Lin Xiangyu looked at Zheng Xiuying and quietly asked, "What's wrong?" Zheng Xiuying didn't answer his question, but directly stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the lips. Although Lin Xiangyu found the sudden kiss a bit strange, he still cooperated enthusiastically. After the kiss, Zheng Xiuying said, "It's nothing, I just missed you." Hearing her words, Lin Xiangyu smiled and asked, "What about now? Do you still miss me?" "Yes," Zheng Xiuying nodded without hesitation. Lin Xiangyu smirked and asked, "Then what should we do?" "We can't do it at school." Zheng Xiuying thought for a moment and continued, "Let's wait until tonight. I'll tell my mom that I'm staying at a classmate's house. Can you come out tonight?" "Of course," Lin Xiangyu replied with a smile. After getting Lin Xiangyu's affirmative answer, Zheng Xiuying said, "Then let's go back to class." "Okay." Lin Xiangyu nodded and knocked on the classroom door again. The male teacher, who had just resumed teaching, was interrupted by Lin Xiangyu's knocking. However, he didn't show any emotion about it. To him, it was just work, and there was no need to take it too seriously as long as he completed it. The teacher waved his hand, signaling Lin Xiangyu and Zheng Xiuying to return to their seats, and then resumed his lesson. The entire afternoon passed amidst studying and daydreaming. After school, Zheng Xiuying walked up to Lin Xiangyu's desk and smiled. "I'm going home now. See you tonight." After saying that, she prepared to turn and leave. But before she could move her fair, long legs, Lin Xiangyu grabbed her wrist. Zheng Xiuying, having her wrist held, turned her head with a puzzled look at Lin Xiangyu. Lin Xiangyu smiled and said, "Aren't we going to have dinner together?" Zheng Xiuying was taken aback by his question and then asked, "Aren't you going to eat with Han Yinshi?" "No need," Lin Xiangyu replied. Upon hearing his answer, Zheng Xiuying immediately took his hand and happily said, "Then let's go eat the tteokbokki near the school. It's super delicious." "Okay." Lin Xiangyu looked at Zheng Xiuying with a doting gaze. The onlookers in the class were shocked by this scene, contributing yet another wave of astonishment points to Lin Xiangyu. Some even secretly followed behind Lin Xiangyu and Zheng Xiuying to get first-hand information. After all, the situation involving Lin Xiangyu, Han Yinshi, and Zhang Xiaoying had become a hot topic in school. Knowing more exclusive news could provide more conversation starters with their crushes. When Lin Xiangyu and Zhang Xiaoying walked out of the teaching building, a crowd had already gathered behind them. Lin Xiangyu didn't care. To him, these people were just tools to provide him with astonishment points. In contrast to Lin Xiangyu's indifference, Zhang Xiaoying was different. She really hoped more people would see them and spread the news. Ideally, it would reach Han Yinshi's ears, letting her know that unlike her contract to bind Lin Xiangyu, she relied on Lin Xiangyu's affection. Even the students who had left the classroom before Lin Xiangyu and Zhang Xiaoying stopped to watch them together. Just as they were heading towards the school gate, Zhu Ginxiak suddenly blocked their path. Lin Xiangyu was a bit surprised to see Zhu Ginxiak in front of him. Ever since he had beaten him up twice, this guy had been quite well behaved for a long time. Today, he had the audacity to cause trouble again. Where did he find the courage? Lin Xiangyu couldn't tell because he hadn't listened to Liang Jingru's songs in a long time. Lin Xiangyu used his arm to shield Zhang Xiaoying behind him and looked at Zhu Ginxiak, saying, "You still haven't had enough of being beaten, have you? I didn't want to bother with you, and you dare to come looking for trouble?" Zhu Ginxiak hurriedly explained, "Brother Xiangyu, you misunderstood. After the last incident, I've completely submitted to you. Then why are you blocking the way?" Lin Xiangyu asked. Only then did Zhu Ginxiak dare to come closer. And after getting near Lin Xiangyu, he said, "Brother Xiangyu, it seems that Zheng Taijun has brought a bunch of people to block you outside the school." "Really?" Lin Xiangyu was slightly surprised. It had been a long time since the last incident, and he thought Zheng Taijun had given up on causing him trouble. Zhang Xiaoying, upon hearing Zhu Ginxiak's words, displayed a shocked and worried expression and immediately took out her phone to call Zheng Taijun. At this moment, Zhu Ginxiak continued, "Brother Xiangyu, there are too many of them. A wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. You should report it to the police." Report it? Reporting something like this wouldn't be very useful, as they hadn't started fighting yet. Without any actual crime committed, the police could only advise them to disperse. It wouldn't be of much use. If this matter wasn't resolved thoroughly, the other party would always find an opportunity to strike. If they ambushed him one day, it would be better to solve the problem head-on today. Moreover, with so many students from school watching, even for the sake of astonishment points, Lin Xiangyu would choose to confront the issue directly. Thinking of this, Lin Xiangyu said, "Thanks, Zhu Ginxiak, but I won't report it. I'll handle this myself." Upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's words, Zhu Ginxiak quickly advised, "Brother Xiangyu, I know you can fight, but the people they brought aren't students, they're gang members. And one of them is a retired professional fighter. If you go out like this, you're definitely going to get hurt." During this time, Zhang Xiaoying had been trying to call Zheng Taijun, but she couldn't get through. "It doesn't matter whether he's a retired professional fighter or not. It doesn't matter. If I can't deal with him, all those years of being a vet would be for nothing. Just watch and see," Lin Xiangyu said, continuing to walk towards the school gate. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoying quickly reached out and grabbed Lin Xiangyu's arm. Lin Xiangyu turned to look at Zhang Xiaoying, who immediately said, "Xiangyu, don't go out yet. Wait for me to make a call first. Let me handle this." "It's fine, Xiaoying, you have to believe that your man can handle this," Lin Xiangyu said, continuing to walk towards the school gate. In front of Lin Xiangyu, Zhang Xiaoying could only act like a little woman. She couldn't persuade Lin Xiangyu, so she could only follow behind him while searching for the number she wanted to call in her contacts. Once Lin Xiangyu stepped out of the school gate, he instantly felt a bit of regret. What kind of retired fighter was Zhu Ginxiak talking about? What combat sport was he from? He looked as solid as an old bull, standing nearly 6 feet tall and weighing about 250 or 260 pounds. If he got hit by one of his punches, wouldn't he be knocked out cold? As soon as the opposing group saw Lin Xiangyu, they immediately surrounded him. Chapter 93. The standoff Zheng Taijun walked to the front of the group and said to Lin Xiangyu, "You little brat, do you still dare to deceive my sister? Today, I will make you a cripple." Zhang Xiaoying, who had not yet connected the call, saw Zheng Taijun surrounding Lin Xiangyu and immediately spread her arms to block in front of him, saying, "Zheng Taijun, quickly tell your people to back off." "Xiaoying, why are you so foolish? This guy is clearly playing both sides, and he publicly humiliated you last time. Why are you still protecting him?" Zheng Taijun was somewhat speechless at Zhang Xiaoying's words. "My business is none of your concern," Zhang Xiaoying replied. Hearing this, Zheng Taijun didn't want to argue with Zhang Xiaoying anymore. He turned to Lin Xiangyu with a disdainful tone and said, "Lin Xiangyu, if you are a man, then don't hide behind a woman." Lin Xiangyu had no intention of hiding. He was just contemplating what strategy to use when the fight broke out. Just as he was about to step in front of Zhang Xiaoying, the call she made finally connected. On the phone, a middle-aged man's voice came through. "Xiaoying, what's the matter?" Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Xiaoying's tense expression relaxed slightly, and she immediately said, "Uncle Quan, I've encountered some trouble at school. Can you come help me?" Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoying address the person on the phone as Uncle Quan, Zheng Taijun's expression visibly panicked. Fearing that Zhang Xiaoying would reveal his identity, he directly tried to snatch the phone from her hand. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu quickly pulled Zhang Xiaoying behind him and kicked Zheng Taijun in the stomach, sending him stumbling back 2 steps and nearly falling to the ground. Zheng Taijun knew that once Zhang Xiaoying's person arrived, he wouldn't be able to touch Lin Xiangyu today. He didn't call people to deal with Lin Xiangyu solely for Zhang Xiaoying's sake. He was more concerned about regaining his lost face. Ever since Lin Xiangyu publicly humiliated him last time, he had lost all authority in school and even in class. Although those people still seemed a bit afraid of him on the surface, he knew they no longer took him seriously. The reason for the current large crowd was that he had leaked information early this afternoon, saying he would deal with Lin Xiangyu after school, which attracted more onlookers. After all, not everyone was interested in the romantic entanglements of the school beauty and her boyfriend. But when someone was going to beat up the school beauty's boyfriend at the school gate, that was something different. Unable to tolerate being slapped in the face, Zheng Taijun, after being kicked by Lin Xiangyu, completely gave up and decided to fight regardless of the consequences. He shouted, "Shiba, you still dare to move? Beat this kid to death." As soon as Zheng Taijun's words fell, the group charged forward without any regard for martial ethics. Lin Xiangyu, worried that the fight would affect Zhang Xiaoying, hurriedly yelled at Zhu against beside him, "Take Zhang Xiaoying inside the school." After saying that, he charged toward the group. Lin Xiangyu knew very well that once surrounded by many people, he wouldn't stand a chance. He had to break through first and then find a way to scatter the enemies, taking them out one by one. However, coincidentally, the person blocking his path was none other than the burly black man who was stronger than an ox. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu didn't hesitate for a moment and directly used a one-time golden skill card, Master of Jeet Kune Do. He knew very well that even with the skill, "Take a nap," his own strength alone couldn't hit the black man's head. After using the Master of Jeet Kune Do card, Lin Xiangyu suddenly felt his body become light. Although it was just a golden card, one-time cards often had incredible effects. The burly black man clearly didn't regard the tall, thin student, Lin Xiangyu, as a threat. He didn't even take a fighting stance and just stood there waiting for Lin Xiangyu to approach. As Lin Xiangyu got closer to the black man, he suddenly accelerated toward him. The black man, seeing Lin Xiangyu speed up, did not attempt to dodge. Instead, he raised his fist, as big as a bowling ball, to strike Lin Xiangyu. He didn't believe Lin Xiangyu's punch would have any power, so he planned to take Lin Xiangyu's punch head-on while knocking him out, thus showcasing his prowess in front of his employer. Just as the black man thought, Lin Xiangyu's punch did not seek power, but speed. Because of this, he remained agile while attacking. Seeing the black man's fist coming, he quickly retracted his fist, sidestepped the black man's attack, and landed a punch right on the black man's face. Tikonop. You. Activated. After being hit by Lin Xiangyu, the black man fell backward as if he had been forcibly shut down, crashing heavily to the ground, his robust body even kicking up dust. Zheng Taijun contributed 100 shock points. Hooligan A contributed 100 shock points. Student B contributed 100 shock points. Passerby C contributed 100 shock points. Zhao Konghao contributed 100 shock points. Zhu Gins contributed 100 shock points. Zhang Xiaoying contributed 100 shock points. Lin Xiangyu knocked down the burly retired fighter with one punch, shocking everyone present. The shock points surged to over 60,000. This exaggerated number indicated that over 600 people had witnessed this scene. The shock points didn't stop there. As people continued to discuss in astonishment, they kept increasing. Moreover, many were recording videos on their phones, And once these videos were uploaded online, it was unimaginable how many shock points would be gained. The duration of Master of Jeet Kune Do was only 10 minutes, and the black man's downtime was only 3 minutes. So Lin Xiangyu had to race against time to quickly deal with the remaining group. Before taking action, Lin Xiangyu had already planned that. With a boost from Master of Jeet Kune Do, it would be a piece of cake to handle this group of small-time thugs. Therefore, as long as he could hit the black man's head, victory was guaranteed. After knocking down the black man, Lin Xiangyu plunged into the crowd, throwing punches and kicks at the remaining thugs, like a fierce tiger among sheep. In no time, he took down most of them. The onlookers were stunned to see Lin Xiangyu wreaking havoc among the crowd, contributing shock points like crazy. Even the opposing side was contributing shock points to him. For a moment, the remaining thugs looked at each other, and no one dared to charge forward again. At this moment, Lin Xiangyu also temporarily stopped, not continuing to punch and kick the remaining thugs. He quickly walked to the back of the black man, clenched his fist, got into position, and began counting. 5, 4, 3, 2. Chapter 94. Zhang Xiaoying's uncle. At the moment Lin Xiangyu counted to 1, the burly man opened his eyes. The onlookers were shocked to see Lin Xiangyu could actually predict when the man would wake up, contributing another wave of shock value to him. At this point, Lin Xiangyu's shock value had already exceeded 100,000, and the system prompted him that he could upgrade again. However, seeing the option to upgrade, Lin Xiangyu did not choose to do so immediately. He was worried that he might need the shock value for a lottery draw after the fight, and upgrading might leave him with none. As the burly man opened his eyes and shook his head, feeling no significant injuries, he prepared to stand up. But Lin Xiangyu, who had already positioned himself behind him, threw a punch at the man's head. Bang! With a muffled sound, the just awakened burly man felt his vision go dark and instantly collapsed again. The shock this punch brought to the onlookers was no less than the first one. Onlookers contributed shock value XXX. Gu Genshue was stunned by this scene, unable to help but think, why did Lin Xiangyu let me bully him for so long if he was this strong? He couldn't understand why such a powerful fighter like Lin Xiangyu had not resisted before. Zhang Taijun was already starting to feel afraid, and the group of little brothers didn't need to be mentioned. The lead thug had been knocked down twice with just 2 punches, and the second time was timed perfectly. It required such precise control of strength. More importantly, this group of little brothers had seen how fierce the burly man was in fights, taking on a group of people with ease, even fiercer than anything in movies. This made them even more terrified of Lin Xiangyu, with some even trembling in their legs. Lin Xiangyu knew that although this group had not attacked him yet, once the burly man woke up, they would surely come after him again. So, he had to strike first. At this moment, as Lin Xiangyu dealt heavy blows to the little brothers who dared not approach, a few individuals among the onlookers began to criticize Lin Xiangyu's actions, standing there and speaking without feeling any pain. What was even more infuriating was that some who had not held such views before joined in after hearing others criticize Lin Xiangyu. Hearing those voices, Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but lament that so many people in society had lost their ability to think independently, which was truly sad. He did not respond to the criticisms from the onlookers, only increasing the force of his attacks on the little brothers. Finally, before the burly man woke up again, Lin Xiangyu had taken care of all of his little brothers. He let out a light sigh and quickly ran towards Zhang Taijun. The burly man would wake up soon, and he couldn't afford to slow down. He had to race against time. Seeing Lin Xiangyu charging at him with a fierce expression, Zhang Taijun was almost scared to the point of wetting himself. If it weren't for his legs going weak, he would have chosen to flee regardless of his pride. Lin Xiangyu reached Zhang Taijun and kicked him in the head with a high whip kick, knocking him down as he covered his head. Looking at Zhang Taijun sitting on the ground, his face trembling in fear and scooting back on his butt, Lin Xiangyu showed no mercy and landed 2 kicks to his face, instantly causing blood to spurt from his nose as he lay on the ground. Just as Lin Xiangyu was about to continue his assault, a voice came from behind him. "You little brat, you're quite something, huh?" Lin Xiangyu turned around and saw the burly man had woken up. Because he had been interrupted by the voices of the onlookers, Lin Xiangyu couldn't accurately track the burly man's wake-up time. He should have attacked him while he was still unconscious. Lin Xiangyu felt a pang of regret. He had already used the sleep for a while. Ability twice. If he used it again, he would lose his combat effectiveness. But if he didn't use it, he might not be able to handle the burly man. At that moment, Lin Xiangyu remembered the system's recent prompt and prepared to check it, only to find that the system was upgrading and he couldn't use any functions. Lin Xiangyu felt speechless. He clearly hadn't issued an upgrade command to the system. Could it be that the system was going to mess with him again? Meanwhile, the burly man had already stood up, shook his neck, and spoke in a booming voice. I clearly haven't sustained any serious injuries, yet you've knocked me out twice in a row. How did you do that? Lin Xiangyu took a deep breath, feigning the demeanor of a sage, and said, Since you are sincerely asking, I will generously tell you. The burly man, who had been ready to fight Lin Xiangyu, stopped his movements upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's words and prepared to listen seriously. Seeing that the burly man actually believed him, Lin Xiangyu felt a bit relieved. He was just stalling for time until the system's upgrade was completed. Have you ever heard of Qi? Lin Xiangyu raised a finger and squinted his eyes as he spoke. Qi, the burly man repeated in surprise and shook his head, replying no. Oh. Seeing that he had piqued the burly man's interest, Lin Xiangyu deliberately slowed down his speech, not knowing what to say next. Then, have you heard of it? Hearing Lin Xiangyu speak so slowly, the burly man grew anxious and exclaimed loudly, Forget it. Whatever Qi it is, let's just fight first. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu thought to himself, This is bad. I didn't expect this burly man to be so impatient. At that moment, a black Hyundai Equus pulled up at the school entrance. The burly man immediately stopped in place upon seeing the car. This was the exclusive vehicle of the senior members of the 9-star gang in H country. And as a mid-level member of the gang, the burly man naturally felt a sense of awe upon seeing this car. No matter what the big boss in the car was here for, he had to behave himself for now. The car door slowly opened, and a middle-aged man in a high-end business suit stepped out, holding a phone to his ear and looking towards the school gate. Chapter 95. The background of Zheng Xiaoying Uncle Quan. I'm here. Zheng Xiaoying walked out from the school gate with a smile on her face, holding a phone. Gugan Shua, who was originally assigned by Lin Xiangyu to watch over Zheng Xiaoying, dare not stop her after sensing the presence of the middle-aged man. Xiaoying, are you okay? The middle-aged man, seeing that Zheng Xiaoying was fine, still asked out of concern. Zheng Xiaoying sweetly smiled and replied, I'm fine, Uncle Quan. That's good, that's good. The middle-aged man smiled twice before looking towards the nearby scene. As a high-ranking member of a gang, he could easily tell what had just happened here. When his gaze fell on the face of the burly man immediately bent down respectfully and bowed to the middle-aged man. Uncle Quan, they bullied my. Zheng Xiaoying paused before continuing, my friend. That's enough, Xiaoying. Leave it to Uncle to handle. The middle-aged man said, stepping in front of the burly man and asking, You know me, right? I know, I've seen you. The burly man nodded and bowed, looking like a dog wagging its tail. From the Jiuxing gang? The middle-aged man asked with a slight frown. Yes, Master Quan. The burly man kept his head down while speaking to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man said sternly, Lift your head. As soon as he spoke, the air around seemed to chill. The burly man felt a tightening in his chest, swallowed hard, and lifted his head. Slap! A loud slap landed on the burly man's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. Slap! 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 The sound of slaps continued as the middle-aged man delivered a series of blows to the burly man's face. The burly man's face swelled up, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he did not attempt to block or dodge even once. He knew that doing so would only result in a worse fate. The middle-aged man seemed satisfied with the burly man's performance. After a few more slaps, he turned to Zheng Xiaoying and asked, Xiaoying, are you sure you can handle it now? Yes, Uncle Quan. Zheng Xiaoying nodded and then walked up beside the middle-aged man, saying, Uncle Quan, there's another person I want to deal with myself. Which one? The middle-aged man inquired while glancing at Lin Xiangyu. The look in his eyes sent a chill down Lin Xiangyu's back. That gaze was definitely not that of an ordinary person. This guy has killed before. This was Lin Xiangyu's instinctive thought as he felt the middle-aged man's scrutiny. Not him, Uncle Quan. Zheng Xiaoying replied, pointing at Zheng Taijun, who had already stood up nearby. It's this guy. The moment the middle-aged man's gaze shifted to Zheng Taijun, he trembled in fear. The middle-aged man did not strike Zheng Taijun, but merely stood there watching him. He said to Zheng Xiaoying, go ahead and do what you want. Okay, Wan. Zheng Xiaoying responded and walked towards Zheng Taijun. Under the cold gaze of the middle-aged man, Zheng Taijun did not dare to move. He looked at the approaching Zheng Xiaoying with pleading eyes and stammered, Xiaoying, brother knows he was wrong you. Slap. Zheng Xiaoying responded with a forceful slap. I'll warn you one last time, my affairs are none of your business. If you meddle again, I'll have to let Uncle Quan handle you. Zheng Xiaoying said coldly. Hearing this, Zheng Taijun felt as if a great weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He nodded and said to Zheng Xiaoying, okay, Xiaoying, I promise I won't interfere in your matters again. Get lost, I don't want to see you. Zheng Xiaoying said, turning her face away and refusing to look at Zheng Taijun any longer. I'm leaving. Although Zheng Taijun kept saying he was leaving, he did not actually move. Instead, looking towards the middle-aged man standing behind Zheng Xiaoying. When he saw the middle-aged man slightly shift his gaze, indicating consent, he hurriedly squeezed into the crowd. Today, he had completely embarrassed himself and would probably find it even harder to fit in at school in the future. After Zheng Taijun left, the middle-aged man approached Zheng Xiaoying and asked, Xiaoying, what do you plan to do with the rest of these people? As long as they don't cause trouble for our school-less students in the future, that's enough. Zheng Xiaoying did not want to reveal her relationship with Lin Xiangyu, because once the middle-aged man knew, it would mean her father would find out too. She didn't want her father to know about her and Lin Xiangyu yet, so she could only say this. After listening to Zheng Xiaoying, the middle-aged man walked in front of the burly man and asked, did you hear that clearly? Since being slapped by the middle-aged man, the burly man had not moved an inch, as if his feet were glued to the ground. Upon hearing the question, he nodded vigorously and respectfully replied, I heard clearly. Then take your men and get lost. The middle-aged man said coldly. Hearing the command, the burly man felt overjoyed and immediately said, okay, Master Quan, I'll leave right away. His expression was as if he had just received fantastic news. After saying this, he waved at his subordinates, who had all lined up to the side, and they quickly understood, hastily following the burly man out of the school. Once this matter was settled, the middle-aged man looked at Zheng Xiaoying with a smile and asked, Xiaoying, do you want Uncle to drive you home? No need. Zheng Xiaoying shook her head, glancing at Lin Xiangyu and said, I promise to have dinner with my classmates. Oh, the middle-aged man responded with curiosity, glancing at Lin Xiangyu, whom Zheng Xiaoying had just mentioned. Then, the middle-aged man said, then I'll leave first. If you need anything, just call me. Okay, Wang, good bia. Zheng Xiaoying waved to the middle-aged man. After he left, the surrounding students began to discuss Zheng Xiaoying's background. When a middle-aged man was there, they had been too intimidated by his powerful aura to speak. Even Lin Xiangyu felt a hint of fear towards the middle-aged man because the aura he exuded was definitely not that of a mere brawl. The shock Zheng Xiaoying brought to the onlooking students was even greater than that of Lin Xiangyu. As the saying goes, are you strong? What good is being strong? In the world, power speaks. It was believed that starting tomorrow, no one in this school would dare to discuss Zheng Xiaoying in front of her anymore. At that moment, Han Yinshi was also among the crowd of onlookers, but she did not intervene in the matter. She had been waiting for the bus at the bus stop when classmates informed her that something had happened to Lin Xiangyu at the school gate, prompting her to rush back. By the time she arrived at the school gate, the middle-aged man was already present, and the situation had calmed down. Under the powerful aura of the middle-aged man, she did not dare to rush out from the crowd to find Lin Xiangyu. Of course, this was not solely due to fear. It was also because she did not want to cause trouble for Lin Xiangyu. However, at this moment, after realizing the powerful background of Zheng Xiaoying, she had to reassess her final chances of winning. Moreover, Lin Xiangyu mentioned another person, and she still didn't know who that was. What she didn't know was that the other person Lin Xiangyu was talking about was also present at the scene. Chapter 96 Scene Recreation. Unlike Han Yinshi, who arrived halfway through, Xin Yingyi was already among the onlookers when the conflict first started. However, fearing that students might discover her relationship with Lin Xiangyu, she chose not to intervene directly to mediate the conflict. Of course, she wasn't a fool. She knew that as a teacher, her words wouldn't be heeded in such situations. Even the principal only dared to watch from the sidelines. Nevertheless, Lin Xiangyu did not completely abandon Lin Xiangyu. She called the police as soon as the conflict broke out. However, by the time the conflict ended, the security personnel had not arrived. Just as Lin Xiangyu thought it was over and was preparing to leave, her phone rang. It was the security personnel calling. After she answered and informed them that the situation had ended, they did not inquire about any details regarding the incident. Instead, they rudely warned her that their police force was limited and told her not to randomly call the police unless it was necessary, before hastily hanging up. Lin Xiangyu was somewhat speechless about this, but only a little. Coming from a lower-class background in each country, she was not particularly surprised by such things. After the conflict subsided, Lin Xiangyu quietly left. Lin Xiangyu went to a nearby tteokbokki restaurant with Zhang Suyang to eat the spicy tteokbokki that Zhang Suyang highly recommended. As soon as the spicy tteokbokki was served, Zhang Suyang's eyes lit up with excitement. Lin Xiangyu, however, was not particularly interested in the spicy tteokbokki, but was quite curious about the middle-aged man's identity. Suyang. After taking a bite of the spicy tteokbokki, Lin Xiangyu pretended to be indifferent and called out. Zhang Suyang, who was about to bring the tteokbokki to her mouth with her chopsticks, paused her action upon hearing Lin Xiangyu and looked up at him. Zhang Suyang smiled, her eyes filled with inquiry. After thinking about how to ask, Lin Xiangyu said, Suyang, what does Uncle Quan do for a living? I don't know what Uncle Quan does, Zhang Suyang answered truthfully, then blinked her big eyes and asked, Is something wrong? It's nothing. I just want to know more about you, Lin Xiangyu replied, revealing a bright smile. Hearing that Lin Xiangyu wanted to know more about her made Zhang Suyang instantly happy, and she began to share openly, Well, I only know that Uncle Quan is my dad's friend, and my dad asked him to take care of me and to contact him if I encounter any problems. Oh. After hearing this answer from Zhang Suyang, Lin Xiangyu became curious about her father. I don't mean anything by it. I'm just a bit curious why your dad doesn't want you to contact him if you run into trouble, Lin Xiangyu asked seriously. Zhang Suyang took a sip of her grapefruit-flavored sparkling drink and continued, My dad is very busy with work. He doesn't even come home. When we do meet, it's usually different uncles who take me and my mom to different places to see him. After listening to Zhang Suyang's answer, Lin Xiangyu realized that her father's identity was definitely not simple. He had two main guesses about Zhang Suyang's father's identity. One was that he was a gang leader with many enemies who didn't want to involve his wife and daughter. The other was that he had a more special identity, possibly an undercover agent. Although based on the conversation between the middle-aged man and the strong man, it seemed very likely that Zhang Suyang's father was a gang leader. Lin Xiangyu did not want to speculate further about his specific identity. Lin Xiangyu did not continue to ask Zhang Suyang any more questions. After finishing the spicy tteokbokki, he took a taxi to send Zhang Suyang home. When they arrived at the entrance of Zhang Suyang's apartment complex, a girl from her class was waiting for her there. This girl was specially called by Zhang Suyang to successfully deceive her mother. She had just used the excuse of staying at a classmate's house the night before to bring this girl over to prevent her mother from becoming suspicious. After agreeing to meet at the Pleasure Motel that evening, Zhang Suyang led the girl into the apartment complex. Lin Xiangyu chose to take a taxi directly to the Pleasure Motel to book a room, fearing that if he arrived late, room 306 would be taken. In the taxi, Lin Xiangyu sent a message to Min Eunjing to ask for leave. Min Eunjing did not say much, only reminding Lin Xiangyu to pay attention to safety. After all, Lin Xiangyu was a boy, and boys generally wouldn't suffer outside as long as they were careful not to fall into traps or catch diseases. Safety concerns involve everyone. Soon, the taxi stopped in front of the Pleasure Motel. After getting out of the car, Lin Xiangyu immediately went to the front desk to inquire if room 306 was still available, and fortunately, he received a positive answer. Since he had just used the room with Han Yinshi that afternoon, those who had booked in advance were assigned to other rooms. After checking into the room, Lin Xiangyu took the room card and went upstairs to wait for Zhang Suyang to arrive. Upon reaching the room, Lin Xiangyu first sent the motel address and room number to Zhang Suyang, then took a comfortable shower. After showering, Lin Xiangyu lay on the bed and suddenly had a mischievous idea. This idea brought a wicked smile to his face and he immediately got out of bed, pulled the curtains shut, removed the room card, and recreated the pitch-black scene just like the last time at the Love Motel. Chapter 97. Upgrade complete. Zhang Xiaoying took her female classmate home, and the leave request tactic proved effective. With a few sweet annies from her classmate, Zhang Xiaoying's mother easily agreed. After leaving home, Zhang Xiaoying hailed a cab to drop her classmate off first before heading to the motel location Lin Xiangyu had sent her. Since Lin Xiangyu had already informed Zhang Xiaoying to wait for her in the room, she didn't contact him upon arrival and went straight through the front desk towards the elevator. This kind of situation was quite common for the motel front desk, and even though the female receptionist was new, she didn't question Zhang Xiaoying. The motel owner had already instructed her to turn a blind to everything except for damages to the room facilities. Zhang Xiaoying smoothly entered the elevator and went up to the third floor. Upon reaching the third floor, she followed the room number signs towards the direction of rooms 301 to 310. When she arrived at room 306, she found the door unlocked, but instead of going in directly, she hesitated and called out, "Xiangyu, are you inside?" "I'm inside." "The door's unlocked. Just come in." Xiaoying. Lin Xiangyu's voice came from inside the room. Hearing his voice, Zhang Xiaoying felt brave enough to step inside. Even so, when she opened the door and saw the darkness within, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Just as she stepped into the room, Lin Xiangyu, who had been hiding behind the door, suddenly grabbed her legs and hoisted her onto his shoulder. Zhang Xiaoying was startled by this unexpected action and instinctively asked, "Xiangyu, is it you?" "Yes, it's me," Lin Xiangyu replied. After answering, he quickly used his foot to close the door. Then he took his phone out of his pocket. "Play some music. Let them experience the power of Eastern rap." "What are you doing?" she asked. "Singing. Your childhood, my childhood seems to be the same. Little shoulders, big backpacks, off to school." An hour later, Lin Xiangyu was lying in bed with Zhang Xiaoying in his arms. Zhang Xiaoying's face was flushed, the warmth from earlier still lingering, and her breathing was uneven. As she was trying to catch her breath, she noticed Lin Xiangyu's movements, her eyes widening in shock as she exclaimed, "Wasn't that just?" Lin Xiangyu wore a mischievous smile and didn't respond to her question. After all, Zhang Xiaoying wasn't Asian, and Lin Xiangyu didn't want to push her too hard. After they finished, he held her close, and they both drifted off to sleep. After a night of battling, Lin Xiangyu slept soundly, and when he woke up, he found Zhang Xiaoying already dressed and sitting beside him waiting. It seemed that morning exercise would not happen. Seeing Lin Xiangyu open his eyes, Zhang Xiaoying said, "Get up and have breakfast." While Lin Xiangyu was sleeping, Zhang Xiaoying had dragged his tired body out of bed to buy him breakfast. Lin Xiangyu, upon hearing this, squinted and sat up. Noticing that he wasn't planning to go back to sleep, Zhang Xiaoying stood up and drew the curtains. As the curtains opened, sunlight streamed through the window and bathed Lin Xiangyu in warmth, making him feel very happy. Lin Xiangyu stretched, yawned, and put on his shoes to wash up. After washing up, he walked over to Zhang Xiaoying, cupped her face, and gave her a good morning kiss. After the kiss, they sat across from each other and began to eat breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Lin Xiangyu got dressed, and together with Zhang Xiaoying, they went to the front desk to check out. By this time, it was almost shift change, so the front desk had both the female receptionist from last night and the one who had been there when Lin Xiangyu and Han Yinshi arrived the previous afternoon. Because of Lin Xiangyu and Han Yinshi's outstanding looks, the female receptionist had watched them for a while, feeling a bit envious of Han Yinshi for having such a handsome boyfriend, so she immediately recognized Lin Xiangyu. As the system was undergoing an upgrade, Lin Xiangyu did not receive any shock value from the female receptionist. However, even so, he could tell from her wide eyes that he had been recognized. Fortunately, the two receptionists had not yet switched shifts, and the one checking Lin Xiangyu out was the one from last night, who was just sitting nearby. So Zhang Xiaoying completely overlooked this detail. After checking out, Lin Xiangyu held Zhang Xiaoying's hand and left the motel. Upon seeing Lin Xiangyu and Zhang Xiaoying leave, the female receptionist immediately told her colleague about seeing Lin Xiangyu with Han Yinshi the previous afternoon. They exchanged thoughts and learned that Lin Xiangyu had booked room 306 both times, leading them to suspect he had some peculiar preference. Eventually, The two of them came to an astonishing decision: to keep room 306 reserved for Lin Xiangyu at all times, unless there were no other available rooms. They would not let anyone else book it. After leaving the motel, Lin Xiangyu and Zhang Xiaoying took a taxi to school. On the way to school, Lin Xiangyu's system finally completed its upgrade. Chapter 98. Li Yizhen returns to class. System upgrade completed, consuming 100,000 shock points. Current shock value system version 2.0. New features in version 2.0.1. Base card function can store 10 disposable item cards or skill cards that have been drawn as base cards. Base cards can be recharged by consuming shock points. Base cards with 0 recharge counts can be replaced at any time. The shock points required for recharging depend on the card grade. Diamond card, 5,000 shock points. Mastercard, 10,000 shock points. King card, 20,000 shock points. Mystery card, 100,000 shock points. 2. Break limiters. Shock points can be used to increase physical limits. Increasing limits will not enhance immediate combat power, but can be raised to the limit through exercise or other cards. Each 10,000 shock points can increase physical limits by 1. In simple terms, it means to lift human limitations to a certain extent. After reading about the new features from the system upgrade, Lin Xiangyu felt a bit excited. First, the ability to store those powerful disposable cards as base cards and recharge them. With this feature, he would no longer hesitate to easily use those disposable cards. Although the shock points required for recharging are quite high, Lin Xiangyu believes it is worth it, as it is essentially a designated card rather than randomly drawn through a lottery wheel. For example, the card he currently possesses, Turn the Tide. Theoretically, as long as he has a continuous supply of shock points, he would be invincible. Yes, it's that exaggerated. Secondly, the second feature, Breaking Limiters, doesn't need much explanation. Anyone who has seen One Punch Man knows what it means to lift limiters. Although it is a partial lift, theoretically, as long as he has a continuous supply of shock points, he could eventually surpass Saitama. Yes, it's that absurd. Of course, it is still unknown how much increasing the physical limit by 1 can enhance him. After checking the system features, Lin Xiangyu immediately looked at his remaining shock points and found that he only had a few hundred left. He quickly realized what had happened. The system must have upgraded itself right after his shock points exceeded 100,000, which meant he missed out on several thousand shock points from that grand event. Moreover, such a large-scale event is hard to come by. Jiang Donghu contributed 36 shock points. Zhang Haiyou contributed 52 shock points. Alumni X contributed 100 shock points. Fortunately, the events from yesterday were significant enough that people are still contributing shock points to Lin Xiangyu. It seems that after arriving at school, some people began discussing the matter again. The one who contributed 100 shock points likely didn't see it yesterday. Before long, a taxi arrived at Lin Xiangyu's school and stopped at the entrance. Nearby students saw Lin Xiangyu and Zhang Xiaoying getting out of a taxi and began contributing shock points again. The sight of a lone man and a woman getting out of a taxi early in the morning speaks for itself. Although it may not be as effective as yesterday, it should still yield some results. Zhang Xiaoying's face radiated with a happy smile. She has now become accustomed to being watched by others in school, and instead of feeling deterred, she directly linked her arm with Lin Xiangyu's. She knew this would surely reach Han Yinqi's ears. Lin Xiangyu felt no discomfort with Zhang Xiaoying's gesture. He treats the 3 women in his life equally. No matter who makes any intimate moves towards him, he would not refuse, but he wouldn't take the initiative in front of others. In short, he follows the principle of not initiating, not refusing, and not being responsible, or the 3 no principles. Zhang Xiaoying walked arm in arm with Lin Xiangyu all the way from the school entrance to the classroom. Along the way, countless students in the school were watching them, but due to the deterrent effect of the middle-aged man from yesterday, they dared not discuss her in person. The journey from a school entrance to the classroom allowed Lin Xiangyu to successfully accumulate over 5,000 shock points. Once seated, Lin Xiangyu did not hesitate and directly chose to pay 3,000 shock points for a lottery draw. He currently has 2 few cards. The only ones he can use are I Really Need to Control You and Turn the Tide, but recharging one requires 10,000 points and the other 20,000. Therefore, spending 3,000 shock points to try his luck for other cards is definitely not a loss for Lin Xiangyu. You might make a small profit, but I will never lose. As the 3,000 shock points were spent, the pointer on the lottery wheel in his mind began to spin rapidly. After a while, the pointer finally stopped in the diamond reward area. It seems that good luck won't always be on his side. Diamond skill card, 1,000-pound weight. Skill effect. After use, the body weighs 1,000 pounds for 5 seconds, with a maximum of 3 uses per day and a cooldown of 5 minutes. After reading the skill effect, Lin Xiangyu thought the skill was pretty good. It might have miraculous effects at critical moments. For example, after hitting the opponent, using this skill while pressing down on them would undoubtedly cause them to lose their combat ability instantly. However, the position of the press needs to be carefully considered to avoid directly crushing someone. Although this skill can only be used 3 times a day, it does not consume stamina. Similarly, this skill is not as flexible as take a nap. Take a nap. Can be activated when hitting the opponent's head, which means this skill cannot be wasted, and each use will definitely stun the opponent, regardless of their strength. If it's a one-on-one situation, being stunned for 3 minutes would already be enough to die 100 or 80 times. After the lottery draw, Lin Xiangyu began to idly play with Zhang Xiuying's hair. Ever since Zhang Xiuying changed seats with Lin Xiangyu's former deskmate, she hasn't switched back. While Lin Xiangyu was twirling Zhang Xiuying's shiny black long hair around his fingers, Li Yizhen walked into the classroom. Seeing Lin Xiangyu in the classroom, Li Yizhen's face instantly turned bright red. Before coming to school today, she had been thinking about what would happen when they met, and she had done a lot of psychological preparation. But when she actually saw Lin Xiangyu, all that preparation was of no use. She felt extremely embarrassed, especially seeing Lin Xiangyu and Zhang Xiuying showing affection, which made her feel utterly humiliated. Similarly, Zhang Xiuying and Lin Xiangyu felt a bit awkward upon seeing Li Yizhen. Compared to seeing Han Yanxi, seeing Li Yizhen made Zhang Xiuying feel more awkward because Lin Xiangyu had accompanied Li Yizhen for her sake. Although she hadn't asked Lin Xiangyu what happened that night, she could roughly guess. Lin Xiangyu felt the same. If he had to say who made him feel the most awkward right now, it would undoubtedly be Li Yizhen. The 3 of them exchanged glances for just a moment before looking in different directions. Just as Lin Xiangyu shifted his gaze elsewhere, his phone suddenly beeped. Hearing the message notification, Lin Xiangyu took out his phone and looked down to check. On his phone was a message from Shunning AI, which read, "Xiangyu, I don't have class during the first period today. Can you skip class and come to the office to see me?" In the office, after sending the message, Shunning AI wore a complex expression. As a teacher, she knew it was wrong to ask her student to skip class to keep her company, but she couldn't help it. After seeing Lin Xiangyu, Han Yanxi, and Zhang Xiuying showing off their affection at school yesterday, she desperately wanted Lin Xiangyu to spend some time with her. To this end, she even broke her initial rule that Lin Xiangyu should not misbehave on school grounds. When Lin Xiangyu received Shun Ing AI's message, a smile immediately appeared on his face. He clearly understood that Shun Ing AI sending this message meant that from now on, their battlefield was no longer limited to outside the school. After reading Shun Ing AI's message, Lin Xiangyu didn't rush over immediately. Instead, he replied to her message under the table. Although he wasn't afraid of Zhang Xiuying seeing him, it was unnecessary to let her see if he could avoid it. Should I come over now, or wait until class starts? After sending the message, he quickly received a reply from Shunning AI. Now, Chapter 99, Teacher Shun, could you please? Seeing the message from Shunning AI, Lin Xiangyu felt a bit surprised. If he went at this time, he would definitely be seen by other students and teachers. He didn't expect Shunning AI to suddenly become so bold. However, since Shunning AI wasn't afraid, he naturally wouldn't back down. Although going to the motel with Shunning AI felt great, it definitely couldn't compare to being in her office. Perhaps that's the feeling of atmosphere. Xiuying, I'm stepping out for a bit. Lin Xiangyu said this to Zhang Xiuying, who was sitting in front of him, and without waiting for her response, he stood up and walked out of the classroom. Zhang Xiuying had just felt awkward because of Li Yizhen's arrival, and she was a bit slow to react. By the time she realized and wanted to reply to Lin Xiangyu, he had already left the classroom. Li Yizhen saw Lin Xiangyu walking out of the classroom and thought he was leaving because he didn't want to see her. For some reason, at that moment, she felt a bit uncomfortable. Similarly, Zhang Xiaoying also felt uneasy, thinking that Lin Xiangyu left because he saw Li Yizhen. Remembering how much Lin Xiangyu had endured for her, she felt very guilty towards him. It seemed that she could only slowly make it up to Xiangyu later, Zhang Xiaoying thought to herself. Lin Xiangyu, who was already in the hallway, didn't realize that his casual action had tugged at the hearts of two girls in the class. At this moment, he was filled with joy, walking briskly towards Shen Yingai's office. After sending the earlier message, Shen Yingai's heart suddenly became tense, filled with a mix of excitement, shyness, and other complex emotions. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden sound of knocking startled Shen Yingai, making her heart skip a beat, and her heartbeat quickened. Shen Yingai took a deep breath, swallowed, stood up from her office chair, and quickly walked to the door to open it for Lin Xiangyu. Upon opening the door and seeing Lin Xiangyu, her heart raced wildly. After a moment's pause, she quickly stepped aside to let Lin Xiangyu in. After Shen Yingai moved aside, Lin Xiangyu stepped into the office without hesitation. Then, he turned back to close the office door. Seeing Shen Yingai lock the office door, Lin Xiangyu's boldness and playful spirit were instantly stirred. As soon as Shen Yingai turned back, Lin Xiangyu pressed her against the office door. His large hand slammed against the door with a bang. Hearing this sound, Shen Yingai's heart raced, and the intertwining of various emotions created a strange feeling inside her. Leaning against the door, Shen Yingai saw Lin Xiangyu advancing step by step, her head bowed, pressing her beautiful back tightly against the door. Feeling the hot breath from Lin Xiangyu's nose, Shen Yingai flusteredly turned her already flushed face to the side. This movement slightly raised her neck, revealing her beautifully contoured profile and slender, fair neck, with a few strands of hair falling messily, adding to her charm. Xiangyu, what do you want to do? Shen Yingai asked softly. Seeing Shen Yingai like this, Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but smirk. He didn't answer her question, but instead asked back. Teacher Shen, didn't you call me to your office? I wanted to ask you, what do you want me to do? How do you want me to do it? Hearing Lin Xiangyu call her teacher Shen, Shen Yingai immediately felt an immense discomfort in her heart. But this was clearly the way they had decided to address each other after spending a day battling at the motel last time. At school, she would be called Teacher Shen, while outside of school, she would be called Yingai Jie. During dance rehearsals, she would generally be called Yingai, and at the last moment, she would be called Teacher Yingai loudly. After biting her lip and thinking for a moment, Shen Yingai said, Xiangyu, from now on, no matter where we are, please don't call me Teacher Shen, okay? Lin Xiangyu was a bit surprised upon hearing this. This was clearly something they had just discussed last Saturday, and she had overturned it today. However, Lin Xiangyu had no objections to this. On the contrary, he didn't like calling her Teacher Shen. He preferred calling her Yingai Jie when they rehearsed dance together, especially when he shouted Teacher Shen at the last moment. Okay, Yingai Jie. As long as it's something you want me to do, no matter what it is, I will do it as you request, Lin Xiangyu said seriously. Hearing Lin Xiangyu change her title from Teacher Shen to Yingai Jie, Shen Yingai felt a little relieved. Seeing Shen Yingai's expression soften, Lin Xiangyu asked again, Yingai Jie, why did you call me to the office? Class is about to start. Xiangyu, can you skip this class? Shen Yingai looked up, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Lin Xiangyu. Lin Xiangyu pretended to be shocked and said, I'm still a student. If I don't go to class, what should I do? The expression Lin Xiangyu had when he said this made it hard to miss the underlying meaning in his words. As someone who could be a teacher, Shen Yingai naturally picked up on it. Xiangyu, as long as you use this class time to keep me company, then you can do whatever you want with me. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu hurriedly grabbed Shen Yingai's arms with both hands and pulled her up. This wasn't what he wanted. He just wanted to tease Shen Yingai, not wanting to see her force herself to do such things just to take a bit of time to accompany her. Yingai, you don't have to force yourself to do this. I'm not going anywhere during this class. I'll stay here with you. I was just joking earlier. Don't take it seriously, Lin Xiangyu explained. Shen Yingai held Lin Xiangyu's long hand tightly and said with a flirtatious look, Xiangyu, the teacher isn't forcing herself. The teacher is doing this because she really misses you. Chapter 100. Li Yizhen's urgency. After hearing Lin Xiangyu's words, Shen Yingai immediately followed his instructions. Although she had previously disliked Lin Xiangyu calling her that, for some reason, she felt no annoyance at that moment. Soon after, Lin Xiangyu took his phone out of his pants pocket. Play the song. Let them experience the power of Dongwu rap. What are you doing? Sing. Your childhood and my childhood seem to be the same. Little shoulders, big backpacks, off to school. The two took a short break in the office. 1 minute after the class bell rang, they left the office together, heading to their respective classrooms, one to attend class and the other to teach. Li Yijin couldn't help but look at Lin Xiangyu when she saw him enter the classroom. It wasn't until he passed Zhang Xiaoying's seat and made eye contact with her that she quickly lowered her head and turned away. Zhang Xiaoying did not ask Lin Xiangyu what he had been doing during the last class after he returned to his seat. Because of Li Yijin's incident, she felt she had no right to ask him anything. In the blink of an eye, the class time was over, and soon it was time for the bell to ring. After class, Zhang Xiaoying, who had been holding back for an entire class, hurriedly left the classroom and headed towards the restroom, not even greeting Lin Xiangyu. Although Zhang Xiaoying had been the leader of the class before, she was inherently shy and bashful, making it difficult for her to talk to Lin Xiangyu about such things. When they were at the motel, she also went straight to the restroom without saying a word. In fact, every time she went to the bathroom, she would turn on the faucet to prevent Lin Xiangyu from hearing any sounds. After Zhang Xiaoying left, Lin Xiangyu also stood up from his seat, preparing to go to the school's supermarket to buy a bottle of water. After all, he had just exerted quite a bit of energy and needed to replenish some fluids. When Li Yijin saw Zhang Xiaoying leave, her eyes were fixed on Lin Xiangyu. When she saw him leave the classroom and hesitate for a moment, she gritted her teeth and followed him out. As she exited the classroom, Lin Xiangyu had already reached the stairway, preparing to go downstairs. Seeing this, Li Yijin quickly caught up to him. Just as Lin Xiangyu was about to exit the teaching building, Li Yijin finally caught up with him. Seeing Li Yijin panting in front of him, Lin Xiangyu was slightly taken aback, then continued walking ahead. Li Yijin saw this and jogged to catch up with Lin Xiangyu, standing in front of him. This time, Lin Xiangyu did not ignore Li Yijin. However, he also did not take the initiative to speak to her. He just stood there silently, watching her, wanting to see what she had to say. Li Yijin took a deep breath, steadied her breathing, and asked Lin Xiangyu, "Do you really dislike me that much?" "Not exactly dislike or not dislike," Lin Xiangyu replied expressionlessly. Hearing Lin Xiangyu's clear expression of dislike, Li Yijin surprisingly felt a hint of happiness in her heart. She then asked again, "Why do you always ignore me?" "Li Yijin, what's wrong with me ignoring you?" Lin Xiangyu retorted with a disdainful smile. Li Yijin was momentarily stumped by Lin Xiangyu's question. She hadn't expected him to ask that. Clearly, that night, she had given everything to Lin Xiangyu. Did that mean nothing to him? Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoying, back in the classroom and not seeing Lin Xiangyu, was preparing to go to the supermarket to buy some drinks for him. Chapter 101. The new version of the ship Lin Xiangyu. The popular figure at school during this time was stopped by another girl besides Han Yanxi and Zhang Xiaoying, immediately attracting the attention of the surrounding crowd. At the same time, some people began to contribute shock value to Lin Xiangyu due to this incident. With people contributing shock value, Lin Xiangyu naturally didn't mind spending a little more time with Li Yijin. Seeing that Li Yijin wasn't speaking, Lin Xiangyu continued to ask, "Why aren't you talking?" Upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's words, Li Yijin's face turned even redder. How could she possibly say such things in front of so many people? At this moment, some in the crowd started to cheer. There are all kinds of people, and Lin Xiangyu already had 2 campus beauty level girls by his side. Why should he pay attention to a glasses girl? Exactly. If I were Lin Xiangyu, I would ignore you too. But then again, if you really wanted to talk to me, let's pretend I never said that. Is it now fashionable to eat the same food as the campus beauties? Which woman doesn't want to taste what kind of men the campus beauties usually eat? This glasses girl is quite pretty too, Sai. What's wrong with the women in this school? Stop circling around just one man. The surrounding students exchanged words, causing Li Yijin's face to grow redder and redder. However, this time, while they were talking and watching, they didn't contribute much shock value. Even if a few occasionally contributed shock value, it was only small numbers under 10. It seemed that they had become accustomed to such minor incidents involving Lin Xiangyu and no longer found them shocking. Seeing that not many were contributing shock value, Lin Xiangyu decided not to waste any more time with Li Yizhen here. Just as he was about to leave Li Yizhen behind and go to the supermarket to buy some water, the crowd suddenly began to contribute shock value again. Li Jieyong contributed shock value 41. Li Eunji contributed shock value 52. Alumnus A contributed shock value XXX. Noticing the sudden increase in numbers and contributed values, Lin Xiangyu sensed that something else must have happened. Following the gaze of the crowd, he looked back and saw Zheng Xiuying striding towards him with a fierce expression. After yesterday's incident, the relationship between Lin Xiangyu, Han Yanxi, and Zheng Xiuying had already taken on a new version. It was now being said that Lin Xiangyu was first with Zheng Xiuying, and then Han Yanxi had swooped in to steal him away. After being publicly humiliated by Lin Xiangyu and Han Yanxi, Zheng Xiuying revealed her background, and due to her powerful connections, Lin Xiangyu chose to compromise. Moreover, someone had seen Han Yanxi watching Lin Xiangyu and Zheng Xiuying leave school together yesterday, without doing anything. Most people believe that this latest version had basically restored the full truth of the matter. The onlookers saw Zheng Xiuying's furious face and thought she was going to confront Lin Xiangyu. However, Zheng Xiuying chose to bypass Lin Xiangyu and walk directly in front of Li Yizhen, sternly questioning, "Is this your apology from yesterday? This is how you apologize?" Before Li Yizhen could answer, Zheng Xiuying raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to her face. Smack! With this loud slap, the onlookers began contributing shock value to Lin Xiangyu once again. Chapter 102, Is It a Coincidence? Zheng Xiuying's action shocked not only the onlookers, but also Lin Xiangyu and Li Yizhen. Li Yizhen was completely taken aback by the slap from Zheng Xiuying. She had bullied Zheng Xiuying for so long without any resistance, but now she wasn't even given a chance to speak. Ignored by Lin Xiangyu, surrounded by crowd, and publicly slapped by Zheng Xiuying, all the grievances in Li Yizhen's heart erupted at that moment, and tears immediately streamed down her face, along with the sense of injustice. Li Yizhen also felt a deep sense of guilt. After all, this was all her own doing, so she said nothing and quickly fled the scene. I feel so cheap. I had planned to say goodbye to my past self before coming to school, but when I saw Lin Xiangyu alone, I couldn't help but run over to him. As Li Yizhen cried and escaped, she thought to herself. After Li Yizhen left, Zheng Xiuying directly took Lin Xiangyu's hand and cheerfully said, "Xiangyu, let's go to the supermarket to buy some water." Looking at Zheng Xiuying, Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but sigh. Women really are masters of changing their expressions. He originally thought Zheng Xiuying would be angry about Li Yizhen's incident, and even if she wasn't angry, at least she would ask him what he was doing with Li Yizhen just now. But unexpectedly, Zheng Xiuying acted as if nothing had happened. Compared to Lin Xiangyu, the surrounding classmates were even more shocked, as evidenced by the astonishment they expressed. Of course, they weren't shocked by Zheng Xiuying's change of expression, but rather by Lin Xiangyu's charm. If Zheng Xiuying's shock could also be attributed to Lin Xiangyu, then the astonishment would have doubled. The two treated the onlookers as if they were hand in hand, walking towards the supermarket. The onlookers did not follow them, but dispersed to attend to their own matters. Due to some delays, by the time the two finished buying water and exited the supermarket, the class bell had already rung. However, they didn't particularly care about it, and instead leisurely chatted as they walked. When they reached near the classroom, Zheng Xiuying suddenly stopped, looked at Lin Xiangyu with hopeful eyes, and asked, "Xiangyu, when the holidays come in a couple of days, shall we go out to play together?" Hearing this, Lin Xiangyu suddenly remembered that he hadn't told them about the trip during the holidays. He had been so busy with them these past few days that he completely forgot about it. Looking at Zheng Xiuying's eagerly expectant eyes, Lin Xiangyu awkwardly said, "I'm sorry. Xiuying, I forgot to tell you in advance. During this holiday, I will be traveling to Jeju Island with my family." Zheng Xiuying was taken aback for a moment, but then a smile appeared on her face as she said, "That's okay. You go on your trip with your family first. Next time we have a chance, we can go out together." "Yeah, definitely next time," Lin Xiangyu nodded in agreement. After that, he immediately took out his phone and sent a message to Shan Ying-ai and Han Yanxi, informing them about his family trip during the holiday. In the office, Shan Ying-ai smiled with satisfaction as she read Lin Xiangyu's message. She had already learned about his holiday trip from Min and Jing on Monday. On Monday morning, Minjing called each of their 4 teachers to request leave. Xinai didn't bring it up with Lin Xiangyu because she wanted to see if he would mention it to her. Upon seeing Lin Xiangyu take the initiative to tell her, her mood instantly brightened, and she replied with a message. Okay, Xiangyu, I got it. You can come to the office to find me anytime when I have no classes these days. Unlike Xinai, Han Yinchi was unaware of this matter. When she saw Lin Xiangyu's message, she was momentarily stunned. She had originally planned to save the 2 mandatory sessions for this week and use them consecutively on Saturday and Sunday, but now her plan was undoubtedly disrupted. After thinking for a moment, she immediately took out her phone and messaged Lin Xiangyu. Come find me at the door of my classroom. Upon seeing Han Yinchi's message, Lin Xiangyu said to Zheng Xiaoying, you go back to the classroom first. I have something to do, so I won't go back for now. Okay, then I'll head back to the classroom first, Zheng Xiaoying said, quickening her pace. She could roughly guess what Lin Xiangyu was going to do, but she didn't say much. Watching Zheng Xiaoying walk quickly towards the classroom, Lin Xiangyu turned and walked in another direction. Zheng Xiaoying stood at the classroom door, watching Lin Xiangyu leave, then knocked on the classroom door. When Lin Xiangyu reached the floor where Han Yinchi's classroom was located, she was already waiting for him there. Seeing Lin Xiangyu appear, she quickly walked towards him. Why are you in such a hurry to have me find you? Lin Xiangyu asked softly as Han Yinchi approached him. Han Yinchi did not answer Lin Xiangyu's question, but directly took his hand and said sweetly, come with me. Lin Xiangyu said nothing and followed Han Yinchi as she pulled him downstairs. The 2 exited the school and hailed a taxi by the roadside. After getting in the car, the taxi driver turned to Lin Xiangyu and asked, where to you to? Lin Xiangyu didn't know where to go, so he looked at Han Yinchi, waiting for her to say the destination. Han Yinchi looked at Lin Xiangyu and asked, Xiangyu, what was the name of the motel you took me to last time? Xianglu Motel, Lin Xiangyu replied. Han Yinchi nodded and said, let's go there, Xianglu Motel. The taxi driver, having received the destination, didn't say anything further and drove straight to Xianglu Motel. When they arrived at the motel, Lin Xiangyu went to the front desk to check in. This time, he didn't request a specific room because, for him, staying in room 306 with each woman was enough. He didn't need to go to room 306 every time. However, the female receptionist still gave him the room key for room 306. Lin Xiangyu looked at the room key in his hand, somewhat surprised, and couldn't help but think to himself, is it a coincidence? Or is it fate? He didn't know that this was intentional on the part of the female receptionist, but he did notice a hint of a smile in her eyes. The receptionist's smile was neither mocking nor a polite smile. It was a kind of smile that Lin Xiangyu couldn't quite describe, like a master smiling knowingly at their pet. This smile from the receptionist made Lin Xiangyu feel a bit uncomfortable. However, he didn't say much, took the room card, and entered the elevator with Han Yinchi. As soon as the elevator door closed, Han Yinchi pushed Lin Xiangyu against the wall of the elevator and kissed him on tiptoe. Lin Xiangyu, still pondering why the female receptionist had smiled like that, didn't react immediately. Ding! As the elevator reached the floor, the 2, flustered and disheveled, quickly and tacitly arranged their slightly messy clothes. By the time the elevator doors opened, no one could tell what had just happened inside. Of course, except for the female receptionist who was watching the surveillance. Lin Xiangyu and Han Yinchi had just passionately kissed in the elevator, and the female receptionist felt her heart racing. She continued to watch Lin Xiangyu and Han Yinchi through the surveillance until they entered the room. After there was nothing left to watch, the receptionist let out a heavy sigh. This kind of indecisive feeling was the most uncomfortable. Unable to do anything else, she could only take out her phone and secretly read the comic Brave New World, which had finished at the end of last year. Her favorite character in the comic was Russell Lee, because Russell Lee was willing to take action and persevere for what she wanted. She also hoped to become someone like Russell Lee. However, at this moment, when she opened the comic, it was clear that she had other intentions. Just as the female receptionist sat down and began to take rapid, deep breaths, Lin Xiangyu and Han Yinchi in the room had already finished their showers. Chapter 103. Mecha Girl Lin Xiangyu took his phone out of his pants pocket. Play some music. Let them experience the power of Eastern rap. What are you doing? Just singing. Your childhood and my childhood seem to be the same. Little shoulders, big backpacks, off to school. An hour later, Han Yinshi was panting heavily. As someone who had never exercised, singing and dancing was still exhausting for her. At this moment, the blush on her face had not fully faded, and small beads of sweat still lingered on her forehead and neck. Lin Xiangyu caught a faint fragrance from Han Yinshi. It was not the scent of the shower gel from the motel, so it must be her natural scent. Lin Xiangyu had always thought that women's body fragrance was nonsense until he experienced it with Han Yinshi, finally believing it was real. Looking at Han Yinshi, who resembled Han Yozhen by about 70 or 80%, Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but think of how long it had been since he last saw Han Yozhen. However, he would get to see her again during the upcoming family trip. Seeing Lin Xiangyu lost in thought, Han Yinshi asked, "Are you thinking about something?" "Huh?" Lin Xiangyu came back to his senses and said with a mischievous smile, "Not thinking, just reminiscing." Hearing this, Han Yinshi showed a happy expression. Instead of feeling shy, she leaned closer to Lin Xiangyu. Then, she looked up and softly said, "Xiangyu, can I ask you a question? You have to answer honestly, no lying." "Sure, go ahead." Lin Xiangyu replied. "Who do you feel is the best match for you in this regard?" Han Yinshi said, glancing out the window, then looking back at Lin Xiangyu. "I mean, who makes you feel the most comfortable?" Lin Xiangyu had never thought about this question before, but to his surprise, the first person that came to his mind when Han Yinshi asked was Li Yizhen. Yeah, that girl with glasses, the contrast was amazing, and she had a wild side without holding back. How could it not be comfortable? It was simply exhilarating. But Lin Xiangyu knew he absolutely couldn't speak the truth in this situation. After all, lies don't hurt, but the truth can be a sharp knife. Lin Xiangyu flashed a sunny smile and said, "Of course it's you. You give me the feeling of a seasoned female general." When Han Yinshi heard the first part, she wore a happy smile, but after hearing the whole thing, she frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Why do I feel like a seasoned female general?" Lin Xiangyu smirked and leaned closer to Han Yinshi's ear, whispering, "Because you are excellent at writing." Upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's explanation, Han Yinshi's face instantly turned as red as a ripe tomato. The two were in a 2-hour hourly room, which was only enough time for Lin Xiangyu to do it once. Although Han Yinshi still felt a bit unsatisfied, she had only one forced opportunity left, and she didn't want to use it up now. If she used it now, the following days would be bleak, and it would be very torturous for her. At that moment, Han Yinshi seemed to suddenly think of something and asked, "Xiangyu, if I miss you and message you, but I have no forced opportunities left, would you come to accompany me?" "Of course," Lin Xiangyu answered without hesitation. Then he continued, "Yinshi, let's cancel the contract. In the future, when we meet, you don't have to pay me anymore." "Why?" Han Yinshi's tone was filled with confusion. Lin Xiangyu explained, "I feel this way is unfair to you, and it doesn't sit right with me. I don't agree to cancel," Han Yinshi said firmly after considering it. Lin Xiangyu, hearing her refusal, asked in confusion, "Why? Don't you think this is unfair to you?" "I don't think so. To me, this contract gives me an advantage over others, which is that I can forcibly contact you 3 times a week, even if you're with them. I can call you over any time," Han Yinshi said proudly. Upon hearing Han Yinshi's response, Lin Xiangyu thought to himself, her logic is quite unique. But since Han Yinshi was willing, he had nothing more to say. After all, if Huang Gai willingly takes a beating, what can Zhuge Liang say? He can only whip the horse harder. "I don't want to go back to school today. Can you accompany me?" Han Yinshi wrapped her arms around Lin Xiangyu's neck and sweetly reminded him, "This doesn't count as a forced date in the contract." "Of course," Lin Xiangyu replied without hesitation. After saying that, he directly sent Han Yinshi another game invitation. Downstairs, the female receptionist was staring at the monitor in front of her, which showed that room 306 was almost up. Before that, she had a call to inquire whether they wanted to extend their time. Although she had only been here for a few days, she had experienced this situation more than once. This was very common in motels, especially for hourly rooms, where guests often got so absorbed that they lost track of time or suddenly decided they didn't want to interrupt. Of course, there were also a few who were preparing to leave and packing their things. However, since she started working here, she hadn't encountered such a situation in an hourly room, though it did occur in regular rooms. The female receptionist had a premonition that when she called, she would definitely hear the indescribable sounds of Lin Xiangyu and Han Yinshi. This thought gave her a strange feeling. She originally disliked making such calls because she didn't want to hear those kinds of sounds. But today, she was incredibly eager to make this call, even worried that Lin Xiangyu and Han Yinshi would suddenly come down. As time passed, the female receptionist became more and more excited, her hand unconsciously resting on the phone. When she saw it was time to call, she immediately picked up the phone and dialed. Listening to the beeping on the line, the female receptionist felt as if her heart was being squeezed by something, and she could clearly hear her heart racing. "Hello," a man's voice came through the receiver. The female receptionist recognized it was Lin Xiangyu's voice. Perhaps it was a psychological effect from having seen him before. In any case, at that moment, she thought his voice was very pleasant. She imagined how nice it would be if this voice could whisper in her ear, "Hello." It wasn't until the second hello came through the receiver that the female receptionist's daydreaming was interrupted. "Hello, sir. Your room is about to expire. Would you like to extend it?" After she skillfully finished this line, her face turned crimson, her body began to heat up, and even her breathing became rapid. The female receptionist felt Lin Xiangyu's warm breath as if it was being blown directly into her ear through the phone. This made her feel her whole body heat up. Then, "Sir, can you pay the fee?" The female receptionist realized she had misspoken and quickly corrected herself. "Pay the fee." "Okay." After Lin Xiangyu agreed, he hung up the phone. Hearing the click of the phone being hung up, the female receptionist still didn't put down the phone in her hand. She took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 104. Competing for Lin Xiangyu's last moments before traveling in the following days. Lin Xiangyu was quite busy and exhausted because all three women knew he was going on vacation with his family. The teacher's office, the locked classroom after school, and the motel he sneaked out to all became places Lin Xiangyu frequently appeared. Not to mention, there was also Li Yijin, who often secretly watched Lin Xiangyu and followed him whenever he went to these places. Time flew by to Friday, the day before the long holiday. Lin Xiangyu was incredibly looking forward to this family trip. Firstly, because he had never seen the sea. He had to admit that he had lived a rather hard life in his previous life. Secondly, he would get to see Han Yojin again, with whom he had previously shared mutual feelings. Of course, there was also a tiny reason related to wanting to see the four women in his family wearing swimsuits. He wondered what style of swimsuit Yojin would wear. Would it be a bikini? Having seen Pei Yilin's swimsuit, Lin Xiangyu began to fantasize about Han Yojin in a swimsuit. As the school bell rang, Zhang Xiaoying turned around, leaned on Lin Xiangyu's desk, and whispered in his ear, "Do you want to stay in the classroom for a while?" This was a sudden decision by Zhang Xiaoying. Originally, she wanted Lin Xiangyu to rest well on the day before the trip, but as the school time approached, she felt increasingly reluctant to let him go. Thinking about not seeing Lin Xiangyu for many days, she decided to squeeze in as much time as possible with him before that, before Lin Xiangyu could respond. They heard classmates who had just left the classroom gasping in surprise. Lin Xiangyu and Zhang Xiaoying immediately looked toward the classroom door, where they saw Han Yinhui had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. This was the first time Han Yinhui and Zhang Xiaoying shared the same frame since the last confrontation at the school gate. Thus, the rumor that Han Yinhui had been warned by Zhang Xiaoying not to appear in front of her was debunked. Students began to express their astonishment. Han Yinhui stood at the door, smiling, and said, "Xiangyu, let's go eat." She had been waiting for this opportunity, having not used her last chance for coercion. Zhang Xiaoying was unaware of whether Han Yinhui still had coercion left because Lin Xiangyu had recently often left school during class. However, not wanting to embarrass Lin Xiangyu in front of so many people, she chose not to directly ask and just turned to look at Lin Xiangyu, waiting for him to make a choice. Those classmates who had rushed out of the classroom like lightning seemed to lose their urgency at that moment, stopping to watch with great interest. Coming out of the office, Shun Ing Ai happened to see the students blocking the entrance to the classroom. Unlike Han Yinhui and Zhang Xiaoying, she had no intention of competing for Lin Xiangyu's last moments before the trip from the very beginning. Seeing this scene, Shun Ing Ai sighed and was about to leave. She didn't want to get involved in such matters. If she didn't have that special relationship with Lin Xiangyu, she might have gone to see what was happening. However, having that special connection made her hesitant to participate, because once this matter was spread among those people, and she got involved, it would only be a matter of time before rumors about her and Lin Xiangyu would surface. As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger, and one should not underestimate the rumor-spreading abilities of onlookers. When everyone is talking about something, the false becomes true. Spreading rumors is easy, but refuting them is an exhausting endeavor. Perhaps people in this era do not care much about the truth of events. They only care about what is currently gossip-worthy. And few seriously consider whether things are true or not, or perhaps this part of the people has lost the ability to discern right from wrong. Following the crowd and echoing others has become the norm, and those who speak the truth might become targets of attack. Knowing this well, Shunning AI could only wish Lin Xiangyu good luck in her heart. Just as she was about to head downstairs, she saw a young girl she had never seen before, whose looks were comparable to hers, walking up the stairs and heading straight towards their classroom. Shunning AI could be 100% sure that this girl was not from their school, as there were only a few beauties in their school who matched her looks, and she had seen each of them. Chapter 105, not related by blood. The little sister, upon seeing this girl, Shunning AI stopped in her tracks. She decided to stay and observe the situation, as her woman's intuition told her that this girl was definitely connected to Lin Xiangyu. In the classroom, Zhang Xiaoying was looking at Lin Xiangyu, and Han Yinshi was doing the same. Both were waiting for Lin Xiangyu to make a decision. Han Yinshi was convinced that Lin Xiangyu would definitely go with her, because after getting to know him better during this time, she realized that he was not someone who would easily change his mind. Just as Lin Xiangyu was about to speak, a commotion suddenly arose among the students gathered at the classroom door. That girl is so pretty. How come we've never seen her before? She shouldn't be from our school, right? It looks like she's coming to our class. She can't be here to find Lin Xiangyu. Can she? No way, really? Does Lin Xiangyu have that much charm? The discussions among the onlookers piqued Han Yinshi's curiosity. She happened to be standing at the door, so she leaned out to look into the hallway and saw the crowd parting to make way for the girl walking towards them. This girl was indeed very beautiful, exuding vitality, and there was a captivating allure in her eyes. Her expression was confident and composed as she walked forward with self-assured steps, seemingly accustomed to the attention from the surrounding crowd. However, when she spotted Han Yinshi, she paused for a moment, her gaze sweeping from top to bottom over Han Yinshi. Seeing everyone looking towards the hallway, Lin Xiangyu and Zhang Xiaoying in the classroom couldn't help but feel curious as well. However, they stayed in the classroom, continuing to watch the door. The moment Lin Xiangyu saw Pei Yilin appear at the doorway, his eyes widened in surprise, a reaction that did not go unnoticed by Zhang Xiaoying, who was standing next to him. When Pei Yilin saw Lin Xiangyu, a smile instantly appeared on her face as she happily said, "Xiangyu Appa." Upon hearing Pei Yilin address Lin Xiangyu directly, Han Yinshi and Zhang Xiaoying's suspicions were completely confirmed. Pei Yilin quickened her pace and walked towards Lin Xiangyu. At the same time, she stole a glance at Zhang Xiaoying, who was standing next to him. "What are you doing here?" Lin Xiangyu asked, surprised to see Pei Yilin rushing towards him. Pei Yilin stopped just over half a meter in front of him, looking proud as she retorted, "Why? Can't I come to your school? That's not what I meant. I was asking how you found my classroom," Lin Xiangyu replied, glancing at Zhang Xiaoying and Han Yinshi, worried that the two women might suddenly clash with Pei Yilin. Fortunately, although the expressions on their faces were a bit strange, they did not take any action. Just asked. "It's that simple. I didn't expect you to be quite famous. I just randomly asked someone at the stairway, and they told me where your classroom is." Pei Yilin casually glanced at Zhang Xiaoying while speaking. "And that person looked at me strangely when I said I was looking for your classroom. You haven't spread any rumors about us at school, have you?" After saying this, Pei Yilin flashed a brilliant smile at Lin Xiangyu. Hearing Pei Yilin's words, Zhang Xiaoying and Han Yinshi's expressions became even more complicated. Even if they suddenly grabbed Pei Yilin's hair and started fighting, Lin Xiangyu wouldn't have been surprised at all. The onlookers began to exchange comments, contributing to the shock value surrounding Lin Xiangyu. After hearing Pei Yilin's words, Lin Xiangyu quickly said, "Don't talk nonsense. If others hear you, they'll think something's going on." Cough, cough. "By the way, why aren't you going home after school? Why did you come to my school?" "I'm here to take you home," Pei Yilin said, with a playful smirk. "Is that not allowed?" After hearing this, Zhang Xiaoying could no longer hold back, her brows furrowing as she asked, "Xiangyu, who is this girl? What does she mean by taking you home?" Seeing an opportunity to clarify Pei Yilin's identity, Lin Xiangyu hurriedly replied, "Xiaoying, don't misunderstand. She is my sister." Upon hearing Lin Xiangyu say that Pei Yilin was his sister, Zhang Xiaoying's expression changed instantly, shifting from anger to a gentle demeanor. This made Lin Xiangyu once again confirm that women were indeed masters of facial expressions. Han Yinqi's emotions were more stable than Zhang Xiaoying's because she had previously asked Lin Xiangyu and learned that she was the third one, with another woman before her. So her emotions did not fluctuate too much. When she saw Pei Yilin, she had assumed that Pei Yilin was that other woman. After Lin Xiangyu said Pei Yilin was his sister, she felt a bit surprised, as she had sensed a competitive vibe from Pei Yilin. Not related by blood, but a little sister, Pei Yilin added with a cheeky expression. Her words seemed to be directed specifically at Zhang Xiaoying, as she looked at her when she said they weren't related by blood. Once Zhang Xiaoying grasped the implication, Pei Yilin quickly turned her head back. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu quickly clarified, not related by blood, but closer than that. We grew up together. Why do you keep explaining our relationship? Pei Yilin pouted, her eyes darting around. Are you saying that you're not going home tonight because you're with her? Seeing Pei Yilin about to start babbling, Lin Xiangyu hurriedly interrupted. All right, Yilin. Stop talking nonsense. Didn't you come to find me to go home together? Let's hurry back. After saying this, he reached out to gently push Pei Yilin, urging her to leave quickly. However, at that moment, Pei Yilin suddenly stood on her tiptoes, pushing her chest forward. Chapter 106. Going home. Just go home. Don't touch me. Her movement almost made Lin Xiangyu's hand push directly onto her chest. Fortunately, Lin Xiangyu reacted quickly and stopped midway, not actually pushing. Even so, Zhang Xiaoying and Han Yinqi realized that their relationship was not normal. Pei Yilin's various behaviors were not at all like those of a normal younger sister, especially since she was a stepsister. Lin Xiangyu grabbed Pei Yilin's shoulders and forcibly turned her around while saying, "Stop messing around. Let's go home. Just go home. Don't touch me. If others see us, they'll think there's something going on between us." This time, Pei Yilin was looking at Han Yinqi when she said it. Lin Xiangyu was completely speechless at Pei Yilin. He didn't expect that after just forgiving her not long ago, she would reveal her true nature so quickly again. "Pei Yilin, stop talking nonsense. My classmates are watching," Lin Xiangyu said with a somewhat unfriendly tone. Pei Yilin sensed that Lin Xiangyu was on the verge of getting angry. And having learned from the last experience, she didn't dare to act up again. She could only say unhappily, "All right, I was just joking with you. Why so serious?" After Pei Yilin finished speaking, she walked straight out of the classroom, and Lin Xiangyu followed closely behind her. As they passed by Han Yinqi, Lin Xiangyu put his hand to his ear and made a gesture as if to call. Then, he turned to Zhang Xiaoying and shook his left hand, forming the number 6. Both women nodded in understanding. As they passed by Shining Eye's office, Shining Eye stood behind the door, thoughtfully exchanging glances with Lin Xiangyu. The sudden appearance of Pei Yilin stirred up complex emotions in the three women, especially Han Yinqi. She had planned everything well and was ready to make Zhang Xiaoying uncomfortable at this last moment, but Pei Yilin's appearance disrupted her plans. However, she could still choose to call Lin Xiangyu out tonight. She knew that as long as she used that opportunity, Lin Xiangyu would definitely come out. But she didn't want to do that. After Lin Xiangyu and Pei Yilin left, Zhang Xiaoying also walked out of the classroom. As she passed by Han Yinqi, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, and although she didn't laugh out loud, there was a clear intent to mock. Han Yinqi, seeing this, naturally refused to back down and muttered to herself, "Looks like I can only invite Xiangyu out tonight." After hearing Han Yinqi's words, Zhang Xiaoying made no response and left the classroom directly. Han Yinqi's mouth slightly lifted, revealing a happy smile. She knew that Zhang Xiaoying must be feeling as uncomfortable as if she had eaten a fly right now. After Zhang Xiaoying left, the onlookers realized there was nothing more to see and dispersed. Han Yinqi remained at the door of Lin Xiangyu's classroom, her face showing a lonely expression. The next time she would see Lin Xiangyu would be 10 days later, and she was conflicted about whether to call him out tonight. Pei Yilin walking with Lin Xiangyu around the school caused quite a stir. Seeing Lin Xiangyu leading another girl around the school without any reservations, the students began to discuss and contributed to Lin Xiangyu's shock value. After this period of accumulation, along with the shock value brought by Pei Yilin today, Lin Xiangyu's shock value had exceeded 20,000 points. This shock value was enough for him to draw cards 7 times or to break through the physical limit of 2 points. At this stage, drawing cards was clearly more beneficial for Lin Xiangyu, as he hadn't even reached his limit yet, and breaking through wouldn't make any difference. Besides these 2 options, Lin Xiangyu could also choose to recharge a basic card. He currently had 2 powerful cards in hand. One was a one-time master card. I really need to control you well. The other was a one-time king card. Turn the situation around. The required shock values for recharging were 10,000 points and 20,000 points, respectively. Lin Xiangyu decided to carefully consider this after returning home tonight before making a decision. Along the way, the 2 remained silent, walking to the school gate. Pei Yilin thought Lin Xiangyu was angry about what had just happened, so she didn't dare to speak up. Although Lin Xiangyu was curious about Pei Yilin's sudden silence, he didn't ask further. For him, a little peace and quiet wasn't a bad thing. After leaving the school, Pei Yilin took the initiative to hail a taxi, open the back door, and instead of getting in right away, she gestured for Lin Xiangyu to go first. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu said nothing and directly got in. After all, one shouldn't strike a smiling face. When Lin Xiangyu settled into his seat without moving, Pei Yilin quickly said to him, "Scoot over a bit." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu moved to the inside seat, and Pei Yilin climbed into the car and closed the door. Chapter 107. Pei Yilin's apology. After Pei Yilin mentioned the location of her home, the taxi slowly set off towards the destination. Lin Xiangyu gazed out the window, his mind wandering. Tomorrow is the trip. Sister Yuzheng should be back tonight. I wonder if, after we meet, Sister Yuzheng will. Just as Lin Xiangyu was contemplating the scene of seeing Han Yuzheng at home later, he suddenly felt his right hand tightly grasped by Pei Yilin's hands beside him. Lin Xiangyu was taken aback by Pei Yilin's sudden action. He turned to look at her, only to see her holding his hand and moving it toward herself. "Pei Yilin, what are you doing?" Lin Xiangyu exerted a little force and pulled his hand out of Pei Yilin's grasp. His words caught the driver's curiosity, who glanced at them through the rearview mirror. Seeing the driver sneaking a look, Pei Yilin slightly leaned forward and whispered in Lin Xiangyu's ear, "Appa, I want you to touch me. Don't be angry." Pei Yilin's words hit him like a massage gun, making his muscles tense up instantly. This made Lin Xiangyu, who was about to casually say he wasn't angry, hold back his words. Pei Yilin was completely different from the women outside. It made him feel unable to resist. Not getting a response from Lin Xiangyu, Pei Yilin used a charming tone to ask again, "Is that okay, Appa?" Lin Xiangyu felt as if his bones were about to crumble under Pei Yilin's call, and in a daze, he instinctively nodded. Without further ado, Pei Yilin again took Lin Xiangyu's hand and placed it on her body. Lin Xiangyu felt a smooth sensation on his hand. It was Pei Yilin's smooth, fair, and long leg. He sensed the temperature from her skin rising little by little, and he swallowed hard, feeling excited. "Okay, that's enough for now," Pei Yilin said softly. Lin Xiangyu's hand was pulled away, and he surprisingly felt a hint of disappointment, turning to look at Pei Yilin. At that moment, the taxi driver suddenly stopped the car and said, "Sorry, I drove a bit past. I'll turn back." Hearing the driver's words, Lin Xiangyu looked up to see they had arrived home. He couldn't help but wonder, were Pei Yilin's words just now meant for the taxi driver or for me? "It's fine, we can get off here," Pei Yilin said, then proactively paid the fare and pulled Lin Xiangyu out of the car. After they got out, the taxi driver looked at their departing figures and muttered to himself, "Young people these days are really open." Once they had walked a short distance, Pei Yilin softly asked, "Can you stop being angry at me now?" "Xiangyu Appa." Lin Xiangyu understood the meaning behind Pei Yilin's words. She was asking if he had touched enough. No, she was asking if he was still angry. In truth, he hadn't been angry at all, but if you ask like that, then I'm sorry. I can only tell you that I'm still not completely calm. Of course, I mean being angry. Seeing that Lin Xiangyu didn't respond, Pei Yilin took it as a sign that he was still upset and quickly walked 2 steps ahead to stop in front of him. Lin Xiangyu didn't manage to stop in time and bumped into her. "Xiangyu Appa," Pei Yilin said shyly. Chapter 108. Come to my room to continue. Just as Lin Xiangyu's hand was about to reach the area he wanted to go to, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Xiangyu, Yilin, are you 2 coming back together today?" Upon hearing this, both of them felt a sudden panic. Lin Xiangyu quickly withdrew his hand from Pei Yilin's body, while Pei Yilin hurriedly moved to stand next to Lin Xiangyu in a row. Both Lin Xiangyu and Pei Yilin turned around to look back, only to see Min and Jing holding a shopping bag from the supermarket. Since the supermarket was very close, and she rarely went out, Min and Jing chose to walk back and forth to the supermarket every afternoon as a form of exercise. Lin Xiangyu quickly walked a couple of steps towards Min and Jing, reached out to take the shopping bag from her hand, and said, "An and Jing, let me carry it." Min and Jing didn't hesitate and directly placed the shopping bag in his hands. Having lived together for more than 10 years, there was no need for formality. However, when handing over the shopping bag, their hands inevitably brushed against each other. Xiangyu's hand is so big, so warm. This was Min and Jing's first reaction when she touched Lin Xiangyu's hand. She felt that Lin Xiangyu had become much more cheerful than before, which she was very happy to see. Not long ago, when she was cleaning the room, she found a suicide note in Lin Xiangyu's room, which was why she had gone to talk to him that night. Fortunately, the boy had only had such thoughts and hadn't done anything foolish. Now it seemed that he should no longer have such thoughts, Min and Jing thought to herself. Pei Yilin, who usually loved to chatter, was silent the entire way, which caught Min and Jing's attention. She had been observing Pei Yilin's unusual behavior recently, but she hadn't approached her to discuss it. In her opinion, Pei Yilin's demeanor was likely due to being in love. The once lively and slightly careless girl had suddenly become very demure and quiet. It could only mean that she was either in love or had suffered emotional harm. This was a conclusion Min and Jing had found online. Based on her understanding of Pei Yilin, she believed that it was more likely that Pei Yilin was in love. When the three entered the house, Jean Mimi, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, immediately stood up to greet them. "Mom, how come you all came back together?" Jean Mimi said while walking towards the door. Upon reaching the door, she moved Lin Xiangyu's shopping bag a little further inside. Min and Jing bent down, pulling her foot out of her black high-heeled shoes, and replied, "I ran into them on my way back from grocery shopping." "Oh, I see," Jean Mimi responded, then turned to Lin Xiangyu and Pei Yilin standing behind Min and Jing and asked, "Xiangyu, Yilin, did you two come back together today?" Pei Yilin didn't answer, but glanced at Lin Xiangyu. Lin Xiangyu smiled and replied, "We just happened to run into each other near home." Jean Mimi looked at Pei Yilin's unusual demeanor with confusion and thought, "Xiangyu and Yilin don't even go in the same direction. The only place they could meet on the way home would be at the door, but Mom said she ran into them on the way back from the supermarket." However, although Jean Mimi had her doubts, she didn't ask further and just nodded, smiling as she said, "Oh, that is quite a coincidence." At this moment, Min and Jing, having changed her shoes, noticed that Han Yojin wasn't in the living room and asked, "Mimi, is Yojin not home yet?" Jean Mimi turned her head and replied, "Yojin is already home, but she went upstairs as soon as she got back." Upon hearing this, Min and Jing slightly frowned, as if thinking of something, and then said, "Mimi, you go ahead and start cooking. I'll go to Yojin's room for a bit, and then come down to cook." "Okay, Mom," Jean Mimi replied, and then reached for the shopping bag at the door. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu, who had changed his shoes, quickly stepped ahead of Jean Mimi and picked up the shopping bag, saying, "I'll carry it, Mimi." "Xiangyu, you've grown up." Jean Mimi smiled and praised Lin Xiangyu. "Of course I have, Mimi. What I do outside is all beyond your imagination." Lin Xiangyu thought to himself, but he said nothing, keeping a smile on his face as he carried the shopping bag into the kitchen. "Just put it here," Jean Mimi said, pointing to a spot in the kitchen. After placing the shopping bag where Jean Mimi indicated, Lin Xiangyu asked, "Mimi, is there anything else I can help with?" "Nothing, Xiangyu. You go and rest. Boys are meant to do big things in the future. The kitchen work is for us women," Jean Mimi said with a smile. After hearing this, Lin Xiangyu originally wanted to say something about gender equality, but at that moment, his phone rang, interrupting him. Jean Mimi, noticing this, said, "You go ahead and do your thing, Xiangyu." "Okay, I'll head out first, Mimi," Lin Xiangyu responded, walking out while checking the message he had just received. The message was from Pei Yilin, and the content read, "Let us continue what we didn't finish earlier in my room." Chapter 109, Enlightenment? Lin Xiangyu looked up and saw Pei Yilin standing in the middle of the staircase. Their eyes met, and after Pei Yilin made a beckoning gesture, she quickly ran upstairs. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu swallowed hard and hurried to follow her. When Lin Xiangyu reached the upstairs, he happened to see Min and Jing just coming out from Han Yozhin's room. She had come out in such a short time, clearly having been pushed out by Han Yozhin after only a brief chat. Upon seeing Lin Xiangyu come up, Min and Jing brushed her hair back, tidied her appearance, and smiled as she asked, "Xiangyu, why are you coming up too?" Lin Xiangyu paused before replying. "I'm a bit tired and plan to go back to my room to lie down for a while." "Oh, then you should go rest," Min and Jing said, smiling at Lin Xiangyu. Seeing that Min and Jing had no intention of leaving the doorway of Han Yozhin's room, Lin Xiangyu had no choice but to return to his own room. Shortly after he entered, he heard Min and Jing softly saying in the hallway, "Yozhin, open the door and let Mom in. I just want to chat with you for a bit. You don't have to be so sensitive." "Mom, I'm really fine. Just a bit tired," Han Yozhin replied from behind the door. Seeing this, Min and Jing didn't push further and said through the door, "Yozhin, remember, you can always talk to Mom about anything. Mom will always be your strongest support." "Okay, Mom. If something really happens, I'll definitely tell you right away," Han Yozhin responded from behind the door. After hearing her daughter's words, Min and Jing smiled with relief. "All right, then we have an agreement. Mom will go downstairs to cook now." In her room, Han Yozhin, who had just overheard the conversation between Min and Jing and Lin Xiangyu, hesitated about whether to go see Lin Xiangyu. With his ear pressed against the door, Lin Xiangyu felt a surge of excitement when he heard Min and Jing say she was going downstairs. He immediately focused intently on the sounds outside. Soon, he heard footsteps getting clearer outside the door. Then came a knock on the door, knock, knock, knock. Because he had his ear pressed against the door, the knocking sounded particularly loud, startling Lin Xiangyu, and he involuntarily made a noise in his throat. Upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's voice, Min and Jing immediately asked with concern, "What's wrong, Xiangyu?" "And nothing." "And Jing," Lin Xiangyu replied, stomping his feet on the floor a few times to fake the sound of walking before finally opening the door. "What's the matter, and Jing?" Lin Xiangyu asked with a smile as he opened the door. Min and Jing glanced to the side and quietly said, "Xiangyu, let me in first." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu immediately stepped aside to allow Min and Jing to enter the room. Meanwhile, Pei Yilin, who had been waiting in the room for a while without seeing Lin Xiangyu come over, got up from the bed. She clearly saw Lin Xiangyu follow her upstairs. Why hadn't he come over yet? Pei Yilin pondered whether to wait a bit longer or go check on Lin Xiangyu. Before entering the room, Min and Jing glanced to the side again and then walked into the room with her long legs. Once Min and Jing was inside, Lin Xiangyu casually closed the door and walked over to sit on the bed opposite her. Min and Jing was still seated in the gaming chair she had occupied last time. After Lin Xiangyu sat down, she looked into his eyes and in a somewhat pleading tone said, "Xiangyu, I want to ask you for a favor. Is that okay?" "Huh?" Lin Xiangyu didn't expect Min and Jing to speak to him in this manner. He was momentarily stunned before saying, "And Jing, if there's anything you need help with, just let me know. I'd like you to pay more attention to Yozhin during this family trip. I feel like her emotions have been a bit off since she returned." Min and Jing said. After thinking for a moment, she continued, "If possible, I hope you can find an opportunity to enlighten Yozhin." Enlighten? After hearing Min and Jing's words, Lin Xiangyu realized she was worried that Han Yozhin might do something dangerous due to unhappiness over certain matters. Why not let Sister Mimi go, but instead ask him to enlighten her? Could it be that Aunt and Jing actually saw the letter back then? Lin Xiangyu recalled the night Min and Jing came to talk to him and combined it with what she was saying now, leading him to this conclusion. "Don't worry, Aunt and Jing. I will find a chance to enlighten Sister Yozhin during this trip," Lin Xiangyu said earnestly. Min and Jing smiled gently and said, "I believe you can do a great job. I won't disturb your rest any longer." After saying this, Min and Jing stood up from her seat, preparing to leave Lin Xiangyu's room. Just as she was about to open the door, it was suddenly flung open from the outside. Chapter 110. Talking to second sister Pei Yilin and Min Eunjing both showed surprised expressions upon seeing each other. "Mom, what are you doing in Xiangyu's room?" Pei Yilin, being the more skilled one, quickly took the initiative to ask. "I just needed to talk to Xiangyu about something," Min Eunjing answered honestly, as she hadn't done anything unusual with Lin Xiangyu. After answering, Min Eunjing asked, "You just came into Xiangyu's room without knocking?" "I forgot in my hurry," Pei Yilin said with an awkward smile. Min Eunjing stepped out of the room and stood at the door, squinting slightly as she asked, What was so urgent that you had to find Xiangyu? Just as Pei Yilin was unsure how to respond, Han Yujing opened the door and walked out of the room. After stepping out, Han Yujing tilted her head and glanced at Lin Xiangyu's room, asking Mom, "What are you all doing at Xiangyu's door?" Originally, Han Yuzheng intended to go to Lin Xiangyu's room to remind him to act like he used to at home and not let others notice anything unusual. However, she didn't expect to see this scene as soon as she stepped out. Nothing much. Min Eunjing quickly changed the topic upon seeing Han Yuzheng, appearing a bit guilty, as if worried that Han Yuzheng might find out what she had just talked about with Lin Xiangyu. "I'm going downstairs to cook. You two come down in a bit," Min Eunjing said before heading downstairs. Han Yuzheng and Pei Yilin stood in place, exchanging glances, both waiting for the other to go downstairs first so they could spend some time alone with Lin Xiangyu. Lin Xiangyu noticed this and pretended to be oblivious, saying, "And Eunjing, I'll come down to help you." After saying that, he hurried downstairs, fearing that the two girls would realize something. Once Lin Xiangyu went downstairs, Pei Yilin naturally lost her reason to stay, so she walked towards Han Yuzheng with a sweet smile, asking, "Second sister, how have you been feeling about living at school these days?" Pei Yilin didn't suspect anything between Lin Xiangyu and Han Yuzheng. She just thought that, like her, Lin Xiangyu felt it was inconvenient with Han Yuzheng around. In fact, Pei Yilin had known from the beginning that Lin Xiangyu wasn't actually angry today. She wasn't that naive. The reason she wanted Lin Xiangyu to act this way was due to the pressure she felt from Zheng Xiaoying and Han Yinchi at school. In fact, she had secretly gone to Lin Xiangyu's school today to see who this mysterious person was that Lin Xiangyu had been frequently staying out for. In response to Pei Yilin's question, Han Yuzheng smiled, not angry about being scolded by Pei Yilin over the phone last time. She replied, "It's okay." "So, second sister, do you think it's better to live at home or at school?" Pei Yilin continued to ask. Having grown up together, Pei Yilin and Han Yuzheng had always had a good relationship, and after not seeing Han Yuzheng for so many days, Pei Yilin really missed her. Han Yuzheng originally wanted to find an opportunity to talk to Lin Xiangyu, but seeing that there was no chance at the moment, she wasn't overly anxious. Lin Xiangyu's earlier actions made her understand that he was also aware of the situation. To Pei Yilin, who had walked right up to her, Han Yuzheng replied, "Neither is necessarily better. They each have their pros and cons." Upon hearing this, Pei Yilin thought for a moment and said, "Then I do like to try living at school for a few days when I get the chance." "Yilin, let's talk in my room," Han Yuzheng said as she opened the door. "Okay," Pei Yilin replied without hesitation, squeezing in beside Han Yuzheng. Due to both of their good figures, the moment they squeezed in, there was quite a bit of friction between them. This feeling instantly reminded Pei Yilin of the unfinished business with Lin Xiangyu. Han Yuzheng also briefly thought of Lin Xiangyu, although she hadn't had any intimate contact with him yet. Images of being close to him would suddenly appear in her mind during certain moments. This made her feel somewhat embarrassed, especially when she was in class, and such images would pop up. Even when she was eating sausages or picking out swimsuits, she would suddenly think of being with Lin Xiangyu. In short, no matter what she was doing, she could find herself thinking about those moments with him at any second. However, both Pei Yilin and Han Yuzheng pretended as if nothing had happened, even choosing not to mention the earlier squeeze. After Pei Yilin entered the room, Han Yuzheng closed the door. Pei Yilin felt completely at ease with Han Yuzheng. Once inside, she directly lay down on the bed. Seeing this, Han Yuzheng followed suit and lay down beside Pei Yilin, and the two sisters began to share secrets. After chatting for a while, Pei Yilin suddenly looked at Han Yuzheng seriously and shyly asked, "Second sister, have you ever had a boyfriend?" And no. Han Yuzheng's face instantly turned red upon hearing Pei Yilin's question. After hearing Han Yuzheng's answer, Pei Yilin continued to ask, "Then have you ever had different feelings for a certain boy?" I don't know," Han Yuzheng stammered for a long time before finally saying. Second sister is not sure. However, Pei Yilin's earlier questions didn't seem to be genuinely wanting to know about Han Yuzheng's situation. Rather, she continued to talk to herself. "Second sister, I think I have someone I like. But sometimes it just suddenly, huh?" Han Yuzheng realized what Pei Yilin was saying halfway through her sentence. Upon hearing the surprised tone from Han Yuzheng, Pei Yilin unexpectedly showed a shy emotion for the first time in front of her. Seeing Pei Yilin like this, Han Yuzheng immediately wore a curious big sister smile and said, "Wow, our Yilin is grown up. What kind of boy is he?" Tell second sister. He. As Pei Yilin spoke, Lin Xiangyu's image appeared in her mind, and a smile unconsciously spread across her face. Chapter 111. The Plan Yu Zheng Yilin. It's time to come down for dinner. Just as Pei Yilin was blushing and preparing to continue speaking, a voice came from the staircase. Minjing. This interruption broke the mood that Pei Yilin had been building for a long time. Second sister, let's go downstairs to eat, Pei Yilin said, touching her flushed face and getting off the bed. Okay. Han Yujing noticed that Pei Yilin didn't intend to continue speaking, so she didn't ask further, especially since she hadn't mentioned Lin Xiangyu to Pei Yilin either. During dinner, everyone behaved properly, and no one made any bold moves. Minjing said that after dinner, everyone should not leave, as she wanted to hold a family meeting to discuss some important matters before their family trip. After dinner, with everyone's help, the dining table was quickly cleared. The family sat around the dining table, and Minjing cleared her throat and said, "Everyone should go to bed early tonight. We have a flight at 7:15 tomorrow morning. I've already booked the tickets for everyone." After saying this, Minjing paused to observe everyone's reactions. In the past, hearing about such an early departure, Pei Yilin would have complained a bit. But this time, she remained unusually quiet, only stealing a glance at Lin Xiangyu, who was sitting across from her when no one was watching. Seeing that no one objected, Minjing continued, "It's not often we have such a long holiday. So this time we should all have fun and forget about our usual worries, okay?" While saying this, Minjing intentionally glanced at Han Yuzheng, who was sitting to her right. Han Yuzheng felt Minjing's gaze and understood that she was worried about her, so she nodded vigorously in response. Seeing Han Yuzheng nodding at her, Minjing immediately smiled and said, "Lastly, has everyone bought their swimsuits and swimming trunks?" Swimming trunks? Lin Xiangyu showed an awkward expression upon hearing Minjing's question. He had been too busy with the 3 women at school lately and had forgotten that men also needed swimming trunks for the beach. Noticing Lin Xiangyu's expression, Minjing smiled lightly. She had already guessed that Lin Xiangyu wouldn't have time to buy any since he had been preoccupied with dating outside and hadn't even returned home. So, she had already bought some for him in advance. "Xiangyu, I bought you a few pairs of swimming trunks. You could try them on later to see which size fits," Minjing said with a smile. Lin Xiangyu nodded. "Okay, Minjing, thank you." Minjing smiled at Lin Xiangyu and said, "Silly boy, why are you thanking your auntie?" Lin Xiangyu didn't say anything, just smiled in response. "All right, there's nothing else. Everyone can disperse and go about your business," Minjing said as she stood up and looked at Lin Xiangyu. "Xiangyu, come with me to the room to get the swimming trunks." "Oh, okay," Lin Xiangyu replied and stood up from his seat, following Minjing upstairs. At this moment, Han Yuzheng and Pei Yilin looked at each other, and when they withdrew their gazes, they met each other's eyes again. They both thought the other had noticed them secretly looking at Lin Xiangyu and immediately blushed. Following that, Pei Yilin was the first to leave her seat and head upstairs. Han Yuzheng, who also intended to escape, saw Pei Yilin leave and didn't rush to get up. Instead, she sat in her place and sighed. Thoughts of the trip starting tomorrow crossed her mind, and her brows furrowed slightly. Jean Mimi, sitting opposite her, noticed her expression and thought that she had encountered something unhappy at school lately. So she proactively spoke up. "Yuzheng, how has your time at school been lately?" "Pretty good." Han Yuzheng looked up at Jean Mimi and replied. Jean Mimi got up and sat in Minjing's place, holding Han Yuzheng's hand and saying, "Have there been any interesting things happening at school recently? Tell me about it." Han Yuzheng initially wanted to take this opportunity to explain to Lin Xiangyu that during this trip, they should try to maintain the same distance as before and not deliberately avoid each other to prevent their family from noticing. However, seeing Jean Mimi's eager expression, she found it hard to refuse. It seemed she would have to wait until after her shower to talk, or perhaps mention it during the shower. Han Yuzheng chatted aimlessly with Jean Mimi while planning this in her mind. Chapter 112. Eavesdropping. Jean Mimi saw Han Yuzheng like this and thought she had something inconvenient to say, so she immediately said, "Yuzheng, you can tell me anything? I want to tell Mom." "Sister, I really have nothing," Han Yuzheng said helplessly. Ever since the holidays started, Minjing and Jean Mimi had been like this. Although she knew it was out of concern for her, it felt a bit excessive. When Pei Yilin went upstairs, She happened to see Lin Xiangyu sneaking into Min and Jing's room. Curious, she leaned against the door to eavesdrop when she heard the door close. Xiangyu, just sit on the bed for a while, I'll get the swim trunks, Min and Jing said, then opened the closet and squatted down to rummage through it. Lin Xiangyu was worried that sitting on the bed might not be appropriate, so he said, it's okay. Ann and Jing, I can stand and wait for a bit. Min and Jing's already perfect waist-to-hip ratio became even more exaggerated due to her squatting, making Lin Xiangyu swallow hard repeatedly. To avoid Min and Jing noticing his body's reaction, Lin Xiangyu had to sit on the bed because it looked less obvious than standing. But even though he was sitting down to avoid being discovered, he couldn't help but admire Min and Jing's perfect back from behind. As Min and Jing's movements changed slightly, Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Ann and Jing's figure is really amazing. Just then, as Lin Xiangyu was staring intently, Min and Jing suddenly turned around and their eyes met. Lin Xiangyu's face instantly turned red. He thought he had been caught peeking and felt embarrassed. However, Min and Jing didn't think in that direction. In her eyes, Lin Xiangyu was just a kid. Although this kid had grown up, she didn't really see him as a man at that moment. Min and Jing held several pairs of swim trunks and smiled at Lin Xiangyu, saying, Xiangyu, compare which size fits, pick out the ones that fit, and the rest I'll return to the shop after a trip. I'll take them back to my room to try them on. Comparing them here might not be accurate, Lin Xiangyu said awkwardly. Come on, how could he compare in front of Min and Jing in his current state? Wouldn't that just expose him? But I want to talk to you about Yojin, Min and Jing said, sitting down next to Lin Xiangyu with the swim trunks. As Min and Jing moved closer, Lin Xiangyu felt he could smell the fragrance she emitted, making him feel even hotter, with heat rising from his collar. Seeing Lin Xiangyu's face turning red, Min and Jing immediately asked with concern, Xiangyu, are you okay? Why is your face so red? I'm fine. I'm just a bit hot, Lin Xiangyu replied, and the temperature on him soared further when Min and Jing asked. Min and Jing looked puzzled and said in surprise, how can it be hot? It's already October. The weather is clearly quite cool. Young man, full of energy. Lin Xiangyu was at a loss for how to explain, so he just blurted out the first thing that came to mind. Although this was a hasty response, it had an unexpected effect. Min and Jing burst out laughing at Lin Xiangyu's comment, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. After the tension, Lin Xiangyu's physical state calmed down, and he said, Ann and Jing, just give me the swim trunks. I'll compare them here. Okay. Min and Jing stopped laughing and handed the swim trunks to Lin Xiangyu. Lin Xiangyu took the swim trunks from Min and Jing, pulled out a medium size, then got off the bed and walked to the mirror in the room to hold it against himself for comparison. The swim trunks were blue gradient, and Lin Xiangyu thought they fit him well. The waist was elastic, so he didn't have to worry too much about them being too loose. Min and Jing leaned her head over and said from behind Lin Xiangyu, turn around so Ann can have a look. Okay, Lin Xiangyu replied and turned around to face Min and Jing. Fits well, looks good. Min and Jing's eyes revealed a proud expression. Though it was unclear whether she was proud of the swim trunks she picked or of how handsome Lin Xiangyu had grown. Looking at Lin Xiangyu, Min and Jing's smile became even brighter as she said, pick another pair you like. The sizes are similar. You should be able to wear them all. One is enough, right? Lin Xiangyu replied. Min and Jing said in a tone of someone with experience, pick another one. In case there's a problem with this one, it's good to have a backup. Okay. Lin Xiangyu felt Min and Jing's reasoning made sense, so he didn't refuse again and walked straight to the bedside. At that moment, Han Yojin, who had come upstairs, saw Pei Yilin leaning against the door of Min and Jing's room and looked at her in surprise. Chapter 113. Leave it to you. Sister Yojin. As soon as Pei Yilin saw Han Yojin, she immediately made a shushing gesture towards her. Upon noticing Pei Yilin's gesture, Han Yojin quickly covered her mouth, which she was about to speak with, and walked over to Pei Yilin's side, whispering slowly, Lin, what are you doing? Pei Yilin lifted her head from the door and quietly replied, nothing. I went back to my room. As she spoke, she pointed to the room and walked straight towards it. Once Pei Yilin entered the room, Han Yojin, who had already opened the door, gently closed it. Although Pei Yilin had left, her strange actions and reactions piqued Han Yojin's curiosity. She quietly approached Min Yunjing's room and pressed her ear against the door. Inside the room, Lin Xiangyu had just finished trying on another pair of swim trunks, going through almost the same process as before. Lin Xiangyu was holding 2 pairs of swim trunks, sitting next to Min Eun-jing, and they were discussing Han Yojin. Min Eun-jing brushed her hair away from her forehead and looked seriously at Lin Xiangyu, saying, "Xiangyu, the auntie has entrusted Yojin to you. Don't worry, An Eun-jing. Leave Sister Yojin to me," Lin Xiangyu replied confidently. Han Yojin didn't hear the context. Only catching those 2 sentences, her face instantly flushed red, and she nervously swallowed, wondering to herself, what does Ma mean by entrusting me to Xiangyu? Just as Han Yojin was deep in thought, the voices of the 2 in the room came again. "Entrusting Yojin to you? Auntie is completely at ease," Min Eun-jing said. Lin Xiangyu smiled and said, "Aunt Eun-jing, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to my room." "Okay, you should rest early tonight. You have to get up early tomorrow," Min Eun-jing replied with a smile. Lin Xiangyu stood up and said, "Yeah, I know." After hearing the last exchange between the 2 in the room, Han Yojin quickly left the front of Min Eun-jing's door and walked towards her own room. What does Ma mean by entrusting me to Xiangyu? Her mind was still replaying the conversation she had just overheard, her heart pounding nonstop. For the next while, Han Yojin lay on her bed with a flushed face, her mind echoing with the conversation between Min Eun-jing and Lin Xiangyu. Pei Yilin was lying on her bed, contemplating whether to call Lin Xiangyu to her room to apologize properly. As for Lin Xiangyu, he was busy messaging 3 women from school in his room. After Lin Xiangyu finished his shower and returned to his room, he received a message from Han Yojin. The content was, "Xiangyu, during this family trip, we should try to act normal, not deliberately avoid each other, and not let the family notice anything." Han Yojin thought it over and ultimately decided to message Lin Xiangyu, fearing that her family would overthink if they saw her alone with him. After reading Han Yojin's message, a smile appeared on Lin Xiangyu's face. He had never intended to avoid Han Yojin. He was just worried that she would avoid him because of what had happened last time. After thinking for a moment, Lin Xiangyu replied to Han Yojin, "Sister Yojin, don't worry, I won't let Annie and the others know about us for now." When Han Yojin saw Lin Xiangyu's message, she was taken aback. "Our business? What business do we have? Not letting them know?" Confused, Han Yojin messaged Lin Xiangyu back, "Xiangyu, what do you mean by our business?" Seeing Han Yojin's reply, Lin Xiangyu realized his goal had been achieved and quickly replied, "Of course, I mean the fact that we both like each other." After sending her message to Lin Xiangyu, Han Yojin's heart raced uncontrollably, her eyes fixed on her phone. When she saw Lin Xiangyu's reply, her heart raced even faster, as if it were about to leap out of her throat. Upon reading the content of the message, a strange feeling emerged in her heart, and she thought, "Xiangyu. He said he likes me." On Lin Xiangyu's side, he was still waiting for Han Yojin's reply. As Han Yojin continued to not respond, his heart gradually grew anxious. After a while, his phone finally buzzed with a message. Lin Xiangyu hurriedly checked, only to find it was a message from Han Yinhui, which left him feeling a bit disappointed. "Xiangyu, I miss you so much, what should I do? I want to use my last forced opportunity this week." Chapter 114. Pei Yilin. You need to put in more effort. Lin Xiangyu's heart skipped a beat when he saw Han Yinxi's message and immediately replied, "Yinxi, I have a flight at 6 a.m. tomorrow. I'm afraid I might die from exhaustion." After sending the message, Lin Xiangyu anxiously waited for Han Yinxi's response. If Han Yinxi insisted on him going, then he would go. His reason for going wasn't solely the penalty fee. Mainly, he didn't want to break his promise, unless absolutely necessary. After a while, Han Yinxi finally replied, "Then you should rest well today, but I have one request. You have to promise me that this time, including the 3 times next week, you need to accumulate them for me, and when you come back from your trip, you will make it up to me. How about that?" After reading Han Yinxi's message, Lin Xiangyu showed a relaxed expression. Even without the compulsory numbers, as long as Han Yinxi wanted him to come, he would go unless there were special circumstances, which was essentially no different from having compulsory numbers. At worst, he could always claim to be busy later, deliberately letting Han Yinxi use up the compulsory numbers. Okay, Lin Xiangyu agreed without hesitation. After replying to Han Yinxi's message, Lin Xiangyu lay on his bed and yawned. Recently, he had used too much energy rehearsing dance and singing with the 3 girls from school. So tonight was perfect for going to bed early. Didn't he know if it was because he was too tired or too excited? But Lin Xiangyu found himself feeling very sleepy, yet unable to fall asleep. After lying there for about half an hour, he finally started to feel a bit drowsy. Just then, However, his phone rang at an inopportune moment. Who could it be? Upon hearing the notification sound, Lin Xiangyu immediately guessed who it was. He then slightly opened his eyes, picked up his phone, and lit up the screen. It was a message from Pei Yilin. What could Yilin want so late? It couldn't be. With a hint of anticipation, Lin Xiangyu unlocked his phone and opened Pei Yilin's message. Xiangyu Appa, are you still mad at me? I hope when we travel together as a family, we can be in a good mood, so if you're still angry, come in my room, and Yilin will help you cool off. After reading Pei Yilin's message, Lin Xiangyu felt a rush of tension in his head. Although he really wanted to go, he worried about being discovered by other family members, especially Han Yojin. At this moment, two plans came to Lin Xiangyu's mind. The first was to take a risk. As the saying goes, if you don't cut off the chaos, you will suffer the consequences. He could just go in and see what happened. The second was to tell Pei Yilin to postpone the apology until the family trip. With a 10-day family vacation, he would surely find opportunities when others weren't around. Faced with these two options, Lin Xiangyu felt very conflicted. He really wanted to sneak into Pei Yilin's room right now, but he was worried about being caught. Ultimately, he decided to wait until the family trip to discuss it. He couldn't risk everything just for a meal that was only 80 satisfying. After making his decision, Lin Xiangyu sent a message to Pei Yilin. It's too late. I have to get up early tomorrow. Let's talk about it during the family trip. He neither said he wasn't angry nor that he was no longer angry. He simply said to discuss it during the family trip. When Pei Yilin saw Lin Xiangyu's message, she felt a tinge of disappointment. Unlike Han Yojin, who had been away from home for a while, Pei Yilin knew that Lin Xiangyu had been frequently not returning home lately, and she had also seen Han Yinxi and Zheng Xiuying at school. She was well aware that at least one of them had been with Lin Xiangyu, and they had spent entire nights together, which was why he hadn't been going home. Lying on her bed, Pei Yilin slapped her own face to encourage herself, saying, Pei Yilin, you need to put in more effort. Then, she turned over in bed, stared at the ceiling, and thought, this family trip must lead to further development between me and Xiangyu Appa. With this thought in mind, Pei Yilin began planning what methods to use during this family trip to accelerate the progress between them. Chapter 116. Bold moves on the plane the next morning. Aside from Min Enjing and Jean Mimi, who could consistently wake up early every day, Han Yojin, Lin Xiangyu, and Pei Yilin, each with their own thoughts, also came out of their rooms early. Once the family was ready, they drove to the airport. Min Enjing was driving, Jean Mimi sat in the passenger seat, while Han Yojin, Lin Xiangyu, and Pei Yilin sat in the back. Due to concerns for Han Yojin, Lin Xiangyu was placed in the middle by Min Enjing, hoping he could have more interaction with Han Yojin. Neither Han Yojin nor Pei Yilin said anything about this arrangement. Han Yojin wanted to avoid seeming like she was deliberately avoiding Lin Xiangyu, while Pei Yilin thought it would be better to sit in this position to have some cover if she needed to do something rather than being in the middle. The moment Lin Xiangyu sat next to Han Yojin, her face involuntarily turned red, but fortunately, no one else noticed. After the car started moving, Han Yojin began to doze off, as she had been thinking about Lin Xiangyu and the trip all night without sleep. As the car continued, she gradually leaned her head on Lin Xiangyu's shoulder and fell asleep. Seeing Min Enjing focused on driving, and Jean Mimi helping to keep an eye on the road while Han Yojin was asleep, Lin Xiangyu was suddenly startled by Pei Yilin's bold move, and immediately glanced at Min Enjing and Jean Mimi in the front seat. Once he saw they were not paying attention to the back, he relaxed. When Han Yojin woke up and found herself leaning on Lin Xiangyu's shoulder, her face turned red and her heart raced. Fearing that if she fell asleep again, she might lean on him again, she decided not to sleep. The group sat quietly until they arrived at the airport parking lot. After checking in, while waiting for the flight in the lounge, they ate some food to fill their stomachs since no one had eaten breakfast that morning. The 5 plane tickets were in a row, with Lin Xiangyu, Han Yojin, and Pei Yilin sitting together, with Lin Xiangyu again in the middle. This was, of course, a deliberate arrangement by Min Enjing. Compared to the cramped seats on the plane, if the two people next to each other made any movements, the others would hardly notice. Having experienced the previous situation, Lin Xiangyu naturally knew what Pei Yilin was up to this time. But Han Yojin, who was sitting next to him, was not asleep. Lin Xiangyu tensed his arm, making it impossible for Pei Yilin to pull his arm. He then turned to Pei Yilin and exchanged a glance. silently signaling her not to do that. Pei Yilin leaned her head close to Lin Xiangyu's ear and whispered, "You go talk to Erji, distract her." Lin Xiangyu's expression instantly turned to one of shock upon hearing Pei Yilin's words. However, Pei Yilin didn't care about that and pushed his shoulder hard, causing him to bump into Han Yojin. Pei Yilin directly assisted, forcing Lin Xiangyu to start a conversation with Han Yojin. Han Yojin let out a soft hum when Lin Xiangyu suddenly bumped into her. Lin Xiangyu quickly turned his head, looking apologetic as he asked, "I'm sorry, Yojin Jia. Are you okay?" "I am fine," Han Yojin replied softly. Although she had instructed Lin Xiangyu not to let the family notice anything unusual, she couldn't help but feel shy. Lin Xiangyu suddenly noticed that Minjing on the other side was watching him. When their eyes met, Minjing gave him a fist pump gesture for encouragement. Seeing Minjing's gesture and that approving look made him feel a bit awkward. But before he could continue to feel that awkwardness, he felt a cold hand warming up. Chapter 117. Apology on the plane. Pei Yilin had already started to apologize to him, and Lin Xiangyu knew he had to quickly find a topic to distract Han Yojin's attention. Cuff. Lin Xiangyu couldn't control his voice for a moment and could only clear his throat to cover it up. After hearing Lin Xiangyu make a strange sound, Han Yojin looked at him in confusion. It's nothing, just... Lin Xiangyu noticed that Min Eunjing had been looking at him, and her eyes were full of approval as he took the initiative to talk to Han Yojin. Lin Xiangyu awkwardly covered his mouth with his fist and said, "I was just thinking that we should have a lot of fun during these 10 days off, and I couldn't help but express my feelings. Yeah, it should be fun." Han Yojin nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lin Xiangyu quietly said in her ear, "Your aunt is watching us." Just as Han Yojin was about to turn her head to look, Lin Xiangyu poked her arm and said, "Don't look, pretend you don't know. Let's keep chatting." Then, Lin Xiangyu returned to his normal volume and asked, "Yojin, how have you been at school during this time?" Hearing Lin Xiangyu's question, Han Yojin was taken aback, as she sensed his concern in his tone. "I'm doing well," Han Yojin replied, looking into Lin Xiangyu's eyes and softly asking, "What about you?" "I'm also doing quite well," Lin Xiangyu said, and then suddenly leaned close to Han Yojin's ear and whispered, "But I keep thinking about you." Lin Xiangyu judged from their positions that Pei Yilin was currently leaning by the window, so he wasn't worried about her overhearing their conversation. Pei Yilin completely ignored what Lin Xiangyu was saying to Han Yojin. Lin Xiangyu's previous words made Han Yojin feel both shy and excited. The two then fell into a real conversation, and the more they talked, the happier they became, to the point that Han Yojin forgot her drowsiness. Until Pei Yilin leaned over to Lin Xiangyu's ear and said, "Xiangyu Appa, aren't you still angry?" Lin Xiangyu was so engrossed in the conversation that he momentarily forgot about Pei Yilin, which made him feel very sorry for her. Immediately, Lin Xiangyu said to Han Yojin, "Yojin, wait a moment." While speaking, he pretended to go to Pei Yilin's seat to grab a magazine. Pei Yilin, who had her eyes closed pretending to sleep, immediately opened them when she sensed Lin Xiangyu's movements. At this moment, Han Yojin's foot had gone a bit numb, and she suddenly exclaimed, "Ah!" Hearing Han Yojin's voice, Lin Xiangyu thought they had been discovered and quickly turned his head to see her reaction. Fortunately, Han Yojin hadn't noticed that Pei Yilin had just made a sound. She was currently moving her numb foot. "What's wrong?" Lin Xiangyu asked with concern. Han Yojin smiled and replied, "It's nothing, just my foot is a bit numb." If Min Eunjing and the others weren't there, Lin Xiangyu would definitely have offered to massage Han Yojin's foot, but with family around, he missed that good opportunity. Lin Xiangyu flipped open a magazine and saw a necklace on one of the pages. He pointed at it and said, "Yojin, you would look even better in this necklace than the model." Han Yojin blushed at Lin Xiangyu's compliment, and then, as if she noticed something, she asked with concern, "Xiangyu, what's wrong with you?" Pei Yilin, hearing Han Yojin's words, turned beet red and hurriedly turned her face toward the window, pretending to look at the scenery outside. Chapter 118. Family in swimsuits. Lin Xiangyu's response did not make Han Yojin feel anything amiss. When she had just been chatting with Lin Xiangyu, her palms had also sweated from nervousness, so she thought Lin Xiangyu was just like her. A little over an hour later, the plane arrived at its destination. After disembarking, Minjing contacted the owner of the villa she rented, who drove them to the villa and handed 2 keys to Minjing before leaving. The rent and deposit for the villa had already been paid online by Min and Jing in advance. With the keys in hand, Min and Jing opened the villa's front door, and everyone immediately began to look at the interior decoration and environment. Min and Jing walked to the center of the living room, clapped her hands, and said, "Let's divide the rooms first, put our things down, and then rest for a while before we head out." "Okay," the four of them replied in unison. Min and Jing smiled and suddenly said, "Whoever picks a room first gets it." Saying this, she was the first to rush upstairs. Seeing this, Pei Yilin immediately followed her up, while Lin Xiangyu, Han Yojin, and Ji Mimi took their time walking up. Min and Jing chose the master bedroom. She had seen photos of these rooms online in advance, making it easier to pick. Pei Yilin also found a room with an attached bathroom for herself, and the remaining rooms were quite spacious, making this house much larger than the single-family home they usually lived in. Lin Xiangyu, Han Yojin, and Ji Mimi each casually chose a room, and under Pei Yilin's subtle direction, Lin Xiangyu selected a room close to hers. However, this meant that Lin Xiangyu's room was positioned just like a seat on the way here, sandwiched between Han Yojin and Pei Yilin. Once everyone had chosen their rooms, Min and Jing announced, "After a long journey by car and plane, everyone must be tired. Let's head back to our rooms to rest for a bit, and we'll gather again in an hour to go out." No one opposed Min and Jing's suggestion, and they each returned to their rooms. Lin Xiangyu entered his room, tossed his backpack onto the table, and lay down. The long journey had made him feel a bit tired. Lying on the soft bed, he unknowingly fell asleep, not even hearing the notifications from his phone. Pei Yilin lay in bed looking at her phone and noticed that Lin Xiangyu had not replied to her messages for a long time. She yawned. The bumpy ride had made her, usually full of energy, feel a bit fatigued. Pei Yilin guessed that Lin Xiangyu must have fallen asleep, so she chose not to bombard him with more messages or calls and instead decided to close her eyes and take a short nap. An hour later, Min and Jing energetically walked out of her room. At the same time, Ji Mimi's room door was open, and she was sitting in her room waiting for everyone. Min and Jing walked to Jean Mimi's room door and said, "Mimi, come help me wake them up." "Okay, Mom," Jean Mimi replied, sitting up from her bed and heading straight out of the room. "Yojin, Xiangyu, Yilin, time to get up." Min and Jing and Jean Mimi called while knocking on the doors. Hearing Min and Jing's voice, Lin Xiangyu yawned and sat up in bed. After responding, he took a deep breath and climbed out of bed. Normally, he would set an alarm, but he had fallen asleep too quickly today to do so. When Lin Xiangyu opened his door, Pei Yilin also emerged from her room, rubbing her eyes. Only Han Yojin had not come out yet and had not responded at all. Min and Jing visibly grew anxious, and the knocking became faster and harder, making a loud, thumping sound that caused the door to tremble slightly. "Yojin, Yojin," Min and Jing called out anxiously while knocking on the door. I'm coming. Han Yojin finally responded. Upon hearing Han Yojin's reply, Min and Jing's heart finally eased, and Lin Xiangyu noticed that tears had begun to well up in her eyes. Han Yojin opened the door, looking haggard, and said, "Mom, you all go ahead and play. I didn't sleep last night, and I'm really too tired. I'll come find you once I wake up." Seeing Han Yojin's weary appearance, Min and Jing said with concern, "Then we'll wait for you." It's a good opportunity for everyone to rest a bit. Clearly, Min and Jing was not at ease leaving Han Yojin alone. Hearing Min and Jing's words, Han Yojin quickly said seriously, "Mom, I'm not a child anymore. You don't have to wait for me. Don't let my problem affect everyone's mood. I'll sleep for a bit and then come find you." Seeing the serious expression on Han Yojin's face, Min and Jing decided not to insist further, smiling as she said, "Okay then, we'll go first. Call me when you wake up." Han Yojin nodded. Min and Jing looked at Han Yojin with concern and said, "Yojin, go back to sleep. We won't disturb you." "Okay," Han Yojin replied and closed her room door. After Han Yojin closed the door, Min and Jing made a shushing gesture to everyone, signaling them to keep quiet and not disturb Han Yojin. The group went back to their rooms to grab their swimsuits and personal items. Lin Xiangyu took it upon himself to carry the 2 folding beach chairs that came with the villa. Once they had everything, the group tiptoed out of the villa, careful not to make noise that would wake Han Yojin. The villa rented by Min and Jing was located on the northwest coast, so they planned to head to the nearby beach first. As for the moonlight pool and Zand, they would decide whether to go today or tomorrow based on the situation. After a few minutes of walking, they arrived at the beach, and it was Lin Xiangyu's first time seeing the ocean. The golden sunlight, soft sand, and azure sea truly uplifted his spirits. Feeling the sea breeze blowing toward him, Lin Xiangyu couldn't help but close his eyes and take a deep breath. Just as he was marveling at the beauty of nature, Pei Yilin's voice came from behind him. Xiangyu Appa, it's time to change into our swimsuits. Oh, okay, Lin Xiangyu replied, turning around to see Min and Jing and Jean Mimi waving at him not far away. The group then went to the changing room to change into their swimsuits, storing their changed clothes in the lockers. The three women in swimsuits immediately attracted Lin Xiangyu's attention. Whether it was An and Jing, Sister Mimi, or Pei Yilin, they all had amazing figures. Lin Xiangyu thought to himself, looking at the three stunning beauties in front of him. Lin Xiangyu's body suddenly felt a chill. Chapter 119. The feeling of being protected by a man after sensing the changes in his body. Lin Xiangyu hurriedly used the folding chair in his hand to block himself, immediately thinking of some cartoon scenarios in his mind to help suppress the abnormality. However, even so, a general outline could still be seen, and Minjing, Jean Mimi, and Pei Yilin all noticed it. At this moment, the three of them were thinking, Minjing, it seems Xiangyu has really grown up. Jean Mimi, are all men like this? Pei Yilin, I saw it, that's Xiangyu's thing. The three women changed into swimsuits, instantly attracting the attention of the surrounding tourists. Regardless of gender, everyone couldn't help but look at such beautiful women. None of the four could swim, so they rented a few swim rings and each put one on, playing in the water near the shore. Lin Xiangyu remembered how swimming competitions were done and, with a try-it-out attitude, attempted to swim, only to find that he could actually swim easily. He wasn't sure if it was due to the effect of the Muscle King card, but Lin Xiangyu discovered that he had a great talent for sports. Seeing Lin Xiangyu learn to swim so quickly, the three women showed expressions of surprise. Minjing even covered her mouth, forming an O shape, and exclaimed with excitement and shock, "Wow, Xiangyu, you're amazing. You learned to swim so quickly." Not really, Anjing, it might be because I watched a lot before, Lin Xiangyu said, appearing a bit shy at Minjing's compliment, but feeling secretly pleased inside. Isn't that impressive? He's basically a genius. Minjing was never stingy with her praise for Lin Xiangyu and the others. Not only Minjing, but even Jean Mimi, who was beside her, looked at Lin Xiangyu with admiration. Jean Mimi was not good at sports herself. She only dared to splash around in the water with her swim ring. At this moment, Pei Yilin suddenly said in a thunder tone, "Xiangyu Appa, I want to swim too. Come teach me." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu's first reaction was to look at Minjing, as teaching someone to swim would inevitably involve physical contact, and he was not a professional swimming instructor. Minjing saw Lin Xiangyu looking at her and smiled, saying, "Go ahead." After receiving Minjing's permission, Lin Xiangyu took Pei Yilin to a slightly deeper part of the water to practice swimming. Pei Yilin was naturally athletic, and even though she didn't exercise much, her skin was firm and elastic. However, for some reason, perhaps due to Lin Xiangyu's lack of teaching skills, after a long time of instruction, Pei Yilin still couldn't grasp the technique. "Xiangyu Appa, can you support my waist a bit?" Pei Yilin said in a normal tone. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu immediately looked at Minjing again. Perhaps because of Pei Yilin's normal tone, Minjing didn't think much of it and didn't even look their way, as she was busy splashing in the water. On the other hand, Jean Mimi looked thoughtfully at Lin Xiangyu and Pei Yilin. When Lin Xiangyu made eye contact with Jean Mimi, he awkwardly smiled. Jean Mimi responded with a smile and immediately turned her head away, no longer looking over. So, Lin Xiangyu began to support Pei Yilin's waist and teach her how to swim. After swimming for a while doing swimming motions, Pei Yilin softly said, "Xiangyu Appa, your hand can go a bit lower. Don't be afraid of physical contact. You have to teach me well today." Hearing Pei Yilin say this in a tempting tone, Lin Xiangyu felt a surge of heat in his heart. At the same time, he heard arguing voices coming from behind him, and immediately turned to look. He saw a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man and a dark-skinned, burly man standing near Minjing and Jean Mimi. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu quickly withdrew his hand and swam towards Minjing and Jean Mimi. "Please leave here," Minjing said coldly, shielding Jean Mimi behind her. Hey, beautiful ladies. Isn't it lonely playing here by yourselves? Let us join you. Don't worry, our skills are top-notch. One of the men with slicked-back blonde hair leered at Min Enjing and Jean Mimi, occasionally letting out an uncomfortable lewd laugh. Please leave here. Min Enjing had no idea how to handle the situation and was terrified, but as a mother, she bravely stood in front of Jean Mimi. Let us play together, beautiful. Just like my friend said, our skills are first-rate. We guarantee you won't forget, said the dark-skinned man, flashing a wide grin that showed off his white teeth, making an inappropriate gesture of holding his waist. Jean Mimi clung tightly to Min Enjing, her eyes brimming with tears as she trembled in fear. Min Enjing, standing in front of her, was not much better off. Her heart raced in fear, and if it weren't for her role as a mother, she might have already burst into tears. As the two burly men continued to approach them, Min Enjing stepped back and anxiously shouted, "Don't come any closer." Several other men from each country who had originally planned to flirt with him saw this and immediately abandoned their thoughts. Looking at the two tall foreign men, they only dared to stand still and watch, not daring to intervene. As Min Enjing backed away, using her slender arms to protect Jean Mimi, she suddenly slipped and lost her balance, about to fall backward. Just as she was about to hit the ground, someone caught her from behind. Turning her head, she saw that it was Lin Xiangyu who had steadied her. "You're okay now. And Enjing, I'm here. You don't have to be afraid," Lin Xiangyu said, gently rubbing her thin back. Hearing Lin Xiangyu say this, Min Enjing almost cried out. The strength she had just forced herself to show vanished in an instant, leaving only a woman's fragility and helplessness. Seeing the distressed expressions on Min Enjing and Jean Mimi's faces, Lin Xiangyu felt a surge of anger. He positioned his arms to shield the two women behind him and walked toward the two foreign men. Min Enjing, worried, tugged at Lin Xiangyu's arm. Noticing this, Lin Xiangyu gently patted the back of Min Enjing's hand and said softly, "Enjing, it's okay. You don't have to worry. Just leave it to me." Min Enjing's cold hand, chilled by the seawater and fear, felt the warmth from Lin Xiangyu's hand, bringing her immense comfort. At the same time, a strange sensation arose in her heart, making her feel as if she had been electrocuted, and she quickly withdrew her hand. This was the first time she felt a man's presence, the first time she experienced the feeling of being protected by a man. Chapter 120. Lessons for the foreigners with black and white skin. While Min Enjing's heart was racing, Lin Xiangyu had already continued towards the two foreign men. The middle-aged man with blonde hair saw Lin Xiangyu approaching alone and was not afraid at all. Instead, he said mockingly, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, get out of the way quickly, or you'll get a beating. Besides, with beauties like them, you're not worthy of playing with. That big guy isn't someone like you can satisfy." Hearing such filthy words about Min Enjing and Jean Mimi from the blonde man's mouth, Lin Xiangyu instantly became furious, and his national essence was forced out. Although the two foreigners did not understand what Lin Xiangyu was saying, they could still tell from his tone that he was insulting them. After all, the tone was similar to "fuck you and bastard." "Kid, you want to cause trouble, huh?" the blonde man said with a face full of anger. As Lin Xiangyu walked towards the two foreigners, he raised his hand to give them an international thumbs up. "Fuck you, your mother, your ancient mother." Lin Xiangyu pronounced this string of words with a very standard Chinese accent. When it comes to cursing, it's best to insult the opponent in a language they can understand. The two foreigners, upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's string of hometown phrases, immediately rushed over cursing. Min Enjing and Jean Mimi were incredibly worried for Lin Xiangyu upon seeing this scene. Meanwhile, Pei Yilin, who was swimming back with a float, joined Min Enjing and Jean Mimi. She had originally intended to stand with Lin Xiangyu, but despite her usually domineering demeanor, she felt fear upon seeing the fierce-looking foreigners. Lin Xiangyu looked at the two foreign men charging at him without any sign of fear. However, since they were fighting in water, Lin Xiangyu couldn't use his Kafa kick. But this also limited the two foreign men. Seeing that the two foreigners were planning to gang up on him, Lin Xiangyu took the initiative and splashed water at the dark-skinned man. Subconsciously, he thought that these dark-skinned guys usually had better physical fitness. Without knowing the specifics about them, he chose to attack the one who looked physically stronger first. The dark-skinned man didn't expect Lin Xiangyu to use such a trick and was caught off guard by the water splashing into his eyes. Just when he thought he was being toyed with and felt angry, Lin Xiangyu's lightning-fast jab was already flying toward his face. Smack! The dark-skinned man surprisingly reacted in time to block the punch with his arm. But then, he was met with a flurry of punches from Lin Xiangyu. After blocking a few, he quickly got hit by a punch to the face. The punch wasn't particularly strong, but after being hit, the dark-skinned man instantly felt darkness before he fell into the sea. The white-skinned man was shocked upon witnessing this. As the dark-skinned man's buddy, he knew very well of his strength, which was why he had dared to openly tease Min and Jing and Jean Mimi. But now, this guy was knocked down by a man who wasn't particularly thin, but not very muscular either. Wow, what the? The shocked white-skinned man couldn't help but exclaim in his native language. John Landau contributed 100 shock points. Min and Jing contributed 100 shock points. Jean Mimi contributed 100 shock points. Pei Yilin contributed 100 shock points. Onlookers ABCD contributed XXX shock points. After seeing the dark-skinned man knocked down by Lin Xiangyu, John Landau was momentarily unsure whether to help his friend up or run away. The dark-skinned man's combat power could take on 2 John Landaus, while Lin Xiangyu only needed 1 punch to take him down. In this situation, John Landau had completely lost the courage to fight Lin Xiangyu and, in just half a second, chose to abandon his friend and flee. But Lin Xiangyu obviously wouldn't let him off so easily and quickly chased after him. Since they were not far from the shore, it only took a few steps for them to reach it. Once on land, Lin Xiangyu, like a runaway horse, quickly caught up with the panicked John Landau. Then, from the right side, a powerful Kaffa kick struck John Landau's calf. This kick made John Landau kneel on the ground. John Landau turned to look at the approaching Lin Xiangyu, and what awaited him was Lin Xiangyu's pre-charged charge punch. Bang! Lin Xiangyu's full-force punch hit John Landau's face, causing blood to spurt from his nose instantly. Lin Xiangyu didn't take a nap, because he wanted to beat up John Landau while he was still conscious. Lin Xiangyu grabbed John Landau's hair with his left hand and used his right to throw punch after punch at his mouth. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Countless punches rained down on John Landau's mouth, instantly making his lips swell up and turn outward. Even so, Lin Xiangyu continued to strike at his mouth, and their fight attracted many onlookers, some even taking out their phones to record. But no one stepped in to stop it, perhaps related to a recent incident where a white man beat up a Korean person in the street to gain followers on a short video platform. Even just hitting his mouth, John Landau was close to losing consciousness from Lin Xiangyu's relentless attacks. Because Lin Xiangyu's punches covered all directions, some inevitably struck his chin. John Landau's mouth and Lin Xiangyu's fists were covered in blood flowing down. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lin Xiangyu hurriedly released John Landau's hair and turned to walk towards the dark-skinned man who had fallen into the water. If someone drowns for more than 3 minutes, they could be in life-threatening danger. However, given the dark-skinned man's physical condition and lung capacity, he could probably last 5 minutes without issue. Lin Xiangyu reached the dark-skinned man, pulled him by the hair, and dragged him out of the sea. Damn, this dark-skinned man is heavy. Lin Xiangyu complained as he dragged the dark-skinned man like a dead dog towards the shore. After dragging the dark-skinned man to the shore, Lin Xiangyu didn't immediately go hard on him, but instead slapped his face a few times and splashed water on him. There was only one reason for Lin Xiangyu to do this. He wanted to wake the dark-skinned man up before making him suffer. After Lin Xiangyu's relentless efforts, the dark-skinned man quickly woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, Lin Xiangyu's pre-charged charge punch came crashing towards his mouth. With just 1 punch, the dark-skinned man's mouth flipped outward. Next, Lin Xiangyu unleashed a storm of kicks. Unlike when he taught the white-skinned man a lesson, this time Lin Xiangyu didn't pull the dark-skinned man up, but let him lie on the ground while continuously kicking his face like a soccer ball. Since the dark-skinned man had just woken up and his consciousness wasn't fully clear, he was once again dazed by Lin Xiangyu's attacks. Not to mention counterattacking, he could hardly defend himself and could only use his hands to protect his face, which was getting close to being deformed from the kicks. Facing Lin Xiangyu's merciless soccer kicks, the dark-skinned man even felt a fear of death, and he wailed, "Big brother, please stop. If you keep kicking me like this, you might really kill me." Lin Xiangyu did not choose to let the black-skinned man go after his pleas for mercy. He continued to kick him in the face, even harder than before. This time, the black-skinned man was completely panicked, letting out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Help! Murder! If you don't stop him, you'll be witnessing a murder. The black-skinned man was kicked to the ground by Lin Xiangyu, rolling around while continuously screaming in agony. Yet, no one around dared to intervene. It wasn't just because of their hatred for foreigners. It was more due to the ferocity displayed by Lin Xiangyu that left them intimidated. Just as Lin Xiangyu was venting his anger on the black-skinned man, he suddenly felt a warm and soft sensation on his back. Chapter 121. Arranged by Min Eunjing to take care of Han Yujin enough, Xiangyu enough, don't hit him anymore. If you keep going, something really bad will happen. Min Eunjing tightly hugged Lin Xiangyu from behind and said. Hearing Eunjing's gentle voice with a hint of tears, Lin Xiangyu, who was a bit worked up, calmed down. Enough, Xiangyu, enough. Annie doesn't want to see you get hurt. As Eunjing spoke, tears flowed from her eyes. Under Eunjing's persuasion, Lin Xiangyu stopped attacking the dark-skinned man and turned around to embrace the crying Eunjing. At that moment, Lin Xiangyu had no ill thoughts about Eunjing. He only felt heartbroken for this woman upon seeing her tears. At this time, Ji Mimi also hugged Eunjing from behind and began to cry along with her. However, Pei Yilin, who was standing nearby, felt very uncomfortable seeing this warm scene. After feeling the warmth coming from Lin Xiangyu, Eunjing realized that it was inappropriate to be hugging him like this and quickly let him go. After Lin Xiangyu stopped, the dark-skinned man hurriedly got up from the ground and crawled over to the light-skinned man. The two of them didn't dare to look back and fled like two lost dogs, running away in a panic. Only after they had run far did they turn back to glance at Lin Xiangyu, their faces filled with fear, as if they were afraid he would chase after them. After this little incident, no one dared to have any thoughts about the three women with Lin Xiangyu. Lin Xiangyu and his family enjoyed their time together without any interruptions. Sometimes playing in the water at sea, sometimes lying on the beach soaking up the sun, having a great time. Under Lin Xiangyu's personal guidance, Pei Yilin also learned to swim. At this moment, she was impatiently teaching Jean Mimi, occasionally playfully splashing her, making Jean Mimi feel quite shy. In the shallow water with Min Eunjing, Lin Xiangyu noticed that Eunjing had a frown on her face, seeming to be worried about something. He quickly asked, Auntie Eunjing, what's wrong? Is something bothering you? Xiaoyu, Eugene still hasn't come over for a long time. I'm a bit worried about her. Can you go back and check on her? And maybe try to talk to her a bit, Eunjing said with a hint of pleading on her face. This request was nothing for Lin Xiangyu. He quickly agreed. Okay, Auntie Eunjing, I will go back right now. Lin Xiangyu had been looking forward to spending time alone with Han Yujin again. After saying that, he immediately started running towards the shore. Seeing this, Eunjing hurriedly called out from behind, Wait a moment, Xiangyu. Upon hearing her call, Lin Xiangyu stopped and turned around. The keys, you didn't take the keys, Eunjing said as she walked from the shallow water towards the shore. In his rush, Lin Xiangyu had completely forgotten about this. He awkwardly smiled and stood still, waiting for Eunjing. After Eunjing arrived, Lin Xiangyu went with her to get the keys from the locker. And then he rinsed off and changed out of his swimsuit. After saying goodbye to Eunjing, Lin Xiangyu quickly walked towards the villa. Eunjing watched Lin Xiangyu's broad back for a moment, then blushed, bit her lip, and turned back to the changing room. Meanwhile, Pei Yilin and Jean Mimi were completely engrossed in practicing swimming in the sea and didn't notice that Eunjing and Lin Xiangyu had left. After being pinched again by Pei Yilin, Jean Mimi stammered and asked, Yilin, did Xiangyu teach you like this just now? Upon hearing Jean Mimi's question, Pei Yilin's face immediately flushed red, and she hurriedly explained, How could that be, big sister? If that guy Lin Xiangyu dared to touch me, I would make him pay. But you've been calling him Appa lately, right? I thought your relationship was getting better. Why are you calling him that guy again? Jean Mimi asked in surprise. Pei Yilin quickly explained, Who said our relationship got better? She stuttered a bit due to being too nervous. Jean Mimi noticed Pei Yilin was being stubborn and looked at her with a smile without saying anything. Seeing Jean Mimi laughing at her, Pei Yilin immediately reacted, Oh, so you dare to laugh at me, big sister? After saying that, Pei Yilin suddenly pinched Jean Mimi again. Out of embarrassment and anger, she pinched quite hard, making Jean Mimi cry out. Ouch! Jean Mimi crossed her arms and said seriously, Yilin, that really hurts. Pei Yilin knew Jean Mimi couldn't really blame her and mischievously reached out her hand, saying, Is that so? Big sister, then let me give you a good rub. Stop it, Yilin, don't pull the straps. Jean Mimi quickly protected herself. The two girls played happily in the sea like this. Meanwhile, Lin Xiangyu had already returned to the villa. He took out the keys, inserted them into the keyhole, gently turned them, and opened the villa door. Chapter 122. You are the first after entering the villa. Lin Xiangyu ran straight upstairs without any hesitation. He arrived at Han Yozhin's door and gently knocked. After 3 knocks, Lin Xiangyu pressed his ear against the door to listen for any sounds inside. There was no noise at all, so he knocked harder. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. As Lin Xiangyu continued to knock, he heard Han Yozhin's voice from inside the room. I'm coming, stop knocking. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Xiangyu stopped knocking and waited at the door. Han Yozhin yawned, opened the door, and, seeing Lin Xiangyu standing there, said with a surprised expression, Xiangyu, why are you back? After saying this, she looked behind Lin Xiangyu, seemingly wanting to see if anyone else had come back with him. Aunt Yinjing is worried about you, so she asked me to come back and check on you. Lin Xiangyu noticed Han Yozhin looking behind him as if searching for someone and smiled as he said, They haven't come back. It's just me. Upon hearing that Lin Xiangyu was the only one who returned, Han Yozhin lazily yawned again, patted her pink lips with her hand, and turned to walk back into the room. Lin Xiangyu did not follow her inside, but stood at the door watching. Han Yozhin walked to the side of the bed, turned around to sit down, and saw Lin Xiangyu still standing at the door. After a moment of thought, she said, Xiangyu, Gomein. Okay, Yozhin. After receiving Han Yozhin's permission, Lin Xiangyu stepped into the room. Han Yozhin's room was arranged differently from Lin Xiangyu's. Although the space was also quite large, there were no tables or chairs, only a big wardrobe, making it look like a room previously occupied by a family member of the original owner. With no place to sit, Lin Xiangyu could only stand in the middle of the room. Seeing him awkwardly standing there, Han Yozhin blushed and said, Xiangyu, come sit over here. All right, Lin Xiangyu replied and walked over to sit beside Han Yozhin. Perhaps because they were a man and a woman alone together, once Lin Xiangyu sat next to Han Yozhin. Neither of them spoke for a while, silently gazing ahead, while the temperature between them kept rising. After a moment, Han Yozhin was the first to break the silence. Xiangyu, thank you for what happened last time. No need to thank me, Yozhin. That's what I should do. Lin Xiangyu said with a smile, as if it were a trivial matter. However, even though Lin Xiangyu acted as if it was nothing, Han Yozhin still expressed her gratitude, saying, It's a good thing you were there last time. Otherwise, I can't imagine the consequences. Maybe it was fate that brought me there. Lin Xiangyu said, then turned to look at Han Yozhin beside him. Just a glance at Han Yozhin made Lin Xiangyu's heart race. He could clearly feel that he genuinely liked Han Yozhin, unrelated to desire. This was also why he had been restraining himself in front of her, trying hard to appear reliable. When Han Yozhin heard Lin Xiangyu say it might be fate, her already blushing face turned even redder. Then, she shyly said, Xiangyu, do you know? You are a man that I can't resist from the bottom of my heart. Hearing Han Yozhin describe him this way made Lin Xiangyu extremely happy. As their eyes met, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became ambiguous. Chapter 123. Hand everything over to the heart. Lin Xiangyu looked at Han Yozhin's blushing earlobe and couldn't help but swallow. For some reason, at that moment, he felt that Han Yozhin's earlobe would taste like cherries. Their gazes were tightly intertwined, and even though she felt shy, Han Yozhin did not look away. Both of them were anticipating the next step. As the distance between them grew closer, Lin Xiangyu's Adam's apple bobbed, and he swallowed hard. The next second, he raised his slightly trembling left hand, filled with excitement, and placed it on the back of Han Yozhin's neck. A mix of emotions, excitement, nervousness, and exhilaration made Lin Xiangyu's breath quicken. His warm breath brushed against Han Yozhin's flushed face, causing her skin to tremble. Knowing what was about to happen, Han Yozhin was filled with heat and tension, along with a hint of indescribable unease. Due to her nervousness, Han Yozhin's throat kept rolling, even though she wasn't swallowing anything. At that moment, she was extremely tense, able to clearly hear her own heart beating loudly, thump, thump, while also eagerly waiting for Lin Xiangyu's next move. Finally, Lin Xiangyu turned his head, pressing his lips heavily against Han Yozhen's soft, tender, light pink lips. Han Yozhen's heartbeat became increasingly pleasant, even causing a slight sense of dizziness. An hour later, Lin Xiangyu gently caressed Han Yozhen's cheek, and she lay contentedly on his arm, quietly looking at him. Since parting ways at the motel last time, Han Yozhen had been very conflicted, but now her heart had calmed down. Just as they were enjoying the warmth after their passion, Han Yozhen suddenly noticed the glaring crimson on the sheets, and her heart immediately became uneasy. She quickly jumped out of bed barefoot and ran to the floor. The movement caused her to wince in pain. Lin Xiangyu looked at Han Yozhen, who was standing by the bed, with confusion. Han Yozhen, blushing, tugged at the blanket on the bed to cover her body and lowered her head, saying, "Xiangyu, can you come down for a moment? Before my mom and the others come back. I'll take the sheets to the bathroom and see if I can wash it out." Han Yozhen's innocent and cute demeanor made Lin Xiangyu feel both amused and heartbroken. He quickly started putting on his clothes while saying, "I'll change the sheets in the other room first, and then I'll go buy a new one. Can you find one nearby? You're not familiar with this area. Xiangyu, don't bother. Let me wash it first." After Han Yozhen finished speaking, she bent down, covering her lower abdomen, and began to pull the sheets down. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu hurriedly grabbed her hand and took the sheets from her. "It won't come out, Yozhen. You just lost your..." Lin Xiangyu saw Han Yozhen's shy demeanor as she lowered her head and quickly changed his words. "You go lie down in my room for a bit, Yozhen. I'll change the sheets first." Han Yozhen stood barefoot on the floor, wrapped in a blanket, pondering for a long time. Finally, as Lin Xiangyu was about to leave with the sheets, she asked, "Xiangyu, how can you be so sure it won't come out?" Lin Xiangyu paused after hearing Han Yozhen's question, turned around, and said, "Yozhen, this is something anyone with a bit of common sense would know, right? Blood is hard to wash out. I can't even get a little stain out of my clothes, let alone such a large area on the sheets." After hearing Lin Xiangyu's explanation, Han Yozhen responded obediently with an "oh," which was both the answer she wanted to hear and not the answer she wanted to hear. She wanted to know if Lin Xiangyu had experience with others, but she was also afraid to hear him admit that he had been with someone else. After answering Han Yozhen's question, Lin Xiangyu first took the sheets to his room and placed them in his backpack, then went to the empty room to pull down the sheets from there. Han Yozhen stood in place, holding the blanket, barefoot, and did not move. After Lin Xiangyu brought the sheets back, Han Yozhen said, "I'll do it." "You don't have to, Yozhen. Just take a break. I'll handle it." After Lin Xiangyu said this, he began to spread the sheets for Han Yozhen. Han Yozhen watched Lin Xiangyu's busy figure, a happy smile appearing on her face. When Lin Xiangyu finished, Han Yozhen did not immediately lie down but sat on the edge of the bed, holding the blanket. Lin Xiangyu noticed and said, "Yozhen, you should lie on the bed. Don't stand there. I have to wash up first. Otherwise, it will get dirty again." Because of her shyness, Han Yozhen spoke a bit slower than usual. "All right, I need to wash up too." Lin Xiangyu looked at Han Yozhen's shy appearance and suddenly wanted to tease her. So he said, "How about we do it together?" Chapter 124 Voice Guidance for Gaming. After hearing Lin Xiangyu's words, Han Yozhen's face immediately turned even redder, and she pouted. "Xiangyu, what nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and turn your head away." The more Han Yozhen reacted this way, the more Lin Xiangyu wanted to tease her. He then grinned and asked, "Why should I turn away? I need to put down the blanket before I can go over." Han Yozhen stammered while holding onto the blanket. Lin Xiangyu pretended not to understand and asked, "But what does that have to do with me turning away? I don't get it. Yozhen, can you explain a bit clearer? I'm a bit slow. If you don't turn away, won't I be exposed when I put down the blanket?" After saying this, Han Yozhen's face turned crimson, and she lowered her head. Lin Xiangyu, seeing Han Yozhen like this, couldn't help but smile happily and gazed at her intently. After a while, without hearing Lin Xiangyu speak, Han Yozhen thought he had turned away and slowly lifted her head to look over. As a result, she saw Lin Xiangyu grinning at her. The moment their eyes met, Lin Xiangyu immediately spoke up, "Yozhen, didn't I already see everything just now? Xiangyu, stop messing around. Mom and the others will be back soon." Han Yozhen's tone clearly became anxious. Hearing this, Lin Xiangyu said, "All right, I won't tease you anymore. I'll turn around now. You go wash up quickly." With that, He immediately turned away. Seeing Lin Xiangyu turn away, Han Yojin bit her lip and placed the blanket on the bed. Then, while walking towards the bathroom, she kept an eye on Lin Xiangyu's movements, fearing he would suddenly turn back. This time, Lin Xiangyu did not turn around. Although he wanted to turn back to tease Han Yojin, he was afraid that if he did, she would run to the bathroom in embarrassment and hurt herself. So he abandoned that idea. Han Yojin cautiously made her way to the bathroom. If it weren't for feeling a bit unwell, she would have run there. After hearing the sound of the bathroom door closing, Lin Xiangyu realized he didn't need to wait there. He could just go back to his room to wash up. With this thought, Lin Xiangyu turned around and walked out of the bathroom. As he passed by the bathroom, he heard the sound of the shower and immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Xiangyu hurriedly ran back to his room, tried to make the most of his time to finish before Min and Jing and the others returned. With this in mind, Lin Xiangyu took out his phone, unlocked the screen, and checked the time. 11:05:37. It was still early, but Lin Xiangyu noticed he had over 10 unread messages and quickly opened them to check. Among these messages, 2 were from Shunning Ai and Zheng Xiaoying, asking Lin Xiangyu how Jeju Island was, whether it was fun, and if he was happy. Another message was from Min and Jing, telling Lin Xiangyu that she ordered takeout and asked him to pick it up later, so he could tell the others it was from outside. She also mentioned that she would message him before they returned. Although Lin Xiangyu didn't quite understand specifics, he guessed it was related to Min and Jing not wanting Jean Mimi and Pei Yilin to know about Han Yojin. As for the remaining messages, they were all from Han Yinshi and very explicit. The earlier ones were relatively normal, just saying she missed Lin Xiangyu, but later on, she directly mentioned fantasizing about playing games with him, saying she scored high in a game by herself, and asking if Lin Xiangyu wanted to play with her. Lin Xiangyu looked at the timestamps of the messages and replied to each of them in order. He told Shunning Ai and Zheng Xiaoying that Jeju Island was quite interesting and hoped to have the chance to come with them next time. His reply to Han Yinshi was, "Yinshi, don't be like this in the daytime. I'm with family right now. Let us call tonight, and I'll guide you on how to play the game with voice chat." Far away, Han Yinshi's expression turned shy yet expectant after seeing Lin Xiangyu's message. Chapter 125. Knocking on the door 40 minutes ago, Pei Yilin, who found Lin Xiangyu missing, immediately came ashore from the sea. After looking around, she finally spotted Min and Jing drinking a beverage under a sunshade. After locating Min and Jing, Pei Yilin quickly jogged over to her. Upon reaching Min and Jing, Pei Yilin immediately asked, "Mom, do you know where Lin Xiangyu went?" Considering Pei Yilin's personality, if she knew about Han Yojin's situation, she would surely show it in front of Han Yojin and might even cling to her, trying to persuade her. This would only cause Han Yojin to further shut herself off. So Min and Jing decided not to tell her about Lin Xiangyu going back to the villa to enlighten Han Yojin. "I sent Xiangyu to buy our lunch. Is there something you need from him?" Min and Jing said with a smile, trying to appear normal. Hearing Min and Jing's words, Pei Yilin thought Min and Jing had noticed her unusual concern for Lin Xiangyu, and her heart skipped a beat. She quickly pretended to be nonchalant and said, "I don't need anything from him. I just can't teach my sister to swim and wanted him to help her." At that moment, Jean Mimi also walked over, and Min and Jing immediately said, "You two should take a break from swimming for now. Once Xiangyu is back with the food, we can head back to the villa to eat." Pei Yilin initially wanted to ask why they couldn't go back now, but to prevent Min and Jing from overthinking, she simply said okay and dropped the topic. Seeing this, Min and Jing stood up, picked up her phone, and said to Jean Mimi, "Mimi, you can sit here. I'm going to take a walk." After saying that, Min and Jing immediately pretended to go play by the sea, but in reality, she took the opportunity to message Lin Xiangyu and order takeout. During this time, Pei Yilin repeatedly mentioned she was hungry and urged to go home. But Min and Jing refused with various reasons, saying that Lin Xiangyu would call once he was done shopping and that they should enjoy the fresh air since they had finally come out to play. However, after waiting for a long time without receiving a call from Lin Xiangyu, Pei Yilin lost her patience. Originally, she wanted to take advantage of the outing to get closer to Lin Xiangyu, but who would have thought he would disappear after playing for a while? Meanwhile, in the villa, Lin Xiangyu was engaged in the second round of a virtual reality game with Han Yojin. Just as they were fully immersed in the game, the sudden ringing of a phone startled both of them. They instinctively looked at the phone screen, which displayed the name Pei Yilin. Upon seeing Pei Yilin's name, Han Yojin instantly recalled their last encounter at the motel, and her face turned red. The key difference was that the last time was fake, but this time it was real. They exchanged glances, and Han Yojin, blushing, quietly asked, "What does Yilin want from you?" Lin Xiangyu silenced his phone and tossed it aside, saying, "What serious matter could she want? Just ignore her." After that, he prepared to continue playing the game with Han Yojin. Han Yojin nudged Lin Xiangyu's shoulder and said, "Don't. What if they come back?" "They won't." Aunt Jing said she would let me know in advance if they returned, Lin Xiangyu replied, continuing to play mobile game collection without a care. Han Yojin, unable to match Lin Xiangyu's strength, could only let him keep playing. However, just then, a sudden knocking sound echoed from downstairs. Chapter 126. Second sister, what were you just saying? Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knocking sound from downstairs, Han Yuzheng was immediately frightened, losing all expressions, her eyes filled with fear and panic. Lin Xiangyu also immediately stopped playing the game, picking up his phone to check if Min and Jing had sent him a message. "You go down quickly," Han Yuzheng said with a flushed face. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu didn't dare to delay any longer and quickly got up. If it really was Min and Jing and the others returning and they saw him lying on Han Yuzheng, it wouldn't be a joke. After getting up, Lin Xiangyu immediately began to get dressed, leaving Han Yozheng's room while putting on his clothes. At the same time, a man's voice came from downstairs. "The delivery is here. Is anyone home? Come out to get the food." Hearing the delivery person's voice, Lin Xiangyu's tense heart finally relaxed. He stopped in his tracks and turned to Han Yuzheng, saying, "It's the delivery guy, Yuzheng Jia." Han Yuzheng was hurriedly getting dressed, and upon hearing Lin Xiangyu's words, she paused for a moment before continuing to put on her clothes. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu said nothing more, continuing to dress while heading downstairs. After opening the front door, the impatient delivery person handed the food to Lin Xiangyu and left. After placing the delivery on the dining table, Lin Xiangyu quickly ran back upstairs. Even so, by the time he reached the door of Han Yozheng's room, she had already finished dressing and was tidying up the bed. "Yuzheng Jia, we haven't finished that game yet," Lin Xiangyu said while walking towards the bed. Han Yuzheng took her hand off Lin Xiangyu's waist and picked up his phone from the bed, saying, "Stop messing around. Mom sent you a message. They should be on their way back." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangyu took the phone from Han Yozheng's hand to check. Indeed, Min and Jing had sent him a message, roughly saying that Pei Yilin was so hungry that she insisted on coming back, so they were already on their way. Han Yuzheng sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Lin Xiangyu, waiting for him to say the content of Min and Jing's message. Lin Xiangyu raised his head to meet Han Yozheng's gaze and said dejectedly, "Aunt and Jing and the others are on their way back." Han Yuzheng nodded, seemingly unsurprised by the result, then said, "Xiangyu, call Yilin back." "Okay." Lin Xiangyu didn't say much and directly agreed, knowing that Han Yuzheng wanted him to do this because she was afraid Pei Yilin would overthink. This time, Lin Xiangyu was clever. He didn't call in front of Han Yuzheng, but returned to his own room to make the call. After Lin Xiangyu went out, Han Yuzheng sniffed the air with her nose and then opened the window of the room, fearing that others would discover any traces. After Lin Xiangyu returned to his room, he sat in the middle of the bed and dialed Pei Yilin's number. The phone rang once before it was immediately picked up. Soon after, Pei Yilin's unreasonable tone came through the phone. "Lin Xiangyu, where did you go to buy food?" "I'm already home." Lin Xiangyu replied calmly, "I just got home." Although he didn't like Pei Yilin speaking to him in that tone, he liked that she was apologizing because of it. "Then why didn't you answer my call just now?" Pei Yilin questioned first, then her tone softened as she said in a very low voice, "I was worried about you." Hearing Pei Yilin say she was worried about him in that tone made Lin Xiangyu's mind involuntarily picture the scene as she said that. She first took a sneaky glance at Min and Jing and Jean Mimi, then walked aside while covering the phone's earpiece with her hand. This scene made Lin Xiangyu unable to help but chuckle, and for the first time, he felt that Pei Yilin actually had a cute side. "Why aren't you talking?" Pei Yilin's concerned voice came again from the phone. Lin Xiangyu smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just suddenly got your concern, and I'm a bit unaccustomed to it." "Stop it. I won't talk to you for now. We're almost home," Pei Yilin said, and without waiting for Lin Xiangyu to reply, she hung up the phone directly. Originally leading the way among the three, Pei Yilin quickened her pace again after hanging up. Lin Xiangyu's earlier words made her face turn extremely hot, and she was afraid of being seen by Min Enjing and Jean Mimi. After Lin Xiangyu finished the call, he went to Han Yojing's room to find her, but discovered the door was closed and she wasn't inside. Yo Zengye. Lin Xiangyu tentatively called towards the direction of the bathroom. Han Yojing's voice came from the staircase below. I'm downstairs, Xiangyu. Upon hearing Han Yojing's response, Lin Xiangyu quickly walked downstairs. When he reached the staircase, he saw Han Yojing walking towards the front door, seemingly preparing to open it and go out. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu ran ahead of her before she could open the door, blocking her way and asking, Yuzhong Jia, when are we continuing the game we didn't finish earlier? Were we continuing? Aren't Mom and the others already on their way back? Han Yuseng replied. Lin Xiangyu continued. We can wait until they go to the beach in the afternoon to continue. I'm with the beach in the afternoon too. I can't just stay in the house all day, can I? Han Yuzheng countered. Without waiting for Lin Xiangyu to speak, Han Yuzheng continued. Let's not talk about this today. We can discuss it later when there's a chance. But a man can't leave a game unfinished. It won't do to leave it half done on the same day. From the earlier game, Lin Xiangyu already knew that Han Yuzheng didn't understand this aspect at all, so he decided to lie to her. Hearing Lin Xiangyu say this, Han Yuzheng asked earnestly, why can't it be left unfinished? What does it mean? Lin Xiangyu didn't expect Han Yuzheng to believe him so easily. Looking at her naive expression, he continued, if you don't finish on the same day, it will harm your body. Huh? Han Yuzheng looked surprised and asked with concern, what should we do then? Just as Lin Xiangyu was about to persuade her not to go out in the afternoon, he heard the sound of someone inserting a key into the villa's front door. Soon after, Pei Yilin pushed the door open, staring wide-eyed at Han Yuzheng, and said, Second sister, what were you just saying? Chapter 127. You have a fever, Han Yozhen? Han Yozhen's face instantly turned bright red upon hearing Pei Yilin's words, her heart racing because she wasn't sure if Pei Yilin had heard what Lin Xiangyu had just said. Lin Xiangyu was equally uncertain if Pei Yilin had heard. If she did and made a scene, Min Enjing and Jean Mimi, who were approaching, would definitely hear it, and it would be a real mess to handle. Before Han Yozhen could respond, Pei Yilin immediately walked over to her and raised her hand. Seeing this, Han Yozhen closed her eyes and turned her face to the side. Lin Xiangyu quickly stepped in between Han Yozhen and Pei Yilin, ready to grab Pei Yilin's wrist at any moment. Pei Yilin asked with concern, Second sister, why is your face so red? You're not sick, are you? Hearing Pei Yilin's words, both Lin Xiangyu and Han Yozhen sighed in relief. Han Yozhen opened her eyes and looked at Pei Yilin standing in front of her. Pei Yilin reached out and touched her face, then exclaimed in surprise, Second sister, your face is so hot. What should we do? You're not really running a fever, are you? Han Yozhen, taken aback, opened her mouth in confusion and said, Huh? What do you mean? What do you mean, huh? Pei Yilin said as she pressed her hand against Han Yozhen's forehead. At that moment, Min Enjing and Jean Mimi walked in through the door. Seeing the scene, Min Enjing asked worriedly, What is going on? Is Yozhen running a fever? Jean Mimi, holding a plastic bag of water and drinks, also looked to Han Yozhen with concern and asked, Yozhen, do you have a fever? With so many people asking her at once, Han Yozhen felt a bit overwhelmed and hurriedly explained, I don't have a fever. I just woke up and got a bit hot from sleeping. Are you really okay, Yozhen? Min Enjing said as she stepped forward to feel Han Yozhen's forehead, adding, It seems like you really don't have a fever. At this point, Han Yozhen, who was being bombarded with questions, felt so embarrassed that she started to dig her toes into the ground. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu quickly said, let us hurry up and eat. Otherwise, the food will get cold. Min Enjing, sensing Han Yozhen's embarrassment, quickly agreed, Yes, let us eat. Yilin, didn't you say you were starving? Let us eat quickly. As Min Enjing spoke, she led Pei Yilin and Jean Mimi toward the dining table. Han Yozhen looked up and made a silent gesture of thanks to Lin Xiangyu. Lin Xiangyu walked over to Han Yozhen's side, leaned in, and whispered softly in her ear, No need to thank me. Just finish the game we didn't complete earlier this afternoon with me. Hearing Lin Xiangyu's words, Han Yozhen's face, which had just cooled down a bit, heated up again. Meanwhile, Min Enjing turned around and called out, Yozhen, Xiangyu, come eat. Okay, coming. Lin Xiangyu replied, quickly walking toward the dining room. Han Yozhen felt even more shy at Min Enjing's call, but could only force herself to head to the dining room. By the time Lin Xiangyu reached the dining room, Pei Yilin was already eating there. However, it wasn't tea because she was actually hungry. It was just to cover up the lie she had told earlier. Even though they weren't at home, everyone still habitually sat in their respective places as they would at home. Once everyone was seated at the dining table, Min and Jing said, after we finish eating, let's take a break for a while. I'll call you in an hour. No one objected to Min and Jing's suggestion. After playing for a whole morning, they were indeed a bit tired. However, Lin Xiangyu, upon hearing this, kept signaling to Han Yojin, who was sitting diagonally across from him, to tell Min and Jing that she wasn't going out in the afternoon. Han Yojin pretended not to see this until after they finished eating. She still didn't tell Min and Jing that she wasn't going out. Instead, when Min and Jing went upstairs after finishing her meal, she followed her upstairs, leaving Lin Xiangyu dumbfounded. Soon after, Jean Mimi, having finished her meal, also put down her utensils and went upstairs. The dining room was left with only Lin Xiangyu, who had been too busy signaling to Han Yojin and hadn't eaten much, and Pei Yilin, who had already finished her meal but remained at the table. After Jean Mimi went upstairs, Pei Yilin looked at Lin Xiangyu with charming eyes. After their gazes met, she slowly stood up from her chair and walked towards Lin Xiangyu. Chapter 128. You're intentionally eating so slowly, right? Lin Xiangyu felt a surge of excitement as he saw Pei Yilin walking towards him in that manner. Pei Yilin sat down in the seat next to Lin Xiangyu and said, Xiangyu Appa, you're intentionally eating so slowly, right? Huh? Lin Xiangyu asked in confusion. What do you mean? Xiangyu Appa, there is no one else here. Why are you pretending? Pei Yilin said, directly placing her long legs on Lin Xiangyu's lap. Lin Xiangyu was about to say something, but suddenly swallowed his words, taking a deep breath. Hiss! Pei Yilin noticed and immediately laughed, saying, Xiangyu Appa, how did you feel when you were teaching me how to swim just now? Can you continue teaching me? Just at this critical moment, footsteps suddenly came from the stairs. Pei Yilin quickly withdrew from in front of Lin Xiangyu, and he hurriedly tidied himself up. After both of them composed themselves, they simultaneously prepared to leave the restaurant. Lin Xiangyu quickly grabbed Pei Yilin's arm. Pei Yilin turned her head, looking at Lin Xiangyu with confusion. Lin Xiangyu quickly explained in a low voice, let us not go out together. One of us should stay here. After hearing Lin Xiangyu's explanation, Pei Yilin nodded without saying anything, pointed to herself, and made a walking gesture with her fingers, indicating that she would go out while Lin Xiangyu stayed. Lin Xiangyu nodded, indicating he understood. After Pei Yilin left, Lin Xiangyu quietly sat in the restaurant, listening to the sounds outside. He didn't look for a place to hide. One reason was that there was almost nowhere to hide in the restaurant except under the table, and hiding under the table was undoubtedly very obvious. The second reason was that Jean Mimi might not come to the restaurant, and besides, Pei Yilin was outside. Even if Jean Mimi really wanted to come, Pei Yilin would find a way to stop her. After Pei Yilin walked out of the living room, she saw Jean Mimi coming down the stairs. She immediately spoke up first, Sister, you're awake. I didn't fall asleep, Jean Mimi said with a smile, holding onto the handrail as she walked down, and asked Yilin, You didn't sleep? I mean not you did. Besides, I've never gotten into the habit of napping. Even if I wanted to sleep, I couldn't. Pei Yilin said as she walked directly in front of Jean Mimi, blocking her path. Jean Mimi moved to the left, and Pei Yilin followed. Jean Mimi moved to the right, and Pei Yilin still followed. After several attempts, Jean Mimi finally stood still and asked in surprise, Yilin, why are you blocking me? Huh? Pei Yilin pretended to be clueless and replied, I'm not blocking you. Upon hearing this, Jean Mimi tried to pass by Pei Yilin again, but she was blocked once more. Jean Mimi smiled helplessly and looked at Pei Yilin, waiting for her to provide a reason for her actions. Pei Yilin knew that if she didn't give a reason now, she wouldn't be able to justify it, so she pouted and said, Sister, I've encountered some things recently and wanted to talk to you about it. Is that okay? Of course, that's fine, Jean Mimi answered without hesitation. Hearing this, Pei Yilin immediately beamed with joy, linking her arm with Jean Mimi's, and said, Then let us go upstairs to chat, sister. Yilin, wait a moment. Jean Mimi stopped Pei Yilin, who was about to head upstairs, and said, Let me go get a bottle of water from the fridge. Get water? Sister, let me go. I want some too. Pei Yilin immediately said. Hearing Pei Yilin say this, Jean Mimi smiled and said, "Then let us go get it together. This little thing, I can go by myself. You can wait for me here, sister." After Pei Yilin said this, she didn't give Jean Mimi a chance to refuse and directly jogged towards the restaurant. Seeing Pei Yilin's anxious demeanor, Jean Mimi couldn't help but smile to herself, saying, "What has gotten into this child today?" As she walked toward the restaurant, she called out, "You don't even know what I drink." At that moment, Pei Yilin had already entered the restaurant. She first exchanged a glance with Lin Xiangyu, then looked around and finally pointed under the dining table. Chapter 129, Sister, have you ever played video games? Lin Xiangyu wore an expression that suggested he would be discovered if he stayed hidden here, and quietly said, "Hiding here is worse than not hiding at all." But Pei Yilin didn't care about that. Seeing that Lin Xiangyu wasn't hiding, she directly pushed him under the table without a second thought. If she hadn't initially stopped Jean Mimi from coming to the restaurant, then when Jean Mimi saw Lin Xiangyu there, she could have easily made up an excuse, like getting a drink, to brush it off. But now, after all the effort to block her, if Jean Mimi saw Lin Xiangyu in the restaurant, it would be impossible for her not to think twice. Seeing this, Lin Xiangyu had no choice but to bend down and crawl under the table as he heard Jean Mimi's footsteps getting closer. After Lin Xiangyu crawled under the table, Pei Yilin glanced at the door and realized it was super obvious. Almost at a glance, he could be seen. At that moment, the sound of Jean Mimi's footsteps outside the restaurant was already very close. Pei Yilin, in a moment of panic, quickly grabbed a chair and sat in front of Lin Xiangyu, using her body to block him. Although she couldn't completely hide Lin Xiangyu this way, anyone who came in would first notice her and overlook what was under the table. Pei Yilin was extremely anxious, her heart racing. Jean Mimi's slow footsteps sounded to her like a countdown on a ticking time bomb. Meanwhile, Lin Xiangyu, hidden under the table, looked at Pei Yilin's knee and suddenly felt mischievous. Feeling Lin Xiangyu fidgeting under the table, Pei Yilin's heart became even more flustered. One step, two steps. Jean Mimi finally appeared at the door of the restaurant. Fortunately, just as Pei Yilin had anticipated, Jean Mimi's attention was completely focused on her, and she didn't notice Lin Xiangyu hiding under the table. "Yilin, did you get the water?" Jean Mimi asked, holding back the ticklish sensation on her knee. Pei Yilin smiled and said, "I'm not thirsty anymore. Sister, you go ahead and take it. After you get it, we'll go upstairs." Seeing this, Jean Mimi said okay and headed towards the refrigerator, seemingly unaware of any abnormalities. But at that moment, Pei Yilin began to panic. The refrigerator was inside.